What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, August 17th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Yeah,
Back.
And Jason Bishop.
Cake's back.
Going to talk some Commanders throughout the
Cake's
show.
back,
They had their
back,
first
back.
preseason game, of course, on Friday. Our pal Chris Russell's going to jump on and give us his take coming up at 8:25. We were reminded, because I had forgotten, tomorrow we are broadcasting live from Commanders Park.
that is correct.
So tomorrow we will be on the road, and Dan Quinn, the head coach of your Washington Commanders, will join us at 7:45. So you don't want to miss tomorrow's show. 7:45, Dan Quinn. We're working on a bunch of other guests, but we will be close to Lurch's Hood. Actually, in Lurch's Hood, close to Lurch's house,
Yes.
close to a bunch of data centers, broadcasting from the right outside the bubble and right there where the Commanders practice.
Put a reminder on your phone.
Is that where it's going to be? It's the bubble. It's not.
No, it's.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's right. No,
like a
you see
media-
the bubble.
it's a
No, we'll
Yeah.
be out at the
park.
fields.
Yeah,
The park.
Yeah, it's a big media tent setup.
I got to
out
figure
there.
out. I don't know. I mean, honestly, we do that about every 5 years or so. It's
Yeah, when's the last time we did that?
been a while. Like Ryan Kerrigan was on the team. I'm trying to think.
Really? Was that long ago?
Yeah. I'm
Jeez.
trying to think. What time do I leave? I think I probably should leave my house like 4:30. Get there like 5:15, just because I don't know the parking. I'm sure it'll be a walk and just
Yeah, it's a little bit of a walk, but
Park on the grassy
there
hill.
won't be many cars there when we
no,
get
it won't
there.
be traffic. It's not going to be traffic. It's just going to be getting from point A
It's
to point
just,
B.
it's just you're not used to us. You just don't know.
I don't know
different.
I don't know the time. I don't know how long it's going to take to get.
Give
from
yourself
A
the
to
extra
B.
half.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
Extra half.
I can. Who did we have the last time that we had on? Like it has been a while since we've done a live broadcast from training
I
camp.
don't know.
The
Daryl
last
Green.
time we did it, we were there
No.
with Ryan Kerrigan. We interviewed Ryan Kerrigan.
No, we did one more recent.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I can't
I
recall
can't
being
remember.
out there recently.
I barely remember
No,
yesterday.
I'm
so.
pretty sure it was Ryan Kerrigan was there. I'm pretty sure. It was like his last year.
that could be the
If you-
case.
Pretty sure.
I remember where we were sitting. I remember us interviewing somebody, but now I can't
Yeah.
put it together.
His
Who
name
it
was, his
was?
name was Ryan Kerrigan.
No. It was like a receiver, a young receiver.
Because didn't you guys go to camp in Richmond at one point? Isn't that the latest?
That's probably the last
That's
one.
the
we
last
went to.
time you guys
It
went.
might have been
'Cause I
Terry
missed
McLaurin.
that.
Might have been Terry McLaurin as a
Well,
rookie.
hold on. No. You
Yeah,
guys are crazy.
We definitely did one in Richmond.
We did, but that was like
That was
6
the,
or 7 years
That
ago.
was the most
Yeah.
recent, though, right?
Yeah,
Richmond.
yeah, I,
don't
believe
think
so.
I don't think so.
I think it might
you-
have been.
You think we did something in Ashburn?
In Ashburn, when the guy that now works for the Wizards, it's ridiculous. I forgot his name. He worked with us. He was on the beat. Drab, you know what I'm talking about. He works for the Wizards now, and he was on the beat for the
Craig Hoffman.
yes Hoffman. That era, whatever that era was,
Probably
that's
15 years ago. I don't know.
no, it wasn't 15 years ago.
Richmond was the last time, and that was pre-COVID.
Richmond
I'm
was
telling
it.
you.
Yeah.
Pre-COVID,
I think
right.
the last time
I
it
don't
was
think that's
Terry
correct.
McLaurin's
Or maybe
rookie
you're
year,
right.
and we had Terry, and he was a third-round pick, and we were like, I wonder if this guy's going to be any good.
Yeah. Will this guy make the team?
Well, I knew we
doing
knew
that?
he was
I
going to make
remember.
the team.
I remember when we had because when we were in Richmond, we had Landon. I believe we had Landon Collins on, didn't we?
I think you're right. Yep.
And we might have had McLaurin that year.
I feel like we had McLaurin.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
Yes.
This is a bottom line.
So we're going to be there tomorrow. It's
Yeah.
exciting. We'll be out there. We'll have Dan Quinn on at 7:45.
Yeah.
Ask him if he's going to play any of his guys in the second preseason game. I already Venmo'd you $5, EB.
I'm going to guess he's not. I'm going to guess he's going to scale it back even further.
After what happened to Mariota, after what's happened to Jeremiah Love and others,
But I mean, Mariota, that could have happened, walking down the street. He was doing a handoff.
I understood. I
You get
understand.
hit.
You can't afford to lose Jaden now. Now you'd be
All right.
playing. You can't play Hartman.
Okay, well, you
I mean, I don't know. You play Jeff Driscoll.
are you
And
not
it's
going to let him do handoffs in practice?
I'm just telling you, they're not going to risk.
I would be Sean McVay. I'm not playing any of my starters. I'm starting them week 1.
Yeah.
You're not playing your critical ones. I
Just
tell you
wrap
that.
them all up in the bubble.
Were you locked into the preseason games in Kiowa Island, Cakes?
Somewhat. I'll tell you what I wasn't locked in on. The Jaden Daniels number gate with LSU. I was like, thank God I'm missing
Yeah.
the show that
Oh
week.
yeah, we did
The back and
We
forth.
did two full shows on that.
Oh, I'm sure that you did. I'm probably well aware that you did.
He's still getting pummeled
So
nationally,
thankfully, I missed that.
getting trolled.
I just saw it on my phone. I was
By
like,
random
well,
teams.
I was like, well, thank God I don't have to talk about that in length because that's
Yeah.
annoying.
Yeah,
Right. Well,
it was annoying. Believe me.
But I'm
But it-
guessing
but it was
we're
interesting-
past that now.
Well, who knows? The only thing I'll say that was good about it is people were interested in it. So,
Yeah.
like, if you have a topic that people just can't stop calling about,
I know.
you know, you go
I
with
guess. But I literally couldn't have had any less interest in that. When I saw it, I said, NIL controversy between Jaden Daniels and LSU. I was like, boring.
Well,
That was
just-
my
I
take
don't
from
want-
how
600
many
miles
times
away.
did you see the whole high four thing? They wouldn't do high fives, high
that
fours.
sounds annoying, too.
Oh, it was so dumb.
Let me ask you this though, Cakes. Just to weigh in, like we had our
Sure.
polls of the day. Don't
Yeah.
want to taint the witness. Where would you have fallen on your opinion? Jaden Daniels petty or not?
I mean, if they're using his name, image, and likeness years after he's left the school and he's not getting a cut of it, then I don't think that's being petty. Like if they had an agreement and LSU reneged on it, trust me, I don't know all the details on it because I was on vacation.
Right.
But if LSU went back on their word and I'm Jaden Daniels in his camp, I'm going to be pissed if they're still using my number to make to print money down in Baton Rouge. Personally,
you happen to be on the right side of it, Cakes.
I'm always on the right side. I'm always on the correct side.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah,
was
but
what was Kiowa like this year?
Oh,
Is your
just
30th trip?
Relaxing
Did you-
as always.
Was it the same house you always get?
No, we
different house.
shift to different houses.
Yeah.
Didn't have as many people coming this year, so I went with
A little smaller
went
house?
with a house that was where the rent wasn't quite as expensive for the week,
Lower rent district.
Smart.
but it was nice. I mean, it's still like a block and a half from the ocean. I mean, the 2-minute
Smart.
walk to the ocean.
Yeah.
Just not trying to spend like $8K on a house.
Yeah.
Spent
Right.
about $4K, which is much more
Oh, it's way
palatable.
better. That's way better.
Spent
Yeah.
about half price.
Right.
How many people there?
There were 5 of us in the
Oh,
house.
that's it?
Oh,
Five.
that's
It's light, so the
Smaller
older
party.
generation is not coming as much.
They didn't come
I get it.
down. So a smaller party made the trip this year.
You're now the older generation.
I know that's that's the sad part. Is that now we're the old heads.
You used to have your in-laws come. Now you are the old heads.
I'm the old head on the trip. My wife and I.
What was your drink of choice?
Well, Surfsides, of course. Had my Surfside cooler that I bring down to the beach every single day.
Super
Which, by
lights?
the way, didn't have any super lights. This was probably the most devastating thing that happened.
Yeah.
Last year, I made the mistake of bringing my Surfside cooler, and I didn't bring the strap. So I was just
Yeah.
walking down. I had one Popeye arm all week. So I couldn't strap it on my shoulder.
Yeah,
So
bad
this year I
move.
said, well, I'm bringing the strap.
Of course. Why would you ever take the strap off?
Well, I just never put it on the first year. It's like, I don't need this. And then the first day I was on vacation, I was like, I need the strap. So I brought it this year. I put it on. First time I picked it up. Strap, snaps. No. So I still had Popeye arm back and forth.
How did the strap snap?
I don't know.
Okay.
Faulty strap. Or
Oh,
just
okay.
just user error.
You know what's
that
funny?
could have been
That's
the case.
probably what it was.
Could have been the case.
I know-
No, all you have to do is you clasp it onto the hooks on the end of the cooler. You would think, and that's the way it works.
I-
Didn't really work.
I have to say, and yeah, I think a lot of us feel this way, that like a week at the beach, like it's really a highlight of the year. It's
Sure.
something you look forward to.
It's
It's the most
amazing.
relaxing thing. And I know I use what's the damn tent thing?
Beachmasters.
Beachmasters.
I actually know what
Yeah.
you use, even
Sure.
though I've never used
And I
it.
know sometimes you rent umbrellas, whatever. you have
Yeah,
on
I
that.
do that whole bit.
And it's all set up. It's great.
Yeah.
But you still have to, I'm sure, you still have to carry a bunch of S to the beach because you got to bring your coolers. You might have to see, you only had 5 people. We had 14.
Yeah.
So
Right.
you still have to bring extra chairs. They don't give you 14 chairs, you know. So you're carrying chairs. If a kid wants a boogie board,
Yeah.
you're carrying, we bring 2 coolers. It's just, it's exhausting getting to and from the beach.
I mean, we didn't have that much stuff, but one day we did play bocce on the beach.
Yeah.
And a bocce set Like
Yeah.
it was heavy.
Yeah.
So I had to put that bitch in a backpack, strap it on, walk
Right.
it to the beach,
Yeah.
walk it back. I felt like I was doing Valdez's CrossFit routine.
Yes. Yes. I love it. But by the end of the week, I'm off and
No,
ready to
but
go
it
home.
was, it was amazing. Aside from, of course, the death march down south and then back north.
Yeah.
Yeah, how was
And it's
it?
one day of travel. One day of travel.
One day
It's
of travel.
it just consumes the trip.
How was going down?
It was fine. It was.
You were on
no-
the
no
road at
problem whatsoever.
5-ish, I'm guessing.
4.
Oh, you were on the road at 4.
4 a.m.
Yeah, he doesn't mess around. That's
Yeah.
the way to go.
Yeah, yeah.
4 a.m. Avoid the traffic.
You got down there, what, 1-ish?
Yeah, a little bit after that. Then we did our just grocery shopping because you can't check into the island until
Right.
4 p.m.
Right.
Then, of course, the trip back, smooth sailing through South Carolina.
Aquaquan.
North Carolina, there was a little bit of a hiccup. Actually, it was South Carolina. It was like a 10-minute backup of just 95 was just a parking lot. I could have gotten out of my
Sometimes
car
there are accidents.
Oh, so you were stopped.
10 straight minutes.
All right.
Accident. And then, of course, just Virginia, starting at Fredericksburg, then through Lorton, Occoquan, even into like Tyson's, just crawling traffic.
Yeah.
But, there's
Then once you
I
cross the
always-
bridge into the great state of Maryland, you're good to go.
smooth sailing.
Of course.
I could have driven
I
blindfolded.
always take an exit before I get to. Well, you got to get over the river, but after that, I take an exit, get off 95.
Yeah.
can't deal with it. But so coming back was you
Oh,
came back
by the way,
You came back Saturday, right?
I came back Saturday.
Yeah.
I put myself on a massive monkey tilt, stopping for lunch on the way back because I hate driving more than like 0.2 or 0.3 miles off the exit. Like I generally won't stop. But we were on the 295 kick around Richmond, and I was like, it's time to grab something to eat. So we get off on the exit. The McDonald's sign on the exit says 3.6 miles off the exit.
Oh,
That
wow.
might as
I
well
was
be
like-
California.
I was like, what? I wanted to bang a U-turn. It was the busiest road ever somehow.
So you were pot committed.
Pot committed.
Yeah.
Then I go to the McDonald's. It's the biggest bunch of yokels that don't know what they're doing at the
Right.
McDonald's. It spent like 50 minutes on a what should be a 15-minute side trip, which
Oh,
just
wow.
added more time to the commute.
Yeah.
But aside from that, vacation was great. Already looking forward to next week.
You go there every
And
year.
next year.
There is an opportunity, Cakes.
Yes.
We had a surprise in studio guest last week.
Okay.
It was David Falk.
Okay, yes.
He is now selling his
I
home
know.
in Key Island.
I saw the listing.
I don't know what the listing was.
It was like
Listen, how about-
16 million or something, wasn't it?
How about $25 million?
25. Wow.
25 big capital M million.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm
He
sure.
sent me a message after he came on the show, and I said something about you potentially buying his home, and he just said, "Ha ha."
He said, Did he hit the Powerball and I'm unaware of it? 'Cause
25
otherwise-
million?
25 million.
That is ridiculous.
My kids asked me
What do you buy it for or build it for?
when I have no idea, but
Eight?
my kids asked me what he did for a living. I said, well, how about he represented Michael Jordan and about 150 other huge NBA superstars. That's what builds you that sort of palace.
I mean, he just laughed at the notion. Here it is. I wrote, "Maybe you can sell your house to Cakes. He's in Kiowa this week." Ha ha.
Well, of course he knows that's a joke. He knows that's a farce.
Well, there's like 10 people that
I
are
mean,
interested in
it's a
that
very
property.
limited pool that could buy that.
25 mil.
25 milli.
That's the kind of thing that'll be on the market for years.
Could be.
Yeah, it'll be on for years.
You might be cutting the price.
All right, we're going to be talking Commanders throughout the show. First preseason game in the books. They already have a big injury. It is a backup quarterback, but we'll talk about that. Chris Russell joins us at 8:25. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies on the Fan.
Hey, just want to let people know the earliest start time ever for a Cakes Classic at MGM National Harbor is today at 11 a.m. So in less than 5 hours, cards will be in the air. It's part of the Potomac Poker Open Summer Series that is actually wrapping up, I believe, today. The final table of the main event restarts, I think, at 1 o'clock. But my event starts at 11 a.m. I know it's different than usual. It's usually the first Wednesday of every month. Today is the August edition of the Cakes
Wow.
Classic,
Starts-
11 a.m. Hope to see all of you fellow degenerates.
Starts early.
Yeah, starting
Yeah.
super early. I thought it actually started at 4 p.m. up until yesterday. I was telling my wife, I was like, I think I'm going to come home for a little bit, hang out, maybe walk Winnie, then go back out to MGM. And then I looked at the schedule. The start time, 11 a.m.
You're going straight over there.
So that is today. So hope to see you out there in just a few short hours.
Are you feeling lucky? It is your birthday week, Cakes.
I'm not feeling lucky. I haven't cashed in a single tournament in the calendar year of our Lord 2026. So I'm not feeling super lucky, but maybe that all changes today.
You can only drive 55 for 2 or 3 more days.
Yeah, that is true. I'll be LeVar Arrington and Lawrence Taylor.
I'll tell you what, I'm just so glad we're doing the show from Commander's Park.
I know you are. I'm sure you
Instead
are.
of getting up at 4:07, I can get up at 5:07.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
That's huge, an extra hour.
How long is it going to take me to get to Ashburn from Oxon Hill?
From
Hour?
From
Oxon
Octo,
Hill?
because you'll be at MGM.
Yeah. It's
No.
probably an hour, right? 45 minutes? An
I'm
hour?
gonna say-
at that time
I'm
of the
gonna
day,
say
probably.
43
There's not going to be
minutes.
traffic.
Put it in. Put it in. Put it
45
in right now.
minutes.
Yeah, I could
45
do
It'll
that.
be-
You
it'll
can put it with estimated time.
It'll
Yes.
be less than an hour. It'll be less than an hour.
Let's check it.
Now, coming home, different story.
Well, that's fine.
Well, coming home will be
Not
10.
worried about that.
That shouldn't be bad.
Well, we got to stay a little bit late. Talk
We
to
got to
some
do an interview.
players.
All right, 11.
Yeah. No, it should be. Well, it shouldn't be bad, but it will be
As
bad.
long as we leave before 2, before
There's just always traffic
1:30.
right over there at Tyson's going into Maryland, getting over the bridge. It's always.
a little bit, yeah. But it's the worst is when you're stuck on 66 to
Yeah.
get off, like you're stuck on the ramp.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just backed all the
Well,
way
you
up.
can always spend the night at Hotel Bishop tonight.
You can do that.
I want to do it.
I need school to start, and it starts next week.
Loudon
Because
starts
I need
today.
to figure out a childcare situation. My wife teaches early in the morning, so she.
Didn't we determine you could just dump her? You just leave her? Isn't she old enough?
I don't think at 9 she's old enough.
I don't think technically, but
I think it's pretty close.
at
9?
At 9 years old, you can basically trust her not to like burn the house down.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. It's
I
just
don't
like,
know.
Don't open the door and just call me if there's a problem.
Just sit in front of the TV, here's some food, and
Maybe have a
don't-
neighbor check on her.
yeah.
You know?
I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But we'll be at Commander's Park.
Looks
Of
like about
course-
46 minutes from Oxon Hill to
Oh, it's
Ashburn.
close.
Yeah,
it's
that's
close.
And at 5 in the morning, it'll be about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
less.
You're saying that you're going to be exceeding speed limits, Cakes?
I'll be driving high 70s, probably.
Yes.
Be touching maybe 80.
I'm sure you will. So the Commanders had their first game on Friday night. My buddy Greg was going, and he was all excited. He doesn't follow super closely. I think he was overseas for a long time. And he goes, I'm excited to see Jaden. I was like, yeah, I bet on Jaden to play, but I'm not thinking he's going to play now. And they held out a couple dozen players.
Yep.
26. That was the reported number.
It's funny how some coaches, their mentality is to start guys for a series or two, and then there's some coaches that say, not worth it. We're not going to start one guy. Mm-hmm. It's kind of weird.
I think if you're super, super secure in your job, you might throw your starters out there for a series or two.
Yeah.
That doesn't really jibe with Sean McVay. He's pretty secure in his
He's
job.
secure,
He doesn't
right.
play anybody. But like if you're kind of entering a hot seat-ish type of season like Dan Quinn, you're really going to get one of your guys banged up. Your critical
Yeah, I mean, I could
guys
see-
banged up in the first preseason
If it were
game.
me, I'd probably do the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just much more interesting to see, even though you're going to see him for a series, to see the starters.
Yeah, I thought
Now-
that was silly. But I think the game 2 was the one where I would maybe play him a quarter, maybe.
Yeah.
That's even
That
in
might
doubt
not- that
now.
might not
What
happen.
was there anything you could truly take out of that game? Because there were some performances that were okay, but they were by guys that you're not going to really see.
The running back?
Robert Henry.
Well, even like Jaden Bradley. Mm-hmm. Nice story,
Yeah.
but he's going to be a practice squad
yeah,
player.
those are stories
Yeah.
for the you're building your
Jane Bradley,
practice
DeMatha
squad
boy.
resume.
The first drive, and I don't know what you put of this. The first drive was by the Dolphins.
Right down the
14
field.
plays, 93 yards.
Yep.
So there were some starters on the field, like Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't a great look. That was the one thing they harped on post game was
Yeah, and
that
Quinn
first
said
drive.
that. Yeah.
Not happy about that, but from there on out it was pretty good.
But it was still one drive.
Fun drive, but you want to start the game, especially with what few starters you do have out there. You want to start with a little more intensity than that. You don't want to just
They went
shove
right down
on
the
you.
field.
A terrible team.
Yeah.
But it's not your starting
That's your
defensive
full
lineup.
compliment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't make too much of a
Because-
generalization about it. But
Right. The reports from the joint scrimmage was when they matched up, Malik Willis had no time.
Washington dominated. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you can't take almost anything out of it. I know all eyes were on Sonny because he's the first round draft pick, but who knows what their calls were? It's probably very generic.
Yeah.
And they didn't have the defensive line. Miami's playing their starters.
Yeah, there was a viral clip I'm sure you saw where they had every one of his plays.
Yeah.
And it's just difficult to make of it. So,
Yeah.
Can't
Put too much stock
Dan
into it.
afterwards said that he was pleased with his with the play of Sonny and Leo Chenal. So who knows?
Even
take him at his
though
word.
Achan was running right up the middle.
Yeah, just take him at his word.
15 yards.
So he is a stud.
Yeah, he's
I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Some good news. Quinn said that tomorrow, John Bates, who's been out with the hamstring, and Nick Allegretti, who's been
They're
out with
back.
the calf, will actually return to practice.
All right, that's
Good.
good. Get them back.
So they are getting healthier.
Trey Amos still unknown.
We did get to see Katron Allen a lot. Fat man
yeah.
scored.
Didn't have a dynamite per carry, but just
Sub 4 yards per
I think
carry.
it was 3.7.
Yep.
Um,
But he and Henry ran for $160 combined.
Yeah, they did what they should do.
That's what I don't know what to make of it when a guy like Robert Henry has a big day. Like, again, nice story,
No, might
but he's
earn him a
probably
job
not going to be on the
70.
active roster.
Yeah, earns him a job on the 70 maybe.
But our guy Warren Sharp was impressed by Katron Allen because he had 0 negative yard rushes.
I think that's his thing. He's just a power back, going to lean forward and get you a couple yards.
he became the only running back to have 20 plus rushes in a preseason game and not lose any yardage on a single rush in the last decade.
Yeah, he's a guy who's got a nose for the end zone. So if you're close to short yardage situation, he's got to find a way to get it in there. So yeah, a reliable piece.
Did you have any other big takeaways watching it?
Big
When there's
takeaways?
such scrubs,
No.
I actually felt bad for Helly and Riggins, and it's almost like when you get to the end of those games, it's almost like you just got to create conversations. You're
Oh,
not even
yeah.
paying any attention to the game.
You got to dig deep.
Right.
You got to dig deep.
Oh, we got Terry McLaurin on the sideline. Let's interview him.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
You're kicking it down to the sideline.
But you know what? It's
With the quickness.
you can't take much from it, especially when the starters don't play. But at least we know we're getting
Put it
closer.
this way.
We're getting closer.
Oh, yeah.
One of the highlights, according to DQ, was how the backup quarterbacks managed the end of the second quarter and the end of the game situations.
Right.
So in other words, how they just kept the clock moving, they handled the last 3 minutes, and didn't turn the ball over to the other team.
Although
That was one
Hartman
of the
did turn the ball
Hartman did.
over.
No, he turned the
he's
ball over, but I'm
terrible.
saying in
Not
that
at
last
in that-
possession.
yeah.
Can we
That's
just
what he
pull the
does.
plug? Let's just call it what it is. He's Jaden Daniels' buddy. Put him on the offensive staff. Make him a quality
He's
control
got to
assistant.
be a future
whatever it is.
QB coach, right?
That's fine.
Probably.
Well, let's end this charade that he's ever going to play in the NFL as and ever going to get a start at quarterback. It's absurd.
I don't know who thinks he's going to get a start. Who thinks
Then
he's going
why-
to get a start?
I mean, like-
He's a time killer. He's
yeah, I mean,
he's
like
got to
an
kill
emergency-
time.
like last year when they needed a starter, they went to Jeff Driscoll.
Right.
Yeah.
They went outside of the building.
Yeah.
Like, this is not your guy.
He knows the system. He can kill some quarters in the preseason where you don't want to start Jaden. That's why he's there, and he's Jaden's buddy.
It's amazing. I was
He's
looking
probably
at-
Blau's buddy too.
Yeah.
When we go through some of the games at 7:45 in the Junkies Blitz, it's amazing to see some of the names that are still in the league. Case Keenum is still.
That guy's a survivor.
Right, but he's
grinding.
had success.
He's had some success, but primarily been a backup.
For sure, but he's
And
had
just
success. So if you've proven
Amazing
success,
how long he's been in the league.
you can last 10, 15 years. You have a
You'd be
couple
amazed at
couple
how much
years.
money he's earned.
I think Case Keenum came in a preseason game and was like 9 for 10
Yeah.
Yeah.
because he knows what he's doing.
Right.
Here's why he's doing it. Because he's earned $57 million in his career.
Of
Yeah.
course.
And he'll probably play for 3 or 4 more years.
Yeah, it depends on how old he is. How old is he?
I mean, he's 38.
Oh, so
he's older than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he's coming. This is
a year or two more.
nearing
But
the
he'll
end.
he'll
Yeah.
play till he's 40.
He'll play till they tell him to not play anymore
Yeah.
because he's not risking his body. He's just going out there and throwing the ball around to his buddies and collecting a fat check.
Signed a two-year, $5.5 million contract with Chicago in 2026.
And
Best
Sam
gig in the-
Hartman's trying to do the same thing.
Of course.
Just stay in the league.
He knows.
somehow.
Well,
By
I
now,
mean,
Sam Hartman knows.
He knows.
I mean,
Because
Case-
we know.
Case
If we
Keenum-
know, he knows.
Case Keenum has been in the league since 2012.
Yeah.
Okay, like Sam Hartman is not going to be in the league past 2026 training camp.
I thought they were going
wouldn't
to cut
think.
him last year. I was stunned they
You
held
think he's
on
going
to
to
him.
latch on with another team?
No.
No.
Probably not, but he might.
mean, I
No, I
doubt
see
it.
coaching in his future. He's a pretty boy. Be a nice. He'll look good on the sideline, and maybe he's some offensive wizard, and he can someday be the next hot young coordinator.
Sure. Or maybe do TV.
Yeah, yeah, or go model underwear or something.
Man,
Could
Case-
you
Get
gather
an
anything?
OnlyFans so Valdez can order.
Could you gather anything from the new offense, the David Blau offense?
No, I don't think they show you much.
You really couldn't.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess they're under center.
they're not going to show you much.
Yeah.
Specific. It's going to be very blah. That's why.
Gotta wait till the regular season.
Blau.
That's why you got to wait till the regular season. I know everyone clamors for these preseason games, but it's just you just gotta grit your teeth, get through it.
Yeah.
Try to enjoy it for what it is. It's football.
Uniforms look good.
Uniforms are great. That might have been what won the
the
day.
best takeaway.
It was good
That
seeing.
might have been what won
It was
the
good
day.
seeing Helly up there in the booth.
Yeah, of course, he's a great guy.
Well, I think
Riggo and B. Mitch.
they are inching towards bringing Redskins back. I don't think they ever will.
I don't think they
But
ever
they
will.
added. They brought Braves on the Warpath back
saw
during
that.
the song.
They're going to bring back as much as they can,
Yes.
as much as they feel like they can get away with.
Yeah.
Which I'm here for.
It'd be great if they could, but I just think it's a pipe dream. But get back to me in 10 years.
What were they singing instead of Braves on the Warpath at that part of the song?
Something
can't remember.
something Commanders related that was terrible.
Was it Commanders on the Warpath?
No.
I don't think they were
Hold on.
saying Warpath, were they?
No, they weren't. They dropped that line entirely. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I can't
Fight
remember.
for our commanders.
Fight for our commanders, which should be shot straight
Fight
directly
for
into
our
the sun.
commanders.
Come on, it's so bad.
But really, the biggest story is the Mariota injury. Not that it's particularly devastating. It's a sprained MCL, but I don't believe he'll be back before week 1. And then now suddenly, playing Jaden even just for a little bit is questionable because if Jaden got hurt, God forbid, you'd be down to your third quarterback. And we actually don't even really have a third quarterback. The other guys are just they're
Right. You
just
wouldn't even
guys.
watch the games.
Yeah. So
Well, it was a big story. It was number one top story on ESPN.com.
it was the biggest takeaway I think from the game.
I couldn't believe it. That it was the top story.
That's because your ESPN.com is catered to what you're looking at. So the Commanders thing popped up top.
Okay, it was still up there. I was shocked. He was
Yeah.
a backup quarterback getting hurt.
Yeah.
And,
Well.
and he's out for a couple weeks.
Yeah. So
Hey, they got a win for what it's worth.
worth nothing.
20-7 win.
That means nothing.
Oh, the kickers. We had a doink.
You got
Yeah, we had a doink.
doink, but it
Moody
went
had a
in,
doink.
though, right?
Yeah, but that's still not great.
It's a doink, but it
But I
goes
think
in.
it was on a shorty.
It was. But I think he's been missing left, right? So clearly maybe overcompensating because that one went right. Yeah, just
what was
whatever.
that?
His job is very tenuous.
It was a 29-yarder, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a confidence booster is the reason I bring it up.
Hey, Stevens hit the
But
41-yarder.
both of them hit their field goals. Moody 1 for 1 with the 29-yarder. And Stevens 1 for 1 with the 41-yarder.
I
They
hope
both
that-
made their extra points.
Personally, I hope that, and I'm sure this is the case, that Moody is renting in Ashburn and didn't buy property in
I think
Ashburn.
most
I think most of
kickers
them are.
in the
they're
NFL,
they're on a month-to-month,
they're
or
renters.
year-to-year basis.
They're not stupid.
Yeah.
They know the business. They know the business. I think the other thing was that 3 turnovers. I think, that's obviously going to be a point of emphasis. It doesn't really mean anything, but hey, at least in the preseason, some backups,
Force some turnovers.
forced
yeah.
some turnovers. A couple of them were gifts, but whatever.
That's
it
okay.
happened. Yeah, it
all right.
happened. So that's a good thing. Backup running backs, which you talked about. That's about it.
Johnny Newton didn't pop.
No.
Guys who had opportunities who we do know. But, yep, preseason underway. We're going to talk to Chris Russell later in the program coming up at 8:25. Get his take. Commanders do get that win, 20-7 over the Miami Dolphins. But, man, it was a lot of guys that are not going to be playing on Sunday in a month.
Yeah.
We'll see if that
That were on the
changes
field.
on Saturday. By the way, noon kick on Saturday. Early.
At
Nice.
Detroit.
at Detroit. But
We'll be Cakes. EB and I are going to be doing this. Our heads are going to be flying as.
Oh my god.
That's right.
Is it Indy cars, Grand
think-
Prix cars?
think-
It's not Formula One. I think it's Indy Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think it's Indy cars.
I think that's right.
I think it's Indy cars.
I don't know much about open wheel racing, just so you know.
I think it's gonna be cool.
Where's Bender when we need him?
It's going to be fun.
I think it's gonna be cool.
It's going to be a new
Bender.
experience. I can tell you that.
My
That's
only other
very
experience
inside.
is when we went to Richmond.
Bender is a guy who used to
Yeah.
send us weekly emails about open wheel
my
racing
daughter,
20 years
Eric,
ago.
my daughter sent me a text saying, "Dad, can you get those tickets for the
For Grand Prix.
Grand Prix?"
Yeah.
I said, I kind of told him no. She wants to bring her boyfriend and her boyfriend's dad. Her boyfriend's dad apparently is a huge F1 fan.
Yeah.
Are you afraid to ask because they're gonna want you to come? I always hate asking for other
Well, I'm
people.
not
To
going.
be honest with you.
I'm not going.
Yeah. So are you going to hit him up and ask for someone else? I always hate doing that.
That's-
You going to burn that?
That looks bad.
Yeah.
It's a bad look.
Doesn't that look bad?
It's not the
My
greatest
son
look.
asked me yesterday. He said, "Hey, do you?" We actually don't really have. He said,
Yeah.
"Me and Keenan, his roommate, we want to take our girlfriends. We want to go to the Seahawks Commanders game. Can you
Yeah.
get us tickets?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Actually, it's like the one team
Yeah.
really can't get you tickets for.
Yeah.
We don't really have a connection."
So I'm probably not going to ask.
Kind of have a connection. You could work it. It's not a guarantee.
The other part of it is, I know I could work it. There's
Yeah.
a couple things, but then when it's not for you,
Yeah,
like,
it's
can you get me
tougher.
4 for my son?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Right.
it's harder.
It is.
Like for a Nats game, no problem. You want to go? I get you 4. No problem. Behind home plate.
And those situations can also fracture relationships, which we learned with the homies years and years
Yeah,
ago
right.
when they were representing
Yeah.
us
Yeah.
in London for an HBO trip.
Yeah, you got to have to sit down with people like, you can't act like an idiot if I hook you up with these
Don't
tickets.
ruin our hook job.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, let's dive into Sonny Styles in particular, because that was the one guy who did start, and the first drive, Miami shoves it on him. What was your takeaway from Sonny Styles' play? 1-800-636-1067. Our buddy First Round Mock weighed in. Tell you what he said next. We did get to see the Commanders rookie Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State, on the field in the game, even though there were 26 guys who sat out in that first preseason game. And I think it's fair to say he didn't pop. Sonny Styles was on the field.
Yeah.
He didn't pop.
He was on the field for
One series.
one series. What was it? 10 plays? 11 plays?
14-play drive, 93 yards.
Yeah.
I
mean,
think.
I mean, they didn't. I don't think he allowed a pass reception.
Yeah, I mean, just to the naked eye, he looked like he was fine in coverage
Yeah.
situations.
I mean,
He
they
was-
ran at him a few times. Achan had a big 15-yarder kind of right at him where he got blocked by, I don't know, the right guard or tackle.
He got confused by some play action, but that's
Yeah.
it's going to happen, especially
Sure.
to a rookie getting his first
First-
taste of NFL action.
Correct.
Like, I'm not going to watch that cut up and say he's a
He
bust.
sucks. I
Yeah,
know.
I mean, like, come on.
But that's what people
There's
do.
a couple
Yeah, I mean,
plays
of
he was in
course.
on some tackles.
Yeah, he had
And
3
He
tackles.
was diagnosing coverage downfield. Like, he seemed to be in the right spot
Yeah.
and had decent coverage. I mean, I'm not going to call him, like a terrible player because he missed a few plays or was
No.
blown up by the offensive lineman in a few spots.
Right. And by the way, he was one of 11
Neutralized.
guys. I mean,
Right.
there's 10 other guys that could have stopped Achan or Willis or whoever was carrying the ball.
But I don't
So
know.
he was getting
Now,
killed. I get it.
If Saquon Barkley has 150 yards rushing,
If he's
in
doing
week
this
one,
in week 5, week 6, and
then-
guys are just running up the middle on him,
Sure.
all right, then we can question it.
right?
Our guy, first round mock, who, look, we have him on the show because he's kind of entertaining to us. We don't even know if he was truly a scout. He loves to start off every tweet saying, as a former NFL scout.
Yeah.
His main targets are Caleb Williams, Shador Sanders. Now he's really ripping into Fernando Mendoza because he had a 4th round grade on him.
Right.
Doesn't like Jackson Dart, doesn't like JJ McCarthy. He hits on some, but he also thinks Spencer Rattler was the best quarterback of the draft a couple years
Yeah,
ago.
he's all over the place.
He said Sonny Styles is a soft football player. He said, my best advice is go play basketball and pursue your true passion. And he said he went through the motions on the opening drive.
Well, I mean, that's his perception. That doesn't.
I saw him go in there. He might have picked the wrong hole, but he went in a hole and took on a running back or an offensive lineman and got a good crack at him. I don't know. It's hard to say.
I
A lot
just
of that
can't-
he was in coverage.
Right.
You just got to give the kid the benefit of the doubt. Freak athlete, played at a super, super high level at an elite school. You got to imagine the talent is going to shine
I
through.
mean, he just tweeted 3 hours ago. This is his first round mock. The problem with Sonny Styles is his heart is not in it, which I just feel like that's laughable. Like, you get to the point where you're a star at Ohio State, you're drafted in the top 10, like your heart's not in it.
It seems kind of silly.
This is Sonny Styles' whole life.
It's-
He's playing NFL football at this point and trying to be a really good player in the NFL.
I don't
It's
think
the-
He's going through
Now-
the motions.
Right. Doesn't want to be there.
I mean, come on.
who knows.
It seems laughable.
I know that there was some criticism of Chenal too, but again, DQ defended both those guys, and so you just got to defer to him. It's preseason, first crack at it. Let's see what happens. See if they pop a little more in week 2.
Look, there's a potential that there will be a drop-off from Bobby Wagner to Sonny Styles in year 1.
Definitely,
Bobby Wagner was a tackling machine here in Washington.
definitely.
And maybe he was flawed, particularly as he got older in coverage. But Sonny Styles has these athletic traits that if he's coached up and he has his heart into it, he should become a star.
Yeah, you should be okay. I wouldn't panic.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting compared to a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and remember, it's still a position change for him. He's only been doing it a couple years at Ohio State, so he's still learning on the job.
And even in week 1 against the Eagles, if Saquon Barkley puts Sonny Styles in a blender in week 1 and he looks out of place, I kind of semi-expect that to happen. Saquon Barkley is basically a Hall of Fame level running back, and guys
Their
gonna catch
offensive
balls
line's really good.
out of the backfield. Like, if that happens in week 1, don't be completely shocked.
They're asking him to do a lot though. If you saw, they're kind of moving him all around the place. When they got towards the goal line, he was out on
Right.
the edge.
Well, that's why they drafted him at number 7.
Yeah, and
I feel
that's-
like he's not just a prototypical, like inside linebacker.
But that's what you hope to see, though. You hope to see just a play or two where you just flash and you think it's Micah Parsons. You know what I mean? That's what
that'd
you're
be
looking
great.
for. You like to see a play or two like that. And I don't know that we necessarily saw that in week 1, but I would just, hey, it's early. I think Coach said he did fine, so I'll say he did fine.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you don't know. You don't know exactly what his role is supposed to be on certain plays.
Totally.
So you can't just say, "Oh, he's soft, he sucks, he's got no heart." Maybe he was going to where he was supposed to go.
Totally. Especially on some of those like running plays, like maybe he's just supposed to just that's his gap.
Correct.
Whether the player's there or not, that's his gap.
Yep.
Player wasn't there, but
I agree. It's hard to judge.
it's hard to know. I don't know what
the
his role
one
was.
thing that I would say, and it was one drive, is he didn't pop. Like,
No.
you would have loved to have seen one splash play and go, that's why we drafted him in the first round with that high pick.
Let's wait. Let's wait till like 3 games of the regular season, and let's see, and we count up how many pop plays we've seen.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Flying under the radar, by the way, is the Dorrance Armstrong story.
Yeah.
So Dorrance Armstrong, now they didn't necessarily expect him to be a huge contributor, especially early in the season because he's coming off the torn ACL. But he was a guy who led the team in sacks, right? A couple seasons ago?
Before he got hurt.
Yes.
Yeah. It was last year.
He's been a contributor. He's now suspended for a game for violating the personal conduct policy. It seems like it's some sort of domestic dispute that happened. The details, at least when I read, were a little...
They're a little murky.
Yes.
It's hard to determine. I didn't do a lot of looking around, though, to see what I could find
He
on
was
it.
arrested on 2 misdemeanor charges: assault causing bodily injury and resisting arrest / search or transport.
But all I read was
Right, but
that
that's all I saw. Did you see any other details?
No.
Like,
All
what does that mean?
all I read was that the Commanders were very open with the league office. They notified everybody when they were supposed to be notified, and I guess to their
Yeah.
discretion, whatever, they've handled it. It didn't rise to the point where they felt like they had to let him go. He's been suspended for 1 game. It is what it is.
Man, it happened over a year ago.
Right.
It's crazy.
It was back in 2025.
Yeah, May 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that, and you certainly don't want your guy suspended for a game for that reason. But
And then funny how long that
Got-
takes, because May 10th is before even last season.
correct.
So they knew it before even last season. Yeah. So is what it is.
But they obviously didn't think it was that serious. He's still on the roster.
yeah. It was on the roster last year.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
balled out.
Yep.
So listen, the defense is going to be markedly better. I know it was disheartening for people to watch that first drive. I could see my timeline exploding with people's heads exploding that they just
Right.
kind of shoved it on us in the first, a bad team. But, I don't know exactly how many starters were out there, but it wasn't a lot. It
Few.
It didn't have the big studs. Sonny's a rookie, very first look. Let's just relax. I think they're
Yeah, I
going to be
mean-
markedly better defensively.
You didn't get to see Owe. You didn't get to see Luvu. I mean, you just go down the list. Did Nick Cross, I don't think, played, right? Cross wasn't out there.
Not sure.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the new additions weren't there.
Yeah, I mean, if
Sonny Styles was about it. Like,
if
of
the
of
starters
guys
were
you
out
wanted to
there,
see.
if all the Commander starters were out there, they wouldn't have gone
gonna
down the
look
field in 13
Now-
plays.
If weeks 1 and 2 come around and the Eagles and the Cowboys put up 60+
And they
points
start shoving.
in the first
Okay.
2 weeks,
Yeah, big
then
questions.
there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and asking.
Well, let's just
whether-
wait and see if that happens.
Right?
Yeah.
So here are
Let's
the
hope it
guys.
doesn't happen.
Here are the guys that didn't play. Obviously, Jaden, Terry, Tunsil's out. You might as well just take him off the list.
Right.
Allegretti, but he'll be back. Cosme didn't play. Connolly didn't play. Chig didn't play. Bates, he'll be back. Diggs, Bill, defensively, no Payne, no Dietrich Wise, no Tim Settle, no Kinlaw, no Emenahue, no Adafe Owe, no Luvu, no Chason, no Dorrance Armstrong, no Trey Amos, no Amik Robertson. I mean,
None of the
basically
starters.
nobody.
No
Except for
Sanders
Sonny
still.
Styles.
Yeah, I mean they
Chenal and
They had
Styles.
to play a couple guys, so they suited up Sonny and they suited up Chenal, and that
Playing
team
behind
got shoved
Bach-
on. What can you do?
Playing behind backup defensive linemen.
The star of the game was Robert Henry Jr. Enough said.
Yeah. Don't panic.
1-800-636-1067. But again, the uniforms look great.
Uniforms look great. The uniforms are the star of the day. I would say above the running back contributions.
We'll get into it more as we hit the Skins next here on the Junkies.
Commanders quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL in the game against the Dolphins. Head coach Dan Quinn.
Marcus was the one we wanted to find out more about. So he does have a right knee MCL sprain. That'll knock him out for the rest of the preseason. Optimistic that he'll be ready for the start of the regular season.
Von Miller has signed with the Dallas Cowboys a one-year deal, and Cardinals rookie running back Jeremiah Love has a high ankle sprain, likely to miss the rest of preseason. Tommy John, who won 288 games over 3 decades and became synonymous with a medical procedure that saved the careers of countless pitchers, has died at the age of 83. The Nationals swept out of New York, falling to the Mets 4-3. They'll be at the Rangers Tuesday. Abby Ortiz, another home run.
The 1-1 is driven to deep left center field for Ortiz. Way back it goes. Robert on the run, and it's gone. Abby Ortiz goes opposite field.
The call on the Fan. Spirit tie Angel City FC 1-1. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, EB, JP, and Cakes back from Kiowa Island.
Cakes
Where
is
it
back.
looks like you hit the art gallery again. That's your bit.
Yeah, I do like to go to the art gallery at the Sanctuary, the Fufi Hotel on the island, and just look at the artwork that, I mean, I would just never pay. Like, it's an amazing painting, but like,
Imagine that's a painting right there,
Yeah,
Cakes.
yeah,
the Keyshawn
sure.
George jersey.
Okay, yeah.
What do you do?
He stares at her for a minute.
yeah, just look at him like, well, that's a beautiful painting, and then I look down at the price tag that's down here, and it says $16,000, and I think, well, I'll never have that painting in my house. I'll just get.
But do you have a discussion? Like, will you look at him? I picture you with your kind of. I picture Cake some reason putting his arms back, looking at it, trying to look smart.
No. Trust me, I'm not.
And then are you with Amy?
I'm
Are
not
you
walking
going
in there thinking, like trying to put on airs that I know anything about art. I know very, very little about art, but I can appreciate great art.
Well, I know
but
nothing
I don't
about
know
art.
anything about it.
But do you even know if it's great art or not?
No.
No, I mean, how would
So
I
you
know?
don't really
you don't know.
appreciate
He
great
just-
art.
You don't know if it's.
I just know what's aesthetically pleasing to me. You know what I'm saying? It's
But
not
he looks at the price of the painting and he tells himself, "Oh, that must be a great piece of art." That's what he does.
generally, yes.
If it's $20,000,
But I mean,
that's
trust me, I've seen artwork that's $30 million that looks like garbage
Crap.
that I wouldn't pay $5 for.
Right.
But yeah, I can appreciate.
How long
art.
are you in there?
Oh, 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, right, that's
Okay.
appropriate.
Yeah,
Right,
I
right.
mean, trust
So
me.
this is while you're waiting for
This is like,
your
like my kids are
dinner
gonna get-
reservation.
no, my kids are going to go get like overpriced ice cream.
Okay.
Like, at a different part of the
Just
hotel.
pop in.
You're
And
checking a box
it's a
that you
pop
went in there.
Yeah, it's like a pop in. It's a bit more than anything.
Yeah.
I didn't buy. Trust me, I didn't buy.
Yeah, I
anything.
saw the Twitter bit.
There's
You
just
took a
lot
picture.
There's
How
a lot
much
of
to pay?
glancing. There's a lot of glancing at the artwork on the walls.
Do you think if we went into an art gallery,
Yeah.
okay, and they put in 5 paintings that were at least 6 figures,
Okay.
okay, that people believe are like great pieces of work,
High dollar artwork.
We wouldn't
yeah.
right?
know.
And then they put in 5 that were $100 or less,
You wouldn't know.
I
that were
have no
from
idea.
Bed Bath and
You
Beyond.
wouldn't know. Other than
you
you
think
say,
we could
"I've seen
identify it?"
before."
I
Yeah.
think we'd be able to sniff out some of the
Maybe.
lower.
Maybe.
I'm not going to say we're going to do a 5 for 5, but I think
I think you'd be about 50-50.
you might be right.
I couldn't get one right.
You might be right. You might be correct.
Yeah.
Do you do that every year?
Every year,
You go there just
Every year?
once, just once.
just one time.
Is there
It's
ever a
5
time?
minutes. It's while the
Yeah.
kids are
Is
getting
there ever a
ice.
time you do anything new in Kiowa?
Anything new?
There's
Did
not,
do-
I mean, there's not that
did
much
I
to do, so you pretty much
anything-
exhausted it.
Did I do anything new?
Did you guys go to Charleston any nights?
Yes, we went to Charleston one night.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
That's always worth it. It's
Charleston's a great city.
Great spot.
It's an amazing city.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
amazing.
It's
Yeah.
actually an awesome
Okay.
city.
It's very cool.
It's
It's
an
a
awesome
great
city.
old school American city.
Great food, drink. Got this, some of the old houses there on
So
the
it's a
water.
good-looking
and
city?
I don't know.
It's an aesthetically
Yeah. I
pleasing
mean, it's right on
city.
the
They
water.
have like cannons there or something. It's just
Yeah, there's a Fort
like a
Sumter out
fort
in the
there. Like,
harbor.
it's pretty cool.
I don't know exactly what role it played in the Civil War, but definitely played a role.
Yeah.
I should know that, but I don't off the top of my head.
All right. You want
So
to
the answer is no. You don't do anything
No,
new.
no. Just
Go to
go
the
for
same
the
spot.
all play the hits.
Not that much to do.
All right, let's hit the skins, EB.
All right. Oh.
It is sponsored.
Hit the Skins, brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy. Shot for right now or 12-ounce can for all day. Don'tSleepEnergy.com. Use the code JUNKIES for 10% off. Don't Sleep makes you great.
Ooh, I'm going to stuff one in my pocket and bring it to MGM. Keep me awake.
All right, we talked about it. Obviously, the Commanders defeated the Dolphins for whatever it's worth, 20-7 on Friday.
It's not worth anything. Trust me.
It was
the
that,
27 win unless you're
By the
a
way,
real
if-
Who'd you
degenerate.
bet on, Jason?
I think I bet the under. I think.
You don't remember.
I mean, I bet on pretty much every game,
You did?
but I mean, I'd put $1 on it, $2 on it. I think I put them in a parlay with the under.
The game was at home.
By the way, if that would have been week 1 and they played all their starters, they would have killed the Dolphins.
Yeah, I think so. That's what they did in the
They would have beat them
scrimmage.
31-10.
Sleep on Malik Willis a little bit.
As Jason mentioned, they rested a large group of key players, as many as 26, who went through the names in the last segment. Don't have to do that again, but including Jaden Daniels, the big ones, Terry McLaurin, Stephon Diggs, etc. Didn't even play Chig. The Dolphins did get a 7-0 lead early as their first-team offense, led by Malik Willis, and Devon Achane drove 14 plays for 93 yards. Wasn't a great look for the Commanders' new defense, but as we talked about, weren't many starters out there. You had Sonny Styles, you had Leo Chenal, but that was about
basically it.
Yeah. Willis went 4 for 5 with 43 yards, had a couple runs. Caleb Douglas made a nice one-handed catch.
That was a great catch.
Commanders then got it to 3-7, 7-3, whatever you want to call it. I think it was Jake
You would
Moody.
never call it
3-7. You
It's
didn't
just
just
how
say
it's
that.
listed here. Jake Moody, that was his doink. Then Robert Henry scored on that 22-yard run in the second quarter, put him up 10-7.
He seems like a good kid when JP was interviewing him after the game. He seems like a really good kid.
Most of these guys are pretty good dudes.
Yeah, I agree.
They all do a lot of volunteer stuff. I've always said that these athletes, we give them a hard time, but they're pretty good dudes. The Commanders then took a 17-7 lead when Katron Allen punched in a 1-yard touchdown. Both those guys had big days. What did they rush for combined? About 160 yards.
Yep.
Robert Henry had 75 yards on 12 carries. Katron, Fat Man, had 85 yards on 23 carries. Both had touchdowns. After the first drive, they locked down defensively. 3 interceptions, including one by safety Quan Martin early on. That was good, right?
Yeah.
That's something, by the way, that the real defense needs to correct heading into 2026 because they were horrendous at forcing takeaways last year. That number needs to go way
So
up.
after, then Stevens kicked a 41-yarder in the fourth quarter. After that initial 14-play, 93-yard drive by the Dolphins, they didn't score again, obviously. So that was good. That was a good look for Washington. Commanders ended the day with 334 total yards, 174 rushing on 41 carries, 21 first downs, 1 interception thrown by Sam Hartman, 3 interceptions by the defense, which was good. The Dolphins had 226 total yards and 3 interceptions, all thrown by backup quarterbacks.
Right.
Takes, you weren't here last week.
Cam
One
Miller
thing
and
we
Quinn
talked
Ewers.
about was the NFL.com rankings that
Yep.
came out, power rankings, where the Commanders were 28th.
I saw that.
Did you see who was dead last?
That was kind of eye-opening. Who's dead last? I'm going to guess the Cleveland Browns.
Miami Dolphins.
They just played
The
them.
Dolphins. Okay.
So,
Dreadful.
Obviously, the key concern was Mariota getting injured on the handoff. He only played, about 4 snaps or so before he sprained his MCL, which we found out later, in his right knee. Is expected to miss the rest of the preseason, but I believe at least initially Dan Quinn has said that they're not going to sign on the quarterback. It does kind of put into question, though, whether or not Jaden Daniels is going to see any preseason time. And I think JP Finley even asked him that, and he kind of acknowledged that might play into his thinking. So we'll have to see. So we're probably going to get a lot more of Sam Hartman and Ethan Cakes. You could say his name. Kaliakmanis. They'll probably handle most of the remaining preseason snaps. Good news, though, that Nick Allegretti, who's penciled in to be the starting center, he should be back today, right? John Bates, back tomorrow. I think today there's no public training camp practice. There is tomorrow, though, and I believe Wednesday. We will be there tomorrow. Practice starts around 8:30.
Are they off today?
Don't know the answer to that, Jason.
I thought they were off today. They practiced yesterday.
But they'll be...
Because they were off Saturday. Game was Friday. They were off Saturday. I think they practiced yesterday. I think they're off today.
Yeah, so they'll be back at it on Tuesday. We'll be there, and then they'll also be back at it for the public on Wednesday. But good news that John Bates and Nick Allegretti will be back. I guess, as we talked about also earlier, Trey Amos... still don't know. Don't have a
still
return
dealing with some
date
pain
with him.
Yeah, that's what DQ said.
I don't know. I kind of like to throw it out there to people. After you saw what's happened to Jeremiah Love, who else got hurt in the first week of preseason of note? I know Love was the one.
He was the biggest name.
That was the big one, and then Mariota kind of going down, which again is just on a handoff. Could happen obviously in practice. Get a handoff if you just it could happen just working in front of the mirror.
Well, Jamal Adams was lost for the year for the Vikings.
Yeah,
that's bad.
Do
you
a tough
think
loss.
the Commanders will potentially switch gears? Because maybe the plan all along was not to play Jaden. But do you think it's smart to just sit Jaden here for these next 2 games? Because I just don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze, especially coming off. of
Jackson
last year.
Dart got blown up on a blitz.
But
he came back in.
Yeah, he came back in.
But that's also
kinda
another
surprised.
reason why you look at it and you go, whoa.
Yeah, this is really worth it.
I was kind of surprised he came back
His
in.
running back completely whiffed on like a
that
pass
looked like
pro.
you or me trying to block.
He's bitter, though. They
It's
had
not
to
a
go to the
good
blue
look.
tent.
Yeah.
They thought it was ridiculous.
He did.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
He sounded appreciative. He's like, I get what the NFL's trying to do and saves, but
yeah.
I don't think he wants to go to the blue tent every time he takes a sack.
By the way, how does the blue tent on the sidelines not have a sponsor? What is the NFL doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Blue tents featured all the time.
Who should sponsor it, Cakes?
Some sort of healthcare company, I would think.
Yeah.
I mean, it would make sense.
Makes sense.
Make all the sense in the world.
But do you think this will change DQ's thinking? I actually think it might.
I'm going to say yes. I
actually
don't
think it might.
Because, Tunsil's obviously out for the year. Allegretti's just coming back, so you're not going to have – you're probably not going to start the offensive line. So
yeah, you're going to put him back there behind a makeshift
So does
offensive
that-
No,
line,
he wouldn't do that.
Second and third
let's
stringers.
assume they sit Jaden. Does that mean then no Terry this week too?
probably
No
Gibbs.
Diggs?
Oh, Diggs. Yeah, Diggs. He's probably going to be out.
Are they gonna sit Allegretti, let him practice, but not really play him?
I don't know why you would play him.
Maybe
sit
different.
Cosme, sit Connerly again. Just keep the big
Yeah.
dogs clean.
I don't
and
want to
just
lose
go
money
week
again,
one?
Yeah.
but it may be different because there's no joint practice this week.
Right. It might be.
It seems like the joint practice just wiped out all the players.
But if you're
I
just
wouldn't-
going to play backups like this, it's almost like, why are we even doing the preseason? Like,
know.
just do the joint practices.
Well, that's why the owners want to add another regular season game and cut the preseason down to about 1.
Can you imagine they used to have 6 preseason games back in the day?
When was that? I don't remember that.
It's outrageous.
Before our time.
Especially when you consider like colleges, they just go hard week 1. Now,
Yeah.
the colleges often they'll play a cupcake
Sure.
in week 1. You can't really do that in the NFL. That's essentially a preseason game. When you play like Wofford or somebody.
I think the Terps playing Hampton.
Playing
I mean, that's what you want. You want to warm up.
right.
Want to see where you stand.
But defensively, it's going to be kind of annoying and I get it. I would support the team, but as a fan, it's going to be annoying if there's no Payne, there's no Kinlaw, there's no Owe, there's no Chason, there's no Dorrance Armstrong, there's no Mikey Sanistro, there's no Nick Cross, there's no Jeremy Reeves. Like, if there's none of your guys,
I'm Sean McVaying it. All my guys, I'm just
Same
I'm
list.
pulling them aside, saying you guys just need to be ready for week one. You're
Well,
They
ask
might
you this.
sprinkle in a couple of starters on the defense, but I can't imagine they're going to play a lot of those guys.
So maybe you play Sanistro?
Yeah, maybe a couple of DBs. Maybe you play Styles again.
Maybe you
But
play Tim Settle?
Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 guys. I can't imagine they're going to start
Can
the
I
entire
get a peek
defensive
of
line.
Chig? I'd like a peek of Chig.
Yeah, you'll get a peek of him September 13th at the link.
Right.
That's when you're going to get a peek of him.
Cake's your answer. From 1970
Yeah.
through 1977, the NFL season consisted of 14 regular season games and 6 exhibition
That
games.
is just awful. I cannot imagine stomaching 6 preseason games.
I can't fathom it. Yeah, so that's kind of where we are. Kind of a meaningless game. First unit got kind of shoved on there, but there really weren't that many starters. One kicker doinked one, but he made it. Mariota got hurt. Those are basically
Let's
the
tackle
highlights.
Mariota, though, next. And I'm going to put this up as a Junkies poll of the day. Is it a big deal that Mariota is out? And does it affect Dan Quinn's decision? We're going to talk to Dan Quinn tomorrow, 7:45. We'll sit down with him live from Commander's Park. We're going to be broadcasting live. We'll tackle Mariota next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. You know, we hear from listeners all the time, but this one really stood out. A JFK listener named Kevin had been putting off selling his home because he thought he'd have to sink a bunch of money into repairs first. Then he called the rock stars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. What surprised him was they didn't pressure him to fix anything. No, they just laid out every option, including selling the house completely as is. No repairs, no updates, no headaches, no worries. Here's the most impressive part. Before Kevin's home even hit the market, the team was already marketing across more than 1,200 channels and reaching over 16,000 active buyers. 5 days later, he had a signed contract for $10,000 over the asking. So if you've been waiting because you think your home needs too much work, don't make that assumption. Give Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team a call. Find out what your options really are. Sell with certainty, people. Your home sold guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. Call this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
So Marcus Mariota, or Mariota, however you want to pronounce it these days.
I will never pronounce it the way that you did the second time, like they did a million times on that broadcast. I think it was Collinsworth and Tirico on a Sunday night broadcast.
Well, that's the way he wants it pronounced.
It doesn't matter.
Mariota?
Mariota.
Yes.
He's just Marcus
It's
Mariota.
not gonna work.
It sounds so much better. Mariota.
Yeah.
Anyway, he gets hurt.
It's not serious.
It's an MCL.
Yeah.
He's going to be out the rest of the preseason, so roughly a month, let's say. Is this something that the Commanders should worry about? 1-800-636-1067. I'll put this up as our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail, made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Should the Commanders be worried that their backup quarterback is injured?
No. You were worried if your starting quarterback is injured. If your backup quarterback is injured, as long as he's ready for week 1, I don't think it's a huge deal. You let your younger guys, like Calic Manises and, Hartman, you don't need to give him any more time. It's a joke.
You hate Hartman.
I don't hate him. It just he can't play at this level.
Right, but he
And
can
it's
play.
been
He can play on
exposed.
Saturday. Play him on
Okay,
Saturday.
That's fine.
Yeah.
He's just a warm body to get you through camp.
Correct.
If that's what you want and need from him. But Mariota being injured, as long as it's not stretching into the regular season, I don't think is a big deal. It's like a 2 out of 10.
If he was out for 6 weeks of the regular season, it'd be more concerning
then
because
it's a problem.
because you definitely want your backup quarterback ready just
Right.
in case Jaden was out for a couple plays or a
there's-
series.
There's a reason they gave him a 1-year, $8 million deal. They
Right.
value him as the backup to Jaden.
Yeah.
And if he misses time during preseason, it's okay. As long as he's ready for week 1.
Well, what if he's out for 6 weeks?
If he's
Let's work with a
6 weeks from the
6-week
regular
timeline.
season or 6 weeks from
Yeah,
today?
the injury sometimes can have people out for as much as 6 weeks.
I guess
Okay, well,
may-
DQ expects him to be back for the regular season.
maybe you start scanning for
But-
another guy to bring into camp.
Of course.
To replace Hartman, but I don't think it's urgent.
At this point, they say they're not.
If he was out 6 weeks, yeah, it'd be more concerning.
The only thing is,
100%.
if you consider Mariota, as some people do, apparently, one of the better backup quarterbacks in the league, do you run the risk of playing Jaden in the preseason?
No, absolutely not. Jaden Daniels does not play until week 1 against the Eagles. If I'm running the show,
You're always a bubble wrap
I'm very conservative.
GM and coach.
I'm very conservative with my players' health and safety.
If you go through the list of assumed number 2 backups, okay, right now, if you might have Joe Flacco,
Like him a lot as a
Right.
backup, sure.
Mariota,
Jameis Winston, I like as a backup,
Jameis Winston, Mendoza, maybe. He's
Yeah.
a rookie, though.
right?
Mac Jones, does he get that now because he performed
Yes.
well, given
Yeah, he's considered
His
one of the best.
opportunity?
He's considered one of the better backups.
That's about it. Maybe Andy Dalton? Like somebody could go in there and win a game. Gardner Minshew? That's about it. There aren't
Yeah,
that
it's not
many.
a great list.
Not a great list.
That's why the Commanders value Mariota.
Yeah. So how about even if he just got injured and it was just a scare, he might not play. And then, I might pull him in the next 2 games.
Right.
Let's just say it was a strain. It wasn't even a sprain, and he's fine. And if it was a regular season, he would play.
Yeah,
I don't think I would play him.
absolutely not.
So why would I play Jaden?
No, you're not.
You probably
going
shouldn't.
To. You're not going to
Unless
play
you're going
him.
to start the entire first unit offensive line.
You'd have
Right.
to do that.
And then you got you got Stefan and you've got
But then you're now
Terry.
exposing 11 guys. That
I know.
You really can't afford to really lose any of them right now to any significant time. With the way the season opens up is brutal. It's brutal. Sorry, it is. It's a brutal opening stretch.
Yeah.
They need to be at full strength.
I don't think they're going to play him.
I don't think they're going to play. I think it's going to be the same
Same guys.
group.
Yep. You're probably right.
Maybe
They might sprinkle in, like I said before, they might sprinkle in some more defensive guys just to get them some action, but I don't think they're going to play their offensive guys.
This is going to be.
Why would you play?
maybe Chig.
Why, though?
Seems like
If you're
a
going to have
tough
a
guy.
backup quarterback.
Seems like a tough guy. Just I don't know.
Well, he's tough, but it doesn't make any sense.
Seems like he's built for it.
This is going to be the Caliac Manis game against the Lions preseason game number 2.
And then 4.
Toss him the ball.
The third one will be Hartman. The meaningless game.
I would give Callie McManus as many reps as I can. If you're going to keep him on the roster and or the practice squad, he's your developmental quarterback, at least of the near future. He's going to get all the reps, good or bad.
Some people were saying
if he face plants, so be it. That's part of your learning process.
some people were saying they got like Kirk Cousins vibes when
I
they
did
watched.
see that.
Some people were saying that.
I felt like he kind of like when he walked up to the line of scrimmage,
Right.
he almost
Kinda looked like him.
He looked a lot like Kirk Cousins. I do like Kirky.
All right, let's
I like Callie McManus.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Does this concern you? There's not a lot of depth at backup quarterback around the league. And thank God he should be ready to go by week 1. I mean, listen, we all know that the season's pretty much over if Jaden goes down anyway. But if you don't have...
I mean, think about the Dolphins' backup quarterback situation. After Malik was out, their backups went 4 for 19 with 2 picks or 3 picks?
I think
3
it was
picks.
3.
4 for 19 with 3 picks.
Yeah, they better hope Malik Willis stays upright. Now, even if he does, they're going to stink. They're going to win 4 or 5 games if they're lucky.
All right, let's go to Dennis.
But that's just how bad some backup quarterback situations are.
In Glen Burnie. Dennis, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junkies?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Dennis.
Listen, I think, and I agree, that Hartman's not the guy, but I can't say the guy's last name. I don't ever know how to pronounce it.
Callie McManus.
Callie McManus.
That guy impressed me with the speed in which he gets rid of the release, that he gets rid of that ball so fast, and he seemed to know his target.
He looks the part,
right away.
too. Yeah.
And if he sits, and I would like to see, like Gates was saying, I'd like to see him go the rest of the season, the rest of preseason, with all the reps he can get to find out what he's really got. Kind of a one-game thing Friday night, but man, did he impress me with the speed and the confidence. He seemed to know who to throw to.
So does it concern you that Mariota is going to be out for the next 2 weeks?
No, it really doesn't. I think that there's a diamond in the rough sitting there. And
well, let me ask you this: does it affect your decision to play Jaden or not? Because let's just say that if Mariota was out for the first couple preseason games, if Jaden just got a nick, what if Jaden plays in the preseason and it's not a devastating injury at all, but it's a 2-week injury, he's going to miss the first 2 weeks. You don't even have Mariota, or you have Mariota coming off an injury.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
No, I don't think. I don't think it's, but I don't think it's that bad. I don't think. First of all, I think your Mariota's. I think he's going to come back sooner than later. I don't think the injury, because when I saw him walking off, I've had enough of those MCL sprains. I've had my knees replaced, so I didn't see the kind of aggravation or injury aggravation that everybody's worried about. But no, I would play Jason anyway, because I think Jason needs to get in.
You mean Jaden?
Jaden, sorry.
Yeah.
Got you guys in the quarterback mixed up.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think that Jaden should get reps, because I don't want to see him start the season not really in game shape.
I think he's in pretty good shape.
He's in great shape.
The controlled scrimmages don't win you over at all if he plays well in those.
Oh no, they do. I'd like to see him again. I'd like to see Jaden play in all these scrimmages. I'd like to see him in the preseason. I just like to see my quarterback come to the beginning first game of the season, know what he's doing and look in game shape.
Well, here's the thing:
so
if you play Jaden, as Jason, thank you, Dennis. If you play Jaden, as Jason said, you got to play all the guys, because you got to give him the full protection.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
You can't put him behind Julian Good-Jones and have a Jackson Dart situation.
No.
Where you get his,
But I just don't think they're.
speared.
I just don't think they're going to do
in
that.
The preseason. Can you imagine if he had a rib injury, dogged him in his rookie season? If that happened again,
Yeah, I mean, I just
the
don't.
preseason of year 3.
I lost a bet with EB, paid him his $5
Thank
because
you.
I thought Jaden was going to play.
Yeah.
My rationale was this preseason was supposed to be different than last preseason. the knock against last year's preseason, and that was coming off a season where they made it to the NFC Championship game, was they were too soft and that there were too many rest days and they were too casual. And then they had a bad season. Now, is it because of that?
No.
Who knows? There's a million factors. But supposedly this camp was supposed to be different. And so I thought maybe in the preseason you play your guys. Clearly they didn't do that in week 1, but they also had that joint scrimmage 2 days before. So maybe this week's different. If you want to ramp up your guys and see them all and maybe get a rhythm, I wouldn't rule out the guys playing. But I do think if Jaden plays, yes,
Then
you need
they're
your
all
starting
playing.
offensive line.
Then they're all
including Allegretti, who's coming back today.
Yeah. They might just
I don't think
expose too
Allegretti,
much.
who's coming back, they're going to play him
Yeah.
on a Saturday.
No,
or a short
he's
week?
done.
No chance.
He's done. Allegretti will do some practicing.
Yeah, they're not
He's
gonna
not
play
playing
him.
anymore in preseason games.
No, they need him for week 1.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Dennis in Reston, 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. I'm watching the Calic Manis throws again over and over and over. He kind of looks the part, Cakes.
I mean, he's relatively big, 6'2",
kid, strong
215.
arm. He
Yeah,
kind of
I mean-
looks the part. Makes some nice throws.
Look, if you can develop
Good,
him,
play
and
him.
you found something in the 7th round,
Play
that
him for
everybody-
3 quarters on
that-
Saturday.
that everybody in the league passed on multiple times, then that's a win for you and your scouting department.
Dennis, what's up, man? Long time no hear. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm around. I'm just fishing a lot and whatnot. But
Good.
I agree with everything you're saying this morning regarding. I think Calic Manis needs a lot of field time now. We can't afford to have any of our QBs hurt, and if they do play Jaden, absolutely the whole starting front line, and everybody needs to be in there. Get him in, get him out, and that. But I agree with everything you're saying. Calic Manis needs some field time. And that's it.
Do you have any interest in seeing Hartman play anymore?
Yeah. Sam Hartman, actually, you guys, he really surprised me last week, quite frankly.
right,
I wouldn't mind seeing him. I mean, I thought he just was not good at all, but he actually surprised me on some plays last week. So
Hold on, you thought he was not good, but you still want to see him?
He thought he was before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I thought he stank before, but no, last week he impressed me. So I would not mind seeing him again a little bit.
Right,
You know?
right.
And he absolutely he needs some field time too. You know, so. That's what I appreciate you guys taking my phone call.
Yeah, well-
By the way, can you guys hear me okay with my phone right now?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
okay. It's not great, but it's okay.
Yeah, okay. I
It
know what
works.
it is, though. I know what it is. It's my case. That's what it is. I took it off before you guys picked my call up. So, all right. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks,
Thank
buddy.
you for that tidbit, Dennis.
All right. He's working things out.
Here's where you're really going to know what the Commanders think about Sam Hartman. If he gets little to no time whatsoever in the next 2 preseason games with Mariota sidelined, then that has to be the end of the road, right? For him here in Washington.
I mean,
know.
I
who
would
knows?
think. Like if
Well, now
Calic
that
Manis
Calic
gets
Manis
the
is
nod
there,
and plays most of the
He can
next 2
take that
preseason
role.
games,
Yeah, you're probably right.
then the writing's pretty much on the wall. I would
Yeah,
think.
you're probably right.
He doesn't look as impressive standing there, like just as a specimen. He makes a couple throws though. He doesn't look as impressive.
You're going to see
as
Sam Hartman for
Calic Manis.
a half and Calic Manis for a half. That's what you're going to see on Saturday.
And then week 3, it'd be pretty much all Calic Manis.
Maybe, or maybe the same.
Yeah.
Maybe they split it.
He just looks like a shrimp. He looks like JP.
They really should cut the third preseason out.
I wish I was that sort of a shrimp. He's 6'1".
I know, but
Well, I know you wish he had his hair.
Of course. His hair is dreamy.
We all wish we did. All right, let's
the
go to
ladies swoon when they see Sam Hartman.
let's go to Joe in Manassas. Joe, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Junks, I love this show as always, man. I'm almost over this talk, bro. Like the Mariota. Who cares?
Right.
Like get Jaden Daniels out there. I want to see him play. I don't care.
You wanna
We've already,
expose him.
Crowned him bro. EB, you've already crowned him like in the Hall of Fame, dude.
Yes.
We need to see action, bro. I mean, telling you. And then you're worried, we can't put him out there? Oh, we couldn't put him out there because he's brittle? Like, come on, man. I want to see the dude play football. Put the protection around him. Let's get it going. Stop with all the nonsense,
Who would you
man.
sit?
Like,
Who would you sit in week 2, the second preseason game? Who would you sit?
Doesn't sound like anybody.
Who am I sitting?
They sat
I'm
26
playing our
guys.
bro.
Do you want to see?
I'm playing our football team. Protect Jaden. Get him out there. I want to see what he can do. I don't care. Like, just stop crowning him Hall of Fame worthy. Let's get the dude out there. He's played 1 season of good football, and then he's played and been injured. Let's come on, man. Let's stop it. I'm a Commanders fan. Let's get it together. Get the guy out there. Let's play. Live bullets. Let's do it.
Right.
All right, Joe's
Enough
right.
with the BS, man.
So what happened to Jeremiah Love doesn't scare you. What happened to Jackson Dart doesn't scare you. I'll tell you what scares this guy.
Yeah, it scares this guy too.
I mean, it's football.
Exactly. I know. It's a violent sport. I'm well aware that guys get hurt.
Do you know
all
what the
time.
first thing
but
they
I'd rather
do-
they get hurt in a real
But
game.
half
You know what
the
the first
coaches.
thing they do after every football game, including preseason games, they go over the list of injuries.
Yeah.
Because it happens in every game. These guys get banged up. And
didn't-
you just hope it's not your key guys.
Didn't you say over and over again the reason why Jaden struggled last year is because he didn't have the reps?
The fits and starts. No, I thought it was the fits and starts.
You guys said all the time that he didn't. He wasn't out there game to game, and
Yeah,
he
yeah,
came
the
out
fits and
sluggish.
starts.
And yeah, well, if he doesn't play at all in the preseason, you're taking a big chance of going out there in week 1s and 2s
and whiffing.
and whiffing
Yeah.
him, trying to find his.
I don't know. I think the
and
joint
everything.
practices gives them some good reps, reasonable reps, and I think I'm okay. I think he's established
I mean, he's
enough.
wearing a jersey where they can't touch him. It's totally
Yeah.
different.
Yeah, but thank God.
I mean,
because
I
he
was
won't get
watching a
hurt.
clip last night of Tom Brady and Randy Moss playing in the third quarter of a preseason game in 2010.
I know, it's just
what-
different now.
I know, but what has happened? Like we are
People
so
play scared.
It's a
It's
paradigm
just different.
shift.
I don't know.
Just-
We don't. Maybe they had more depth then. We just. I mean, if we lose Jaden, it's over. Everyone knows it.
Well, if any,
Josh
again, if
Allen
they
played
lost
this
Tom
That's not
Brady,
true. Tom Brady went out. Matt Castle won like 9 games that year, didn't he?
That was a year after his ACL injury too.
EB, if the Bills lost Josh Allen, their season's over. He
Yeah.
played in the preseason.
Yeah.
He's just
Some
more established.
coaches-
He's a little
some coaches
he's-
are all in, and they're gonna
honestly,
play their guys.
I'm not as worried about Josh, even though he plays a physical
He's more
style.
rugged.
He's just
He's
built.
a
He's
more-
built for
Okay,
it.
but
He's more rugged
I
than
know
Jake
you, Cakes.
Daniels.
You wouldn't play him in the preseason.
Josh Allen's a proven commodity. Josh Allen, there's the bench. I know you're not used to sitting on the bench, but there it
It's
is.
just a different approach, right? They're playing the safe approach,
I
at
just
least in the
can't-
first preseason
I
game.
can't potentially risk Sam Hartman, and I know it wouldn't happen because they didn't even play him last year when it didn't matter. I can't risk Sam Hartman being my opening day starter if, God forbid, Jaden gets hurt in the preseason. Let's say Jaden just pulls a hammy.
That would never happen.
That he takes off and runs and pulls a hammy. You can't play Mariota because he's still got his PCL's a little bit
That
more
would be a
banged up.
disaster.
Then all of a sudden you start Sam Hartman.
That would be a
No,
disaster.
They would hold an
You can't do it. It's
they'd
just out
hold
with
an
the
open
squeeze.
tryout at the
I know.
Commanders Park
hates
before they
Hartman.
would start Sam Hartman.
I know. I agree.
You know who else hates him? The personnel department because they wouldn't start him when they were desperate.
All right,
last
got to
year.
take a break. 1-800-636-1067. The Rooster, Chris Russell, he'll join us at 8:25 here on the Junkies. Summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. They are awesome, made with real vodka. Surfside's only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are during the week or on the weekend. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. You must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Got some great prizes we're giving away later in the program. You know what? I'm going to schedule one of these giveaways for 8:45. We have a 4-pack of tickets to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix.
Ooh, nice.
IndyCar zooms into history with the first ever race around the National Mall. That's coming up this Saturday, August 22nd. Our guy JVS just texted us. He's going to email us
Does anybody
tickets.
do you have any idea of like what it's going to be like? Like where are we going to be? We're going to be like a suite or something, or are we just going to be in like stand? Like what's it going to be?
I watched. If you click on their site,
yeah,
you can see a simulation of the race.
Yeah.
And where it goes through, and there's appears to be like a section of suites and boxes. That's where I'm guessing we're going to be.
silly,
So I'm guessing.
And then-
I don't know.
silly. All right, I'm actually pumped for it.
Looking forward to it. Should
My
be fun.
only
Fun
exposure
experience.
to live racing is I was in Chicago when they did the F1 thing, and I was just driving past it because we were going back and forth to the volleyball tournament. But it was pretty freaking cool. And then just the one time, I think the one time we went to Richmond.
Right.
That was a long time ago. It was
So
That was
loud.
just a
there.
practice.
It was
Yeah.
super
Practice
loud.
session.
God, that
Yeah.
was so loud.
It was like,
Do I need to bring earplugs?
probably not. I'm gonna guess no.
Are the
I don't
F1
know.
cars just as loud, like the Indy cars?
You did not see F1. There's never been an F1 race in Chicago.
Well, Grand Prix, whatever it was, or
No, it was a
NASCAR.
It was NASCAR. Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, it's a huge
That's a little
difference.
You're not gonna find four guys
I'm not
who
a
know
racing
less
guy.
about
I don't know.
racing.
Clearly.
Okay, whatever, Mister. I know everything. I'm not a racing guy. Their cars were zipping around Chicago. It was cool.
There was a race on yesterday. I assume that was F1. I'm not sure where it was, but it was in a city.
Yeah.
Well,
But
this
it-
one is in this city, and we'll give away the tickets at 8:45.
What was on yesterday, Matt? What race was on yesterday?
I don't know.
It was on
wasn't
NBC.
F1. It wasn't F1. Oh, that's probably IndyCar.
it is
I don't
gonna
know.
be-
Indy was probably
It
Indy.
is pretty shocking that a city that's known for just gridlock and just horrible traffic is going to have these cars zooming around at, I don't know, what do they,
180?
What do they hit in the straightaways? 150, 180?
They might not go as fast because I looked at the
I think they go
rate.
pretty fast.
No, they're gonna go fast, but I don't know if they'll go that fast because I looked at the setup.
Yeah.
And it looks like a pretty short loop.
Okay.
Like it passes the Smithsonian and I think it goes through Constitution Avenue for a
Yeah.
little bit, maybe
Well, that's
Pennsylvania
those
Avenue.
straightaways are we're going to hit.
I know, but the straightaways weren't that long.
You have,
It would be
They
the
go
most
they go fast pretty quick.
it would be the most DC thing ever to find them with speed cameras.
That would be a good one. Generate a lot of cash. All right, let's get to the Junkies Blitz, which is brought to you by Offenbachers. Upgrade your backyard for game day with outdoor furniture, hot tubs, swim spots, saunas, and more. Shop Offenbachers.com or visit one of their 4 locations. So there are some takeaways from the other preseason games. Kind of rip through them. Friday night, you had a couple besides the Commanders, and that was the Broncos, Falcons, Buccaneers, Jets. Mm-hmm. How many starting quarterbacks started in Broncos, Falcons, Buccaneers, Jets? You want to take a guess?
One?
Zippy.
0.
The star of the Buccaneers Jets game was Cade Klubnik.
Well, hold on. Tua started.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I missed that. Sorry.
Tua started.
Sorry. You're right. I think he had like three attempts.
I assume he's going to be the starter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Three completions, 3 for 5 for 22 yards.
Yeah.
I think he fumbled a snap too.
Yeah, he didn't look good.
But not many starters. Okay, you're right. Sorry, missed Tua. And then if you go to Saturday's game, like Rams-Chiefs. Rams-Chiefs, no Mahomes, no Matthew Stafford. But Ty Simpson, who was drafted in the first round, he kind of starred 21 for 25.
That's impressive. I only saw highlights, but that's pretty impressive to make your first start, go 21 of 25 for a couple
190
touches.
yards, had 2 touchdowns. So
especially when your coach arguably, allegedly, didn't even want you. It's good.
Of course,
good first showing for him.
The Chiefs' backup quarterbacks include Justin Fields now, Garrett Nussmeier, and a guy named Chris Oladokun. Not familiar with his work.
South Dakota State. Did I assume Fields started for Kansas City?
I didn't watch the game. Fields was 4 for 4.
Yeah, I didn't watch I assume he was the starter, but
Yeah. You had the Browns game, which was of note because that's one of the teams that has a quarterback competition.
I watched a lot of this game.
Deshaun Watson was 11 for 15.
He was actually pretty good.
Shador Sanders came in 6 for 11 for 79 yards, but threw an interception.
Yep.
Dylan Gabriel also threw an interception. Dylan Gabriel is the king of the 3-yard passes.
Oh, he's a dink and dunker if I've ever seen one. He loves.
I think last year when he was playing and starting, he averaged 93 yards per start.
Yeah.
Something like that. But he was 5 for 8 for 23 yards.
Watson was pretty good. He had a couple drops too, so he probably should have been 13 for 15. And now they didn't score a touchdown on that first drive. They kicked a field goal, but I mean he was pretty good. He was throwing it down the field. He was throwing outs. I'm not sure how many the Bears starting defensive line was playing, but he was certainly better than Shador.
We mentioned the Giants-Vikings game. Jackson Dart had to go into the blue tent after taking a sack. He did have a touchdown pass on Minnesota.
By the way,
side.
that won't be the last time he visits the blue tent this year.
Absolutely not.
On Minnesota side, Kyler Murray did play 2 for 3 for 10 yards. J.J. McCarthy was 4 for 7 for 34 yards. The guy who got the bulk of the work was Carson Wentz. He's their third-string quarterback. In terms of other standouts, we talked about the Thursday night games on Friday. Fernando Mendoza got his debut. He had a touchdown pass. And then with the Ravens, they get a win. The Ravens like to win in the preseason, though that streak was broken. They didn't play Lamar Jackson, and the Eagles, of course, did not play Jalen Hurts. So this is the NFL preseason 2026.
This is what it is.
Few and far between. As I mentioned, Josh Allen did start. And there were some starters. I remember on Thursday, I think a bunch started, but less than half of the starting quarterbacks played.
Mm-hmm.
And when they did play, they barely played.
I'm guessing it'll be more than half in week 2.
Oh, a couple of other things to mention real quick. Our guy Von Miller got a job.
Oh, did he?
Von Miller signs
Going
with the
back
Dallas
home.
Cowboys.
Oh, wow. Good for him. He's a nice guy. I've never seen a guy chase stats more, but, good for him. He's a decent guy.
So
Yeah,
Von Miller.
He could go promise some morning show in Dallas all the meats. And,
Oh, the chicken.
Yeah, where's
Yeah.
our chicken?
We never got
he didn't.
Have
Never
no
talked
a lot
green
of
shirt,
smack.
though.
Did we get some?
It was like the worst color green you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And we mentioned earlier in the show, Jeremiah Love, who had a great performance in his first preseason game, first NFL game, averaged almost 6 yards a carry. He suffered an ankle injury during the
High
team's
ankle.
The
second
dreaded
preseason
high ankle
game.
sprain.
That could be a couple weeks.
6 weeks. You never know.
Expected to keep him
Yeah.
sidelined for Arizona's final 2 preseason games.
I
They
bet.
do remain hopeful that he will recover in time for their opener against the Chargers September 13th. So that's our look around the league with the Junkies Blitz. Keep it here on The Fan.
It's your boy Bish. It's back to school time. It means kids going to have homework starting soon. And we finally have football back. Seems fair. And my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Bayer Subaru, they've definitely done their summer homework. Right now, you can score a new 2026 Crosstrek or a Forester, both with just 1.9% APR for 36 months, or go deep in a new 2026 Outback 1.9% APR for 72 months. And I'm not blowing any smoke here. Just picked up number 2 from my guy, Josh. This time we got a new Outback sitting in our driveway right now. Josh hooked it. Whole thing couldn't have been easier. Was in and out. Here's something else these guys are getting right back to school season. Through the Subaru Loves Learning Initiative, Bayer Subaru is adopting Ferdinand T. Day Elementary School right here in Alexandria. They're providing teachers with flexible funding to help them get the school supplies they need, classroom resources, giving local kids a better shot to start the school year strong. So do what I did. Head on over to Buyers Subaru right off of Richmond Highway in Alexandria. Make sure you tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out at buyersubaru.com.
This update brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Commanders quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL, likely to sideline him for the remainder of the preseason. Head coach Dan Quinn on the update for Trey Amos's ankle.
It's not like a re-aggravation of the injuries, but he's not there yet in terms of like fully back and going on it. So he'll be in the same space. You'll see him out doing stuff to the side, working into that spot, but he won't be, fully able to participate this week.
Legendary rusher Von Miller, formerly with the Commanders, signs with the Dallas Cowboys for 1 year. Tommy John, who won 288 games over 3 decades while seeing his name become synonymous with a medical procedure, has passed away at the age of 83. Nationals lost to New York again 4-3. K-Bear Ruiz, though, with 2 RBI.
Ruiz rips one, a base hit into right field past the lunging Jared Young. This will score Bebas.
The call on the Fan. Nationals at the Rangers Tuesday. Spirit and Angel City FC 1-1 tie. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Coming up at 8:25, Chris Russell joins us.
Mm-hmm. Get his take on the game.
I see on our show sheet, on our outline, that Valdez, did you have a party this weekend? Because I didn't get my invite.
I did not host the party, but it was a joint birthday party for my buddies RP and Wacky Jackie.
Ooh, okay, good.
And then RP was hosting.
Ages, what are they turning?
Oh, geez. 42 and 43.
Okay.
RP was hosting, invited Drab out. Drab has befriended a lot of my friends, so he got the invite for the birthday shindig.
Okay.
Nice.
So we're hanging out all weekend long.
It's a lot of hanging out between you guys. Is Mar on the outside looking in?
Well, it was fight night for Mar. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. You can't be bothered on
Yeah,
UFC
I was out in
fight
the courthouse, but earlier in the summer, I spent enough time with these geezers. So let's let these guys have a good time together.
Hey, Mike's if he wants back in, he's got some work to do.
Oh,
because he no called, no showed our birthday party.
Ooh.
After we talked about it,
The
for
one at
weeks.
Open Road.
That's not a great look.
It was a bad look, but I hope I built up enough equity over the last 2 years that one doesn't hurt me too bad. And the following day, I went to the Soja concert. So
Okay.
that was just a packed weekend. But hand up, that one's on me.
What does that have to do with our birthday party?
He was so busy.
So Mar was not there on Saturday.
Okay.
But I have to give Valdez props. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been at a house party, like
Okay.
an old school college house party. And
Yeah.
that's
Wait a
kind-
second. You went to his house party for New Year's, right? That had 3 people.
No, that was Super Bowl.
That was
Super Bowl,
No,
okay.
that's different. That's you're watching a game.
Yeah.
Like no, that's not a Super Bowl party is completely
You're
different.
talking about
than-
strict house party.
This was a
This
house
is
hangout.
a birthday celebration house party.
Okay.
I walked into the garage and there's 2 kegs in the garage.
Wow, that is
Yes.
old school.
Old school.
I
like,
haven't seen a
I
keg in a party
I
in
wasn't
years.
ready for that. All right?
Red Solo cups everywhere.
I was like, right before that, I was like, oh, what kind of beer should I,
Yeah.
or what drink should I bring
Sure.
over here? No, they had it covered, like old school. Red Solo cups,
Yeah.
beer pong. The house is packed.
Yeah.
Now, Wacky Jackie's married, right?
Yeah.
RP?
RP is single.
Okay. So what was the guy to girl ratio there?
I mean, there's girls there, but they're all married.
Right.
Yeah. Everyone's in there.
Everyone's in
I
there.
know. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
trying
Yeah,
to
say a skit.
trying to feel the scene. How many
Right.
people?
At one point, I think
25,
I
30?
think we maxed out around 40.
That's a lot
That's
of people.
Yeah, we had
Sizable.
a lot of people from Hidden Creek. We had a lot of people from Trump, where RP belongs.
Okay, it's a big
So,
gathering.
Yeah,
It's a lot
It
of
was almost-
golfers.
Yeah, it was almost like a shot. It was almost like a shotgun start.
All right. All right. And then
all different ages too.
Like-
it wasn't like
you got some of the old geezers from the
There-
golf
Oh yeah,
club?
of course. Yeah.
Mr. Santini was there. Mr. Santini's.
Santini's
Oh.
the sandwich place.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
silly.
We're friends with the Lysandos.
Yeah. Lysandos.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all
Does he
of them
bring
were there.
sandwiches then?
Hey, you know what? I'm so embarrassed by Drab
Yeah.
because we're sitting there and then he's asking, he goes, "Hey, who's that guy right there?"
Yeah.
Because Bob's a little older, stands out.
Yeah.
We're at
Right.
a house party. It's like 9:30, 10 o'clock, and he goes,
Mike's not supposed to be surprised. No offense to him. There's an 80-year-old man at a house party. That was a little jarring.
Did he have a red Solo cup? Was he just enjoying
Yes.
himself? He did.
Yeah, he was
Yes.
enjoying
As he
himself.
He was
should
doing
be.
shots of Fireball.
Yeah,
Well,
he
that's
was?
that's
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah.
That's
Drab goes up to him and is cornering him to do fireball shots because he asked me who's that over there. I go that's Bob. He's the founder owner Santini.
Who's that sage old
Yeah,
man
yeah.
over there?
And then Drab goes, "Are you serious?" I go, yeah, I'm serious. And so he goes over there and is flaming him the entire night. I mean,
I'm flaming, but we were talking business.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
I was given.
You weren't asking him about Sydney Sweeney.
no.
that was no, that,
You're
and
asking
that's
about cheesesteaks.
and that's the most embarrassing part because Drab goes over there and starts hyping up Santini's and then is talking shop with like the big boss man
Yeah.
of the sandwich shop.
Yeah.
And Drab's acting like he's Gary V, the lease whisperer, and trying to open up new restaurants in front of him. It was so embarrassing.
I got my eye on new locations. I want to
Okay.
know his business plan.
So hold on, does he have a bunch of locations?
I think there's 7.
That's a
really?
lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So
does
he's
he have that
he's a
many?
legit mogul then.
Oh, he's
Oh,
a
yeah, yeah.
legit local
Sure, yeah,
business
yeah.
titan.
We're talking about expanding to Maryland, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Did you talk about his impending death?
Well, his sons also run the company now too.
Right.
I think he's just hanging out.
I mean, he's
most of the
80.
time.
He should
he's
take a
80.
step
He's
back.
the Don. He's
Yeah.
the Don.
Yeah. You were kissing the ring.
Yeah.
That's all.
Were you surprised that he showed?
Well, I know his son, but
yeah.
I didn't expect him to be at the house party at
Right, that's what I mean.
11 p.m. at night.
That's strong.
That is
Our
strong.
friend group's built different.
For an 80-year-old, that is strong.
What kind of food was being served there?
Oh, that's a disaster.
Oh, was it a disaster?
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
RP needs like Eliza Doolittle charm classes because he had a bag of pretzels for 40 people.
You're kidding. That's all he had?
No, he had these frozen brats and those frozen like Bubba burgers.
Sure.
that
Yeah.
are just taste like hockey pucks.
Yeah.
And he was cooking them on the grill?
No, someone had to because he had too much to drink,
Yeah.
and I don't think he knew how to cook a burger on a grill.
Well, it's pretty hard to cook a
There was
burger.
one point where these burgers they've had to have been in his freezer pre-COVID because they're so freezer burned and they're stuck together.
Hamburger.
And RP's a good golfer, and all I could see was him taking a knife and stabbing the frozen burgers, trying to get them apart. I said, RP, you're going to cut off your finger,
Yeah.
and you're never going to be able to golf again.
So somebody have a
Yeah.
6-year-old Bubba
Yeah,
burger.
yeah. So I said, why don't you be smart and take these frozen hockey pucks
Yeah.
and throw them in the microwave and defrost them for 2 minutes,
Right.
then throw them on the grill.
Were either of you two here, Valdez or Drab, overserved?
No, Drab was pretty good, and
Under
then
control.
Yeah, I was decent, but I wasn't as bad as some people were by the end of the night.
Got a little sloppy.
How
I
many-
will say, it was embarrassing in front of the other guys. I when I go to the keg,
Yeah.
it had been a long time since I poured
Why, you
myself.
didn't know how to do
I don't
it?
think you should be embarrassed by that.
Did they do it at the angle and all that?
It was
You got to
foam,
pump it.
it was
Foamy?
foam city.
Yeah.
I overpumped
Yeah,
it.
Drab overpumped.
Overpumped.
I just look like such an amateur. Yeah. I'm like, sorry, it's the first keg beer I poured from a keg in
What sort of
20
beer
years.
was in the kegs?
We had Coors Light,
okay.
And then one IPA.
and partly cloudy.
There you go.
Okay. All right. That's a good mix.
Love it.
How many fireball shots, Drab?
Oh, just one.
Yeah, and then it was a half one. Drab
But
and
I
I
had
split.
beer. I had beer shots. I had a glass of wine. I was mixing it all in.
So
Yeah,
did
set it
you
up.
Uber to the party?
Yes.
Yeah. Of
Yeah, of
course.
course.
God, I was there for like 3 hours. I had like 4 drinks.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just checking.
Of course. Always Uber.
But it's one of those where you knew it was going to be a poop show.
No, I like the idea. I've been telling Valdez this for years that people should bring back house parties. I don't know why we get away from them, inviting people over. Most of the people there have families or older, different. Like, there's nothing stopping you from having an old school house party.
But yeah, I think as you get older, it tends to be more of like a family thing than it is like a friend thing.
There were no kids.
Yeah.
Thank God.
That was specific in
Yeah,
the
'cause that
email.
was a
No
friend
kids
thing.
allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Hey,
time
can't
did
bring a kid to a house
did the
party.
house party start?
They said you can start showing up around 5 o'clock.
Oh.
How was the music? How was the music mix?
Well, I'm never allowed on the aux.
Oh, you're not?
No. I
You're
play
banned from it?
Yeah, I play awful music.
Okay.
It was okay. It was fine. It was a mix.
Okay. Valdez's friend just went to Greece and she was playing
Like day club music. I felt like
Mykonos
Lindsay Lohan.
music. Yeah. We were making fun of her, yeah.
So you're going there. So it's a bunch of couples, basically. Is it a
Not
little
everyone.
weird that
Not
you're?
everyone.
Yeah, how many?
No.
No, it's
What are
fine.
you, wait, what are you getting at?
Well, I'm just getting at. I mean, it's not like you're going there.
What
to
about
meet
the one
somebody.
girl you were talking about that's you
The
kind of you were
sister.
digging? Was she there?
I don't know, yeah.
Was she?
Ah, maybe.
No, she's there, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
it's fine. Everyone's friends.
Yeah,
Everyone's friends.
yeah,
It's not-
everyone's friendly.
yeah. Maybe one night a little carried away, but for the most part, it's just friends.
Sure, yeah. But
All right.
either way, I like the idea of house parties. I like hanging out with Valdez because they don't have kids, right? And Valdez and his friends don't. So it's just a good getaway. Yeah, I can count on him. You know, friend group is always doing something.
So I think
they're always busy.
Drab's a little amazed with how people can just socialize like that. Constantly doing something.
As you get older.
Yeah, as you get older.
Yeah, it's not like
They're not giving up the fight. You know,
Right.
he
They're going
hasn't-
down swinging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How late did it go?
I left around 12:30. I think they probably shut down around 1.
I say it sounds like my Long Island friends. To be honest
After
with
I
you.
left, Valdez would send me videos of girls doing cake stands.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, my Long Island friends aren't doing keg stands, but
That's crazy.
It's not far off from the Foxy Gator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Foxy Gator. I mean, there's always a party. There's always a party with the Long Island crew. Somebody somewhere is having a house party, and there's a lot of booze.
I haven't seen that since my girls were at Tech. Keg stands.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a throwback. And also, people were doing jersey swaps at the end of the night.
Jersey swaps.
Yeah, jersey swaps.
So who was it? So what do you mean by jersey?
They changed outfits. Because one of my friends is a little trendier than the other,
Yeah.
and makes fun of them because all we do is wear khakis and golf shirts,
Yeah.
and they jersey swapped by the end of the night.
Oh, okay.
They're overserved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think.
Was there like
Changing clothes.
I mean,
I didn't know what was going on there.
You said, was there like beer pong? Like, what are people like just drinking games to
I
get
think they,
hammered?
I didn't play any of that. I think they played that earlier in the day or something like that.
What do the kids play these days?
Oh, Mar's friends, they don't play beer pong. I mean, maybe they do a
What
little
do
bit.
they
They
do
play
now?
a different game.
Flip Cup, Rage Cage,
Rage Cage.
Beer Die.
So my
Yeah,
my daughter was home. Has been home this last week or so. She's back in New York, and her boyfriend Coop was there, and then his teammate from Cornell, who's now at William & Mary, he came up, and we all played golf all weekend, and then they wanted to go out last Saturday night or 2 nights ago, and so after golf, they just raided my fridge, and they just pulled out all the Surfsides, all the Super Lights, and then they went
Crushed 'em.
downstairs, and they just got cards, and I don't know what game they were playing, but they were playing something with cards, and next thing you go, it's like, okay, you do 2 drinks. Oh, you got to do 8 drinks. You got to do 2. I don't know what they were doing. Is that
That game ring a bell or what?
Yeah, it's a ring a bell.
I don't
to you
know. The
guys?
only real card games are A-Hole and Kings. Those are the only
Maybe
real
it was Kings. I don't know.
card drinking games I remember from back in
they
the
were
day.
playing some sort of card drinking game as they were
Well,
pre-gaming.
just because you're out of college doesn't mean you can't recreate the experience in your 30s and 40s.
I like that nobody was going home. Like
Nobody's
Jason
leaving
Bishop,
early. In a rush.
he goes home at 8:30 at 8 o'clock, 7:45.
Oh,
I mean, he's
probably
not that
earlier
much.
now.
No, these
Jason's
are-
not that much fun. This is
These are
honestly
late
not that
night.
much
This
fun
was late
anymore.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's-
No, I couldn't do that.
Not a fun person.
I couldn't do that. Hey,
You could do
You're
it. You
accurate.
Don't, no, you could. You don't want to.
Chooses not to.
yeah, you're probably accurate
Yeah,
on that.
of course you could.
But I couldn't start drinking at 5 or 6 and then go till midnight. I couldn't do that.
Got to pace yourself.
I could start at like 3:30 and be done at 6. I could do that. But
No,
I
you could do
couldn't.
it. If
Those
you were-
house parties, that sounded like it just started too late.
If you were at the Foxy Gator, you were on the shore there, and they were just pouring silly drinks, and
Right.
just great food all night. You could do it. There's no reason to go.
Haven't done it in a while.
He'd have to really stretch himself to
Get
do
the
it.
fire going.
Haven't done it in a while.
Did you guys do that? Did you have fire pit going or
No,
anything?
no, there's no
Too
fire
hot.
pit.
Maybe too hot.
Hot tub?
Saturday was way hot.
No hot tub.
Yeah, in the 90s, you're not firing up the fire pit. I don't think.
Yeah. But if it's at night, I mean, obviously not during the day, but once it gets dark.
Yeah, it dropped to like 85.
Yeah. Maybe nobody's doing
Hot
that.
and muggy.
Yeah.
Hey, let's get rid of that. I'm done with it.
Nice. You guys kid and played it. House
Why?
party.
When's the next house party?
Is Mar invited? Or is he still...
Mara's going to be invited.
And you know what? It's
Sounded
about
like
time
Raleigh.
Mar invites us over to his,
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
his crib.
you got to host. You guys do house parties. You guys are still into that.
Yeah, but one of my buddies just moved to Courthouse, and so we were actually at a rooftop pool party on Saturday. So,
What does that mean? I don't even know the lingo. Moved the courthouse. What does
so
that mean?
Courthouse is like
neighborhood,
yeah,
right?
it's a neighborhood in Arlington.
Yeah.
and
Okay.
he just has a giant apartment complex. So you go to the top, you can grill up there.
You have
There's
to
a pool.
rent it out or whatever?
No, it's just if you
Anybody
live-
can show up,
Yeah,
you
you
can
just
be
have,
there?
you have to scan your key fob or whatever. It's
When
not
you,
there.
when you have house parties, are your house parties more just pre-games or are they legit house parties?
So my house is like the great pre-game and post-game spot that people like to start at and then end at. But I mean, I also host parties. Like St. Patrick's Day, these guys were there. There was
and
like-
it's just, you're not going to bars afterwards. You're just hanging out.
we're
at
just
the
hanging
crib.
there all day. We'll start at like 2 or 3 and then go until people leave at
All
like
right, so there you
midnight.
go. That's what you're looking for, right, Drab? You're not looking for just a pre-game
Well,
spot.
I mean, I love Mike. I'm not. I don't want to hang out with 25-year-olds.
We don't have that much in common.
I liked one 25-year-old. I like Mike, and it's a couple. I can't hang out with 25-year-olds and me be 44.
You'd
That's
rather
just
be
not
with the
gonna happen.
80-year-old guy.
I'd rather be with I'd rather be with Bob Losando.
He has more in common with an 80-year-old man.
That's 100% true.
Well, but he also can talk about living his dream with the 80-year-old, right? So it'd be the 80-year-old with the 25-year-old.
That is my dream. I'm on my way.
I'd be sized to go by Santina's today for a little free lunch.
Well, trust me, Drab's already been putting that bug in his ear.
I can see the angling, twinkling EV's eyes. What? It's so funny. Once somebody mentioned knowing somebody who owns a sandwich shop, everybody's like, what?
Who don't like a good sandwich? I mean, come on.
Who wants?
I think Drab said the word food drop about 20 times in that conversation.
That works.
Yeah.
Does the word bro get dropped more and more and more as the evening progresses? Probably at Mars. Probably at Mars.
Probably,
more
yeah.
so.
I don't know
yeah.
if that's quite.
I know at my house, all of a sudden, this other guy came up from Georgetown. I had these four, 25 somethings, 24 somethings, 23 somethings, and I heard bro 7,000 times.
Right.
As the more drinks that were consumed, the more.
What do we say?
I don't know, but every sentence started with bro. Bro, 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 bro. Every sentence, bro.
We would just say Ricky all the time.
I guess. I don't know.
They say bro, we say Ricky.
They say bro. Every sentence started with bro. Arguing about fantasy football.
Speaking of bros, Chris Russell's going to join us next.
Very good.
Our pal, the Roosters.
What's
we
his
talked
big
about
beef
the
right
Commanders.
now? What is he beefing about?
I think
He's always
people were
upset.
still beefing that he said that Jaden didn't look super sharp one day in practice.
He's got a big take too that he thinks the joint practices are way overrated. That they're nowhere near as good as the preseason games too. Which he might be right. You can't. hit
we
the-
talked
you
about
can't
what Aaron
hit the
Rodgers said,
quarterback.
but you can't.
Aaron Rodgers
Yeah.
basically said they're all a joke now.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to Chris Russell next here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Remember, coming up at 8:45, give you a chance to win those tickets. So 4-pack of tickets to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. 3 of us are going to be there on Saturday. The big race is on Sunday, but they have a bunch of races on Saturday. Get to watch IndyCar racing. So that's coming up at 8:45. But let's head out to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and check in with our pal Chris Russell, host on the Team 980. What's up, Rooster?
Roosty.
Good morning, fellas. How are we?
Good morning, Rooster, buddy.
It's the Roosty. Are we going to see you tomorrow? We're doing the show out there.
Yeah, I'll be out there. Okay. Sure, with boots on. That's right, I forgot. Drabby was asking me about that yesterday. You guys have the the red carpet treatment
They
out
make sure
there,
the
right?
red carpet, rose petals, the whole thing.
You know, I've got to make sure
All
I
of
put
it.
some Diet Coke on ice so that I could get my guy Cakesy through the show.
I love it. I love that idea.
Where are we gonna have
Sounds
to,
great.
How far is the walk going to be from like where we park and all
The
that?
complaining
Probably 200 yards.
Yeah, I mean,
Not bad?
You
No,
know,
maybe not that far.
If you guys remember my first year on the beat way back in 2009 when things were really fun around here,
Yeah.
they used to send me off the facility, so like I would
Yeah.
have to do my hits, you know, like at some point with you guys on like Loudon County Parkway or
The
whatever.
disrespect. The levels of disrespect.
Yeah, I mean, and then you wonder why I'm so bitter and cranky. You know, it's not going to be that far, but it's gonna. I mean, you guys are going to need like a golf cart
It's
to take
fine.
you.
EB walks the golf course every day.
Yeah.
No, I know. I
He'll-
just
he'll
need to know.
make
I
it.
just need to know time. You know how long is it going to take me to get everywhere?
Just
I
leave a
would-
little, leave a
I
little
would-
earlier, about half hour earlier. You'll be
Yeah,
fine.
I would say like if you give it a 10, you know, at that time of the morning, there's nobody there, right?
Right.
So, you know, if 8-minute walk, 9-minute walk, I just don't know exactly how they're going to route you there because of what, you know, how early in the morning it is and,
Right.
you know, all that. So, you know, it's a little bit different.
I'm going
but,
to try
yeah,
and
give
park as
yourself 8 to
close.
10 minutes.
I'm going to try and park as close to the security gate as possible.
Yeah, that's. I mean, and you guys should be able to do that at that time of the morning because
Right.
you're getting there at what 5:30
5:15.
or whatever it is.
I'm going to try to get there at 5:15.
Attaboy.
All right, so
Attaboy.
what is your big takeaway from the first game? Not a lot, really. 26 guys didn't play. Mariota gets hurt. The running
Yeah,
backs
too many-
do something, but not a lot to glean from it, I don't think.
Yeah, too many guys not playing in my eyes, including like Connor Lee on the right side, and you know, okay, I mean, just whatever. Mariota's been hurt now 3 straight preseasons.
Mm-hmm.
People forget about that,
Yeah.
and I think. You know, the shot that he took was on a delayed blitz on the completion to Diami. It was a great throw, great read, great everything, 3rd and 8. It's just football, man. It happens. When I went back and I closely watched it, it didn't look like anybody really screwed up. It was just like, you know, they're sending more than you have, and you're playing with your backups to begin with. Including from center, right guard, and right tackle. So, I mean, it happens, but I mean, I've seen that happen with, you know, starters and no, you know, Sam Cosmi. And I mean, it happens, right? It's football. The question that I have, like, for right now is how does this affect the roster? Because I think with Mariota being questionable, at least right now, for week 1, right? And
Yep.
they hope you're going to have to take 3 quarterbacks on your active 53 for the first week and a half that the roster has to be shaped at least. So that means you might not be able to take a 4th running back or a 4th tight end or a 7th receiver / returner. The roster machinations are going to be interesting to watch here. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm not saying I'm a doctor or anything, just using common sense logic. Whereas I thought they were, for the first time under AP and DQ, only going to take 2 quarterbacks on the active 53 so that they could have extras at other positions. As far as the game goes, I mean, the first team defense, well, whatever the first, I can't even call it the first team defense, right? The top 3 defensive tackles didn't play.
Right.
They were horrible on that first drive. There's no doubt about it. They were pretty darn good after. And the one thing that I take away, guys, 3 turnovers, right? Even though, again, the Dolphins are awful. You know, they have 27 turnovers in 34 regular season games under DQ. Nobody's asking for 3 turnovers a game. If you can average 1.5 a game, they're going to be 1,000 times better on defense.
All right, let me
They
ask
would have,
you about
if that was a regular season game, week 1, they would have killed the Dolphins.
Yeah,
I mean, they killed them anyway, but
yeah.
they would have beat them by 3 touchdowns.
Right. I mean, like to your point, Jason, like no Daron Payne, no Javon Kinlaw, no Tim Settle, right? And obviously no Adofi Awe, no Caleb Von Jason. Now Sonny and Chanel did play for a series, and I know there's some criticism out there about Sonny. For God's sakes, I mean, it was his first NFL series.
it
you know,
was 10
Give him
plays.
a break. Yeah, I mean, he didn't look great. I'm not saying he did. Chanel, I think, has struggled a little bit in pass coverage from what I've seen in zone at training camp throughout, and I think he's been, because of that, he's been mostly running with the twos. But it's a little up and down.
Okay.
So I did want to ask you this and I have no idea who runs this account, but this is from Polymarket Football.
Oh boy, yeah.
Commanders rookie linebacker Sonny Styles is going viral for looking absolutely lost Saturday. Poor coverage instincts, couldn't shed blockers, didn't seem like he wanted to tackle. Executives are talking. Yeah. Clearly a troll account.
Yes.
But what did you see from his 14 plays on that first drive?
No, I did. I mean, I understand the criticism. I do. I like. It's not that I walked away going, man, Sonny Styles was really impressive. Now, I did see him on the hip of a tight end in one coverage when you can see that little sequence there that goes. I think that was the play that Antonio Hamilton got the pass interference on, the really nice play along the sideline. I mean, you can see the mobility, you can see the athleticism, what have you. But you can also see he's a little either amped up or confused or a little thrown off by some play action bootleg and some play action period. And Devin Achane, guys, we all know, really, 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 really good running back.
Yep.
And they were playing their starters. So I would say this. Concern meter 1 to 10 would be, I don't know, for me a 2, 3, maybe. Executives are get lost. Get out of here. Executives.
What did
are
you
just
see?
a loser.
Were you
That guy's
there?
a loser.
Were you there for the joint practice?
Yes.
And then what did you see from Sonny there?
For most of it, because I had to come back and do the show because they had a later schedule that day. What I have seen through that day and what I've seen from Sonny in camp is he looks very comfortable, very in control, very in command, in my opinion.
Okay,
now,
good.
that doesn't mean I'm not missing something, okay? But I've seen him drop out into zone and take away Terry McLaurin on receiver routes at least 3 times in zone where he's just switch. And I've seen him change the defense. I've seen him make checks. I've seen him make adjustments when Jaden or the offense makes I see him communicating. I see him waving his hands furiously. All the stuff that I loved about him coming out of Ohio State. Listen, is he going to be perfect? Of course not. In one series in his first, game as a rookie and all, I expect him to be a lot better in Detroit on Saturday afternoon. How much better? That'll be determined. But I would be very, very, very surprised if we saw, I guess, I don't want to say a performance like we saw on Friday night, but where he looked certainly overwhelmed is strong. I got to be careful about what I say because everybody attacks me for everything that I say. But where he doesn't look sharp, I guess, is the way I would put it. Or he looks a little confused or a little overamped, but all the communicate. And remember, he as the green dot, he's calling all the plays, right? So even though he did that at Ohio State, he's now calling different plays, and he's had to process and learn this system. He'll be fine.
Rooster, let's switch over to the offense here. Do you expect to see Jaden Daniels play in either of the next 2 preseason games? And how do you expect the QB pie to be cut up against the Lions and Ravens?
Yeah, I mean, I know Dan Quinn was asked about this from, I think, Nikki yesterday, and he, was saying, I don't know, it was a weird answer. He's like, oh, it was on the top of my head or whatever, and he admitted some concern with now Mariota down. Mm-hmm. Jaden's got to play at least, in my opinion, against the Lions 2 series. I mean, he should have played on Friday night, period. Everybody should play. You play preseason football to get ready to play regular season football, and even that is not good enough. I don't know if you guys saw what Tom Brady posted on Instagram last night. He was talking about, somebody showed a screen grab of him playing in the third quarter of a preseason game, and he's like, we got to stop being soft. We have to stop being. I know it sucks that Mariota got hurt. I know you don't want anything happening to Jaden. Here's my question, guys. How do you go into Philadelphia and play 65 higher quality snaps, at least, if you don't play football. If the quarterback's timing is such that he knows he can't get hit, like it happens in practice, how is his timing and rhythm?
I don't know, but it's been proven, and I'm all over the place on this issue. I don't know where I stand. Right now, I'm kind of scared. But, I mean, it's been proven, like, when the Rams won the Super Bowl, he didn't play in the preseason. Like, you don't have to.
No, and I understand that, EB. I know my guy Sean McVay does it the way it would drive me. I mean, it does. It drives me berserk. And I've had this discussion with him, quite honestly, younger in his head coaching. It just drives me insane. And I know, people that I've, talked to and known for years and years and years in this league feel the same way.
So it's been proven
I respectfully
that's been done.
It can be done. Here's how I would say it. First of all, the Rams have more talent, number one, and more experience. And Stafford's 38 or whatever it is. I think Jaden still needs the work, right? And I think Jaden, even though Mariota's obviously down this Saturday, I think Jaden can play a series or two, and I would play him the first half. That's me, and then not play him against the Ravens and with the first team offense because you need to play.
But what do you really gain from it? What do
you gain from it?
Well, here's the thing. You're also Chris. Also, let me just put this out. Let me just put this out.
Again, timing.
You got to play all your guys because you got to protect them.
Yeah, I understand.
So you're putting everybody at risk.
I understand.
Truly,
everybody
for a
needs to
meaningless
play.
Game.
Yeah, everybody needs to play. Everybody needs reps that you can get tackled and you can go full speed at with pads. Remember, in these joint practices, everything is script. I mean, I've been battling with fans all weekend long. Or late last week or whatever about the whole joint practice. Yeah, well, exactly. About the whole joint practice scripted thing. Oh, coaches want this, coaches want. I believe it's a BS excuse. Coaches want to be able to say, hey, man, I didn't run my veterans out there. I took care of them. I took care of their body. They'll be fine. We'll practice. Well, I've been around practices for 30 years, guys. Practice ain't the same as an actual game. Preseason and certainly not regular season. Go against Vic Fangio's defense, 65 plus snaps.
Yeah, but you're not doing that in the preseason though either.
No, I understand, but at least you're getting a taste of it for timing and rhythm. Remember,
don't you get that in the joint practice? You don't get the tackle. But you get at least the visual, and you can make the read.
Of it. Sure. But let me ask you this now. Now it's a little bit different because the Ravens stupidly canceled out last year. But they went into Week 1 last year. Jaden played the one series. He made no throws. Right, he had that crazy little run up the middle for the touchdown. The Ravens canceled the joint practice, so they didn't have that. They just had regular practices, and they looked behind. They looked, Jaden specifically did not look sharp in that Giants game and certainly not the Packers game on a short week. Now, some of that was pass protection, but he was behind. He was late. I think you get timing, you get rhythm, you get the feel of getting hit. Oh, I got to get rid of the football. I can't take that extra half second, that extra 3/4 of a second. For the quarterback specifically, I think it's important. And then every coach I know has always told me you can't evaluate running backs and safeties in training camp because you can't tackle. So if that's true, the only place you can do that is in games. Right, and then I just can't get past the 65 high-quality snaps September 13th at Philadelphia when you haven't done exactly that yet at all since January.
Well, we'll see what happens.
I think it's a valid point.
We'll see if he plays.
I think it's just gotten to the point. I know we got to go break, but it's gotten to the point where like Pro Bowls and All-Star games are meaningless. Preseason games have gotten to the point where they're basically meaningless. It's just where we are in 2026.
They are less meaningful. I don't think they're meaningless.
That's fair. It's a fair counterpoint. All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, buddy.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Man.
Appreciate you.
Yep. That's the Rooster. Of course, you can listen to him on the Team 980. We'll be back with more here on the Junkies. Hey, let's talk about Kalshi. Baseball season, it's heating up. It's in full swing. There's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Who's going to win it all in Major League Baseball? Well, if you take a look at LA, 5-5 in their last 10, not playing great. Their probabilities dropped to 33.9% to win it all. That means a $100 trade is going to pay out $281.91 if LA can win it all. On Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. It means there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position, kind of like the stock market. Download the Kalshi app and use the code JP to get $10 when you trade 10. It's a lot of fun. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Told you at 8:45, give you a chance to win a great prize. Well, Caller number 10 right now at 1-800-636-1067. We're going to hook you up with a 4-pack of tickets to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. IndyCar zooms into history with the first ever race around the National Mall, August 22nd and 23rd. Get race ready with all the information you need to know at freedom250gp.com. So caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067.
You guys will all be
We'll
there.
get hooked with that. Yeah, how come you don't want to go? You're just not interested?
You didn't want to drive into DC. That's the bottom line.
I don't want to drive to DC. Commanders are playing at 12. I'd like to kind of watch that. But
I think we can kind of go whenever, though.
I mean, I know I
It's-
could record the game. That's fine, but I don't want to do that. I just don't want to drive back into to
It's,
DC. I
um,
don't know what parking would be like. Do you know what your parking's?
Oh, I know what my parking's going to be like.
Metro-
Parking right here.
Oh, okay.
Parking
I don't
here,
want to
then
take the
you can-
metro
Uber.
in.
Yeah,
Uber
probably
from here.
Uber over, or I think it might even be walkable. Because I mean, the course is right near the Capitol. We're not that
Yeah.
far
Yeah.
from the Capitol. Like, could probably just park here and walk.
Man, I don't know
Or
where
take short
Jim
Uber
is
ride.
setting us up, so it
Yeah,
kind of
take an
depends
Uber,
on
don't
where
walk.
we're set up.
People are crazy down here.
He said
Run
we're
you
going to
over.
get our tickets in midweek.
Yeah. I just mean like
No, I know.
like what street we're on. I went on the site and I saw the virtual race.
Right.
I'm looking forward to it. I just don't know what I'm going to be watching.
I think on
I literally
Saturday.
don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Couldn't know less
Well,
about
on Saturday.
IndyCar racing.
There's a schedule of like there's a bunch of events.
Yeah.
A bunch of I'll just call them, for lack of a better term, mini races.
Yeah.
There's a
'Cause
bunch of mini races.
The big
don't know the
race, the
difference.
Grand Prix race,
Yeah.
is Sunday, I believe,
There's,
at 1.
there's qualifying, and then there's an IROC race
Yeah.
midday
Is it
Saturday.
the
think
same
there's
type,
two.
Are they all the same type of cars? Like the cars all look the same?
Cars are all going to be,
But it's not gonna be
same
like-
style.
The truck series.
No,
You know what I mean?
no.
Like where they actually run different cars.
No, it'll all be like open-wheeled
Yeah.
Grand Prix vehicles,
Right.
IndyCar vehicles, whatever.
I'm down.
You
Hey.
guys will have fun.
EB, you're a big Whopper guy, right?
Oh yeah, I
Who
drove
doesn't love a Whopper?
on
So
Friday. So I arranged a workout for Coop at DeMatha, and called my brother. I go, dude, where's the closest? I gotta get some food in me before we go to do this workout and get them all set up because I came straight from work. Where's the closest Burger King? He says, bro, there isn't one around here. So I went to my thing. I found one. For lack of a better phrase, I'll say it's Bladensburg. I don't think it technically was Bladensburg.
Hyattsville.
But I drove out of my way, like
So-
a couple miles out, probably like 9 minutes out of my way because I had to have a Whopper with cheese. By the way,
Man, I haven't had one in a while.
it was delicious. I think they killed the cat. It took them 20 minutes to come up with one burger.
Really?
That's very.
I don't know what
You're not
that-
exaggerating. 20?
Inefficient.
20 minutes.
I was there forever.
That's not great. Well, the Wall Street Journal had an article
But it was
about
delicious.
the Whopper. So remember in January or February, I don't know, right around that time, they revamped the Whopper.
Yeah.
And maybe you can speak on this, EB, because
All
I
right.
consider you, of the four, I'm not really a Whopper guy when I go to
Whopper's-
Burger King. I
it's my-
told you.
It's my go-to.
Yeah.
Right. That's your go-to. I consider you the expert.
Thank you.
But they revamped it.
I don't know that I can speak to that.
I think they got rid of the wrapper and went with the box.
That's
Did you get
correct.
your Whopper
They
in a
upgraded,
box?
Yep.
And
I guess it may be in a box, but it's still in the wrapper, which is
yeah.
it's very convenient. It helps so it doesn't spill all over yourself.
Yeah.
I believe they tweaked the onions
Yeah.
or maybe fresher ingredients. But they revamped it. And what they've
I'll
said
say
is
this. It's very good.
since they've revamped it,
Very good.
Burger King has overtaken Wendy's.
Oh, really?
Because I would have said every Burger King that I've gone to in the last decade, pretty much they look like
Empty?
they're just run down,
Yeah.
Oh.
dilapidated
Not
a
a lot
little
of
bit.
Let me say this one. The one I went to,
expenditures.
the one I went to, I don't want to disrespect it. I love Burger King, and I would love to do a Burger King endorsement. There were 19 leaks in the
See?
ceiling. You couldn't even. In fact, you know how I know I was there for 20 minutes? I had to use the bathroom, and I was standing there. And I was just tapping my foot, and they wouldn't let me use the bathroom. Finally, the manager came out. She saw I was in distress. She let me walk through the raindrops. And I could go use the bathroom
What an
and risk
embarrassment.
slipping and falling and suing.
All right, well, that was just a bad. I mean,
It was just I'm not saying that's typical of all Burger Kings.
Yeah.
But the one over there, 19 leaks. There were buckets everywhere. It was like the ocean on the floor.
Right. I mean, is that a fair assessment, Cakes?
I think that's fair. I mean, I haven't been to a ton of
Burger
Burger
Kings tend, like, I do think that McDonald's, most of their
right, can we-
McDonald's
Are
the BKs
have done a revamp,
Are
right?
BKs corporately just overall corporately owned, or are they franchised out?
I'm sure they're
Probably
franchised.
They're franchised out.
But let me
assume,
say
yeah.
this: if you consider McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, what else are in the same vein, exact same vein?
KFC,
Chick-fil-A.
Popeyes.
Well, let's say like burger places.
Yeah.
That have
Oh.
burgers that
Those are-
primarily
those-
feature.
those are
Those
probably
are
the
the
big
top
three.
three, right?
Yeah.
Maybe once in a while,
Hamburger.
Roy Rogers might stick up or Hardee's, right? But basically, those are kind of
They're a little different. Like Arby's, a little different.
Whopper with cheese is the best burger. Whopper with cheese is the best burger.
See, I like.
I'm a single with cheese from Wendy's.
Yeah, I like a single with cheese. From
Have you
Wendy's.
had a Whopper with cheese?
I've had
You're
one.
gonna have to have
time you
Well, I'm
had
not
one?
saying they're.
No.
I like them. I just.
Yeah, I told you.
Maybe
I'm a
it's 'cause
little
I haven't
odd.
had it in a while.
I'm a little odd because I think
Is there one
and
nearby
I get
here?
the Big King when I go to
Mark,
Burger
is there
King.
one near here? Is there one near here?
A Burger King?
Yeah.
Why are you gonna
Oh,
buy
I
us
don't
lunch?
think so.
I would buy everybody a Whopper with cheese.
Really?
I would.
Today?
For you to respect it.
I'm in.
But I don't know what time
you
they would
should do
serve
the
it.
old school-
And it needs to be hot, though.
The old school
Of course.
pickle move is to buy one and chop it into a bunch of.
Oh, I could do what we did as children.
What's
Yeah,
the?
that's
My
the
mom
move.
would buy one, and we cut it,
Yeah, that-
5
Oh
pieces.
God, I hope they're listening.
Do you really want to buy 6 or 7 Whoppers?
I would do it because I see you guys just kind of like look at me with disrespect.
I don't know why I've
I want you to
disrespected the
respect
Whopper.
it. I want you to respect the
I
Whopper.
like
What's
I
the
love the Whopper
difference?
with cheese.
For some reason, if I go to Burger King, I
You've
get
never
the
had
Big
one,
King.
Valdez?
What's the difference between the Big King and the Whopper?
I don't know. You'd have to go
The
to the
what?
menu.
I've
The
never
Big
had a
King.
Whopper in my life.
Okay,
Never-
I
I
want
never,
you-
once?
I've never seek out Burger King. I actually think Burger King's a lower seated.
Oh, you
fast
think,
food.
you,
Listen.
think, you think Burger King is beneath you?
Yeah.
Listen, I get it.
I
That's
see what
fine.
you're saying.
I accept that. You're allowed to have that opinion. That's why I'm willing
That's
to
why he's
pay
one of-
for your respect.
The
I'm willing
closest
to
one
pay
is
for-
about 3 miles away.
Oh,
But what
Let's
time
do it.
can you call them if they could give fresh? I will buy.
by the way, it's
7.
open. It's open.
No, but they don't. They do breakfast.
Yeah, doing breakfast
Okay.
right now.
If they're open, if they do us a favor, I'll buy 7 Whoppers with cheese.
Make mine
Will you
without
guys
cheese.
all try?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll
And
try.
make
it.
Try
one
it. I'll
with no cheese
destroy
for
it.
cakes.
Call them up.
What's on the Whopper?
I don't know.
Lettuce,
Lettuce, tomatoes,
mayonnaise,
mayonnaise.
stuff.
Yeah.
mayonnaise, pickles, and I believe cheese if you want.
Of course.
I can. All
Of
I
course,
can
you
tell
gotta
you,
get cheese.
The bun is silly. It's just it's a delicious burger. It's a delicious burger.
Hamburger.
Well, even though it
I would
has
be stunned if you
dilapidated
didn't like it. I would be
storefronts,
stunned. I would be stunned if you didn't like it.
it's
problem-
overtaking
here's
Wendy's.
the problem is
Don't they
this.
technically use like a kind of a superior beef or no?
It's like
It's flame broiled.
Flame
Yeah,
broiled.
yeah.
okay.
The problem is getting it from there to here.
I need
it's,
it
It's just
hot.
going to lose something.
Yeah, I need it to be
It's
hot.
not gonna like
and
you
silly.
need to eat that burger
But
2 minutes after it's off the.
It's a
off the
good-looking
grill.
burger.
But it's
I'll
only
say
3
that.
miles away. It's not bad.
Yeah, but
if
it
you
can
can
lose
get
a
it here in
lot.
5 minutes,
It can lose a lot in those.
because then you
those
can't
3
put it in the
miles.
microwave because that kind of hurts the bun.
The
Maybe
bun.
you could do 10 seconds.
Just have Chris
15
Farley
seconds.
pick them up and run them here because he will run as fast as he can to deliver the burger.
I mean, that would cost me $50 at least.
Sure.
Because
Oh,
they're like
probably more.
$7
Minimum.
Whopper with cheese.
Oh,
It's
and
like
I need
a
onion
Oh, it's
rings.
gonna cost you almost
I need
70.
onion rings
Well,
too.
that's on you. I'm not buying those.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
I'm not buying
That's
onion
that's
rings.
$2.
I got kids going to college, Cakes. I don't have any money. You're all done. You're rich.
Mike Mike Moore, can you call that Burger King and see if they'll make some burgers?
And onion rings.
Yeah. Tell them for the radio show. Maybe they give them free.
Phone's ringing right now.
Yeah.
Tell them for the junkies. Tell them who they are.
I'm sure they
I don't
care.
know.
Who they are.
Hey, tell them 30 years on the air.
All right, let's
Throw
go.
that
Where is that BK? 3 miles. Is that closer to?
Let's go to
I guess it's
Antonio.
closer to Monument.
Antonio, what's up? You're on with the junks.
How you doing?
What's
Hey,
up, man?
what's up, man?
Jacksonville Jaguar fan. I don't even weigh in on sports issues, but I got to weigh in on the Burger King issue. I will help you fund it. They being very disrespectful.
Very
to the Whopper.
disrespectful, right?
You will
Right,
help.
If
Antonio?
you need
Are we
funding,
sleeping?
I will help you.
Yeah.
They're being disrespectful to the Whopper.
Yes. What's
Is the
your
Whopper
yeah.
better than the Big Mac?
Yeah, what's your personal connection to the Whopper?
I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. I'm a little biased when it comes to Burger King. You know what I mean?
Why,
But
is that
I
where
grew
they're
up on the
based?
Whopper. I smell it, the pickles, everything.
I don't
I'm
know.
a little biased, but I love the Whopper. I'm gone, fellas. Enjoy the show.
I don't know.
All right,
does
well, hold
Burger
on. You
King-
didn't,
Well,
you didn't donate to the cause yet.
Yeah, you got off the phone quick.
It is a Jacksonville-based
Oh, I
Found
know.
in
restaurant
Jacksonville.
chain.
Had no clue.
There's a lot of disrespect in there, Antonio.
I agree.
Yeah.
But if you need help paying for Whoppers with them, I will if you need to catch. I will help you pay for the Whoppers for them because they're being very disrespectful.
Very disrespectful. That's the key.
Swing by there and pick them up and come down.
It was disrespectful.
Hey, isn't Jacksonville like a smelly city? And he said he can smell the Whopper.
No, Jacksonville's a great city.
No, I know. I meant like it's got an odor to it.
Maxwell House coffee down there mainly, especially when you around the stadium. But I'm serious about the Whopper. But I'm gone, fellas. Keep doing what y'all doing.
Got
All right,
Long
thank
Simpson
you.
Burger King.
Thank you. He's from Sandy Springs. It's about out your way.
Yeah,
Cakes.
it's close.
Hey, which Burger King does he go to?
He definitely goes to the one in Leisure World. 100%.
Yeah.
That's the closest one.
Found these, Mr. Jeopardy. Jacksonville has historically been known for unpleasant odors.
Wow.
Why? What's
Primarily due to industrial activities like paper mills and chemical plants.
Paper mills near the
Is it
Georgia
worse than
border,
Staten
right?
Island? Staten
Says-
Island smells like butter.
It's near the Georgia border.
It has the
Yeah,
same kind
it's
of
bad.
connotation to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Maybe Antoine's smelling the Whopper.
Maybe he is.
Well, I can say that I've been to Jacksonville many times. I never noticed the odor. I've been to Staten Island 2 times. Noticed the odor both times. 2 for 2, bat 1,000.
I was there once. Didn't notice it.
Yeah.
Ran into somebody this weekend who said that he lived in Laurel. Immediately thought of you. I think he said something
Laurel.
about you. He was like, I'm from Laurel. I know EB hates it.
Yeah.
Forget what.
Well,
Well, we're not
you know
getting.
what? Just be careful.
Did Burger King answer, Mike?
No, it just rang and rang.
Yeah,
of
we're
course.
not getting. We're not getting them.
We got no poll.
That
I'll just have
offer
another
stands.
granola
If you can
bar.
make it happen, Mar, the offer stands. I will do it. Okay? Offer stands. I'm so sized for one right now. I love it. You guys disrespect.
I
think
what
we
do
It's
you
just
guys
not
do
my
now?
personal preference,
I like
but I'll
them.
check it
Yeah,
out.
because you guys, you're just
I just
like,
haven't had
I
one
know
in a
you're
while.
like everyone else. You're in routines. You guys got your routines. I'm gonna change your routine.
Change our lives.
Change your life.
All right, coming up next, EB's entertainment page here on the Junkies.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL that will likely have him miss the rest of the preseason. Head coach Dan Quinn on Jaden Daniels' current state of mind.
The things that I see are just like quintessential Jaden in terms of the camp and what it looks like and where he's at. So it's nice to see him already starting a connection with Steph and Terry and Chig and some of the others, just some extra work post practices and getting into that space. So no, he's been great, here inside the building for sure.
Former Commanders rusher Von Miller has signed with the Cowboys' one-year deal. Tommy John, who won 288 games over 3 decades, while seeing his name become synonymous with the medical procedure, has passed away at the age of 83. Nationals swept out of New York, fall to the Mets 4-3, but K-Bear Ruiz with 2 RBI. They're at the Texas Rangers Tuesday. Royals lefty Noah Cameron throws complete game, loses his no-hit bid in the 7th. Spirit tie Angel City FC 1-1. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We just hooked a listener with tickets to the Grand Prix, the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. We've got another great prize to give away. 9:45. Stay tuned. Keep listening. Hooking up people with a pair of tickets to see Garth Brooks. That's Valdez's guy, right? You Garth Brooks guy?
He's a
Did
Garth
we just have that
Brooks guy.
discussion?
Yeah.
Love
He's
Garth.
the GOAT.
Yeah.
He likes all the older country artists.
He's my goat.
Yeah.
He's the established stars.
So that's at 9:45, your chance to do that. But right now, let's open up the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out the entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. My youngest yesterday, it just never ends. She's showing me these things. She's going, see this? See this? She's showing me like a X1 or something, like one of the smaller, like a used, Beamer that she's eyeing.
She's
and I
got
go,
her
oh,
eye
really?
on
Is
it.
that what you think?
Yeah.
That's not happening. We got an old Passat sitting in the
Yeah,
driveway.
did you do the
Right,
bit?
just
Tell
for
her,
her.
tell her, when I was your age, I was lucky and happy to have a beat up Chevy Malibu.
Yeah.
Because I know you had one,
I
and
did.
I had one of the same.
Malibu Classic. Mine was the Classic. I think
Mine-
yours was just the Malibu.
I mean, mine was a hoop. I know that.
Yours
It
was
a-
burgundy, though. Was it
19.
I think it was actually maroon.
Okay.
So Jim Zornberg loved it.
Did you have air conditioning in yours?
I think so, but not 100%
You realize
sure.
that when we were coming up, that wasn't necessarily always standard.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah,
Definitely
I
wasn't.
know. Well aware.
Mine didn't. 1980 Toyota Corolla faded out red. Remember that one?
It was kind of a cool car, though. Actually, I thought it was okay. For us, for like young guys, like in 19...
Look up a 1980 Toyota
I know,
Corolla.
when we were 16, 17 years old, it kind of looked kind of sporty-ish.
It was, yeah, but it was faded out.
All right.
It was.
Then you
on-
graduated to your uncle's 7 Series. I think you did okay.
I got hooked there.
Yeah.
Mom
you
hooked
did
me.
okay.
It's a nice
It's a car
upgrade.
phone, right?
Yeah, he had like a Michael Douglas one.
Yeah, it was,
from like,
it was bigger, it was
Wall
bigger than this
Street.
Had a
water
wire,
bottle.
right?
Jason Gecko over there.
In high school, Jason had a car phone with a wire.
He said, greed is good.
That's how they. That's the first car phones had wires.
What did you need that for?
Emergencies.
Calling his bets.
His uncle,
Emergency.
Call your bookie.
no, his rich uncle just like gave it down to him, passed it down to him somehow. I don't know
nice.
how. Did you have to even pay for it?
Because my uncle Jack, may he rest in peace,
Yeah.
was buying another Beamer, so he sold it to my mother for pretty cheap.
Yeah.
And my mother gave it to me for a graduation
Very
present.
nice.
Pretty sick
That's a
graduation.
nice
John
setup.
Paul, are you questioning that?
I'm not questioning at all.
You
I
look
just
like you
remembered
are.
the car phone. No, I was trying to remember. Doesn't matter.
But the Toyota Corolla was my first car, and it was poop-a-doop.
Yeah, but I think I had the worst.
Yours
I
was
think
bad.
you did have the worst. We were pretty close, but I think yours might have
Although mine
been
I
a
think-
little worse.
Mine was uglier. I know that. Paint was
You're
trifling.
both ugly. Trust me.
Put it this way: we used my Malibu Classic as a backstop when JP would pitch and I'd play catcher.
Yeah.
And if he threw one in the dirt and I
Right-
didn't get it,
right into the door.
Well, also, when we played
there
one-on-one
might have been-
baseball,
there might have been 97 dents.
Not to Joan.
They
but
might even
And you
have
didn't
used
care.
it. They might even have used it with no catcher.
if I were the Bickles, I would have made that the car that you actually like paraded around because the brown car, or
The clunker.
was the worst.
That was the Chevy Impala.
Yeah, the Chevy Impala.
That was worse.
That was the
But
worst.
that one was like a 60. That was like a maybe a 71.
a true beater vehicle.
I think today that'd be like Ice Cube would drive it today.
Probably
Like,
would, but it would be in great shape.
Yeah.
He would recondition it to look like it.
I don't think people
right off the
understand.
assembly
My dad
line.
would get so bitter. He'd come home, JP and I and Cakes or whoever would be playing baseball in the front yard. And with baseballs.
Sure.
And we had a guy over there that had Corvettes. Yeah, he got so bitter. We hit
he'd be
dingers.
so
and
bitter.
They'd been bouncing near his Corvette.
Well, our home run was hitting it.
Hit the house.
Hitting the roof of a house and then eventually over
But
the
he
roof.
would come home-
So think about what happens when you don't hit the house.
It's not great.
You might go right into the porch.
Yeah. But the Malibu was literally the backstop. And he would come home. And there'd be 27 new dents.
Yeah.
In it. He would just
My dad
shake
used
his
to get
head.
bitter when we were younger. Me and I would play one-on-one baseball in my backyard, and we had those shingles.
Yeah.
And if you hit a line drive, shingles would just break.
Yeah, I mean,
Just constantly brace the shingles.
Asbestos everywhere, all over, all over Point Ridge. All right, terrible news. Hayden Panettiere has died at the age of 36.
No cause was given, but
I thought it was a suicide, but then now they're saying it looks like a heart attack, something.
Really?
She was found unconscious from an apparent cardiac arrest. Police were called at 1:51 p.m. Sunday from a Greenville, South Carolina apartment to report an unresponsive female.
I'm going to guess you've never watched her in any piece of work, EB, because she starred in Heroes. No chance you watched that.
Heroes,
That's impossible.
Nashville, Scream.
What about Remember the Titans?
yeah, she
The
was in
little
that.
kid in that.
I don't even remember that one. I may remember everybody talking about it, but I don't
Yeah.
even remember it. I'm not sure if I've even seen
Denzel
it.
Washington.
No, I know that, but I'm not sure I've seen it. Yeah, I don't. Wasn't she in that the show that was super viral? Lost? Was she in Lost?
No.
I don't believe
She
so.
never was in Lost?
No.
Okay.
I haven't seen one episode.
She was married to one of the Klitschko brothers, I believe.
Yeah, or at least they dated for a long time. Yeah, for sure.
I think they split up in 2018.
So they found her. They tried to resuscitate her. They say they gave her the chest compressions. They did everything they could
Heart
do.
attack?
I think mouth to mouth is now officially dead. For
Yeah.
the most part, like CPR wise.
Yeah.
Not that I'm up on the latest with CPR, but I think mouth to mouth is pretty much a thing of the past.
Yeah. Good.
Chest compressions.
Yeah, it's all about the chest compressions.
Yep.
But just terrible story. I guess she recently put out a memoir, and she's talked in interviews about like battles with like addiction. I think battles with like maybe like
Depression,
some
maybe?
depression. I think maybe even some abuse issues, maybe in the business.
Jason, she admitted, or in one of her memoirs, she said that when she was like 15, people would feed her drugs before interviews.
And
And
I
stuff
think like
that.
even directors or maybe actors that she worked with were like that she trusted would like
So
try
take
to
advantage of her?
try to take advantage of her at parties and
Yeah.
stuff, which she was at a very young age. So I mean, really, really, really tough life. I mean, she's had success, but a lot of tough.
What was
stuff.
she doing? Was she in anything recent?
You'd have to. Check.
Don't know.
You're on her page.
I can't find it.
I guess the last thing I can really remember is Nashville, the show.
Is that with Don Johnson?
Sleepwalker?
I don't
Is
know.
Nashville starring Don Johnson?
Don't know about that.
I never watched it.
Jordan Woods and NBA star Karl Anthony Towns married Cakes in a star-studded Malibu ceremony. Guests reportedly included, was it Kylie Jenner? Weren't they friends?
Yes.
And then Jordan Woods
I don't even know
like
who
dated
I
some.
don't know
Did she
who
date
Jordan
someone behind
Woods
her
There
back?
was some sort of love triangle.
Should I?
No, you shouldn't.
I shouldn't know.
Just
who
a
that
social
is.
media person.
Okay. got
That
it.
was with Tristan Thompson.
With Tristan Thompson. Yeah. There was a big, and then they were like not friends anymore, right?
She got excommunicated
Well, no,
from
For a
the friend
long
group.
time.
The other one was dating or married to Tristan. Chloe.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Not Kylie.
Right. But it was still, they felt betrayed.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan Woods?
Jordan Woods, yeah.
By the
Whatever.
way-
you wouldn't be in
No.
that.
Don
idea.
Johnson, not in Nashville. He was in Nash Bridges.
Way different.
Close enough.
Pretty different, I would
Close
think.
enough.
And way different on the timeline. I'm guessing Nash Bridges is like in the 90s or 80s.
Valdez, I'm trying to skim through this Justin Herbert story that you gave me. So we know that he got engaged to Madison Beer. right? And then we know that they've been like making out public, etc. I guess their Instagram posts.
She was playing with his hair in, I guess it was Family Day, but
Yeah.
in training camp, she was playing with his
I'm
hair.
sure
That
Jim
went
Harbaugh
viral.
loves that when that happens on the sidelines.
Yeah, they had. This is the viral canoodling at camp
Yeah.
videos.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I think there was Joe Burrow like the next day or the day after I saw online that was with his girlfriend. Is that Olivia Ponton?
Yeah, but it's all fake. So this is all a convoluted thing that the NFL is doing
to try to attract females.
To try and attract females into their sport.
They need more viewers.
I don't know what, but this is all orchestrated. So people from the NFL are
they're
encouraging and setting up and telling Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, whoever, to bring their wife or girlfriend to practice, to whatever, and then there's pictures of it, and it's all staged.
So it's not organic. is
No,
what
it's
you're
not.
saying.
It's not organic.
Don't
It kind
love
of makes
that.
sense. I'm thinking about like when we watched the quarterback show and they were featuring. Maybe they do this in all the HBO stuff, but they were featuring like Baker's wife and being on the sideline. You know, they always do that, showing him kissing her before the games and all that. I don't know. Maybe that's part of the whole orchestrated thing. Could be.
Nothing's real.
Nothing's real.
I thought you were going to tell me it was just a fake picture.
No, not that I'm aware of.
No, it's all set up. It's all planned.
organized.
It's all organized from the NFL.
What is this? Bill Gates' daughter under fire over reported cookie stuffing scheme at her e-commerce startup.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know
Cookie
what to
stuffing,
say
what
either.
does that mean?
I don't know. Let me see. Fia is her name. Phoebe Gates and Fia co-founder Sophia Kiani have reportedly pushed for features. Let me see. Fia is positioned as a personal shopping assistant, helping users discover the lowest prices on a wide range of apparel and fashion accessories. It's very difficult. I can't.
You know what?
Valdez gave me it.
Bypass.
That might be the worst story on the EP.
I'm trying. Bill Gates needs to help me walk me through it. I've read
It's
it.
some sort of deceptive marketing tactic.
Yeah, she's Bill Gates' daughter's committing fraud, allegedly committing online fraud.
At first, I thought you were talking about real cookies. Now I realize cookies on your computer.
So did I. So did I. So did I.
Too many chocolate chips in the cookie.
So did
How's that bad?
I thought it
That's
was
a good thing.
I thought it was like Brooklyn Becker or one of those guys, like a chef. Spider-Man continues to take care of business. It's crossed $2 billion globally. It surpassed No Way Home as Sony's biggest release.
You loved it.
It wasn't for me.
You saw
but
about
the
10
rest
minutes
of
of
the
it.
world loves
Such
it.
an upset that you actually went.
The rest of the world loves it.
Did you fall asleep in the movie?
Well,
Yeah.
the seats were too comfortable.
Yes, he fell asleep.
The seats were too
15 minutes
comfortable.
in, he was
that
out.
can happen.
Did you see any movies in Kiowa?
I did not. Saw Weapons last time we were there last summer. Didn't see one this summer.
That's about it. I guess there's Drab. You would know more about this than me. There's been footage from Avengers Doomsday that shows a broken Doctor Doom. Have you heard about this?
I mean, I know about the Doomsday trailer that came out. I don't know about a broken Doctor Doom. What is that?
That's
what does
just
that
the
mean?
quote. I don't know. It says footage from Avengers Doomsday shows a broken Doctor Doom. It was recently revealed. I guess it was probably part of that trailer that you're talking about. Ahsoka season 2 trailer highlights more Anakin Skywalker. So for all you guys that are into that kind of thing,
I'm kind of out on Star Wars at this point.
okay,
I don't even know what the name of Ashoka. I don't even know what that is.
yeah.
Is that a
Oh,
series?
Case, you'll be interested in this. Queens of the Stone Age tease a new album.
I don't know that I'm that interested.
You're out on Queens
I
of
mean,
the Stone
they were
Age.
fine, but they were a band that
What was
I
their big hit? Queens of the Stone Age?
I can't remember. I just
You've
remember we played a
They
lot
have,
of
they
it
have
on
a couple
HFS when we were
iconic
there.
songs that you've heard a billion times.
Yeah, I
and
just
then,
can't
last but not least, you be into this cake. Slipknot officially parted ways with Sid Wilson after decades.
He was
Are you
the DJ.
Are you? So it's not a big deal to you.
I mean,
I think
I'm
they were
not,
trading barbs on social
I'm not
media.
the biggest Slipknot guy, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
There's like 10 guys in the band. They all wear masks.
There's that many?
I think there's at least 10.
Right.
Maybe
Didn't know.
more.
Didn't know.
They're chopping that pie up a bunch of ways in Slipknot. Now one less piece of the pie.
Right.
Coming up next, we're going to talk about Jaden Daniels. The trolling has not slowed down. Do you find any of it funny? We'll be right back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And, of course, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank. Proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So last week we spent some time talking about the Jayden Daniels controversy where he filed the cease and desist letter to LSU. At the root of it, he's upset that LSU and Lane Kiffin handed out his number 5 to that cornerback, DJ Pickett, I believe is his name.
I'm sure Lane Kiffin cares about anything Jayden Daniels
he
did at
doesn't.
LSU.
He does not care.
That's why I did that.
Yeah.
And we talked about it, whether it was petty or not, that Jayden maybe should have been above it. Some people disagreed. Some people agreed. Whatever. The trolling is getting out of control, though. All these teams in Major League Baseball are jumping aboard. For example, the Blue Jays.
Mm-hmm.
They get a win, 4-1. They write, scored 4 to honor Jayden Daniels 5.
Oh, my God.
That's so stupid.
I mean, MLS teams are even getting in on. Everybody's just copying each other. Nobody has an original thought.
The Phillies.
In their body.
They scored, said, make it 5 runs for the Phils in the 5th. Don't sue us.
Who was it that posted a picture of the football field that had the 10-yard line but not the 5-yard line?
Oh,
Did you see that?
Columbia.
Columbia
University?
Columbia,
Columbia
like
football.
an Ivy school
Yeah.
did that?
Yeah.
Do you think this bothers Jayden at all? There's got to be a little piece of him that's a
trolling?
little bothered.
Yeah, I mean,
That he's become.
nobody wants to be like the butt of all the jokes.
Right.
Nobody wants that. Of course. I don't think he's paying too much attention to it. I honestly don't. I don't think he sits around and watches SportsCenter. I don't think he sits around and I think he probably is on like TikTok. When he's just like at his crib.
Yeah.
Maybe
But, I mean,
he's
Dan
on
Quinn said
Instagram.
he's just dialed in.
I don't think he's
the
on
Commanders.
like Twitter looking at all of
No.
the trolling. So he probably misses most of this, but I'm sure word does get back to him, and I'm sure it is annoying. But I mean, the Mets trolled him, the Orioles trolled him, the Blue Jays,
I mean,
the
the Mets-
Guardians, the
everybody.
Phillies, the Angels, the Twins, Columbia football, NASCAR.
The Mets shouldn't be trolling him. The Mets are god awful, even though they just swept the Nats. They're terrible. Like they shouldn't be trolling anybody.
Or
Alan
Minnesota's.
Jackson is
Who?
the country singer.
What did he say?
He's changing. It's 5 o'clock somewhere to it's 4 o'clock somewhere.
Oh my God!
I
That
mean,
made me
everybody.
chuckle.
I mean, it's so dumb. The NBA is playing 4-on-4 now, not 5. I mean, just go.
Yeah.
Maroon 4.
Maroon 4.
Oh my God!
Just stop already.
When is it going to end?
I don't know. It's so
Just
dumb.
end, please.
It's so dumb. I actually don't blame Jayden for being pissed and for exercising his right. I don't think it's that big a deal. I am kind of shocked at what I consider to be faux outrage. This is a great example of it. This is all just trolling. I think it's faux outrage. So,
I think for the most part.
yeah,
I mean,
it's
I do
stupid.
think LSU fans, when we had Paul Feinbaum on the show, and Paul Feinbaum is connected with the SEC fan base as well as anybody, and he said he won't be welcome in Baton Rouge. I think right now that's the case.
maybe right now, but when they get it resolved, it'll all go away.
And I tend to agree with Feinbaum's assessment that it was a dumb and senseless move.
I actually don't. I mean, it's
It
certainly
looks-
backfired, but I don't think it's a dumb move. Like it makes sense to me. I'm pissed. Well, you
I
know
think
what?
he's
Because
Richard
of that, just take
Petty
all my
on this
gear
one.
out of there now.
If you have a deal with LSU or you have an understanding with
You
the
felt
school,
like you were disrespected.
and then they turn against it,
Yeah.
like probably have a reason to be upset about it.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And,
think
it's
it's
all,
okay.
and again, we've
Nobody
said it
should care.
400 billion times. It's only because Joe Burrow was promised the same thing.
Right.
And they so far seemingly have honored Burrow's
Yes.
deal. They haven't honored.
feels disrespected.
He feels disrespected.
So we had Chris Russell on the show earlier. If you missed it, grab the podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts, also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. He's pretty adamant he believes Jayden should play, needs the reps. I feel like the three of you don't think he needs to play.
I think I've changed my mind.
I would like to see him play because I think they need to get into a rhythm. It's a new
I would like to
coordinator.
see him play. I just don't think he was going to play.
I'm scared.
But do you think he should?
If the entire offensive line is going to start and his receivers, yes, he should.
You have two preseason games left. We
Yeah.
all know that the last preseason
I don't think
game
it can
won't play
hurt
anybody.
to get some reps in.
I think I might
against live action, but I just don't think DQ is going to do it.
I think I might be now of the mindset that no starters should ever play in preseason. That preseason now,
I'm
like
pretty
it's
much on that
It's like the
island.
Pro Bowl now. It's like the All-Star game.
I mean, if you think about it,
it's a joke.
They play for.
So I think
mean,
I'm out on
some
preseason.
coaches will start their quarterbacks
Yeah.
in the first preseason game.
Yep.
All right, so half of them. Okay, but the ones that didn't, they're going to play their starting quarterbacks probably for a couple series in the second preseason game. They're not going to play in the third. So they're going to play 2 series in 3 games. I'm not sure how much.
How
that
much
helps.
how much do you glean from
How much?
2 series?
How much? Yeah, how
I think
much
you
does
should
that
play
really help?
more than that.
They probably should, but they don't.
Don't you feel like they're getting enough reps in practice? The
No.
one thing is
No.
you're not getting hit by the defenders. That's the one thing where I might think, okay, you might want to play a little bit in the preseason. But I feel like they're getting plenty of reps during training camp that they know what the quarterback and the other players are capable of once week 1 rolls around.
Those are controlled. I want, ideally, my starting quarterback to get 30 passes in the preseason. And I know they're not even going to come close if Jaden
Yeah.
plays.
If he plays, he won't take 10 passes. If he plays the whole preseason.
Right,
The
well,
thing is, what,
so is
what
that-
does he glean from? I don't think it's much better to just it's a different opponent. I guess they're live bullets, but they're just going to run a vanilla defense. That's not what he's going to see.
I think you're
on
going to
week
run
one. They're gonna
real
all
offensive
run
plays. I think Chris
vanilla
Russell.
defense, vanilla offense.
I think Chris Russell brings up, to me, it was a valid point. You get your timing down. Certain things which are going to be different facing a different
I think
opponent.
you get your timing down in joint practices.
Maybe. But you know what? Jaden Daniels' completion percentage went down 9% last year. There's a lot of factors. His quarterback rating dropped significantly. His QBR dropped significantly.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I would like to see them catch a rhythm and have confidence going into the regular season.
I'm not concerned about those things. I'm not concerned about his play if he's healthy. He's already answered the bell to me. This guy's going to be wearing a gold jacket when it's all done if he stays healthy. I said it 2024. I'm standing by it. He's Hall of Fame talent if he stays healthy. I don't know if he can stay healthy.
Bit of a reach.
I don't think so.
Too
You got to play a long time. You got to play a
early.
long
I'm not
time and
worried
put
about
up
his
numbers.
talent.
Got 2 full
I'm
years
not worried
in.
about his accuracy. I'm not worried about his ability to read defenses. I'm not ability.
So JP,
But how do you explain though the
just play
69% to 60.6% completion percentage?
Yeah, just got banged up too much. He only finished 4 games, I think it was.
Passer rating 100.1 dropped
Just-
to 88.1.
It was a bad year.
Incredibly small sample size, obliterated by injury.
The
Terry
Terry
being injured.
Didn't have a true number
Everything
2.
out of whack last year. Last year was a disaster.
67.7 to 44.7.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it was
not
bad.
concerned about it. I'll bet you anything he has a better QBR this year, and I'll have no injury caveat.
I think he'll have a bounce back too.
Exactly.
But there's
I'm
a
not
part
worried
of me
about
that
it.
has a little doubt.
I don't really have any doubt.
And I've
About
brought
ability.
it up before, but it's the CJ Stroud thing.
Ah,
That we've seen
CJ Stroud's
quarterbacks.
a pudgy zilch.
He's pudgy now? Is CJ Stroud pudgy?
Oh yeah, did you not see him when the walk into
It
camp?
didn't look great, but
He had a
he
day.
looks. You know what? He looks good in the uniform. If you go watch him, he looks really. He doesn't look pudgy.
He's got a bigger butt than me. I'll say.
I would like to see Jaden play. Does he have to play? I don't think so.
Yeah, I just think that modern NFL,
Especially
football,
if you're not going to have your starting center.
I think also in the wake of the Mariota injury, Dan Quinn saw that as like, do I want that happening to my starter? And then
Yeah.
he can't touch the field till at least week 1.
But if
Yeah,
Jaden's not going to start, I don't need to see McLaurin and I don't need to see Stephon.
Right. I think that modern NFL football is going the way of you don't really play your starters. It's going the way of the
I
Pro
could do the
Bowls.
math, but it's about half that I think started.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Maybe a little bit less than half, but it's in that ballpark.
The risk of losing your guy full season, you just would rather lose them. You're going to lose guys. Every team's going to lose guys. Every team's going to be littered with injuries throughout the season. It's just not worth losing
The
them
risk
in
of a
these dumb
long-term
preseason
injury
games.
just to see him
They
throw
play
8
2
passes
series. Yeah.
is not, to me, is not worth it.
But then how is this training camp preseason different than last year?
Well, I think there's been less days off. I think they've been pushing harder during the week. I just don't think you gain that much from these vanilla games either. You know, if they have a good game, you'll say, "Oh, it's all backups. It's
true.
all bums. These guys won't even be playing. They're going to be driving UPS trucks." So you
But
don't
if
even
it's
gain
first
anything
teamers
from
against
it.
first teamers,
Yeah, it's rarely that. Might be for a series. You're not going to learn anything about one or two
counted
series.
12.
12 out of 32.
I counted 12 starting quarterbacks, and I threw Deshaun Watson in there, but
That's fine. So that means
I
the
counted 12.
preponderance, the majority did not.
Yeah, 20 of them didn't.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's going in that direction.
Week 2, it might be higher than 12, but
And as JP pointed out, it's going in the direction that you probably whittle it down to 2 preseason games. And then you're really just playing the backups to see who's going to fill out the roster. The preseason is becoming meaningless.
All right, you get to
It's more meaningless than ever. I think that's just the trend.
it's basically to decide your 3 or 4 roster
It's
spots.
this- and you're 70 man.
And
It's
you're
like
70.
DQ. I really believe in that. That he looks at it as my
Yeah, in the
53-man
practice
team
squad.
and my 70-man team.
The Eagles played at quarterback Andy Dalton, who you know, Tanner McKee, you maybe know because he's been around there for a while, and a guy named Cole Payton.
Right.
The Ravens in that game played Joe Fagnano,
Okay.
Tyler Huntley, and Austin Reed.
Who started that game, Matt? Did Huntley start?
Huntley.
Yeah.
Is Lamar going to play any in the preseason? If you had to guess.
If I had to guess, I'd say no. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a new coach and a new regime, but
No,
typically
Lamar's
less.
more proven, obviously.
I just think that just because other teams are trending away to not do it doesn't mean that's what's good for your team.
That's a fair statement, but I just think that the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Forget about what the other teams are doing. If you lose your starting quarterback, your starting left tackle, your starting wide receiver to an injury in a game that couldn't be more meaningless, it's not worth it. You'd rather lose them firing real bullets.
Yeah, your season's over before it begins. If Jaden blows his ACL out.
Well, do you have the
against
joint
Detroit.
scrimmages?
Yeah,
People get hurt there
It's
too.
a little bit more controlled, so you can protect guys a little more.
I think
right? Just that you can't
it's
take your
more
quarterback
difficult
out.
to lose a guy in those joint
You can still have
practices.
non-contact injuries, and you could still have engagement, so you could still get hurt for sure. But it's probably a better way to prepare in today's modern football, as injury conscious as we are. I mean, back in the day, guys would get knocked out, concussion, run back out the next series. It's just that's just because they used to do it that way. Just because Tom Brady thinks he's some tough guy, that's just not what they do anymore. You
Yeah, but what
gets
Tom Brady-
sacked, you go in a blue tent, and you miss a series now.
What Tom Brady is trying to point out, I don't think is trying to point out that he's some super tough guy. It's that he played on very good teams that won Super Bowls, and that they would work in
Right.
the preseason.
It's just a
and that
different
the
era.
work paid off.
I
It's
know it's a
different. They
different era.
practice less time on the field. It's just a different
Everything
part
is
of the sport.
Injury conscious.
I know he's not a super tough guy. Wasn't it last week we saw the picture of him holding his nose when he jumped into the water?
I did see that.
That's one of the wimpiest
Did he
moves
really?
of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he
That
looks
shows you-
shredded.
I mean, you look
He
shredded.
looks great.
But that, you know what? The holding the nose while you jump in the water, so the water
Terrible
doesn't shoot
look.
up your nose. It's
Terrible look.
Yeah, that's a really
Yeah,
bad
real
look
men
for him.
don't do that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you don't do that. You just can't.
Humiliating would be the term I would use.
He emasculated himself.
Yeah.
Good job, Tom.
Yeah.
Do real men wear goggles in the pool?
No.
If you have sensitive eyeballs, yes.
No.
Swimming laps?
If you're swimming laps, you're allowed to wear goggles.
No, if you're just a regular,
don't wear
if you're just
them.
a regular dad, you're not like a Michael Phelps. Like you're
Yeah,
crazy.
but what if your eyeballs are sensitive to chlorine, like mine?
Your eyes.
That's
are
okay.
sensitive.
It's okay to
Yes.
wear them.
Are you
It's okay.
I have a
sensitive to
million
everything?
allergies.
Your fingers are sensitive
I
to
should be
bowling balls.
I should be living in a bubble. I should have a bubble around me at
You're
all
sensitive to
times.
grass.
Yeah, it's a very delicate ecosystem that you're looking at right
so
here.
delicate.
Yes.
So
Gotta treat it with kid
Will
gloves.
Jaden play Saturday at
I don't
noon?
think so.
No.
You know what? I'm going to double down. You want to double down? I'll put another $5 on Jaden plays.
That's not really doubling down, but okay, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do
Well, double
10.
or nothing, whatever
Yeah.
you would say. It's double or nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I get
I mean, I
him
already
$5. Yeah, I'm
paid
pretty
you.
confident. Pretty confident he's not going to play.
I'm not confident. I'm just making the bet.
Because if you play him now, you have to play everybody else, and now you're not only.
But I
risking
want to play
him,
everybody else.
Yeah, but his job's on the line.
Dan Quinn should want to play everybody
He
else.
can't. What if he loses Josh Connerly?
then he's screwed.
He's got Trent
Sorry,
Scott.
lost his left tackle.
Right.
He's going to lose his
got
left
Andrew
tackle
Wiley.
and his
What
right
if, what
tackle.
if, God forbid, he loses, I don't know, John Bates, like for the year?
That could happen anytime.
These are core guys. You can't lose your core
By the
guys.
way, we will talk to Dan Quinn about that tomorrow. Dan Quinn's going to join us at 7:45. We're going to be broadcasting live from Commanders Park training camp mañana. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
Hey, Commanders fans, want to make every drive a winning one? With the AAA Commanders MVP membership, you'll get trusted AAA roadside assistance. Score Commanders gear with 15% off at the online pro shop. Chances to win game tickets and exclusive team experiences. Whether it's game day or a weekend getaway, AAA keeps Commanders fans covered at home or on the road. Upgrade your current membership or join the team today at AAA.com/Commanders and drive like an MVP every day.
All right, we told you we're giving you a chance to win some Garth Brooks tickets now at 9:45. Caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We're going to hook you up with those tickets. It's the Garth Brooks Blame It All on My Roots tour, Friday, September 18th at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale this Friday, August 21st at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
What time do you think fans will get out to practice tomorrow? Starts at 8:30. They're probably out there pretty early. I don't know what time
I think they
open
line
it.
up nice and early.
Well, now that we're going to be there,
7:30
earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got alarms all over my phone. And as my wife said, I got to remember once I get in my car, because there's a big gap between getting up and thinking about it and then getting in my car and then just going autopilot and driving here.
How about you put like a Post-it note on your steering wheel?
I know, right?
I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like,
well, I'm going to put another
drive
alarm.
to Ashburn.
I'm going to put like a couple alarms so that every 10 minutes it keeps telling me.
Hey, have you seen the picture of Bill Belichick where they're alleging he has a nipple piercing?
Yes.
Do you think
AI?
he did that?
Well, you have to always ask, is that AI?
I don't know. That's why I asked the question.
AI? Did you check? Have you investigated that photo?
Do you think he would do that?
No. I don't think he would do that.
When I saw it, it shocked me. I should have jotted down, we need to talk about it. But you never know if it's real or not. Let me type in Bill Belichick nipple piercing.
Things you never thought you'd put in your search
I don't even
bar.
have to see this photo.
Yeah, I mean, I just know it's fake.
It's gotta be.
I know that it's not a real thing. Does he strike you as a guy who would ever get his nipple pierced?
Yeah, you can't trust anything.
Do you think that he's going to be successful
at Carolina
this year?
No,
North Carolina.
No,
I don't know. I mean, I don't think their win total is very high.
I'm going to say yes, but I'm just doubling down on my initial instinct. He's a great coach that I would think he could be able to recruit, although everything's money now, so maybe not. But North Carolina should have money.
Yeah, I don't know that he has an edge coaching in college.
Your boy Billy Edwards has to stay healthy. They start out with TCU on the road.
Aren't they playing them like in Ireland, maybe?
Oh, that's true. That is Ireland.
I think that's
you're
right.
That's over in Ireland. And then they got to play Clemson in week 3 at Clemson. They play Notre Dame after that at home. Got to go to Pitt. Play Miami at home.
I'm
play Virginia and NC State.
I'm hearing what sound to be a lot of L's on that schedule.
But I have no idea what their win total expectancy is.
I think that the smart bet is to bet against them after the way the first year is gone. But I'm going to double down and say, yes, I think they can do it. That, yes, he's too good a coach. But I'll probably be wrong. That one I'll probably be wrong about.
Their win total for 2026, 4 and a hook.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Weak.
That is brutal.
Not good.
What's Maryland's?
About the same.
Probably about the same.
Maryland's is literally about the same. And we didn't talk about it, but I think they lost their stud.
They lost
like
one of their
5-star D tackles, right?
I think he's a linebacker.
Mathis?
Yeah.
Mathis, yeah.
Yeah.
He was like their star.
That's going to hurt.
But
hey, do we have a Whopper update?
No,
This is this a complete show fail?
Well, I mean, after the segment, it's not like we consistently pursued it, but I know Mark called at like 8:30. They didn't answer. They were definitely open.
I called 2 BKs, and neither of them answered. It just rang and rang.
You know why? Because they're making croissant-sandwiches, okay? And they're not taking calls to make Whoppers at 9 in the morning.
What a missed opportunity.
I'm surprised some manager didn't hear about it.
Or somebody didn't say, hey, they're talking about Burger King. Why don't you get the boys Whoppers?
Right. Hook it up.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Trust me.
Missed opportunity.
I was at a
BK.
fast food establishment on my way back from South Carolina, and
nobody was answering calls.
Nobody's answering calls. They were barely getting the food out to the people in the drive-through line and in the restaurant. The last thing they're doing is worrying about the phone ringing on the wall.
Did you get your go-to after 20 minutes, your Happy Meal?
No.
You shook it up.
My new Mickey D's go-to is Spicy McChicken Value Meal.
Yeah, it's like
which
$3.
I think it's like $6.
Oh, it's $6.
It's a Spicy McChicken, 4 chicken nuggets, fries, and a drink.
That's actually pretty good value.
That's pretty good. That's pretty solid.
I love the
Not
case
bad.
is a squeaker at McDonald's. This guy's got so much money.
Hey, you always have to get value where you can find it, JP.
I hear you.
It's not value to be found in a lot of places.
Well, maybe
in the world
later in
these
the week
days.
it'll get back to one of those guys. They can
I don't
hook it
know.
up.
I don't know if I'm going to be feeling
Wednesday
the same
or
offer
Thursday.
like later this week.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe I will.
Well,
But it was an opportunity for him. You know what? Sales staff should be in
your
on
boy
that.
from Jacksonville can hook it
He
up.
can help. He can. I'd be a little
You
bit
split
embarrassed
it.
to ask him to split the tab.
Oh,
Be
you
a-
know, speaking of fast food, I did notice that in Southern Virginia, all the way to the Carolinas, there are a billion Bojangles. I noticed the Bojangles
I know, we talk-
everywhere.
Didn't we talk? Were you here when we were talking
Yes,
about Bojangles?
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah,
Talked about it
but you
before
didn't
I-
stop.
Didn't stop. I should have because
No,
the biscuits are so good. But I
So
didn't.
you've actually been. See, I haven't been, and
Long
people are
time
just
ago,
hyping
though.
up the biscuits and not the chicken.
Yeah, that's
The
probably
article I saw said that the chicken was actually superior to
CK told
Popeyes and
me that
KFC.
JP's been to Bojangles 100 times, and the one in Lanham, and he said they used to bring it to the radio station, and CK
Bojangles.
has eaten there with JP.
I don't recall that.
He couldn't believe it.
I don't think
there's
so.
It might be early on.
You don't think there's a Bojangles?
Dementia.
Your
There's
brain
definitely
might be acting-
Bojangles in Lanham. I've been to it.
Yeah, but to be honest, I almost never ate food in Lanham except for that Chick-fil-A where we had a hookup.
The Chick-fil-A go through there. And a guy give
I
you,
almost
like,
never ate in Lanham.
he give you
nuggets everywhere.
Give you nuggets.
And it
He give
wasn't
you
anything against Lanham. It's just
mint
because my
chocolate
mom was in
shake.
Bowie. I just didn't stop at places in Lanham.
Guy just hooked us. He would recognize our cars and just hook us.
Yeah.
nice.
So silly. Nobody hooks us anymore.
It's very rare.
Jim Van Stone hooks.
He
us.
does. He always comes through. He's the gold standard.
But if
some
I've
would
been,
say.
and CK remembers it, I stand corrected. I just have no recollection of Bojangles.
All I know is what are the other like the famous spots like out west where everybody talks about like,
In-N-Out
In-N-Out
Burger,
Burger.
In-N-Out,
Yeah,
whatever.
In-N-Out.
Del Taco.
I mean,
In-N-Out was overrated.
In-N-Out was
Well,
nothing.
we welcome the Whopper mañana.
Yes, we certainly
Whopper,
do.
Whopper with
Yeah,
cheese.
deliver it to Commander's Camp.
6 Whoppers with cheeses and 1 regular for cakes.
Dan Quinn won't buy us Whoppers tomorrow. Won't hook us.
Great bit if the
He'll
Redskins
join
are
us at
listening.
7:45 tomorrow. We're broadcasting live from Commanders Park for training camp for Bish, Cake, CB. I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. Be Mitch and Finley next.
Commanders quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL in the game against the Dolphins. Head coach Dan Quinn.
Marcus was the one we wanted to find out more about. So he does have a right knee MCL sprain. That'll knock him out for the rest of the preseason. Optimistic that he'll be ready for the start of the regular season.
Von Miller has signed with the Dallas Cowboys a one-year deal, and Cardinals rookie running back Jeremiah Love has a high ankle sprain, likely to miss the rest of preseason. Tommy John, who won 288 games over 3 decades and became synonymous with a medical procedure that saved the careers of countless pitchers, has died at the age of 83. The Nationals swept out of New York, falling to the Mets 4-3. They'll be at the Rangers Tuesday. Abby Ortiz, another home run.
The 1-1 is driven to deep left center field for Ortiz. Way back it goes. Robert on the run, and it's gone. Abby Ortiz goes opposite field.
The call on the Fan. Spirit tie Angel City FC 1-1. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening, you're watching, you're streaming. B-Mitch and Finley on a Monday morning. Nice weather out there. We are 1 day away from B-Mitch's birthday. We are 2 days past the Commanders' preseason debut. What up, B?
What up, brother? What's happening with you?
Not much, man. Busy weekend. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Rode a jet ski for the first time in probably 25 years.
I was out on the boat Saturday, man.
How was it?
It was good. We got in about 12.
Nice.
Left out about 5 that morning. And 5 in the afternoon, then we went.
5 in the afternoon?
Yeah, and we got back in about 12 something.
Ooh, that's boating. Midnight boating.
We had some fun.
I bet. Were you down by National Harbor or where?
We went by the harbor, Georgetown, the D.C. harbor. We
You were everywhere.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Good.
Me and the boys, we hung out.
Always good to be on boats, man. There are no time zones on boats. You can crack that. Dude. So Friday night, we obviously both worked the game. I drove to the beach that night. I was on a boat.
You drove that night?
Yeah, dude.
Woof.
No traffic.
Yeah, no traffic. Well, then again, leaving that game, you could have got something.
Well, by the time I got out of there, it was 12:30. But I was on a boat by like 10:30 the next morning, helping the kids go tubing. There was my mother-in-law somehow, I think accidentally, bought like miniature Coors Lights. They're like 7 ounces.
Oh, man.
Slaps.
That's one swallow.
Dude, a 7-ounce cold Coors Light at 10:30 in the morning on a boat hits the spot.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, especially when you've had about
they started to
2
sell
hours
those.
of sleep.
I've been seeing those a lot. The smaller bottles.
They make sense in the summer because it's so damn hot that like you're going to finish that. It's still going to be cold.
I'll be honest with you, dog. That 12 ounce don't take me very long.
You don't drink a lot of beer, but when you do, it doesn't last very long.
Yeah, because it's like, it's light, and it just, like me and Mitch, we turn it up, turn it down, it's over.
Indeed. So let's talk about what we saw Friday night. I'm going to preface this with, do not draw conclusions from preseason, period. Because I think the reaction to Sonny Styles and Leo Chenal playing a single series surrounded by a bunch of backup players is overblown. Yeah. I have zero concerns about Styles, and I think if you're drawing conclusions from 14 plays, you got to chill out a little bit.
Yeah.
I have not got to watch the broadcast yet. How'd it go?
We're good.
I have a DVR at home.
We're good, man. It was fun. Dan, I've known Dan and John, but working together, I've done stuff with Dan before. I never done them with John, but John's just easy to deal with, dog. Cool as hell. We were talking. He said, "Hey, man, think we might need to get us something to drink?" I said, "Maybe in the fourth quarter. Not right now. We got to get through this game." And to be honest with you, I think the second half when you saw the no names coming in a sense, I think it got better because we were able to look at the little kid with Henry, stuff he was doing, and John was talking about how he sets up blocks and things of that nature. Watching Cadillac Madness, the way he worked in the pocket and things of that nature. Watching Antonio Hamilton Sr.
Dude's physical.
That brother right there
Dude
plays
is physical.
He look 11th year, playing in the third, fourth quarter of the first preseason game. I can see why he stays around 11 years.
Totally.
He brings it, bro. And I was talking to John about his game against the Giants last year. He was working them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
he's had good games.
I think young guys pay attention to that dude right there. You want to be around this league a long damn time? Look at him.
I thought, like, the most positive story I saw from that game was Robert Henry. And somebody tweeted me this, maybe. Remember the dude that called us like 2 months ago talking about Robert Henry?
Yeah.
Credit to you, sir. Wherever you may be, if you're listening,
Yeah, but
I hope
you
so.
watch him like the game that everyone mentions is him against Texas A&M.
Yeah. I mentioned that to him. I interviewed him
He
that night.
rolled in there, and he had his crew. Texas A&M, player by player, had all players better than his football team. He cooked their defense. And I think you watch that game, he has this. He's not that biggest guy, but the dude runs with he behind his shoulder pads. And then Fat Man came in and did some work too.
5'9", 2 bills.
Yeah.
So Henry in that game, 9 carries for 64 yards, averaged 7 a pop, had the touchdown run, 22-yard touchdown run. Fat Man comes in, and they're asking him to do different things. I think is important to note.
Fat Man had 20-some carries.
Yeah. And, I don't know that to me, he's a volume guy because he's going to wear you down with volume. He finished with 23 carries for 85 yards at 3.7 a pop, did have the touchdown at the goal line. I don't know that he'll get the volume he needs to be an every down back in this offense. But if he can prove to be the short yardage goal line guy, there's probably a role for him. Not to mention, last week we said it a couple different times, we haven't seen McNichols. Dan Quinn spoke yesterday, provided the update that he's dealing with, I believe he said a major quad injury, and it's going to be a few weeks. To that end, I think Keim just reported, they just signed another running back, which shows you that the McNichols thing is going to take some time. I won't be surprised at all if there's a roster move for McNichols that allows them to kind of stash him.
Yeah.
But the unfortunate headline from the game, and there's a lot you could discuss, right? But Mariota gets hurt on the 5th snap. That's the biggest deal. I know you were watching intently, obviously. You think he actually got hurt the play before?
He got hurt the play before. When he threw the pass down the field, he was hit below his waist, and he was sitting there, just like he ended up sitting when they went to get him. And the referee was about to go to him, and he jumped up. And then he was walking up to the huddle, and he sat back. He just sat down. So the play prior is when he got hurt.
Yeah, the way he just went down in a heap like that, it looked bad. I think he's okay. My take on the Mariota injury situation is twofold. The immediacy of it, like right now, what's going on there, clearly the team feels comfortable because Dan Quinn spoke with the media yesterday. I was on the Zoom with him, and he made clear they're not going to bring somebody else in. And I think if you were worried about Marcus's ability week 1, week 2, whatever, early in the season, I think they'd have Jeff Driscoll on speed dial. Like we have seen them two seasons ago. Driscoll was the third quarterback throughout the season. Last year, when they got to their third quarterback in Josh Johnson, they then called Driscoll back. So, like, I don't know. People that are mad about Sam Hartman's game the other night, like, I'm not. Sam Hartman. Like, that's his game. And I think if they get to a point where he had to play, they would bring somebody else in. Perhaps, I think you could find signs of encouragement with Kaliak Manis. Went 6 of 10 for 87 yards. Did take 2 sacks.
I was impressed with him. The way he worked in the pocket, the way he got the ball out of his hands quickly, throwing to spots. You know, you and I always talk about quarterbacks coming out of college, throw the ball to a person. And NFL quarterbacks throw it to a spot. He lets it fly to a spot.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has the arm. You know what I mean? I look at, very rarely do you land Brock Purdy, right? Like, more often than not, a late-round quarterback is Nate Sudfeld or Sage Rosenfels or whoever, right? That, to me, is an interesting developmental prospect. But if they're not bringing somebody in, means they think and or know Mariota is going to be fine. People are calling in just with who impressed them most. Let's do it. Tricky's in D.C. What's up, Tricky?
What's up, Tricky?
Yes, it's done. What's up, y'all?
How you doing,
good,
buddy?
man.
Hey, JP.
Yo.
Hey, JP. Come on, man. I can't keep reminding you, man. You keep talking about some dude about Robert Henry, man.
That's
Man,
not
you know
true.
who it was.
That is
Stop
not
playing.
true. Are you saying
Stop
you're
playing,
the person
man.
that called about him?
Look, I called about him the first time, but then the next time I called about what player is going to have a breakout season.
Okay.
And I said Robert Henry. You said you still sticking with Robert? I said he's going to return. He's going to be the kickoff return man when the season starts, and that's going to happen.
Interesting.
Okay.
Listen,
Yeah.
preseason opener, you were correct, Tricky. And I will do my best, and I will ask the boys in the aquarium to remember Tricky is the guy that called about Robert Henry first. You can
I
you
got
can
one more-
officially
I got
plant
one more
your flag on Robert Henry.
I got one more thing.
Okay.
As far as Sonny Styles, right? You're not going to play Sonny Styles the way you're going to use him in week one. They not. You think they're going to show you in the first preseason game how they're going to use Sonny Styles? No way. The way he played the other night, that's not how they're going to use him when week one comes. So, everybody who's saying that Sonny Styles ain't not satisfied with his production, just wait till week one. That's all.
I couldn't agree with you more, Tricky.
I'm with you on that.
We have Dan Quinn audio. So Quinn had a very interesting answer about Styles and Chenal, where he referenced not blitzing. Is that what you have, Stein? All right, here's Dan Quinn asked about Styles and Chenal in this game.
With both of them, we didn't blitz, neither a lot, but I like how square, like the games are kind of like Leo spot, man. Like he's physical, he's square, he's a good tackler. I wasn't pleased at all with the defense overall on the first drive. I thought it was like an explosive pass and just too leaky. In specifically for those two, I like just their command, their presence inside. I feel good with these two, David, because of their physicality and size. So I'm excited to get them some more work, as we're heading into Tuesday and Wednesday for the linemen, the linebackers, the safeties, the running backs. Having two big padded practices back to back will be a good test for us. It's also a week to get like more plays for them, and I want more reps, and they're kind of building that resilience even up a little higher this week. So like the line of scrimmage week, I would say is at hand. But they didn't get a lot of action, but with the two of them, I'm pleased with what I've seen up to now.
So the preseason is such a contradiction because it's all there is to watch. So you watch it, but at the same time, you're trying to take some information away without the entire book being open. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think if you're drawing major conclusions on Styles, I think that's foolish.
I think it's very foolish, and the thing of it is, we try and talk about different aspects of football, and when you try to educate people, all they care about is the end result.
The end result in preseason is completely irrelevant.
If you watch that game, I think the people in front of Sonny and Chenal, with their hand in the dirt, they need to work on some stuff.
Right.
Because they were allowing guys to just blow past them and get right to the linebacker. I don't think that Kinlaw and Amenahu and all those type of guys would be allowing the same things. You trying to play run fits, and the first thing you get is a guard in your chest. I agree with. I'll say this: Sonny has to play with lower pads. And I pointed that out in the game, but you can see the natural tendencies he has. He's going to be a problem for people.
Yeah,
but he has to
he is a little
understand.
high.
He has to understand in this game at this level, little things get blown out of proportion. He probably was able to get away with some of those things in college. It's going to change here, and that was just his first time doing it. And I think. See, when Sonny ran the 4-4 and did all this stuff, it wasn't Sonny's fault that everybody put him at the top of the heap. But he still has to learn how to play this physical game in the NFL. I believe he's still going to be damn good. But pump your brakes a little bit. He wasn't as good as you thought after the 40, and he's not as bad as you think after one series.
Payne, Settle, Kinlaw, Amenahu, Owe, Luvu, Chason all didn't play.
Yeah.
So, that's probably the three-man front in this 3-4 base.
Yeah.
That's probably
5 of the 6 major contributors on the D line. So it's fans aren't wrong to watch the games and have a reaction to it. I just think the style stuff specifically, I think you got to really chill out on.
But sometimes
they didn't play a lot of people in this
I
game.
think sometimes people have to not just watch and the reaction doesn't have to be way left, way right. You got to watch the game sometime and get the information around it, and then begin to say, "Oh, okay, yeah, they could play better. They're going to get better. Maybe not. You may see some people that didn't play well, but I don't think every time they watch something you just go, because there's a lot of people giving you information that's the right information, but people decide to listen to what they want to listen to and not what they should be listening to.
I think if you want some positive news, I guess, from the weekend, I would say Dan Quinn yesterday believes Allegretti's back this week and that they should have a pretty spirited practice. It's going to be 2 days of pads. I think these are the last 2 fan practices as well. I think Tuesday, Wednesday are the last time fans can go. Getting Allegretti back will at least give us a better look at what this offense can be, because if you're concerned about the Commanders' offense in a game where Bill, Rashad White, Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, Steph Diggs, and I can keep going, Chig Okonkwo, none of those dudes played. We didn't really see this team. And I'm honestly starting to wonder if we're going to, even in Detroit next week, a noon start in Detroit. I'm not sure how this is going to shake out. We'll open the phones because a lot of people have a lot of thoughts. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What'd you see in the preseason opener? Our guy Easy E is on the line. What's up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, this is probably the earliest I called, but hey, look, the biggest impression, honestly, still is Sonny Styles for me. I know you probably got calls on it, but here's why. Everybody's looking at him up on the line. Can he get through the line? Can he bust through and get a sack? There was a particular play, and I'm pretty sure y'all saw it, B. Mitch and JP, where he dropped into coverage, backpedaling. Malik Willis was going to throw that ball to a receiver from the left side that crossed over the middle of the field. But when Sonny Styles backpedaled and was following Malik Willis with his eyes in that football, he took away that throwing lane, and Malik Willis threw it to the sideline. Sometimes everybody wants Sonny Styles to make the big play. And as I explained to my nephew this weekend, because he plays football, sometimes the big play is not hitting somebody. Sometimes the big play is taking away a deep shot or a pass over the middle.
Yep.
Sometimes that's just what football is. You're not always going to get the football in your hand. You're not always going to knock somebody out. But sometimes you just got to take away the play that the quarterback's going to go to first. Malik Willis wanted to go over the middle. Sonny Styles would have picked that off if he would have thrown it. That's why Malik Willis ain't go that way. So that's what I'm trying to explain to some
Good
people.
call,
Let's stop looking at the tackles and stuff.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, bud.
I agree with
Good
you,
call.
bro.
Yeah, I think it'd be like drawing any conclusion from that game about where this team's going to be, I think is just premature.
Yeah.
And that's the contradictory nature of preseason is we get fired up. I just saw the play he was talking about. Shout out to Football Performances. They charted up every single snap Sonny took. I think bigger picture injury stuff, we had Martenzi on last week from Notice, right? And he's like, I think this is top 5, top 10 defense. Maybe it's not. Maybe we have no idea yet. Like, it's going to take some time. And Dan Quinn has absolutely run a hard physical training camp.
Yep.
I'm wondering who's going to play in Detroit, because I don't think anybody's going to play in the third one in Baltimore. And it to me looks like these 2 practices this week and then that joint practice in Baltimore next week are going to be like by far the realest look we get prior to week 1 in Philadelphia.
Oh yeah, they're gonna get all their work. The guys that they are going to be leaning to, that's gonna be making that 53. Those guys are gonna get, and especially the first 22.
Yeah,
they gonna get a lot of work in the practices against Baltimore. Not in that game.
Yeah. We're just getting started. We will keep the phones going. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What'd you think of the preseason opener? It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Commanders quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL, likely to sideline him for the remainder of the preseason. Head coach Dan Quinn on the update for Trey Amos's ankle.
It's not like a re-aggravation of the injuries, but he's not there yet in terms of like fully back and going on it. So he'll be in the same space. You'll see him out doing stuff to the side, working into that spot, but he won't be, fully able to participate this week.
Legendary rusher Von Miller, formerly with the Commanders, signs with the Dallas Cowboys for 1 year. Tommy John, who won 288 games over 3 decades while seeing his name become synonymous with a medical procedure, has passed away at the age of 83. Nationals lost to New York again 4-3. K-Bear Ruiz, though, with 2 RBI.
Ruiz rips one, a base hit into right field, past the lunging Jared Young. This will score Bebas.
The call on the Fan, Nationals at the Rangers Tuesday. Spirit and Angel City FC 1-1 tie. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Luda. Yo, who runs calls for the Junks? Bickle mostly? The call screen is like oddly smaller. I can't really describe it. It's like it's harder to read. That makes sense. I don't know if we can get that fixed. We got our crack investigative team on the case. Poll of the day is live. The B. Mitch and Finley poll of the day is brought to you by AAA Commanders MVP membership. Become a AAA Commanders MVP member today. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free at AAA.com/commanders. Question: which Commander impressed you the most versus the Dolphins? How would you answer that, B?
The one that impressed me the most, I'm going to go offense and defense.
Okay.
Well, hell. Henry and Hamilton.
Okay. I mean, I get it.
And Henry was impressive, too, on a couple of the returns, but a couple of returns, we need to talk, buddy.
Yeah.
But you know what? I watched him in practice, and I believe that they will tell him just field the ball. Get him comfortable fielding it because he was 8 yards away from the guy when he fair caught it.
Yeah.
I was like,
I'm trying to pull up the
step up the field, dog, go.
Yeah. He had 1 return for 0 yards. River Craycraft returned 1 for 12.
Yeah.
Poll questions out there. Who impressed you most? Jamal is in D.C. What's up, Jamal?
JP, B. Mitch, what's up, fellas?
What's up, brother? What's happening with you?
All right, man. Everything good, man. So I was impressed with our quarterback we got in the 7th round, and my man just told me his name too, and I'm sorry I can't remember.
Cadillac Manis. Cadillac.
Yes, my man. Yes, he looked good, man. He actually reminded me of one of y'all colleagues' favorite Redskin. And by your colleague, I'm talking Kevin Shane. He looks like Kurt, yo. And I'm like, I know. Matter of fact, I need to click over to see if Kevin is praising because I know he's losing his mind over. I was watching the whole time, like. Wow, this guy looks poised and look like that guy from Michigan State. Hopefully he doesn't play out the way that one did. But anyway, I digress. He looked very, very impressive. I would like to see more, I guess, just a nitpick from the defense that started the game. I didn't like the way that the run defense looked, but they eventually got that together. So, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I don't... But I feel like they got it together eventually. And shout out to you too, B. Mitch. I was impressed with you and Rigo, man. I was listening to y'all on the call, man. And it sounded like y'all was doing it for a long time. It sounded like this was Rigo's first time in there, man. So shout out to y'all too.
Appreciate you, Jamal.
Appreciate you, bro.
I had somebody Friday night in the press box, another media member, say he thought Cadillac reminded him of Kirk a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you talk to Cadillac Manis, I got to talk to him a couple minutes after the game. His like energy and earnestness and just like general excitement it's really fun to see. This is a kid that is blown away that he's in the same quarterback room as Jaden Daniels and Marcus Mariota. Appreciates everything those guys offer him. And there's just like this level of like honest excitement that I love seeing for the young man.
And listen, man, it's different for every guy that goes in there. You know, Jaden and Marcus are approached in a different manner. Heisman Trophy winners. Cadillac Manis, 7th round, 6th round. You got Hartman. Everybody is treated differently, but what you got to do is find out which route you need to take. And I would say the one route everybody needs to take, if you just getting in there, open your ears, shut your damn mouth. That's why you got two of them and one of that other one.
Right.
You know, ask questions, learn stuff, be in your books. You know, most fans just look at when you play. Is what you're doing behind closed doors that's going to allow you to play freely on that damn football field. And that kid seems to pay attention. I like that about him.
But equally, the defense on that first drive was bad.
Yeah.
And they're not game planning, but like we're not going to pretend that wasn't the case. Devon Achane went 7 for 39, 5.6 with a touchdown. Ollie Gordon, presumably kind of the backup there. Remember him? He was a stud at Oklahoma State, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of bizarre. Achane, 7 for 39, 5.6 a pop. Gordon, 7 for 39, 5.6 a pop. It's like kind of odd to have that exacting of numbers.
Unless that's a misprint.
I mean, it's a box score.
Yeah.
Malik Willis on that first drive was 4 of 5 for 43 yards. Also ran a couple times when he needed to. I thought he was effective. He picked up a first down with a 6-yard scamper. I'm not going to freak out about that because I saw the joint practices when all the guys that weren't playing were playing, and it looked highly different.
They heard the stuff that was said after that practice. And listen, their coach went into this game with, y'all going to play some, and they're not playing their starters, you better win. They came out and they did it. You know, you put ones against twos, believe me, you're going to get that in almost any place you go. I don't care what teams are playing who. If the ones are playing the twos, the ones going to normally win.
Yeah.
That's why they won.
Because once it got 2s versus 2s and then 3s versus 3s.
It looked very even,
I
didn't
thought
it?
Washington looked a lot better.
Looked more dominant, yeah.
I'm going to keep these phones going. Tom is in Waldorf. What's up, Tom?
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good, brother. How you doing?
Okay, so I was pretty impressed later on in the game with Coward, the D tackle from Maryland. He really blew the lineman up
wrecking stuff late in that game.
Who? Yes.
Coward.
Yes.
They just signed him.
5'5". That's a Maryland guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Old
Yes,
Terp.
sir. Yes,
Old
sir.
Terp.
He was
Yes, sir.
wrecking stuff late in that game. I'm with you there.
I mean,
thank you.
I saw the offensive lineman's hands going up in the air, and he was wailing backwards. It was almost like pancake moves for me.
6'3", 3 bills. Played his college ball at Maryland. That's now 4 Terps on the roster, right? Chig, Diggs, Cross, Cowart.
Yep.
Fifth round pick in 2019. This is a dude that's bounced around the league a little bit. Played 15 games for the Bears last year. Started 7 games. Good call there,
Yeah,
Tom.
and I know-
Thanks, dude. Go ahead.
I know the defensive line is stacked, but we got to try to find a way to keep that guy.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Thank you, man. Because Quinn has talked about how much he has liked not just Tim Settle, who has been out a lot and wasn't playing the other night, but he's been away from practice a bunch, as well as Shy Tuttle.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you tell me, babe, if you're running a 3-4 and you want a real nose, if you're 6'3", 3 bills, kind of fits the equation, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
Listen, the best thing a player can do is show out. And he's been on a bunch of rosters, drafted by the Patriots, ended up, I'm guessing there's some injured seasons in here, played a year in Indy. Last year, though, 7 starts for a Bears team that was pretty darn good. Like, maybe you do try to find a spot you can keep him. Let's hit Nick in Fairfax. What's up, Nick?
Hey, gentlemen. How you guys doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Man. How you doing?
Good. One comment. You guys were talking about Sonny Styles earlier. Obviously, I agree with everything you guys said. The one thing I would say about him as a comment, it was even when he's being engaged by the offensive lineman, he had the sheer strength to be able to shut guys off of, even though he wasn't in the right place sometimes. Says a lot about his athletic ability. And then the one comment I actually had for you guys, so I listen to you guys all the time. I'm a Philly fan, but I'm obviously biased. The Commanders, the military, been here for like about 7 years. So last year, I remember you guys made comments about the preseason going into the actual week 1, week 2 with JD5 just not being in sync with the wide receivers and not really clicking. And now we're back where we are again. It's like, regardless of health and injuries and whatnot, I understand the preseason is a preseason, but like you all said, it's like getting actual reps against
a giant difference, though, Nick, and I appreciate you listening, man. A giant difference between this season and last season was Terry at this point in mid-August
Wasn't
was
even
still
here.
holding out,
Yeah.
and Noah Brown was hurt. So, like, he is getting maximized reps with McLaurin and with Diggs. And granted, Diggs has been here now 2 weeks, but, like, it looks very different. The offense last year in camp looked clunky. I would not describe the offense this year in camp looking clunky.
I agree with that.
I appreciate the call, though, dude. Thank you. We'll take our guy Rusty. I was texting Rusty this weekend. What's up, Rusto?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing today?
Good, man.
Hey, and just kind of piggybacking off of what you said, the one that I have my eye on, the one offensive and defensive coordinators. I think they did a tremendous job for their first time out, getting plays out and getting substitutions in. Didn't seem like there was too many headaches. I don't think there were a whole bunch of penalties, and if they were, I don't think they were pre-snap penalties. But hats off to Blau for calling his first game, and hats off to Commander Jones for getting the defense in shape. And I know it was ones and twos and stuff like that at the beginning, but maybe he was getting some kinks out of his game calling plan too. So big ups to the coaches.
For Quinn to come out and say, yeah, we didn't really blitz those guys, like they didn't show anything really on either side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right, dude. I agree with that. Blau and Jones came out there. I actually saw,
and they seem to get into a rhythm.
I saw Blau in the tunnel as he was first walking out, and I just shook his hand. I said, congrats, man. You know, take this in. And you could tell it'll feel way different week one in Philadelphia, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, there's something to that. You know what I mean? Your first opportunity to get out there. And I think once Cadillac got in, there was a little flow to that offense.
It was.
And
I was looking for that. I was looking for the flow because, like, what you find, everybody can call plays, but can they call them in rhythm? And they got to a rhythm. Both of them did.
Quinn yesterday was asked about the penalties, and he said it's the pre-snap ones that I want to make sure come hell or high water that we get. We had one flinch by Golbin on a point after, ended up making it harder, and Drew Stevens made it. We had a false start. I agree with the coach here. The post-snap ones, that's part of it. I get that. But the discipline ones, I want to make sure let's get that part really in order. I'm glad that the officials were here because I think them being in the meetings is an absolute advantage. Once you start playing football and you block somebody in the back or you grab a face mask or you hold, once the ball is snapped, man, that's live. That's live ammo. You know what I mean? Like things happen.
True.
It's the pre-snap stuff you cannot have. That's the stuff that kills you.
100%.
And they had, the penalty stuff defensively was troubling. The first drive was troubling. The second half of this thing was the second quarter, I would say, is when they started to be able to move the football. Both the kickers made their kicks. That's going to continue to just, we'll see in Detroit kind of what happens there. I wouldn't have minded. They punted, and the dude Hack, to his credit, who's punting for Tress right now, had a couple punts down inside the 10. I think they punted from about midfield. Let's see if Stevens can make that. Just send him out there. The result of this game is meaningless. Well,
the results, but I think they were looking for the punts, trying to pin them back too. So it's like all types of situations they're playing for. Because he had said it, Quinn had said, don't expect me to be very aggressive. We want to see the guys get some kicks in. You want to see many special team situations, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, dude, they punted from the Dolphins 44.
Mm-hmm.
Was
that later in the game?
No, it was the drive that Hartman finished when Mariota went down. It was their first drive. It was like a 6-play drive that they punted from the Dolphins 44. And maybe they're kind of in scramble mode because Mariota just went down, and that's the focus. A 44-yard punt. What's 44 plus 17? 61? Let's see it. I would have been here for the 61-yarder. Like, Stevens has a big leg. Show me something, son. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Robert Henry, he might be looking to buy a house around here.
Yep.
And if he is, there's one person the rookie running back should call, and that is John Leahy.
Well, Robert, if you want to get one, you make sure you reach out to John just like the Olsons did. They were becoming increasingly frustrated and discouraged as many months passed by without them being able to sell their Alexandria property. Their home sat on the market for 140 days with another real estate agent. Despite multiple price reductions, they couldn't attract an acceptable offer and began wondering if they could ever get this house sold. After hearing about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group right here on this station, they went out there and they got the house sold. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Listen, this is what John does, and we all recognize moving can be stressful. When you work with John, he's going to do his best to eliminate the stress, whether there's a divorce, a death in the family, maybe you got a new job, maybe you got a promotion, you got to sell your house and move to San Diego. Whatever it is, John and the Fine Living Group have the options and strategies you need to take care of things fast for the most money and with the least amount of stress possible. That is the John Leahy difference. That's why we'd call today. 301-900-3052. Go online, johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. So, B, I want to get into what we think's going to happen against Detroit here in a minute. I got to tell you, I was driving this morning back from the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how a lot of that drive on the Eastern Shore is like those little one-lane roads kind of through farmland and stuff?
Yeah.
I'm driving. It's like 6:30, 6:45, so it's pretty early. And I'd see like something like blast over the road. I'm like, what the hell? And I keep driving. Dude, so I'm driving through farmland, and it's an airplane flying over the crops.
Oh,
like dumping
crop dusters.
Crop dusting.
Yeah.
I've never actually seen that, though. Yeah. This plane is no lie. Like, the corn is pretty high right now, right? So what would you say corn is? 6 feet high?
No, about 6, 7.
This plane, no BS, is like maybe 10 feet over it.
Uh-huh.
And it's a little prop plane, like bobbing and weaving.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Have you ever seen one in person?
Yeah. That's how it was in Louisiana all the time.
Dude, it's not even that big of a... Using an airplane to do that does not seem efficient to me.
It's efficient. Because, like, that airplane comes in, when it sprays, it's getting a big area. And then they get ready up.
Yeah, dude.
And it comes back.
And, like, so it's this cornfield, but then it's surrounded by woods.
But
And
that
this
damn
dude
pilot
like
is having
coming
more fun.
Right to the woods.
That's why it doesn't seem like work to him. He having fun.
I was blown away by that, dude. I also can report, exclusive report, B. Mitchell Finley program. Please credit me for anybody that aggregates this. All the talk of the jellyfish, we had zero problems.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the ocean all day Saturday.
Yeah.
Dude, two things I'm elite at. I've lost my fastball in a lot of capacities.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still an elite crabber. I caught a crab with just a net for my little nieces because they were so excited off the dock. And I'm still an elite. Like, I can ride waves with the best of them. Body surfing, I'm your guy. And Shelby's finally old enough that she like really wants to get into it. So I'm teaching her the technique. You got to be far enough up that when the wave starts to come, you know how it pulls you back on the bottom. You gotta plant your feet. You gotta paddle, and then you gotta catch it and just go stiff as a board. That's how you ride waves. I can teach the youth. Those are two things I still have.
Teach the room over there.
I bet Jeff can't ride a wave to save his life. Jeff, you scared of the ocean?
No, I am not.
Can you ride waves?
I can ride a boogie board.
I'm saying just your body.
No, I cannot.
Oh, natural.
No, but I can swim very
I'm proud
well.
of you.
I can swim. I'm the guy that go to the beach and swim all the way out.
That's how you should do it.
Know how to get out of rip currents and all of that.
Rip current almost got me one time in the Outer Banks.
Rip currents get you even if you know how to get out of them.
Like the 15 years prior to swimming in the rip current, probably a bad
that's
idea.
a dumb decision.
I was a young man then.
Never. I've never just purposely said, "Oh, let's go on a rip current." No,
I didn't purposely say that.
I was about to say, if you can see a rip current, you got some good eyesight, JP.
Nah, it was a red flag day in the Outer Banks, which means you're not supposed to get in the water. And
you know, JP don't listen to
my
anybody.
youngest brother-in-law was training for the Navy SEALs. He's like, "Let's go in." I was like, "Yeah." He had to pull my ass out.
So he trained. You help him out. He had to save some damn body.
It was fun.
I get my boy to come help swim with you a little bit. Teach you right.
I'm good now. I'm not going in on red flag days anymore.
Go hang out with Alante. He'll get you right.
I'm good, but I appreciate it. It was a very fun weekend down at the beach. But the jellyfish, like if you look on Instagram, you'd think the world has been taken over. And maybe it was just the portion of the beach I was at. I don't know. Because there were no jellyfish. And my girls were a little shook at first, but it was like not a problem at all. So, which is good, because when little kids get jellyfish stings, it is kind of the end of the world.
Who said it was all a jellyfish?
Everybody. Like, apparently there was like a jellyfish invasion from Assateague to Lewis. Like,
what could they do to get rid of them? Could they put something in the water?
Maybe. Have that airplane fly around, drop whatever it's dropping on them. What is that airplane dropping? Like chemicals? Pesticides?
Yeah.
So we're all eating airplane drop
But
pesticide
actually,
corn?
you know, like those big old things they have, what they look like they're shooting just water.
Yeah.
So we were riding.
The thing that's on wheels that can like move around.
We were riding bike to the beach one time, and the water was shooting into the road, and you go through it, and then I'm like, they got chemicals in this? You can smell it.
Dude, I was driving to the beach one time and had my windows down and drove through that and just got just
But and you
drenched
smell
my
those
car.
chemicals, didn't
Yeah,
you?
dude. Like a little bleachy.
You got
kinda.
some chemicals in that, though. Yeah, so.
Dude, there's a restaurant we go to a lot, Matt's Fish Camp. I love that place. They had this one. I got soft shell crabs, which are just the best.
Mhm.
I don't like mustard, but I like them with soft shell crabs, which is kind of odd. But they had this dish.
Don't worry, whether you get mustard or not, soft shell crab will give you some mustard.
They had this dish last night. It was shaved off sweet summer corn, like corn on the cob,
yeah.
was shaved off with crab meat and some spices. It didn't last long. We had there were 4 adults, 4 kids. We went for
You
it.
can
last
make
night.
that, dog.
Yeah, you really could make it.
Yeah.
I don't think I will, but I
do
certainly.
it.
All right, make it,
No.
dude. So I try to set up.
I'm not cooking for y'all no more.
I try to set up
That's
lunch
my
for your
New
birthday,
Year's.
but I don't know how to set up lunch for your birthday in Ashburn. I don't know.
Don't worry about that tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Something else we're gonna figure
I might
out.
bring, might not be lunch. We might use some liquids tomorrow for the show.
Let's go.
Just saying.
Here's what we're gonna figure out. Jaden Daniels. Is he going to play in the preseason? Should he play in the preseason? What do we think Dan Quinn's going to do? I want to listen to Dan Quinn's answers from yesterday and try to make some sense of it. We'll open the phone lines up. It is B. Mitchell.
All right.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL that will likely have him miss the rest of the preseason. Head coach Dan Quinn on Jayden Daniels' current state of mind.
The things that I see are just like quintessential Jayden in terms of the camp and what it looks like and where he's at. So it's nice to see him already starting a connection with Steph and Terry and Chig and some of the others, just some extra work post practices and getting to that space. So no, he's been great, here inside the building for sure.
Former Commanders rusher Von Miller has signed with the Cowboys' one-year deal. Tommy John, who won 288 games over 3 decades, while seeing his name become synonymous with the medical procedure, has passed away at the age of 83. Nationals swept out of New York, fall to the Mets 4-3, but K-Bear Ruiz with 2 RBI. They're at the Texas Rangers Tuesday. Royals lefty Noah Cameron throws complete game, loses his no-hit bid in the 7th. Spirit tie Angel City FC 1-1. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Yeah. A couple wild stories just got told in the aquarium. And shout out to my guy Tay. Tay is a
playing in the rock and roll
big time fan of the program, friend of ours. Look at this AI Photoshop Tay just put of me surfing. I just put it in the group thread.
Let me see. Let me see what Tay got going on there.
It's not great.
Very accurate.
Hey,
you can throw that on the Instagram.
The ears are right, but the body is not right.
The body looks right. I don't know about the ears.
He got you little yoked up. Nah, that ain't you, Jay.
I got those shoulders. I don't know about the rest of the.
Nah, you got those ears.
The stomach's not quite as flat as this.
I am posting this. This is getting posted.
Great, terrific. After the hot dog hat photo last week, I thought you might give me a little time off.
Well, you say post it, so I'm going to
time
post
off
this.
for time well served. All right, speaking of time off,
the hot dog thing went viral, dog.
You love that one, huh? We're all trying to figure out what should happen and what will happen as it relates to Jayden Daniels. And I want to start here. We're going to open the phone lines up, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What do you think should happen? Specifically, and I want to ask B this first. Should Marcus Mariota's injury impact the plans for Jayden Daniels to play in preseason?
No.
Why?
Because Jayden, just like we talked about this in his rookie season, we talked about this last season. As you get older, you begin to make proper decisions on things you need to do and not do. And I think you get that by experience. So those unnecessary hits and things like that, like I told you, I felt Marcus holds on to the ball a little long, and he takes those little hits. So, but you still have to get a football team ready to play football. So this is my belief. Yes, he should get some playing time. And what happens to somebody else shouldn't affect you. Football is a 100% injury sport. If you play football long enough, you will get injury. And I think you have to realize that the way you stop getting them, you don't put yourself in certain situations. You can't control everything, but there are things you can control out there on the football field.
It's weird because whatever the plan with Jayden was, I think you could argue that the Mariota injury has no impact on it.
It shouldn't.
But when Dan Quinn was asked about this, and I believe it was Nikki Javala who asked, I thought it was a good, relevant question. Dan Quinn said, yeah, man, that is on my mind. Here's DQ asked about the plans for Jayden after the Mariota injury.
Yeah, I definitely thinking, that was like a question on the top of my head. And I was staying in the block this week, really, before we get into the preparation for that as far as the game goes. So not right now, it doesn't, Nikki. I recognize the question for sure. But right now, we're kind of going into like these 2 days as still like a training camp mode. That'll be like Tuesday and Wednesday and big padded stuff. So as far as like how much and starters and what we do. Some of it will depend on what I'm seeing on Tuesday and Wednesday. So we got a bunch of situations that I'm trying to work through, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, some goal line stuff. So this is kind of like our most heightened training camp block coming up. So I'm excited to see that, but we haven't got in terms of like planning of the game yet of that part.
DQ's answer to me is kind of punting on the question, but also providing some wiggle room. That's
Yes, it's on my mind.
Yeah.
And listen, he's a human being. Of course it's on his mind. But you don't know what he also thinking? I got to get this team ready to play. I got to get that young man ready to play, ready to be in those situations. And, like, having injuries, you never not think about them. But eventually you got to stop letting them be at the front of your mind if you're going to continue playing.
How much of Jaden's injured 2025 season do you think is a factor in if they're going to let him play in preseason?
He got hurt during the
season.
season.
He played 4 complete games last year.
But he got hurt during the season. He didn't get hurt in preseason.
But just the fact that they know how much he was hurt last year. Do you think that, I'm not if it should, but you think it is a factor now?
It should. I don't think it is a factor because they can look at 2024 where he played most of the games and was able to play through stuff. Last year, some freak accidents. You got to move on. Like when Jaden made the comment earlier this year about I'm not thinking about 2025. People took it wrong. You eventually got to move on in your thought process. You can't keep looking back.
People are calling in. Jim from the chat. What do you think, Jim? What do you want to see Jaden Daniels?
B. Mitch, Finley, Aquarium Boys, how y'all doing on this Monday?
We're good,
brother. Good, brother.
Look, Jaden's played in the preseason, the past 2 seasons. I know he was hurt last year, and we want to bubble wrap him, but kind of like B. Mitch just said, like, we can't be afraid to get ready to play football. So maybe like a series or 2 in this Detroit game. I don't see like any reason why that would be like a concern to me. Mariota's injury, like we have capable like quarterbacks on the roster anyway to fill out the rest of the time. So I say play. And one more thing unrelated to Jaden. Braves on the warpath. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, they brought that back in the song. I think the song now. Thanks for the call, Jim. Appreciate you. The fight song now is as close as it's ever been to what it was before.
Mm-hmm.
And I applaud that. I had always said, just keep it the same. Remember they kind of put that like weird like jazz, like gospel into it?
It was gospaz, like gospel and jazz mix.
It was gospaz. Yeah, just play the other song, play the original, and put in Commanders. Like it ain't that hard. Do you think Jaden will play Saturday?
In my heart of hearts, I believe yes.
Let's get Shane is in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
JP, B. Mitch, how you boys doing today?
We're good, buddy.
man.
How
What's
are you?
happening?
Shane, I got to throw you on hold, brother. You sound like you're talking from a lawn.
Shane, you're in a tunnel somewhere, man. That phone sounds a little bad.
I just wonder with the level of importance with a player like Jaden Daniels, and I get everybody wants him to play. I feel like DQ's building in some wiggle room of like, man, we pushed it so hard this week. If it's a risk-reward equation, the risk of him playing 2 series, right? I mean, how much do you think he would actually play? If they go on a 15-play touchdown drive, he's done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The risk of seeing Jaden Daniels out there for 9 snaps, 13 snaps, I'm not sure the payoff is equivalent. I'm not, like, in my mind, I grew up watching Joe Gibbs coach the Redskins.
Mm-hmm.
In that 3rd preseason game, starters played into the second half. Like, it was like, we're going to get ready for the season. This season now, this sport has changed so fundamentally, and this season is still so far away with the late Labor Day schedule that, like, I'm just not. Does Jaden Daniels getting 12 snaps on August 21st in Detroit make much of an impact for September 13th in Philadelphia? I think it's a fair question. I don't know.
It's a fair question, and I know those who don't want him to play will say no, and those who want him to play will say yes. But I make the same comment every year. You get ready to play football by playing football.
Sure.
You don't get ready to play football by sitting at home. Because if everybody could just sit at home and go fluid, everybody would be doing it.
Let's try Shane again. Shane, what's up, dude?
What's up, JP, B. Mitch? How you guys doing today?
We good, man.
Hey, look, last time I checked, this is not flag football, right? The only way you get better at your trade is you got to practice. You got to get better at it. Last time I checked, he's a big boy. And unless his mama wants to put bubble wrap on him and things like that. But no, he needs to be on that football field. He needs to be on that football field. This team has new coordinators. They got to get together and gel. I don't want to hear that excuse they used last year. Oh, we should have played our guys more in the preseason. Well, now it's time. Let's see what you said last year in this quote. We need to get these guys out there. Hey, look, he can get hurt in practice. Like, no, that's part of football. Like you said, and another thing is what's crazy is seeing number 30 out there on that field and just running around and doing his thing.
30 was balling.
That number, I know right now it looks great, but that number should not be on that football field. I'm just saying.
Hey, man. I ain't worried about that right now. I'm worried about that little kid going out there and balling his ass off, and that's what he did.
I am incredibly exhausted by numbered discourse. I promise you that much.
I don't even think about that.
I
You know what? I was smiling seeing that number run around.
Sure. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067.
Put on somebody like Stallion, I would probably been pissed off.
Anthony is in Martinsville. 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. To me, when I read this Dan Quinn, it reads different than it sounds. For Dan Quinn to get asked about if Mariota's injury affects Jaden Daniels playing, when you read the quote, it says, definitely thinking that like it was a question on the top of my head. Like clearly that made an impression on Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of gets into Tuesday and Wednesday are going to be really big training camp days, and that's our focus. Padded stuff, 2-minute drill, 4-minute drill. So I kind of think he's just punting on that question, but I think there is absolutely a chance Jaden does not play in Detroit. Play it one more time for me, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I definitely thinking, that was like a question on the top of my head, and I was staying in the block this week really before we get into the preparation for that as far as the game goes. So not right now, it doesn't, Nikki. I recognize the question for sure, but right now we're kind of going into like these 2 days as still like a training camp mode. That'll be like Tuesday and Wednesday and big padded stuff. So as far as like how much and starters and what we do, some of it will depend on what I'm seeing on Tuesday and Wednesday. So we got a bunch of situations that I'm trying to work through, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, some goal line stuff. So this is kind of like our most heightened training camp block coming up. So I'm excited to see that, but we haven't got in terms of like planning of the game yet of that part.
It's interesting to listen to. Let's let Anthony in Martinsville chime in. What's up, Ant?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Great to hear y'all voice. And I just want to say this. It really did my soul good to really hear Brian Mitchell and John Riggins do the color commentary for the game.
Appreciate it.
Every time y'all spoke, it just made us reminisce about, like, so much of the history that gets lost. So I really want to pat y'all on the back for that.
Appreciate
it, man. I just want to say this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I love Jaden Daniels more than probably next to his mom. I love him. I wish him all the best. But at the same time, I cannot hire you for a job and then be scared to go let you do it. That's all I can say, bro. Mm-hmm. We hired you to be a quarterback and to play football. At some point, you are going to have to go play football. And if we scared that you're going to get hurt in the preseason, you're not even playing against all starters and schemed-up defenses. If we scared that you're going to trip and hurt yourself in the preseason, what are we doing here? I love you, brother. I do. But at some point, you got to get out there and prove to me that you're ready.
Hey, it's not Jaden's decision here.
Yeah.
He's not saying I don't want to play.
I think
I guarantee he wants to play.
I take that back. I take it back because I don't mean to put it on him. But I'm just saying this whole scenario where it's always this thing about if he's going to get hurt and how much should he play because we don't want to expose him. What are we doing? It's football. It's not like we asked you to do something that we didn't hire you to do. We got to step back and realize that. You drafted this guy 2 overall to play football and be your franchise player, and then we scared to let him touch the field. It just don't make sense to me. Somebody got to step in and say something.
I don't know.
Y'all be blessed. I love y'all.
Is it scared if you just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze? Like, to me, I'm not. I don't know. I understand people want to see him play, but there's this like constant contradiction that is preseason football, and if you want to think that that's acting scared, okay. What if it's just being prudent?
Yeah, but the thing of it though, Jay, is everybody that doesn't want him to play, when stuff don't look right in week 1 or week 2, what's the first thing they say? Why didn't he play in preseason? I know things have changed, but there is a step you go every week. Like Dan always talk about the markers they have to hit.
Yeah.
Those markers, if you're not playing, how do I know exactly if you're hitting those markers? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because every week you want to get closer. And I tell you, like when I was doing it, we kind of had a feeling of where we needed to be after the first week, second week, third week. By the time that third week came, I knew I can go play a full damn game. And if we had to go in overtime, I could fight through it and go overtime too. I don't know if listen, this is not just a Washington thing. I don't know if most teams know that they can go a full quarter, a full game, and have to go overtime right now when the season starts. Because they play 3 weeks, then they take off another damn week, then they start up the week for the season. So the last time most players get on the field, the starters, is 2. They played like this week, and then they got a preseason game, a bye week, 3 weeks of not doing fast on the field.
And that is kind of my point of considering the amount of time that's going to be off regardless. Is there value to 13 snaps in August?
There's some level of value, and I say this because when we talk about Sean McVay and his team, Sean McVay has a veteran-laden team, a team that's been around a long time. They may be able to go out there. With Washington this year, you have 2 coordinators that are doing it for the first time. You have a lot of young people you're going to be dependent upon. Do you think they can not play and have the same level of readiness as a team that is full of veterans?
No, I think that's...
So I understand your point. I'm just saying, with so many young guys and young coordinators, I just think that you got to try it a little bit. And do stuff to protect your guy. You're not showing much anyway. 3-step drops, handoff, do a little thing. But get a little of something going, is all I'm saying.
I think that's fair. I mean, the one fallacy to the you can get hurt in practice, certainly. You can absolutely get hurt in practice. But nobody hits the quarterbacks in practice. You get
close to him.
You get into a preseason game, and honestly, I don't know if people watch this. The Lions' first preseason game was against the Bengals. They were smoking Joe Burrow.
And he holds the ball long too.
Right. Like, I don't know, man. I'm going to let my guy Jay weigh in. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels playing in Detroit. Jay, what do you say?
Hey, what's up? Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, man, of course he got it. But like the previous call just said, man, what are we really doing? He has to play. That's the test, putting him on the field to play. We say the only way you get ready for football is by playing football. But how do we know you're ready? I don't know what the big debate is. So if you want to be prudent, to go to your point, JP, to be prudent is if you put him in the game and then you run a couple plays and you see he's favoring a leg or something harder. Prudent is now, let's take him out because we don't want to, risk that. That's being prudent. But he has to play the game. So if you want to put a cap on how long you play on your draft, that's cool. But the bottom line is he has to play the game. Point blank. We said the last season, he didn't get enough time. He didn't get no preseason time. He played one snap last preseason. He ain't had no practice. He looked a little rusty, looked off in the first game and all that type stuff. So let's not make that same mistake again. Learn from the past and put him in the game. Let him play.
I hear you, man. I hear he should play.
That dude sounds just like my oldest brother. Damn, is that true you call it?
I do want to have a conversation because I think certain things have way jumped the shark, including perhaps the phrase jump the shark. But we got to get some of these brand social media accounts to calm TF down. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The Commanders are signing running back Craig Reynolds, according to John Keim through a source. Reynolds worked out with the Commanders on Sunday. Jeremy Nichols is out with a quad injury. Quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL and is now likely to be sidelined for the remainder of the preseason. Former Commanders rusher Von Miller signs with the Dallas Cowboys for 1 year. Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained groin today, according to head coach Aaron Glenn, but he doesn't think it's a big deal. Tommy John, who won 288 games and, of course, is synonymous with his name for that surgery, has passed away at the age of 83. Nationals were swept by the New York Mets. K-Bear Ruiz with 2 RBI, a day off as they travel to the Dallas area to take on the Rangers Tuesday. Spirit tie Angel City FC 1-1. Spirit home against Orlando Sunday. From the Crop Metcaps Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
The internet's a weird place, right? Yeah. I mean, there are thousands, tens of thousands. Literally probably millions. I'm not going to go and count. There are so many accounts on social media, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever else, that exist only to create fake things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it's incredibly bizarre. And now with the proliferation of AI images, you can create fake stuff all the time, right?
Yeah, tons of it.
And I'm not sure any of it has any value. I imagine for the bots, or if there's a human involved somewhere along the way. You know what I heard? This is crazy. All the internet traffic in the world, it's more bots than humans.
I can agree. I can believe that.
And in another 5 years, it's going to be 2-to-1.
Bots to human?
Yeah.
Because the bots, you can make that do what you wanted to do. So
and you can make 50 of them.
Humans may come out every once in a while and post something you really want to push, but that bot be pushing what you want all day, every day. And you can have, like you said, multiple.
So when everything happened last week between LSU and Jaden Daniels and all the fake meme bot accounts on the internet started posting jokes, it was all right, I expect that. That's what fake bot meme accounts do. They post stuff.
Yeah.
The tip of the spear I saw as far as legit companies or brands, if you will, was StubHub. StubHub, I think it was that Friday morning, maybe Thursday morning. StubHub made a joke that they're not selling 5 tickets anymore. They're only going to sell 4 or 6. And I was like, damn, StubHub.
Just tell them because SeatGeek sell them for the Commanders.
Right. But
so the hell with you, StubHub.
SeatGeek's app is way better than StubHub's. 2, but StubHub has NFL partnerships. They're not partnered here, but they have partnerships around the. I was very surprised by that because this is not a fake bot account. This is a real account.
Yeah, but social media is mostly stupidity. Well, and even some of these companies have some stupid people running this stuff.
What I've seen since then is it was almost I don't know who it was, if it was StubHub or somebody else, but it was once somebody threw the cheap shot, everybody threw the cheap shot.
Yeah.
And baseball teams, I found this remarkable. I saw the Mets, and I sent that in the group chat. The Mets are a joke, and they beat the Nats, so they take a shot at Washington, presumably. The Mets tweet out, stopped at 4 out of respect for Jaden Daniels, 4-1 Mets win over the Nats. And as much as I thought it was lowbrow and cheesy, I can at least wrap my brain around it because they were playing the Washington team. So to the Mets social media manager.
When you suck as bad as the Mets, you shouldn't be joking on nobody.
Oh, fine. I'm with you. But B, this became a whole thing. The Guardians beat the Padres. There is no even tangential tie to Washington or Louisiana or anything. We're talking about the Cleveland Guardians and the San Diego Padres. And Cleveland took a shot. Toronto beat the Yankees, and the Blue Jays took a shot.
You know what it is, though? Go out there and ball out, and all that negativity turns into positivity. and it's
agree
mud
with-
on their face.
I am just shocked how broad this got so fast. And maybe it's just simple like copycat nonsense. But
it basically
it's
tells
lame.
you people do not make fun of and try to ride off of somebody that's less than average. They always try to ride off of somebody that has a following and has a reputation of being something good. You never see nobody going around being jealous of somebody that's a piece of crap. See what I'm saying? So basically what they're telling you is how big this dude really is.
Columbia football, Ivy League, New York City, taking a shot.
Tell them go take a shot at their guy who got arrested 2 weeks ago.
A Columbia football player?
Farmer.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, the thing of it is, Jaden has been always respectful.
That's what I'm saying.
A straight shooter, calm, cool, collected, does great things. So people want to try to poop on you when you're doing great. To hell with them.
I was just
take a page from my book, Jay. Give them all of them one finger salute.
I hear you, man. I was blown away, not by, listen, there's a zillion fake accounts, right? Like, if you're running ML football or just these wacky non-DNP sports, like whatever it is, the amount of real teams and companies that did this blew my mind. And it's like,
but just look at it.
I just think it's so lame.
Like a lot of times when I'll tell you stuff and you like, oh, people really talking about that? Social media is a copycat entity. Anything that they think is starting to go viral, everybody tries it. So you want to take somebody's goodness or what you think may be bad to try and promote yourself. You want to get your ride off of it. And that's all they were doing. So when you see real companies doing it, that's letting you know that real company not very good at their job, so they got to try to find some little sleazy stuff to try to go use it to get forward.
Yeah, man. It is just, I don't know. It's remarkably lame. For the, like, White Brian's the closest thing we have to a social media manager around here. Dubby, can you possibly explain why the Guardians beat the Padres and they make it about Jaden?
Well, they see StubHub and the Mets and everyone getting the interactions, and it's such a big story without really anything else going on. So they're like, well, we can make some extra money and look good to our bosses.
They don't know anything about, they probably don't know nothing about the real situation, but they see the interactions. That's all that matters, right?
It's just like, you remember when the viral sound was out, nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Nothing to deal with.
Never heard of it.
For real?
In my life. Yes.
Sheesh.
Hey, what I tell people like that is I have a life. I don't have time to be paying attention to all that
remember
crap.
when there was that dress that nobody knew what color it was?
The what?
That's exactly what this is.
Or 6'7", like everyone's just using it to bring it's marketable.
Like,
You don't
I'm going to
remember
make
that
this
dress,
clip,
B?
The dress?
and it's going to do the best today.
The
What's
dress?
that?
I'm going to make this clip about you guys talking about this, and it's going to
Make sure the headline is freaking clear. The social media memes are lame. Okay? I looked at the camera for you for that one. Cut it out. Like,
are they bass backwards?
Like, Cleveland Guardians. Why are you making fun of a quarterback that has no ties to either of the teams involved? I can kind of understand the mess.
Yeah, they
were
should joke
playing
about their own
Washington.
damn team in Cleveland with their quarterbacks.
Yeah. I would love if the Nats post something about Deshaun versus Shador.
No, don't do that, Matt. Nats, you better than that.
I don't know, man. I saw it bubbling up over the weekend, and then I see all these like professional organizations, and I'm like, and I understand the social media arm ain't the front office, right? Like the job is different. I just found it absurd and ridiculous. It just, I don't know. Now people are calling. Joe, what's up?
What's up, JP, B. Mitch? Love the show.
Thanks,
I just wanted to say, like, the only reason that it was kind of relevant was just, like, there's nothing going on. And that was the number one story in the sports world at the time. So they're just going to run with it, put whatever they want. I mean, I don't know if we'd have the same animosity if it was wasn't one of our guys.
I'd probably think it's
what
funny.
I'm saying?
But the thing of it, though,
if it was a Cowboy, I'd be laughing.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, you say there's nothing going on. That's gambling
There's not
every
much
day.
going on.
There's gambling going on every day. There's tickets being sold every day. It's baseball. How can a baseball team in the middle of a damn season have nothing going on?
Well, B. Mitch, the sports world is just there's no sports going on, so they're just finding.
It's a
something to
whole
latch
baseball
onto and
season
running
going
with it.
on right now, and this baseball team.
Yeah, nobody
that's
really
bragging.
cares about baseball, dude.
I mean, you might be right. The fact that the baseball teams have to troll Jaden tells you exactly how much interaction they're getting with their
Exactly.
normal Guardians 6, Padres 1.
They
Appreciate
need
you,
some
Joe.
more attendance.
I don't know, man. I want it to all go away, and I don't know how you get to that result. But like,
I can tell you, I can teach you how to get to it. Stop clicking on every time something pop up.
I'm not.
When you get a notification or don't look at it. See, I take time away from it. What they got people right now. They got psychiatrists and all that's telling people you need to take some time away from social media. Guess who's leading the way with that? Me.
The best. You tried to pay Rooster's ass to get off social, and he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, and that shows you a grown ass man with kids would not get off of this because it's addicting. It makes you want to. Oh, I got to do it. I was going to pay him just to take a week off, and he refused it. But no, Jeff, you're not going to listen. You're going to still go on and then still think you'll get paid.
Jeff was telling us this morning he's got to be careful about the stuff he posts. Jeff was close to his social media reckoning. It seems like
he ain't getting off of it though. No, but not a chance.
Now Stallion is hell. White Brian doesn't really have much of a social media following. No offense, Stub B. Maybe you do, and I'm just unaware of
You
it.
just don't know his real name on social
Burner.
media.
Maybe he's the one running the Guardians
He's
account.
Big Daddy on social media.
Roseisnotateacher.com. Stallion is cheap enough, though, that I bet if you offered him money to get off social, he would take it.
Lie. If I offered him money, he would try to negotiate if he did it. I did it for 2 weeks, would you give me more money?
Yeah.
He wouldn't even take it. He'll talk his way out of making money.
You're correct, for sure.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like my charm, though. It's
No,
kind of my
that's
charm.
not your charm. It's your stupidity. That's not charm.
maybe.
That's stupidity.
How much would it take for you to not be on social for a week?
Dude, honestly, like, I'm not really on social
You
that
really
much.
aren't.
I'm not really a big social media guy to begin with, so I think $100
What
bucks.
do you do?
He might not be on it, but he watches everything on it.
I do watch everything.
So you're a big social media guy.
Well,
you just don't interact.
I'm not-
But
I'm
you
not a
know
Twitter-
all
okay.
You know all of the little gossipy stuff going on.
Well, I'm on Instagram. I'll do Instagram a lot. Like, I'll scroll the reels.
You like Instagram.
Yeah.
Instagram's
the
the one
reels.
you use.
The reels,
I'll
I'll do reels.
look at the reels, and most of them about bike riding or snakes.
You get a lot of, like, fist fights. You'll be like, yo, Jay, look at this one. It's like somebody
All right,
fighting.
everybody sends stuff that fight. I guess my what you call them is that I fight. I like to fight. I like fights. So.
All right, we got a lot going on. I want to have a Nationals conversation. Nikki Jabvala from The Athletic will join us at noon. Plus, we're giving away Dave Matthews Band tickets. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Got to remind the people, Rude is the official show sponsor. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And B. Mitch, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Let's have a baseball conversation that isn't about random baseball teams trolling NFL quarterbacks. Nats over the weekend, interesting decision, I would say. CJ Abrams moved to second base. CJ is having an absolute monster offensive season. CJ, as a fielder, has never been the best. I guess my question is kind of a why now? My biggest question is, why are you moving him now?
Yeah.
And I don't know that we can get a good answer on that.
Probably won't get one.
Stallion, Mr. Locked On Nationals. I've got his fielding numbers.
I mean, to call him Locked Off National.
That's kind of funny. He has 19 errors.
Yeah.
That leads the majors, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with Abrams. I think everyone knew that he's not a long-term shortstop. And I think the only reason why, there was a couple different things, but I personally believe that the reason why they stuck him at shortstop this year is because they're kind of hoping that they'd be able to develop him as a defender, just like the way that they've been able to do with their bats. And that just has not happened. But around baseball, people know that Abrams is not a long-term shortstop, and that's okay. Like, if he moves to second base, which he is now, he might be really valuable over there defensively. Like, maybe that takes a turn for him.
Yeah, so my thing I would ask is, moving him to second base, maybe he's not any less in a he's in a less heated.
You get
spot,
less work,
and he still has that bat. I don't know if it's a demotion. It might just put him in a better situation.
Yeah, I don't think demotion is the right word. These fielding numbers, I think this gets awfully complicated awfully quick. The league fielding percentage average is about 97%, 0.971. CJ's is below 96. So it's 0.959 versus average is 0.971. And I feel like generally you want your best defensive player at shortstop.
Yeah.
Probably short and center, right?
Yeah.
So I find it interesting. I think a lot of folks want to try to is it possible this is just to they have a bunch of shortstops in the minors. Is this just to get one of these kids up?
I mean, it could be, because Seaver King is the guy that would come up right away, and there's a lot of smoke around him. He's crushing the baseball right now. He plays shortstop in Rochester, and he's a really good prospect. But also Spencer Nussbaum, who we have on later on.
Yeah, he's joining us at 1:30.
Yeah,
right?
He's joining us at 1:30. He wrote a story about how it may not be imminent for him getting called up, because at first when I heard this news, I'm like, okay, well, they're probably going to call up Seaver King here shortly. But that doesn't sound like it's going to be the case. But they also have Nasim Nunez, who is legitimately a stud shortstop.
Defensively.
Defensively speaking. Like, offensively, I believe he has the worst OPS in baseball. Like, he is bad. But he is really good defensively, and he has continued to be a star at shortstop when he's out there. Like, he just makes every single play.
What do you say about moving CJ over in the late August? If there's not a call up coming, seems weird.
It is weird. I think the timing of everything is weird with this, but I think ultimately, a lot of people are kind of lost. Like, oh, well, a shortstop is clearly more valuable than a second baseman. It's like, okay,
but it's also according to the reporting, and we'll get to talk to Nussbaum here in a little bit, he's still going to play short once or twice a week.
Yeah.
So what the hell?
So I don't know.
Does that make sense to you, B? Hey, we're moving this kid to second, but he's still going to play short once or twice a week.
Yeah, it don't make much sense to me at all, unless you already have a plan to bring somebody up at short. And if that's not what they're trying to do right now, then basically they might not know what the hell they're doing.
It just seems odd. And I know that everything for them is driven numerically, and maybe there is some analytic move here, but I could wrap my brain way better around it If it was we're moving him to second, we think that's the best position for him long term. We want to work on that development for the last 6 weeks of this season, and then he can go into the spring next year as a second baseman. Okay.
Sometimes,
then why is he still playing short?
Yeah, sometimes people just like they don't know they don't know how to voice things.
Let's take this call real quick. My guy Mike is on the line from King George. What's up, Mike?
What's happening? How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Can't complain.
Okay, you called us. What's up, bro?
No, I was just talking about the C.J. Abrams stuff.
Yeah,
go ahead. We listen.
The second baseman costs a lot less than a shortstop right now. This is a future move for an extension for CJ. He wants shortstop money, and he's going to get paid second baseman money. That's why that's making the move now.
That makes some sense.
That makes a lot of sense, Mike.
Yep.
Now, thank you for the call, dude. That's really good. Is he going in another year of arbitration?
This is year 2 of arbitration for him. He's going into year 2.
And so the comps that the Nats can use to set his arbitration, they now can do at second base?
It's such a confusing process. They could, that would probably be their battle. Be like, hey, you're a second baseman.
Who is his agent?
Rock Nation.
Rock Nation, this is I'm going to let y'all know. They say he's playing shortstop twice a week. Focus on that. If you want to try to throw that second base crap out there, take it completely off of shortstop.
Yeah, it's to me very. If that is the case, all right. Shortstops, AAV, Bo Bichette makes $42 million a year. Lindor is making $34. Carlos Correa is making $33. You've got 4 players over $30 million by a wide stretch. I'm just quickly looking at what second has. Yeah, second, the highest paid second baseman's making $25. So that's you want to be listed as a D end or you want to be listed as a linebacker.
Yeah.
That is hella interesting and honestly kind of the only, at least logical answer. And of course, the Nats aren't going to say that. But what do all roads lead back to with the Washington Nationals?
Money.
Ownership. Trying to save money. So it's going to be hard for me to determine many other positions than that one. Great call, Mike and King George. Nikki Jabal will join us next. We're giving away Dave Matthews tickets.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Adding some running back depth, the Commanders have signed running back Craig Reynolds after the injury to Jeremy McNichols, who's going to be out a little bit with a quad injury. The Commanders will not add a quarterback, but Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL, and so he'll be sidelined for the remainder of the preseason. Former Commanders rusher Von Miller signs with Dallas Cowboys, one-year deal. Jets running back Breece Hall, groin injury. Head coach Aaron Glenn says it's not a big deal. Tommy John, who won 288 games over 3 decades, a 4-time All-Star left-hander, and second most wins of any pitcher in the modern era, not elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame, has passed away at the age of 83. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Shout out to Jeff, keeping me on task. We're going to give away some tickets, folks. Caller number 10 right now. You win a pair of tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Fall Tour 2026, Tuesday, November 10th at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now, Friday at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. B, I got to ask, where is CFG Bank Arena? Is that Baltimore? Okay.
I can tell you.
Caller number 10 right now. You win a pair of tickets to go see Dave in Baltimore, 800-636-1067. Joining us right now, who you heard the sweet sounds of Petey Pablo earlier, is our friend Nikki Jabala. Hello, Nick. How do you do?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Good.
We waiting on those lines, the verses. Nick, you gotta hit us up.
Listen,
now.
I can't rush greatness. Okay, it takes time.
All right. Three more years.
Vintage used to ask 48 to drop bars. Remember you used to get 48?
Yeah.
That was wild.
I know. I know. I'll tell you, if Cardi B comes to practice, I will do it.
Okay.
But I need Cardi there.
All right.
I have no idea what to do.
It'd be so great if Cardi B comes there tomorrow.
I don't think she's coming to a practice. But what if she comes to a game?
I mean,
that works.
Either practice, game.
The NFL's trying to get more guys with their ladies on the sideline. If they got Steph and Cardi on the sideline,
woo!
Yeah. Don't get me started on that story, but yes, if Cardi's there, it's on.
I kind of want to get you started on that story then. That you think the NFL is pushing romance.
It's icky. It's gross. It's icky.
I do have a couple PFWA questions that are probably better served via text message. But the new NFL Jesus system is god awful, and I think I still got to pay my dues. So I'm bringing that up now for us to address later.
Yes.
Okay.
We can address that. The second one, pay your dues.
Okay.
But the other one, yes.
All right. Here's the question for you. What did we learn Friday night, Commanders Dolphins?
We learned that their defense is capable of bouncing back. That first drive was not great by any stretch, especially since Miami muffed a punt and then also had a penalty on the return. To go 93 yards on the opening drive for a score is not great. But the way they bounced back and I mean, they shut them down after that, which is what they should have done.
Yeah.
I thought that was a very good sign. I think they have some positions that are going to be difficult to decide, and in a good way. I really like their 2 rookie running backs. Which, means somebody's going to get pushed out. And who is it? And same for receiver. I think they now have some really strong depth there. Same for safety. There's going to be some sort of, quote unquote, surprise cut there. I think there have to be just numbers wise. So I think there were a lot of guys that showed out. I didn't think there was anybody that had any massively egregious mistake that hurt their standing. And then, of course, there's Mariota that, you hope he's back before the season opener. I know that's sort of an injury depending on severity. It usually takes, 3 to 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So you hope it's on the lesser side, of course, and he can return. But it does make you wonder, do they consider bringing on a third quarterback for the initial 53? And do they bring in somebody else eventually? I know Quinn said they wouldn't do it immediately, but how much faith do they have in Kaliakmanis? Did I say that right? I hope I said that.
You did.
But yeah, I mean, those are some of the outstanding questions, I'd say, after that first one.
We're in a difficult, not difficult, but kind of an unusual situation where you're looking at the players being decided upon, but we have 2 first-year coordinators. How you think they did?
Mm-hmm. I thought they did fine. I mean, I thought the lack of aggressiveness, sort of what Quinn said this too, I believe, that the lack of aggressiveness on the defense on the opening drive, I didn't think that was a product of play calling. I thought that was just poor execution, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't have any issues with it. I think also it's, nitpicking that's one game, and even throughout training camp, just because you're seeing a mix of 1s, 2s, 3s, and in this game, almost entirely 2s and 3s going. You don't really get a good sense of what they're trying to do and how much they're trying to hold back, or if they're doing certain things to evaluate certain positions or certain players. That's all part of it at this stage. And, to try to get a big picture of, how will the system look? How will they handle things in times of adversity as play callers? I don't know that you get a great sense of that this time of year.
Yeah, because you're just not showing much, right?
Mm-hmm.
I almost think defensively they showed way less than we become expected to at practice. I mean, DQ even kind of alluded to it with Shenault and Styles out there, how neither was blitzing. That's why it's tough to try to take too much information from preseason. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's, you asked an interesting question of Dan Quinn yesterday. If the Mariota injury impacts their decision making on Jaden Daniels playing in Detroit, what did you? We've played it a few times. DQ's answer to you. What did you think of Quinn's answer?
I thought it was a hedge of, as of now, things are staying the same, but that could change, at some point down the road later in the week. I'm not saying it will change, but he left that door open is how I heard that. And my thinking in asking that was all right, you've lost your starting left tackle. Your top corner isn't out there. You're still waiting on your center to come back, who we said should come back this week. Now your QB2 is banged up. I mean, to me, that's, 3 of the, top 5, 4 of the top 5 most impactful positions are either lost or at risk of being lost in the season opener. Do you want to risk it with Jaden too? Because he only played 4 snaps last preseason. That's it, all of 4 snaps, but it took only 3 for Mariota to get banged up. Or was it the 4th one? Either way, it was very few. So I think, to me, the risk becomes greater. Is all right, you don't have Mariota right now. You hope he's back for week 1. But do they view it as, all right, we really need to preserve Jaden? And we know at this point what he is. And they have 2 joint practices.
Yeah.
And those have become more the evaluation ground than, these preseason games. So I do wonder if they see it that way, or if they see it as, no, we want to kind of keep it status quo. I don't know.
Talking with Nikki Jhabvala here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Nikki at Nikki Jhabvala, NICKIJHABVALA. Read all of her work in The Athletic, like I do. Here's the real question then. What do you think should happen with Jaden in preseason? What do you think will happen with Jaden in preseason?
I mean, if it was up to me, I'd sit him. I mean, I don't see. I mean, what are 4 snaps going to show you? I mean, he's looked good all camp. He's had a joint practice. They got another one with the Ravens. I mean, I think anybody who thinks these 4 snaps against, the Lions in preseason thinks that's going to change things. I think you're kind of fooling yourself. I think he's looked really good, and it just becomes more of a risk at that point. You could say you want to see him in a game-like atmosphere, but I honestly feel like it's more of a game-like atmosphere in these joint training camp practices because his practices are more intense. And I think you get more out of him, frankly. So I would sit him. I just don't see. I mean, sadly, and I feel bad for the fans that actually pay to watch these games. It's just there's become less and less value in the preseason games, especially with these joint practices. Teams have found other ways to get in that work for their starters, and it's not in those games. I mean, if he does play, this would be, the only game he plays this preseason. And, again, last season he played all of 4 snaps. What does that really get you? I think there are other positions that you definitely want to continue to evaluate. I would like to see Chris Paul and Brandon Coleman get more time together up front. I know Quinn said he would like to, maybe rotate those safeties to get Revo and Nick Cross in there some. So, yeah, there's some guys that probably should get a few more reps, but he's not one of them, in my opinion.
But last year, when he started the season, the whole talk was he seemed out of sync.
Yep.
But I think that was because of Noah Brown was down, Terry McLaurin was only there for like a week.
Yeah.
But the first year he went out there, he was in sync with everybody, and it was his first time ever being around them. I just think I just don't want it to get to a point where everything is judged based off of injury. What are you gonna call once the season starts? Because if he gets hurt, get banged in the first game, somebody's gonna say it. Well, if he had played in preseason, maybe that don't happen.
Right. Well, there's always going to be some reason that fits everybody's narrative, right? Like there's always going to be one of those, no matter what you do. If you don't play him and he gets hurt, somebody will say that. If you do play him, he doesn't get hurt, everybody will point to that. Like I feel like it's a lose-lose situation for the teams in that regard because somebody will always find something to latch onto to kind of bolster their own narrative. But I just think in this situation, you got to weigh the risk and reward each time. Like you can't see 5 miles down the road, but you gotta understand the risks that come in that moment. And to me, right now, given sort of the state of the team, to me, the risk outweighs the reward. If it had been a little different, and then they had a fully healthy slate, maybe, but I just think what's the point? I'm sure there will be people who disagree with me. Oh, it's football. You got to play. This is part of the sport. And yes, that's all true. But I think he's the most valuable person to this franchise, by a mile. Stretch. And after he suffered 3 injuries last season, you don't want to, coddle him. It is a tough sport. He is going to get banged up, but you also want to be smart with how you use him.
Yeah, I tend to lean your direction, or at least if they don't play him, I am not going to blast them for it because it's like, what do we think he's going to play? Maybe 2 drives? So let's call
one. I would have trouble seeing him play more than one. I mean,
sure. But like
most of the starters, even in this last game, only played 1 drive.
Let's say
so I would have trouble seeing him play more than 1.
Let's say it's 8 snaps, 10 snaps, right? Like, is he substantially more prepared for Philadelphia 3 weeks later with 10 snaps?
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
Is like, what is the long-term value there? I mean, every rep, getting more reps matters. Like, but do those 8 really matter when you're going against a mix of? To me, it's just the risk outweighs the reward.
But so, what is the suggestion? Would you suggest that they don't play him at all? Ever?
Yeah.
In preseason,
the joints.
I mean, I understand
the
joint.
Those are the preseason games, in my opinion. They get more work than they would before.
The joints still aren't preseason speed.
Sure, it's not live.
So the speed of the game is where I get concerned. Like the joint practice or controlled is not preseason speed, and I think you get a false sense of security, and you get into the game when it's real fast. That's where things go wrong real quick.
I totally get that. Would 8 snaps change your mind? Would that say he's prepared for the season, though?
8 snaps are going against somebody full speed. Against 8 snaps are not ever seeing somebody full speed. Yes, I'll be a little better. I may not be completely where I need to be because I'm still have to grow, but I will be able to react to that quickness of the full speed.
I see both
having
sides
played the sport to a high level, I can't contend with that. I'm just a scrawny white girl, so I can't really do much there. So.
No, I'm just saying, like, I understand what people do, but this is why, and Jay No wants the season start, for all those that didn't want him to play, I can't hear you complaining about where he's not at. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I want him to play, so I know he'll be at a certain point. Those that don't want him to play, then they want to point out all the things that are going wrong. And I'm like, okay, if they were playing, they wouldn't be having these things go wrong.
Right. I think the team will see it that way. That's ultimately how I think. I personally think you should sit, but I think the team will think the way you are. And I think he will play, one drive. I will see.
It's going to be really interesting, and I feel like when you asked DQ that, he did provide wiggle room for himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Smart man.
Yeah.
We got 2 really hard practices the next couple days, and we'll take it from there. And and I
that's
think,
we're not telling you until you see us on the field.
Right.
Day of the game. A very polite way of saying I'm not telling you.
we'll find out the same way we did last Friday when we saw Jaden,
Correct.
Terry, and Steph going through a rigorous workout, which was very obvious that they then weren't going to play. I never expected those guys to play last week.
Now, last week I didn't expect it at all.
What did you make of the discourse surrounding Styles and Shenault out there early and Miami just kind of able to go right down the field?
I mean, again, it's sort of in the same vein of what do those 8 snaps mean long term for Jaden? I think it's a gross overreaction to say Styles looks, exceptional and will have a tremendous career, or doesn't look so great and looks timid based on 14 snaps. I think context matters in all of these games. Did he light up the world? No. Did they pick up yardage? Yes. But was it solely on him? I don't think so. And I think dissecting it to the degree that some have is just not great for anybody. But
I absolutely agree. I think it's
so. I
think.
I mean, I listen to what Durante has said. And Quinn, you want him to play more freely, and that's part of being a rookie, in my opinion. Is he's got every athletic tool you could ever want. He's got the size, he's got the speed, he's got the power, everything. He knows what he's looking at. He's just, think about the adjustment from even places like Ohio State, which is borderline pro, to coming here. Is it's a big difference, and it takes. A lot of players, a couple games, if not more, to adjust to the speed and know what you're seeing and how to handle a huddle with grown men. And it's a lot. And I'm sure of course, I've never been in that situation, obviously, but I'm sure there's a ton going through his head on every snap. And until he can just learn to play and not think as much, I think you may see some hesitation. That's not a bad thing. I don't think that's an indictment on his future as a linebacker.
Talking with Nikki Jabvala here from The Athletic. Give me your concern levels on a couple players. What's your concern level with Trey Amos?
Pretty high at this point. I mean, he's had 1 practice since November 9th. And what the season is, 2.5, 3 weeks away? 3.5 weeks. I mean, that's, even if he has a full practice time, if he came back tomorrow, I'd still feel is that enough time? Just because he wasn't involved in the off season at all. I mean, I don't know if Terry's injury was directly correlated to, him holding out last off season, but I do think the risk is higher when you don't have a ramp up, a long ramp up. And it's been so long that he's been out of gameplay that you worry. You also worry about just his confidence level too of, trusting your leg after dealing with such major injuries, trusting your body, and then really understanding it's a new system and, working with the guys around you. He just doesn't have that prep time that the other guys have had, and he's such a key piece to this defense.
Agreed.
I kind of believe it's more in between his ears than anything, because just like we talked with Rasul Douglas, I think it was last week, you have to get to that point where you can stop thinking about the injury and just play. And most young guys can't get there.
Yeah. And he's been through a lot of them at this time. I mean, that injury was a massive injury he went through in November, and then to, deal with the ankle a day after coming back, that can mess with your head quite a bit, I would think,
Oh, yeah.
What about J-Mac? And what are the roster options with a guy like McNichols? They're saying Quinn kind of said this could be a couple weeks. It's a major quad injury. What can they do roster-wise? Because that's a guy they love and should. He's always good whenever he gets on the field, as August 30th kind of looms.
Yeah, isn't there that new rule now where you can put 2 guys on IR before the initial 53 is set and still designate them for early return? So I wonder if they consider doing that with him, because if he had been healthy, he would have been on my 53, just because he's he's sort of that third down guy. He's a veteran. He can give you those chunk plays when you need them. But if he's not available to go, and you have a couple good rookies, it seems. I mean, to me, that would be the most logical option if he's still not cleared by then.
And that means he's out at least first four, right?
Right. Yep.
I almost feel like that's the direction that thing's going to go. Nikki, we will see you tomorrow morning, and we appreciate your time as always.
All right, Nick. Take care.
All right. Thanks, guys. See ya.
All right, we good.
So, friend Nikki Jabvala from The Athletic. I want to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Starting to see the injury bug. This also happens everywhere. This isn't unique to Washington, but Trey Amos specifically, Jeremy McNichols specifically, Marcus Mariota specifically, how concerned are you with some of these bumps and bruises that are going to cause guys to miss some time? Or do you view it as they're getting Allegretti back, they're getting Bates back, things are shifting their way? Your calls next.
Commanders have added experience at running back with Craig Reynolds today, as Jeremy McNichols is going to be out with a quad injury. Marcus Mariota has a sprained MCL, so he'll probably miss the remainder of the preseason. Former Commanders rusher Von Miller signs with the Cowboys. Free agent running back Najee Harris is visiting the Giants. Breece Hall of the Jets suffered a strained groin today, according to head coach Aaron Glenn, but the coach says, I don't think it was a big deal. Baseball mourning a loss of Tommy John, who won 288 games as a four-time All-Star left-hander, and of course the famous medical procedure that bears his name. He was 83. Nationals were swept by the Mets at Citi Field, final 4-3. Day off today, traveling to Arlington, Texas for the Texas Rangers starting tomorrow night. Spirit tie Angel City FC 1-1 back home Orlando Pride on Sunday at 4 p.m. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerb on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Is the injury bug biting in Ashburn? Trey Amos, I think there's real concern level there. I don't know what's happening there. Jeremy McNichols, valuable piece for this team. It seems like that's a couple weeks away. I would not be shocked. We just spoke with Nicky Jhabvala from The Athletic if he lands on that short-term IR list. How worried are you about all of these things? Let's start with Sean in Falls Church. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, bro.
I think that, again, it's not like a like for like, but when we got Diggs and then LT went down, it was kind of like up, down, good and the bad kind of come together with, with Amos being out, but then, Allegretti getting a little bit better. It's kind of been, two positions that we've been looking at, the cornerback room and the interior line room. I feel like it's kind of not a like for like, obviously, but, if Amos is out there, once he's out there, great, that's when I'm feeling better. But yes, it's a level of concern, but getting Allegretti back feels a lot better. And then McNichols, I guess I'm feeling he's huge. Again, like you guys say, like on that 3rd and 13, he's getting 14. But I do think it just puts a little bit more on Rachaad White, which I'm okay with because I think that was a signing that helps Jaden a lot, Eckler-esque, if you will.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Appreciate the call, Sean. Thanks, buddy.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Like, if Rasul Douglas wasn't on this team, I may be worried more. But I believe that dude right there is going to be a vital part of this team moving forward and can be a help until Trey is completely back out there. And looking at McNichols, as much as he does, they don't utilize him as much.
No.
So watching Fat Man and Henry the other night, I think you see something in those guys that can kind of hold this stuff together until then. So I'm not nothing has come out where these guys are out for the rest of the year, this, that, and the other. I would be concerned if something like that, but nothing like that has come. And I think you got some hungry young dudes on the squad now. And Rasul is,
I like
think,
Rasul a lot,
one, bro. Yeah.
You'd like to have Amos. I think I have some real concerns about where Trey Amos is. We have Dan Quinn talking about Amos from yesterday, correct? Tell me when you boys are ready. Obviously, Trey suffered the injury last fall, broken leg. But now that's not the issue. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You ready, Jeffrey? Tell me when you're good. Because I think Quinn talking about this is relevant.
I'm optimistic, but you're right about the practice piece. Like as we're coming back with Nick Allegretti, he had 6 reps in practice 1 and was injured. So, I'm excited for him to get back to practice, and we all need it. And so that'll be an important piece for Trey too, to get back to saying, okay, not only just the movements, the skills, the conditioning. So, there's certainly concern. He's working hard, but, with these next, 2.5 weeks, I would say those would be important, Nicky, to see the progress, to say, okay, ramping up hard, almost there into that spot. And so maybe in a week's or so time, I'll have a better estimate to say, okay, they do this return to play, which I love following, but I need to see each of the steps made.
He's saying another week's time, and then it's a young man that, as Nicky said, practiced once since November.
Mm-hmm.
So, I get the feeling with Amos, zero chance we're seeing him in preseason.
More than likely. But the thing of it though, he's practiced once. He was rehabbing most of the time. So that's work. But that is you look at the situation where, okay, well, shouldn't these other guys play? But this guy got to go play. If nobody really has to go out and play, they can all just wait till regular season and play.
I hear you.
The thing about it, when the guy is not out there practicing, don't mean he's not out running around doing something. And I still feel he needs to get out there and start doing some things, as Dan would say. But we're not holding everybody else to the same level like that. And that is a concern. I'm more concerned about that. This guy got to be able to go out there, but no, we're not going to play this guy over here. You know what I'm saying?
There's a fella named S. Talk Carter on the line. Hello, S. Talk Carter.
Yes, sir. What's up, fellas?
What's happening?
What's up, baby?
What's going on, bro?
Man, what's going on? Man, I ain't called since S Talk. It's been that long. It's been that long. Yeah, Rain.
What have you been waiting on?
Man, I've been growing up. I was a baby since then, man. Military work, DHS, you know it.
Oh yeah.
But I'm about as concerned as that injury bug as I am with the lottery ticket that I didn't win. And I only say that to say, with all of the guys injured, what's that, roughly 5 guys injured?
Mm-hmm.
It's 5 Pro Bowls spread across all 5 of them, right? But they all belong to one guy. So that's the one I'm the most concerned with, and that's Laramie Tunsil, right? Trey is extremely athletic, prototypical corner. That's what we was looking for. But if we remember right, we was Cheeks last year, and he was on that field, right? So there's some guys behind those guys that are gifted as well, and they wondering how these guys made, but they are a part of that team that lost the way that they did. Granted, there was extenuating circumstances with the injury, but I'm pretty sure we got a lot of guys that's trying to get out there on the field. So saying as though we aren't some perennial playoff team, I'm not as concerned with that. Just so long as the ace is okay, and that's JD, I'm pretty sure the rest can work itself out.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, man.
Yes, sir.
He brings up a great point there because it happened so early in preseason, the Tunsil injury, that we've kind of stopped talking about it. I actually disagreed with Tischler on this. I'm curious where you land. Because I said, after the joint practice with the Dolphins, they really couldn't run the ball well. The starters, like Bill and what is now their starting offensive line. That was the one area I thought the Dolphins looked pretty good. And I thought their defensive line the other night looked pretty good. They've got some guys on that D-line. And I said, well, they're down 2 starting offensive linemen, and that's going to be an issue. And Mitch's contention is you can't count Tunsil anymore. We know he's going to be gone for a while. And I think that's crazy. He's arguably their best player.
Yeah.
And if he's not 1, he's 2 on both importance.
But he won't be on that field until November sometime.
If.
So,
but
at
I
that
think
point,
we still have to, when we talk about this injury bug thing, Tunsil's a big part of that.
he's a part of it, but it's different in a sense where you're expecting other guys to probably be back before the season starts. You're not expecting him before midseason. Right. So whoever's in there now is your starter. And you got to start focusing on his growth, where he's going to go. I think.
But we didn't feel that way with Allegretti.
Because we felt he was going to be back.
Right.
So that is what I'm saying. Allegretti, you're expecting to be there for week 1. Tunsil, week 12, 14. It's a cutthroat mindset, but that is exactly how you got to think in football. Once somebody is down, as Doc always said, I talk about the people that are dressing out for the game, not the people that are just on the team.
I'm with you. I think the Amos thing is tough. I do think you're right about bringing Rasul Douglas in is a huge part of feeling better there. huge.
Yeah, if they
and then even Hamilton, like
Hamilton, look, I love the way the kids play, but like if they built this team the way that they expected it to be built, you should have enough faith in at least the first backup that we can get through some stuff. You know what I'm saying? You don't build a team to where when you lose a player, that next player is garbage. You can't build a team like that. And I believe, based off of all of our comments going throughout the offseason, we believe this team is more athletic, more talented, a little stronger, a little weak, a little younger, and they should be a lot more effective. So we're going to find that out.
Yeah, it's going to be. We are going to find it out. And I think that's the most telling thing of what's to come. I think I really like the roster construction this offseason by and large. Losing Tunsil on what day was that? Day 3? Day 5? It was early.
It was early.
I mean, the days all start to blend together, but they signed Diggs. He practiced Friday. Tunsil gets hurt Saturday. It's crazy, man. Yeah. I mean, the other part of it, too, is watching Jaden with Diggs and Terry, you feel entirely different about this offense. You just do.
Yeah.
And I thought the receivers the other night were fairly impressive. Like, the ball really got spread around. Like, everybody got looks. I thought, Jalen Lane made a couple nice catches in traffic.
Jalen had like 3 of them, right?
Yeah, Lane had 3 catches for 31 yards. Yankoff had 2 catches. I mean, but B, Jones, Lane, Yankoff, Brown, Bradley, Burks, Williams, Van, Sennett, Katron. 10 dudes caught passes in this game. Katron dropped another one that he probably should have had.
Jacoby and also Bradley, bro. It's something about Bradley I really like. There were 3 punts. He was damn near, he almost got 2 of them. And the other one, he still had pressure on him. He's what, 6'4"?
Yeah, 6'4", 2 bills.
Yeah.
I mean, he could probably fill the frame out a little bit. It's an interesting time watching these games and trying to decipher what's going to happen. Would you say, like, Cahill made the roster last year? Mm-hmm. Then he has a pick in that first preseason game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that Cahill Medrano is a locked up roster spot at the bottom of the linebackers.
May not be.
You are listening.
They may be battling.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Coming up at 1:30, Spencer Nussbaum joins the program trying to make sense of this C.J. Abrams move to second base.
What's good?
Got the pleasure of spending a few minutes chatting with the legendary Doc Walker. And I said, Doc, why don't you sit down with us for the next segment? He goes, I'm not Russell. Then Russell walked in, and you could tell he kind of wanted to hang out for the next segment. But now they're both probably somewhere in the hallway. That was entertaining. I'll tell you that much.
This headline right here says a lot about the NBA don't want to find stuff, right?
Yes, sir. You can read it.
We're not pissing you off, Palmer.
Right. Daryl's in Columbia. Are you worried about the injury situation for these Commanders?
Thank you, JP. Not at all, man. Not at all. Let us not forget, man, in 2024, we went to the championship game without Tunsil. I like Tunsil, but we went to the championship game without him. And the Houston last year, the Texans went to the second round without him. So, I'm not concerned. I think Peters has done a much better job with depth this year, from our corners. And I really like this guy, Henry. I think he runs hard. He reminds me of Dirty 30 that needs to be in the Hall of Fame. And he hits the hole and he goes downhill. And I love that addition. But I think Peters should be commended, for the depth that he's, put behind this team. And I'm not worried at all, man. I just like to see the starters get out there and play since we're under new coordinators, so they can be in sync at the first game.
Yeah. I'm with that.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. It's a good call. Thank you, dude. I did want to run through, B. We just got the first college football polls of the season.
Yeah.
And I think because we talked so much Commanders here that people sleep on how much we love college football. Seems to be some level of consensus, I would say, in the AP poll just got released. I don't think we have the coaches poll. They go Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, Notre Dame 4, Texas 5, Indiana 6, Miami 7, Texas A&M 8, Ole Miss 9, Oklahoma 10, LSU at 11, Bama 13, Texas Tech at 12, and that's without the gambling kid. What would Texas Tech have been if they got that quarterback?
It'd be 2. No, I'm joking.
I don't see Maryland listed. Something must have been missed.
They're right there.
White Brian's mad about
below
that.
the on 3. What he think that Auburn's supposed to be on this?
What are you mad about, dude?
The AP poll every year is just so bad. Half the writers don't watch the sport. The preseason poll's a joke because no one's seen these teams play yet. Half these guys aren't going to be ranked at the end of the year.
Half of what?
Who's bad on this list?
Half of this team is. I think they're gonna be ranked.
Louisville won't be ranked. SMU won't be ranked. Utah
Yeah, but
won't
they
be
should
ranked.
be
Utah's
ranked
not
higher
gonna
than
make a bowl
Auburn right
game.
now, though. You know that.
I will say, I have last year's for reference. The number 2 team in the country was Penn State.
Wasn't it Clemson and Penn State?
Clemson was number 4. Texas was number 1. And then LSU was number 9. The Canes were number 10. They kind of nailed that one. Arizona State was 11. So there is some truth to it. But also you got to play the games too. And there's always going to be some breakout.
But it's a preseason poll. How the hell are you going to play the game before the preseason start?
I know.
It does impact, though, in college, especially because it all comes down to scheduling and quality wins. So, let's say, I don't know who's playing week 1. Washington beats Georgia. And then Georgia falls apart. Then they get to have that value of beating the number 3 team.
Yeah, but
I actually think Georgia's going to be really good, though.
But my thing is.
That's a bad example.
You have to look at the teams and decide who you think. And you can't watch them do nothing before, right? It's not like they have preseason like the NFL does.
What do you think of this? I'm really curious. Basically, the Big Ten is walking around like with an elephant trunk right now. Big Ten coaches, Big Ten fans, and they seem to be really kind of trying to rub it into the SEC that the Big Ten is the top dog now and the SEC is not. 3 years in a row, 3 different national champions, all from the Big Ten. Do you think this is an actual, platonic shift? Or do you think this has just been a weird run of, a coaching change in Bama?
They got their run. It's not that weird in it, but the SEC's coming back. One thing about down south, what they do, they put money into oil and they put money into football. So they're gonna look at that and say, "Oh, okay, cool, we got you."
So I read this thing. Big Ten states are bigger and richer, and the alumni. I didn't realize this. Big Ten schools are like twice the size of most SEC schools.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do think this is a real shift in the power structure of the SEC being the top dog, like there's more money with Big Ten schools. Are they going to be willing to spend it like SEC schools? I'm not so sure. But White Brian, as the biggest SEC guy here, what do you say to the Big Ten surge?
The Big Ten's better.
But will that last?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he thinks.
Just think they are growing more. The SEC, their whole problem is they believe that they're the deepest conference, but the back end is getting worse and worse. I think the Big Ten understands they need to get their back end better. So eventually they're just going to become easily the best conference.
Who's on the back end of the SEC is getting better? I mean, of the Big Ten.
The back end of the SEC is getting worse and worse by year.
But who's the back end of the Big Ten?
Maryland and Rutgers.
Maryland.
And I think they go play over the SEC, they get destroyed.
Right now, yeah, but I think the Big Ten's focusing on them getting better.
You think the SEC is going to stop? You know how many football players are from down south that will stay in some of those schools and will not go way up north?
Not if they're getting cash.
They're getting cash down there too now.
But let's just look at it though. Of the Big Ten programs, I think the Big Ten adding Oregon that has this like never-ending supply of money.
Oregon
is a
always
game
had
changer.
that.
Right, but now they're in the Big Ten, so they count for the Big Ten.
They go to California and get all their players.
Right. But like of legit long-term programs, Ohio State forever, Oregon, maybe Penn State gets their act together, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
If Nebraska ever gets their act together, USC is now a Big Ten team.
Okay.
Like in the SEC, dude, Mizzou, South Carolina,
Vanderbilt, and South Carolina.
Mississippi State. Auburn sucks.
Mississippi State has some talent. Ole Miss has talent.
The SEC needs Auburn to be good again.
Texas A&M and Texas.
I don't have a dog in this fight.
So, no,
I think it's remarkable
you
that
forgot. Texas is in it now and Oklahoma, right?
Yeah.
It's money in both of those damn states. And we can talk about how big. Ain't no damn state bigger than Texas. And we know every year Texas football always has money.
Totally.
So
if you look at the top 10, it is 3 Big Ten schools, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 SEC schools, and Notre Dame and Miami. So then an ACC and an independent.
Mm-hmm.
If you go further out, I mean, it's still top heavy for the SEC because Bama's at 13, LSU's at 11, Tennessee's at 20, Mizzou's at 25. And then the Big Ten has what else? USC's in there. Michigan, Washington, which is so weird to say, Penn State, Iowa. I don't know, man. I love college football because you just argue about everything.
Yeah.
Because like it's just so rarely actually settled. It's the Wild West.
Brian just think the SEC is bad because Auburn sucks.
You know what would be good for the SEC? If Auburn didn't suck, it's B. Mitchell Finley.
update brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. The Associated Press preseason college football top 25 is now available. The top 5, Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame, and Texas. ACC teams, number 7 Miami, number 19 SMU, number 24 Louisville. A new Heisman Hopefuls platform is also going to be debuting, allowing fans to place their first official vote for the Heisman Trophy. Commanders are signing running back Craig Reynolds with Jeremy McNichols dealing with a quad injury. Free agent Najee Harris is visiting with the Giants. Breece Hall of the Jets, a strained groin today, but Aaron Glenn says, quote, I don't think it was a big deal. Nationals day off, going to Texas to take on the Rangers starting tomorrow night. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan. Only thing that matters in my life.
We got breaking news on The Fan. Real One Stallion.
You right.
You want me to just go? Or do you want to do all the song and dance?
No, we'll do the whole song and dance of
song and dance. And you want me just give me the sounder and I'll say it. The kicking competition with the Washington Commanders is over. Washington has released veteran kicker Jake Moody. It's going to be Drew Stevens' job going forward. I think Jordan Schultz had this first. I just got a text message. Obviously, a lot to figure out here. Moody, I don't think was a player they were comfortable with.
The chink off the what's called get upright again.
Yeah. Kicking competition's over. They're rolling with Drew Stevens. And source confirmed that for me.
He was leading going into the first preseason game.
So, I don't know. We can open the phones on that. I know we're going to do DC Sports buy or sell, but I feel like people will actually be pretty excited about this. I think people wanted it to be Drew Stevens, the rookie. He's got the way bigger leg.
Did you notice, I was looking at not only the field goals, the kickoffs. Moody kicked that little low liner, and the guy muffed it early. But if the guy catches it, he is up on those guys like that. Then you watch Stevens, he's able to kick it high and land it right there at the goal line. You know what I mean? And they were able to still get, when they decided, they were able to get inside the 20 before the guy would get up there. So his leg is stronger. He can place it. He has more hang time. You lean with that.
Yeah, man. Obviously, Jake Moody, certainly a nice young man. This is life in the big city. You want competition, they brought it in. Stevens undoubtedly had the bigger leg, and I think everybody kind of recognizes that now. Is there any part of you surprised they did it now?
He looks like a little damn, high school kid.
I know.
He looks young as hell.
He's got some ish to him, though.
I'm not surprised because other positions have injuries, and you've been going through training camp. They need spaces. You're not going to keep carrying the two kickers.
Right. As more and more injuries pile up, they had to sign another running back this morning. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Kicking competition in Washington is over. They're going to roll with Drew Stevens going forward. He's got a big leg. Have you talked to him at all?
No.
Interesting dude. Like, I've enjoyed my conversations with him. And I kind of loved that he said, back in like rookie minicamp, I don't even remember when it was he said it, but he basically was like, I had options of where I was going to sign, and I signed with Washington because I thought I had the best opportunity to make the roster. So
that kind of sounds like me going to USL. Hey, this is the starting quarterback and the backup, not for long.
That's so cocky. But, I mean, it was proven correct, right?
Hey, man, look. If you don't believe in you, who going to believe in you?
Sure. What do you guys say? Jeffrey, you see the world through burgundy and gold colored glasses? You fired up about the kicking change?
I think I won't be fired up until maybe it's like we need a field goal and he comes in and hit the big field goal. I got to see it first.
I think I got to go back and check my notes. I think, though, Stevens missed an extra point. That was then there was a penalty, so he got to kick it again further back and then made it. Like, I think this was an obvious decision. Moody had missed 11 kicks over training camp. That said,
they're looking for a guy with a bigger leg, bro.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for.
They got him.
Yeah.
But Stevens hasn't exactly been nails throughout camp, is all I'm saying. Like, he's had some misses as well.
He's had some misses, but he's missed less than Moody.
Totally. Somebody was saying this the other day. Like, who was the last kicker here where you were, like, really confident when they went out there? Silence speaks volumes.
Now, we had some. I mean, what's my dude's name? Oh, Lord.
Dustin Hopkins kicked here for a while.
Was kind of consistent there. I forgot the dude is skinny. I think that's right when I left, though. That's been 20-something.
That's a long time ago, B.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Do you think this means that it's Stevens' job? Or do you think they're going to bring somebody else in?
Jordan Schulsting says the Commanders are releasing Jake Moody. He only mentioned Stevens' name in his post. So
the text I got says kicking comp over.
Yeah, I got you. But I'm saying if he had it first, he just said they're releasing the other dude.
Right.
He didn't say anything else, so I don't know.
I still think that there's a chance they go out there and sign someone. And Graham Gano. Graham Gano only played in 5 games last year, but he hit 90% of his kicks. Like, he's an older guy. It's kind of a Band-Aid issue, but
Gano was here a while and they cut him.
Yeah, he was
here. And then
here.
he went on to make Pro Bowls.
Yeah, he was really good. And I think Daniel Carlson, another guy, is a former Pro Bowler. Like, I mean, I'd be fine with Brad Stevens. I always like going with kind of an unproven guy, especially at kicker, but
yeah, I can't believe you traded away Jaylen Brown, though.
Yeah.
You said Brad Stevens.
I know. I did say Brad Stevens there.
I like the idea of trying to roll with the young guy. You found a guy with a huge leg, let it rip.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the problem with the kicking position is that it's such a binary thing.
Yeah.
That, like, if he misses a couple early on, is everybody out on him? You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to roll with a rookie kicker,
you got to roll with him.
You got to roll with him. You got to give him some.
Remember David Akers?
Some leg room here.
We let him go here. He went to Philly.
Yeah.
And kicked for 10, 11 years.
Gano's another one.
Yeah. So when you go with a guy, you got to support him.
I don't know that this is officially going to happen until tomorrow morning, just because today's an off day for them. But they're in motion of making this movement, and that's the hardest part with kickers is if they start to miss, you got to roll with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I think Moody he doinked one off the goalpost
when that
Friday
happened.
night.
I was like, I was looking to see if it was in or not, because if he hadn't made that one. You might have got this information that night.
I'm pulling it up just so I have it. So I think that was the first score, right? To make it 7-3. That was a 29-yarder that he doinked.
Yeah.
In preseason when you're battling for your job. Like, I like Jake. He's a nice guy.
I think going into the game, they felt Stevens had the edge, but they wanted to see him under the lights. He didn't do anything to mess himself up.
He missed an extra point, but there was a penalty. That bailed him out.
Because of the penalty.
Yeah. Right.
See what I'm saying?
All right. that's the news of the day. Stallion, we could get to our regularly scheduled programming, DC Sports Buy or Sell.
Yeah, so we're going to stick with the Commanders here and start off with our guy Terry and Diggs. Are you guys buying that the fact that the Commanders could have potentially 2 1,000-yard receivers in 2026?
Buying.
Yeah, I am. I think it's possible Diggs has more catches and Terry's a little bit more of a vertical guy. But yeah.
Diggs may have more catches, but I think Terry have more YPC. Yards per catch.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Sticking with DC Sports here, obviously it's Buy or Sell DC Sports Edition. We're going to stick with the Terps. Is this a make or break season for head coach Mike Locksley?
Come on, JP.
Probably. I think Locks will say it. I think you got to get to a bowl game. Locke said something that was very true the other day, that the last 2 years they've gone 4-8, but they did not look similar at all. Last year that was probably a good enough team to get to a bowl game, and they lost, UCLA, Washington, Nebraska. Like, they lost a lot of games on the final drive, and you gotta figure out ways to close ball games. I'm a big believer in Malik Washington, so yeah, I think unfortunately for Locks it probably is, but like he also knows the life of a college football coach.
Hell yeah.
B. Mitch, what do you think?
I would say yes. I hang around JP a lot. He ain't got a lot of Maryland people around. They do a lot of talking.
All right. I think that makes sense. This past weekend, it kind of, it was ruffled some feathers, I guess you would say. Not really, but people are talking about the Commanders bringing back Braves on the Warpath and the new fight song. And fans are now yelling, of course, about could they bring back the name? No, they're not bringing back the name. But could they bring back the logo potentially for a throwback look? Are you buying that idea or are you selling that idea?
I'm going to sell that one.
I'm buying it. I think that could happen. Get to RFK. Like, maybe it's not on the helmet, but like, is it a part of something?
I think
I don't even think Klaus would close the door.
If you build a stadium and you're going to have and they always talk about the history, it's going to be somewhere. It's not going to be on the helmets. So if it's on a wall somewhere, you could be mad at that.
I think people don't realize this now. I believe it's currently on the wall somewhere in Northwest Stadium.
Yeah.
I think it's in the club level. There's like a artistic tribute, I guess would be the way I would phrase it. I think ownership and Mark Klaus's leadership, they want to get everything as close to what it was without going all the way there. And I think they're trying to thread the needle of history and moving forward, and I think they're doing a good job with it.
Yeah. Let's go to the Wizards here real quick because Russell Westbrook, the Wizards were reportedly interested and also offered him supposedly a 2-year deal. But according to Mark Stein now, they now have interest in vet forward DeMar DeRozan. Do you believe
I thought Westbrook just announced his retirement?
He just retired. Yeah, just retired. And now do you believe that the that the Wizards could potentially sign DeMar DeRozan? Are you buying that?
It's a possibility.
I don't know, man. They have all these young dudes. How many old dudes do you need to bring in?
Well, I think the thought process
old dudes that can
behind
still
it
play
is have DeRozan kind of be there with AJ DeBonsa. And kind of like
I guess he
that
averaged
leader.
18 points last year. I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't necessarily get it, but I mean, he does have it does seem like a fair comp to DeBonsa, and maybe they don't think they have that on the roster currently. But I just want the young guys to play. I want to see Will Riley. You know what I mean? And I get you added Trae Young. I get Anthony Davis. You were able to accomplish these things with such a low return. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I mean, what position is DeRozan?
Like a small forward.
They have a bunch of young dudes that are supposed to be playing these positions. He's kind of a 2 or a 3. I mean, he can kind of play a lot of different spots for you. I don't know. I think I'm selling that.
I think that's fair.
I want to see the young guys.
That's fair. Well, speaking of young guys, Robert Henry Jr., that guy just was a monster this past weekend. But are you guys buying the idea that with this Jeremy McNichols injury, that he could potentially make the 53-man roster?
It's a possibility. I mean, I watched him running the football, and I started to imagine that on the kickoff return. He could be something special right there.
Shout out to Tricky, who's way out in front on Robert Henry. I'm giving you your credit, Tricky. They're different backs. They're different players, obviously. Who impressed you more Friday night, B? Henry or Allen?
It depends on Henry. To me, seems like that big play type guy. Allen, for what I know they were looking for him for, he impressed me in that part as being that short yardage guy.
Yeah, I agree. I think I was more impressed by Henry, but what they want Katron to do, he seems like he's going to be very capable at it. Did you see this? Warren Sharp put out a stat Saturday morning, I think. Katron Allen had 23 carries in his preseason debut. He had 0 negative yard rushes. He never went backwards. 0 negative yards on 23 attempts. He became the only running back to have 20-plus rushes in a preseason game and not lose any yardage on a single rush the last decade. So, like, you always point this out, that, YPC is this stat bandied about, but there are some guys that coaches don't care about their YPC.
Yeah, they kept on getting the yards. And when a ball is blocked to get 1 and you get 2, that's a hell of a positive play.
I just don't know if we're talking about a third running back, how you evaluate Allen versus Henry. And I just think because Mariota's coming off this injury, I almost think you have to keep a third quarterback on the active. And then I think receivers, they want to keep 7 if they can. I just don't see an avenue to 4 running backs.
I think that's all fair point here. But let's go to the diamond here. The Nationals were fun. They're not so much fun anymore. Are you buying the fact that they could potentially be contenders in 2027?
I think the people...
In 2027?
Next year.
That has to be an overall. I have to overhaul the hell out of their pitching staff. So I can't buy that yet.
They're now 6 games under. I can't buy them being a contender until ownership shows they're willing to buy, that they're willing to spend. And this year was fun for a while, right up until it wasn't. And now you're moving CJ in mid-August, which Spencer Nussbaum will hopefully explain to us why this happens now. Wood dealing with the oblique. Like, hard to call it fun now. It was fun while it lasted. Like a little summer fling. Go out on a couple dates, have a cocktail. It's fun. But it's over. It's over, B.
It's a stallion, bro.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. JB Finley here, and we all know somebody that's a little too confident when it comes to home repairs. They watch a video on YouTube and they're convinced, I can fix that. How hard can it be? They grab a wrench and the problem only gets worse. Here's where Crop Metcalf can help. They've been servicing Maryland, D.C., and Northern Virginia since 1979. And Crop Metcalf provides certified experts and proactive memberships to take the guesswork out of home repairs. From routine maintenance to unexpected repairs, Crop Metcalf keeps your home running smooth without the stress or the do-overs. Instead of crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, you can count on it getting done right. So do every overconfident do-it-yourselfer a favor. Tell them to leave it to the experts at Crop Metcalf. Book an HVAC Precision Tune-Up Special, now only $99 at ServiceExperts.com.
This update brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. The Washington Commanders field goal kicker will be Drew Stevens, the rookie, after the team released kicker Jake Moody today. The team also signs running back Craig Reynolds, with Jeremy McNichols dealing with a quad injury. Marcus Mariota, of course, with the sprained MCL, will most likely miss the rest of the preseason. Von Miller signs with the Cowboys. Najee Harris visiting the Giants. Breece Hall of the Jets dealing with a strained groin. Head coach Aaron Glenn says he didn't think it's going to be a big deal. The AP preseason top 25 is available. Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame, and Texas are the top 5. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Everybody talking. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Want to talk some Nats. I want to talk to our guy Spencer Nussbaum. Big story over the weekend. Spence, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good,
We're
man.
good, brother. It's funny. We were just talking about the Nats and how much fun this season was for a while, and now it isn't. You trade a couple guys away. Some real power out of your lineup. Your best pitcher, Wood, gets hurt. Like, what's the vibe in the clubhouse right now for the Nats?
Yeah, I think it's distinctly different than it was maybe 3 weeks ago, right? When you saw the Nationals on the precipice of the wild card hunt. You saw them thinking about October, and then obviously you saw it kind of all come crashing down, at least over these past couple weeks or so. I don't want to say they've given up on the season. I don't think that's fair. I don't want to say they've given up on even finishing with a winning record, because I think that's a pretty tangible goal that, while unlikely, is still kind of in their minds. But yeah, it's definitely a different vibe than we saw before the deadline and before that 7-game losing streak a couple weeks ago.
When did because I remember when they traded Meade earlier, right? And I think we talked with maybe Zuckerman, and he's like, yeah, the locker room still seems fine. Like, they understood this is a guy that could help them this year in getting pitching. What did it feel like in the days right after the deadline? Like, once they traded Griffin, especially?
Yeah, I think it was a mix of thoughts, right? To say that they punted on the season isn't totally fair, because you had some fill-ins, whether it's Jackson Kent or upgrading the bullpen, or we've obviously seen how good Abimelec Ortiz has been. But I think that obviously that was at least partially on the minds, and also on the minds, is the fact that when you're playing the most important and meaningful games of your life, you also go on a 7-game losing streak, right? And so when you put those two things together, it's, well, the vibes in there aren't exactly going to be perfect. And I think that to say that guys were pressing in certain spots is probably fair. To say that it was on these guys' minds is definitely fair. And frankly, they were probably due for a little bit of regression, at least on the pitching side. So, yeah, I don't know if that fully answers your question, but I think it kind of gets at the heart of the issue, which is it was a really bad time for something like that to come together.
What does this move with CJ tells us? Moving him from short to second.
Yeah, there's probably 100 different directions I could go here. To me, the most compelling storyline or indicator is the timeline, right? It's been communicated that the Nationals have done this simply because they view Nasim Nunez as an upgrade at shortstop, and because they view CJ as someone who is more valuable to them, and more valuable from, I guess, other perspectives, you could say, as a second baseman, if he can play that position well. And there's indication that he could be far better at that spot. I'm a little wary of just painting this in a 2026 sort of light. when you think about the financial ramifications or a potential trade this offseason or anything like that. But yeah, I think that the overarching thought here is CJ can still be a valuable second baseman, and with his offensive profile, they may project to win more games down the line with him there than him at short. Whether that's true, I think is still kind of TBD.
We looked at the salaries. The highest paid shortstop makes $42 million. The highest paid second baseman makes $25 million. Does that have anything to do with it? Possibilities of an extension.
This is obviously something. Yeah, I mean, this is something I've been looking into right as well. I think when you look at the very top of the financial pool, obviously shortstops have made those $300 million, $400 million contracts in a way that second basemen haven't. That being said, you look at a guy like Alex Rodriguez back in the day, you look at Simeon or Bo Bichette recently, those guys, as you mentioned, still making a ton of money annually. And so I think it impacts his value, but if CJ has been the worst defensive shortstop in baseball and he can upgrade and still have that same offense and be a league average or even above league average second baseman, there's an argument that, hey, the offense is good enough that you don't even, from CJ's standpoint, have to worry all that much about this. But again, that's still kind of a consideration we're looking into.
Him playing, so the part of it, and I believe it was from your article, that he's not totally done at shortstop. He's still going to play some shortstop. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, I get if somebody gets injured or something, like you're forced to do it. But if you're going to switch him, switch him. You know what I'm saying? Like, why keep some games at short and second?
I think the pushback, right, is that CJ still has the tools, even if you haven't seen it play out consistently, to be a good shortstop. And you've also told him all season, you are a shortstop. And then right after the trade deadline, you say all of a sudden, you are a second baseman. There's a lot of pride in being a shortstop. And I think, sure, you could say, hey, he'd benefit from a full-time switch. I wouldn't fully buy that, just because I think even with all the poor defensive metrics, you give that guy an off season of working at shortstop and you give him, some more big league reps up here, that helps keep the relationship strong, and it potentially sets him up to have a little more clarity in terms of maybe playing both positions in 2027. So I think it's just about optionality more than anything else.
How has CJ reacted? Like, how'd he take the news?
Not exceptionally well. Again, behind the scenes, we were told by manager Blake Butera that CJ was a total pro about it. When we talked to him, he didn't necessarily complain about it, but he was pretty direct in saying, I still view myself as a shortstop long term, in a way that when a player says that, it's not nothing. And you could understand that guy has had a lot of pride and really loves playing shortstop more than he loves playing second base, right? And so I think that this is something that isn't just going to be resolved over the next hour, day, week or so. This is something that is going to, I don't know if linger is the right word, but it's going to remain a storyline through the end of the season into the winter. And it's something probably we should keep talking about, because I don't think it's as straightforward as, yeah, he's going to love playing second base. I think it's kind of a murky situation there.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been on the baseball beat, but working in locker rooms long enough, CJ's pissed. There's no way around it, dude. And you had a story in The Athletic. Everybody can give you a follow so they can read your work at Spencer Nussbaum with an underscore at the end. Check out Spencer's work for The Athletic. But you had a story that, because it's easy to just connect the dots of, okay, they're going to move CJ to second so they can bring this young guy, Seaver King, up, who's hitting the ball really well in AAA. But you're saying that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, I think you could see it play out either way. And I know that's an unfair hedge, but I think the fact of the matter is there's no solid timeline ready for him yet. The argument for bringing him up is exactly what you laid out. Also, he's raking right now and playing much better defense than he was before. On the flip side, you have a lot of considerations, whether it's wanting to win more games down the stretch, which you could do with Naz's stellar play at shortstop. You could do You could look at the optics, right, of moving your all-star shortstop off the position and replacing him with a
He
rookie.
just started in the All-Star game.
Yeah, exactly. You could look at Seaver still needing more reps and at-bats to bring the chase rate down. You could look at the 40-man considerations, which would take me an hour to explain, but the simplest way I can put it is with a lockout potentially looming, if that guy's on the 40-man roster, you can't be in contact with him during the lockout, and you don't get to see him in minor league games next year if the lockout proceeds into next season. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, so there's a case for doing it either way, and I don't have a solid answer yet about which direction the Nationals are going to take, but I think whatever direction they do take is going to be very clarifying about what they want 2027 to look like.
How much, if at all, is money an issue? Like, if you call King up now, does that advance his service clock? All those little things we see baseball clubs do to manage how long they keep a player before they really have to pay him.
Yeah, I can't say I have like a solid answer for you here. I think a lot of times when you get players up in September, it's very different than calling them up even in August, I should say early August or July or things like that. It's far too complicated to explain at the moment, but to me, that's more of a minor issue than the impending lockout, I would say.
Okay, so if he's in the minors and they go to a lockout, he's still like the organization can still reach out. They'll still play minor league games if there's a lockout.
Yes, because it's a major league CBA, whereas the minor league CBA is up, I believe, December 1st of 2027 as opposed to 2026.
That'll be wild, man. People will be watching minor league baseball then. People will be betting on minor league baseball. ESPN's going to have a minor league package.
Yep, they'll figure it out.
Yo, Spence, last thing, dude. Where's James Wood in the recovery stage?
Yeah, I think the most optimistic outlook would have had him playing games probably, if not a week from now, at some point this week. There's been, I don't know if setback is the right word, but it hasn't progressed fully over the last week or so. He's still feeling it in his side, and so I think the organization is going to be really careful. I don't know when we see him next. I wouldn't expect it to be all that soon, and I think James is someone who absolutely loves playing this game and does not love sitting out, but understands obviously the position that he and the organization are in. And I think if you're the Nationals, you really can't risk a long-term injury here with the oblique. So we're in wait-and-see mode at the moment is the best way I'd put it, but I would not expect to see him playing for the Nationals, at least on this 9-game road trip they're on right now.
Am I crazy to say just sit him, just let him be done for the year? He's the most important player in the organization. And dude, they're now
crazy.
6 games out. Are there 6 games under 500? They're like 8 games out.
I think at the end of the day, that is accurate. At the end of the day, though, it is just about whether he is healthy enough to play. And we talk about relationships all the time. This is not me saying the Nationals would strain their relationship with James if they didn't play him down the stretch. But I really can't stress enough how much that guy loves to play baseball. And so just to have him sit out for the final month and a half because you're being careful, like you really want to be on the same page as James Wood down the stretch is kind of how I would put it.
Absolutely.
So they'll do what's best for his health, but that's a consideration as well.
Yeah, I get it. If he wants to come back, let him come back. I'm just saying, like, if the oblique is not 100%, if he's 97%, yeah. What a weird year it's been in Nats Town. It was so much fun for a while there. The team just raking. Spencer, we appreciate you making time. You're doing a great job covering the team, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, Spencer Nussbaum from The Athletic. Give him a follow at Spencer Nussbaum _. We come back. We got to make some bets. I had a rough week last week. Got to get this damn hat off. Grant and Danny coming up at 2. We about to roll out. Yep. I just learned something I never knew about Rick Doc Walker.
What's that?
His Little League team was 1 win away from going to Williamsport.
Mm-hmm.
Said they lost the 7th game. He said there were 5 future professional athletes on his Little League team.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Man, Doc need to put a book out there.
He does, man. That
Dude
story
was a hand model. That's real.
I know.
Yeah.
All right. So B and I are going to play
You
golf.
related to Jeff?
I mean, sheesh. B and I are going to play golf this afternoon. Nah. I've told you got to be able to. You got to be able to break 100 there before I'll bring you out.
You got to be able to break 100 on any real course.
Yeah, like Jeff, we'll take you to University of Maryland.
He might die out there.
Look. I don't want to say too much. I really don't want to say this at all, but
that sure has never stopped you before.
I think I got a little bit better. Like I was maybe like
I think you've gotten a little better.
I was maybe like right here. Now I'm like right here. So
I still don't think you can break 100.
I don't think I can.
He can't break 100 at the white course at Hayes Point.
You have improved.
He's not going to break 100 at University of Maryland.
Jeff, you have improved. You hear me?
I think I could break 100 this year.
Yeah, if you play on one of them damn
the red course,
the machines that you be playing.
Nope, white course.
What's the top? Is white top or blue?
Blue is the top.
Yeah, you got to be able to break 100 on the blue.
Bet.
Not at Congressional. At
Bet.
Haynes. Although, what's up at Haynes? Is it closed? Has anybody been over there?
I've been going to Langston.
I
break 100 at Langston.
Yeah, Langston's a real course.
That ain't gonna happen.
We gonna see.
I would go play Langston.
I like Langston.
We got that week in between roster cuts and like Labor Day weekend. I could maybe do an afternoon at Langston.
Yeah.
What is going on at East Potomac? Can you play it right now?
I could.
Sverluga plays a lot at Langston. I bet he'd play with us. 3 of us and Sverluga, that'd be a hell of an outing.
I randomly saw Pete Haley there, like when he was living here. Like,
was he shanking it?
He lives here again. No, dude, I saw on Instagram. He just broke 80.
Nah, Pete was hitting that ball, man.
Yeah, Pete can play.
Yeah, he has a nice drive, but then when he gets like a little press, he starts to shank it all over the place.
That Pinehurst trip we did. Oh my! could 2 humans have played worse golf than Pete and I did over the course of 3 days? And then you beat us both up, took our money, but thank God. Remember, I made the putt at the end to escape the snake. I think Pete probably lost like $600 that week.
Oh, he lost some money
because the snake was like $80 to each of us.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When you made that long
when I made that putt to save my life,
he basically just died.
I mean, that was probably like a $250 putt.
He died right there in front of us.
Do you remember when you and Mitch realized that I had that putt?
Oh,
and how
I started reading.
You're like, wait, let's look at this thing. And Pete was so mad. All right, let's make some bets.
Holla. Gather around.
I don't know the answer to this question. It's Monday, and preseason football has started. Is there a football game on tonight? Do we get Monday Night Football?
I don't think so. I think, no, there was supposed to be one Monday night game. I think one Sunday game I saw.
It looks like preseason week 1 is over. We have football Thursday night. Raiders, Texans, Niners, Chargers.
Yeah. And then there's one Sunday game, I think, or something like that. Supposed to be pop. No, there's nothing this week.
Yeah.
No. Preseason 2.
Yeah. All right. So no football tonight. Are the Sticks playing? The Sticks are playing good hoops, man.
There's one Sunday game. There's no Monday game.
What are the? Can I ask a question? What is the
Jay, you're gonna ask it anyway. Just go and ask the damn question.
What is the WNBA playoff format?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody? White Brian?
White Brian, come on, dog.
I think it's just the top 8 teams.
And do they play best of
So
5,
there's 15
7
teams. It must be it must be conferences or something, because 2 teams have already clinched, according to what I'm looking at. The Lynx have clinched a playoff spot, and the Aces have clinched a playoff spot.
That's Las Vegas, right? The Aces?
I think the Lynx is Minnesota. I think Vegas is the Aces. But the Valkyries, I guess maybe it's how many games you've played.
Isn't that the team with Bam's girlfriend on? The Aces?
I don't know that answer, Brian.
Yes.
The Sticks right now are the 7 in 7th place in the WNBA. I think a little WNBA playoff hoops would be exciting. There's also, I don't know how many games are left, but the Sticks seem very comfortably in. So Washington is 20-14, and the Wings, who, forgive me, I don't know where they're from. Where are the Wings from? Anybody?
In the WNBA.
Dallas.
So Washington Mystics and the Dallas Wings are both 20. The Sticks are 20-14. The Wings are 20-15. The team that's in 9th is 15-20. So it seems pretty comfortable who your top 8 teams are going to be, unless there's some BS divisional divide.
Yeah.
There's 10 games left.
Okay.
Ooh.
So they could probably win a couple more and clinch, I would think.
Yeah, I would say.
And it also looks like they could climb still. The Liberty are only 2 games ahead of them. Somehow the Dream is ahead of the Liberty, even though they have fewer wins. I don't understand this. Maybe we get some information. Let's make some bets. Mystics do not play tonight.
I'll take the Royals tonight.
Jeff's on
Against
the
who?
Royals.
Give me the Phillies
Athletics.
run line against the Marlins.
the Phillies run that.
Nats are off tonight.
Nats are off tonight. Yep.
Taking the O's, baby. O's are being the
hun.
wild card right now, even though they're under 500. Today, they're a wild card team. If there's playoff baseball,
I'm taking the Cardinals. Yeah. That's what I'm taking.
if there's playoff baseball at Camden Yards, we're going, and I'm not driving. That's going to be an afternoon or an evening. Bees, if you're listening, so B, it's me, you, Leon, and Beasley today.
Ooh,
How do we make teams?
I got my money on B-Mitch.
I mean, yeah, but you're giving real strokes. We're not doing any of this stuff where you don't give me all the strokes.
Who? What's your handicap?
15.
No, you're not. No.
Dog,
no.
it's in my gym.
You was a 12 last week.
I was a 17 earlier this summer. I'm at least trending back down.
I give you 7.
No.
Yes.
Real strokes.
I'm an 8.
You are not an 8.
I'm a 7.
I'm going to look you up in the gym.
I'm giving you 7.
All right. Are we done? Everybody make a pick. White Brian.
Marlins run line.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to Nikki Jobvala, and thank you to Spencer Nussbaum. Grant and Danny, your way next.
The NBA has found no evidence showing that the LA Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard in order to circumvent the salary cap. The Commanders have released kicker Jake Moody. Rookie Drew Stevens will get the job. Commanders signed running back Craig Reynolds, a insurance policy with Jeremy McNichols suffering a quad injury. Former Commanders rusher Von Miller with the Dallas Cowboys on a 1-year deal. Jets running back Breece Hall has a strained groin, but Aaron Glenn says it's not a big deal. AP preseason top 5, Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame, and Texas. The ACC teams listed: number 7, Miami, number 19, SMU, number 24, Louisville. No sign of Virginia or Virginia Tech yet. A new Heisman platform called Heisman Hopefuls will allow college football fans to cast votes for the Heisman Trophy. Nationals against the Rangers tomorrow night in Texas. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny, August 17th, 2026, all week long at 4 o'clock when we blitz around the Beltway. We'll be blitzing via the Grand Prix. Freedom, 250 Grand Prix tickets, 4 packs to give away every single day on the show at 4 o'clock. By the way, today at 5 o'clock, Eric Flack, Channel 9 reporter, he's got a bunch of info on PSLs and what they could cost season ticket holders at RFK 2.0. Danny, how was the weekend?
It was very good, my friend. We'll do it at 4 plus 1 o'clock. Got to respect to Jaden Daniels, please, and thank you. But it was mostly pretty good, except for the Nats should never play in the division again. Other than that, I'm good.
They can't beat the NL East.
Yeah, other than that, I'm all set. I mean, what is going on?
I don't know, but I got to be honest. At this point, wins and losses for the Nats don't matter to me anymore.
It is secondary.
I care about, is Cade Cavalli shoving? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Is my guy Abimelech Ortiz going deep? The answer is yes. His 5th homer in sub-15 games yesterday. Got to get James Wood back healthy. The C.J. Abrams move to second is fascinating. It does seem to me like he doesn't want a whole lot to do with that.
Doesn't seem thrilled.
0 for 10 at the plate this weekend and said at his locker when asked about it that he's still a shortstop in his mind. So I got some questions. We'll talk about the Nats off and on throughout the day, but let's get into the news of the day from the Washington Commanders front, which is that the kicking battle is over. The Honorable Kicking Paulson residing, and I can slam my gavel once and for all. Jake Moody, he gone. Drew Stevens will be your kicker. From what I'm told, he's the guy. They're not moving on for Moody to bring in somebody else to push Stevens, at least going into the season until he proves that he can't do it. Drew Stevens, the rookie out of Iowa with the big leg, will be the place kicker. Throughout training camp, he has decidedly been the better of the 2 kickers that they had. Moody missed 11 kicks in practices, 36 of 47. Stevens was 43 of 48. Both of them were 1 for 1 on their field goal attempts in the preseason game, although Moody's make was basically a miss.
I mean, the doink from 29 yards, enough.
You can't doink from 29 and be happy about it.
No, enough of that guy.
So you got to say goodbye and thank you. He was fired. Drew Stevens will be your place kicker.
So 2 questions off this for kicking battle, Paulson. Did you want the battle to go on longer just because you like the battle, or is it you're actually, this is the correct call, so that's good?
Great question. I was having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So I also don't know that there's a benefit to Drew Stevens not having to be pushed the rest of the way.
This is what I was going to.
So I would probably even bring in another street free agent to just kick against him in practice and in the preseason. Why not? Keep pushing him, keep getting more out of him. If it was healthy and good for him to be part of a competition up until now, why not continue to have him compete? But this was always how I wanted this to land. He has a monster leg. We've seen him good from 60 in practice on a kick that would have been good from close to 70. He's told me, you've heard the interview here on Grant and Danny, that anything short of like 65, he doesn't even really have to put any leg into. His longest kick he's ever made in a practice is around 73 yards. This is the dream. This is what I want. Now, he's got to go out and make the kicks, and we'll see if he does. But I've always wanted a kicker with a monster leg in this NFL, and they have one.
So there are free agents, guys with some track records. I think these guys are free agents. Just a quick and dirty search here. Graham Gano, Brandon McManus, Daniel Carlson, all free agents at this point in time. So I'm with you. And you answer my second question. I don't love the idea of just going, you did it. Competition over. We preach competition, except now 3/4 of the preseason, we're not going to be doing that. It's a month until we play a real game, so we're not going to compete there anymore. I don't know why you wouldn't bring someone else in. I don't like the idea of slamming the gavel.
It's a good question. I don't know if in their mind it's a bad look to say, hey, this is what you have to do to win this job. Here's your competition. Outkick him in camp.
And he did. He was better.
And he did. And so now it's almost like you're playing Mario and you win the level, and then you've got another bad guy at another level that you've got to beat, and it feels like you're pulling the rug out from under him a little bit. You told him at the start of this thing, mano a mano, best man wins, you'll be our kicker, and he was clearly the best man. But I don't know, just making good on my promise to my rookie kicker who's never kicked in the league for me before would not be as important as just making sure at the end of this thing, best case scenario in the kicking game.
And that position's unique too. They don't do that at middle linebacker to the same degree. You know what I mean?
It's
and there's only one guy at a time, whereas there's a depth chart everywhere else. You don't have more than one kicker on the roster unless there's some weird emergency where a guy can't do kickoffs and you got to have two guys and it's a big waste and everyone hates that. But for corner, for safety, for tackle, linebacker, etc., there's always the depth chart. There's multiple guys, so you've got your answer internally. So there's always competition. There's not at that spot right now. But you're probably right. They did this. We kept our word on it, and he won the competition, so it's his gig. Okay, that's one of those awesome, way to go on that. You better be correct. You can leave no stone unturned there.
Well, I think the next couple preseason games are going to be really important and really telling, too. You get an opportunity against Detroit to stretch that leg out. And I would say to Dan Quinn, hey, bud. If you get a chance to kick a 61-yarder, let's not try out the punter that's never going to punt here. I don't know if it's Hack or how to say that name. Haack was punting the other night for Tress Way.
Mm-hmm.
That is the ultimate, let's see what the kid's got kind of moment to kick a field goal. Please do that. And they should do that against Detroit. They should do that against Baltimore. You get as many reps and opportunities to see what he's got as possible. Trot him out for all the extra points, see how that goes. I was very comfortable coming out of camp practices with how he was kicking, but practices are so different than the game. So let's take a peek at that. I was shocked early in the contest that they had a chance to line up for a 60-yard field goal, and they pooch punted for field position down 7-0 in that preseason game. Like, that's one of those where it's pretty clear. I know you're smarter than me. I know I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm just a dude on the radio. But we see the world differently, buddy.
Yep. There's a million of those that happen in sports all the time. Football most specifically. That's one where I'm going, what's the point of a preseason game?
What are we doing here?
What is the point of it? And the reason I am so high on the joint practice for so many years, and now the entire part of the league is because of that. You go, I would like to see my team, I'm making this up, do goal line offense. Let's go schedule that. Because I'd love to work on goal line defense. Let's do 30 reps of that again with live competition. I want to do third and mediums. So do we. What a fun coincidence. That's the whole point of it. You get one of those rare chances in a game where you line up in a certain way, and of course you can do. And they go, you know what's more important is a guy that will not punt here under any circumstances. Let's get him a look. Wrong.
I will say that keeping Moody around any longer would not have made any sense. 11 miskicked in practices, and it was in a 4-practice span over the last week and change, is pretty asinine. Again, you're kicking against air, effectively, and you're missing. He missed 4 straight kicks in a 6-kick sequence in one practice. And then in the game from 29, shorter than an extra point. That's the equivalent of being at the 11-yard line, and he doinked it in. It's over at that point. Like, mentally, something is not right. You're askew. It's a golf game, and you've lost your swing path. I got to move on. So the question is then, do you bring in someone else to deal with Stevens and compete with him, or is he just the guy, and they're going with the kid? So fired up, happy for him. I wanted the big leg. I say this all the time, but in today's NFL, to quote the ancient philosopher Joe Jackson Gibbs, up here, as he used to say, at this point, I need someone who can boot a 60-yard field goal. I'm starting at the 30 or the 35 pretty frequently. I'm a dig route away from midfield. I'm now less than a first down. I'm 2 runs and an incompletion on 3rd and 4 away from a 60-yard field goal. with one little pop pass behind a linebacker for 16, and then a couple runs and a punt. 5-play drive for 23 yards or whatever, and your boy is now lining up for a 60-ish yard field goal. I need to be able, not all the time, because occasionally you'll want to pin a team deep. You might want to play the field position game. You got one of the better punters in the league at pinning people inside the 20. If my defense is good this year, which it has a chance to be, It's been a funny joke around here for the last couple years.
Big F, but it could be, yes.
Might be pretty decent. I'll just pin people deep. But at the end of a half, if I want 3 points, if I want to steal points from someone, I need a leg. And they have not had that guy. The numbers, by the way, at the kicking position for this team are really rough. I don't know if you've seen these, but Nikki Jabvala of The Athletic had this today. Drew Stevens is the 20th kicker the Commanders have signed since 2020. I'm going to say that again.
Wow.
6 years of football. He is the 20th kicker that they have signed. And if he kicks in a game, this is an insane stat. He will be the 8th kicker for the Commanders to kick in a game since 2024. That's 2 seasons.
That's a joke.
Plus 1 game. He'll be the 8th kicker. That is absolutely preposterous.
And that's with Dustin Hopkins doing every kick in 2020, I think, if memory serves. I think every time foot went to ball, it was Dustin Hopkins.
Yeah, that's possible.
Then it was Rivera's rotating cast, and we were on this carousel.
But I'm just talking about 2024 on. So the 24 season when you get to the NFC title game, and then last year and week 1. In 2 years plus 1 week, he'll be the 8th kicker that this team has used.
Yeah, insane.
You just hope that they've gotten it right. But enough about kicking for a moment. Let's talk about preseason game 1 on Friday night, because we haven't had the chance to. I guess the first thing to start with is Marcus Mariota. That was scary, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
He goes down. He's grabbing at his knee. There's some fear of a CL, some type of L in that knee. Is it an ACL, an MCL, a PCL, an RCL, a TCL? Turns out it's going to be okay. He's only out for the rest of the preseason, even though everyone's acting like that's a nothing burger. That's a lot of Sam Hartman trying to help you evaluate wide receivers. That's a lot of Ethan Kaliak-Manis trying to help get looks for guys at the back of the roster that you're trying to see if they belong or they don't, especially if you're not going to play Jaden Daniels at all or just in one drive.
Or barely a little, yeah.
So that is still a significant loss, I think, even from a preseason standpoint. But the key to me was just making sure he's ready for week 1. It sounds like that's going to be the case. This was Dan Quinn talking with the media on a Zoom call yesterday because the team didn't do anything. They also didn't practice today, by the way. It's been a lot of not practicing of late. This was Dan Quinn today.
We're optimistic that for the regular season at the start that he'll be ready at that time. And at this time, no, we don't anticipate anybody else coming in. So it'll allow more reps, over the next couple weeks with Sam and Ethan in that spot.
I think if there was any thought that he might not be ready for the first game, they would be working out quarterbacks today, and they'd be signing some veteran. I'm just going to say Jimmy Garoppolo as a placeholder. But they'd be signing somebody to come
someone
in
from
here.
that tier.
Because they're not doing that, they obviously are very confident Mariota will be active against the Eagles in Philly in week 1.
Yeah, that's the sense I get. So, I kind of, there's a million different ways to sort of read it and react to it. The fact that they're not concerned, I guess, is good. But again, you sort of lost your injury-related decision-making trust from me. Not that they care about that, but when we still haven't ever heard confirmation that Jaden Daniels had a broken rib, you had to go on some sort of weird Twitch stream to tell people that, yeah, that's actually what happened or whatever. There's always murkiness around it. So, until we get a good sort of, hey, we were right about this, and it really was a 2-week thing, and he was good to go and fine and dandy. But yeah, I mean, the other part is kind of the thing I want to focus on. So let's just take him at their word that he'll be fine and no need to kind of make any adjustments. It's a lot of third and fourth quarterbacking, whichever one, however you want to tier that, Hartman or Kaliak-Manis. And someone like Luke McCaffrey is affected by that. Now, McCaffrey wasn't involved in game 1 barely at all. Is that he wasn't open? Is that they already know what they got? Is that maybe he was open and they couldn't get him the ball because we're third and fourth quarterbacks and that's the thing that we do as third and fourth quarterbacks? That affects people down the roster. For sure.
Yeah, it does. It's not ideal, but what I care about is the regular season. What I care about is that Marcus Mariota is available if and when you need him against the Eagles in week 1, if something were to happen to Jaden Daniels. Because you cannot play Hartman, we know that, and you shouldn't be playing a 7th rounder in Kaliak-Manis. Now, speaking of those two quarterbacks, we saw a lot of them in this preseason game. Hartman looks way better in this offense because he can get him bootlegged and moving around, and you can use some of that athleticism that he's got. He's actually better probably keeping the football and running it sometimes than throwing it. I think he's a punching bag, and people have kind of already decided he can't play or whatever, so everyone's going to make fun of pretty much everything he does. He had the one bad interception for sure.
And it was bad.
De'Ami Brown, that's a bad ball. But overall, I thought 8 of 15 with that pick. Like, you can tell this is a better offense for him, and yet this is not a quarterback that's going to play in the league. And that's been known now. They told us that. That's not my opinion. That's their opinion. On Christmas Day last year, when you need a quarterback, and Hartman's been in your building for a couple of years, and you say, not you, in a lost season where the game doesn't matter, and you go sign 40-year-old Josh Johnson, you're telling me that you don't trust that player.
Yeah. You shot the flare gun up and let me know.
Kyle McManus was interesting. I find him to be... So, first off, he spun it pretty well. I thought the ball came out. He threw it downfield, pushed it downfield okay. He was certainly a little more decisive, climbed the pocket pretty well. I thought the way he navigated the pocket was decent, climbing upwards, making throws. He is clearly an unathletic pocket passer, though.
Yes.
That's what I take out of watching him, both the Rutgers tape, if you want to call it that, his highlight sizzle reel, and then this game is like a Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins minus some of the mobility and the athleticism from those guys, where he is going to be in the pocket. It's almost like a Brady-esque feel to he's not going anywhere. You know where he's going to be. So you better be uber decisive. You better be Drew Breesian with your anticipatory throws. I was impressed overall with how he threw the ball, but I think when your defensive front wins against him, you've won the play.
Yeah, a couple sacks and 12 dropbacks tells you part of that story. Just as you said, it doesn't have the Ramsey heat-seeking gene for defenders, but closer to that. You know, as you said, when he had time, pat the football once and spun it, it was more impressive than Hartman. But this to me is just not what I would major in for my third quarterback. My emergency QB needs to be I always think of it as the Doug Flutie tier, where it's like, the plane has crashed into the mountain. I'm trying to survive to see if I can get some help back. Run around and make me a play or two. I mean, the guy that played in the Hall of Fame game for Carolina, for example, Haynes King. I have no idea if that guy's going to be a starter. In fact, I do. Probably not going to be a starter in the league. That's the kind of dude I would major in for my third quarterback.
Playmaker.
Just a guy that, again, we can do some backyard football, get away with it for a possession or two, and hope for the best and pray for rain.
Taylor Heineke. Yeah.
This is just not what I would do.
Everyone's had a buddy who dates the same type of girl over and over and over again, and then he just goes completely off type, so to speak. So it's like always like, oh, really active. We like to climb and go in, the wilderness and camp out and do all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, this girl hates leaving the house and just wants to be in the home or whatever. And you're like, that's different than all the girls you've dated.
It's totally different.
I have a hard time wondering. So you have Jaden Daniels, Mariota, who's kind of like that. Hartman, who moves all over and is an athlete and wants to keep the ball and run it on boots and stuff. Kyle McManus is not like any of those other guys. So it's just interesting to me that they watched him and said, him. Now this is a guy we're really, really intrigued by,
Yes.
But is what it is. Mariota will be back. Daniels hopefully will play against Detroit. We'll talk about that later in the show. How good were the kid running backs, specifically Robert Henry? Allen was a big, plodding, physical thumper like you'd expect. Had the really nice 16-yard run where he broke 3 tackles, started to get it going after Henry had showed something, and he went for 85 on 23 attempts. That was like a Penn State-like workload for him.
Yes, it was.
That was a full day at the office. But this Robert Henry kid, the undrafted free agent from UTSA, 22-yard touchdown, jab step to set it up at the line of scrimmage. Watching back the all-22, the amount of holes he hit and the vision he had to kind of patiently jump behind someone, wait for something to develop, I was super impressed.
Hard not to be, right? I mean, this is the Danny Rouillet school of running backing. I want this. Now, every once in a while, you can have that plus a guy that has world-class track speed. You've got a Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs. You got to pay $20 million a year for him. This is that shifty with a little bit of power and vision that I think you can that almost grows on trees. It's the Austin Eckler kind of school of running back. I don't know how he can catch the ball or not. That's kind of the unique skill set. But in terms of running, this is what I'm after. Now, coaches love Kaytron Allen. Like, I can't imagine watching both those guys get carries and go, we need to make sure we've got more room for Allen to get the football more. Now, there's a role for that guy on my team. The old, if I'm running things, Warren Sharp had this great stat. I didn't realize this was true. No one's had that many carries without a negative carry in a preseason game, like in forever, whatever the number was. And you could see it. You go, oh, I get that. He's always falling forward. He's tough as nails. So there's room for that guy on my team.
No wasted movement in the backfield.
But my God, is it so much more exciting and intriguing and dangerous to have a Robert Henry in that shiftiness.
Totally. I'm a Henry guy, and that's the kind of back I want as well. Give me the Gibbs over the Montgomery every time. But I think this is one of the biggest disconnects between the real world, reality,
yes,
football, and like the fantasy community, where they would say every carry for the non-Jahmyr Gibbs is a waste of time because he can score a touchdown on every carry. And it's like people screaming about using Luis Garcia against left-handed pitching or something. And it's like, well, part of why he's been so effective is that you're not exposing him left on left and getting him out of his rut. Part of it, like there is some truth into the way of life that people don't understand. And Robert Henry's better off with Katron Allen wearing a defense down and getting 23 of those 35 carries where you're tired of being run into and you're tired of having a sledgehammer driven into your chest and helmet. And now Henry hits you with that speed and that quickness, and it makes him that much more effective. But I thought he was really, really good. We like to, on this show, for those of you that are new to Grant and Danny after games, we like to give out game balls for the players that impress us the most, and gassers, the lap that they have to take for guys that don't, or something that we didn't like. So in the interest of getting everybody into regular season form, let's go game balls and gassers next for the best and the worst from Friday night's preseason activity, the first dose of game action for the Commanders. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to join us. Who gets your game ball and who gets your gasser? You're listening to G&D on the Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Commanders news today. The team is releasing kicker Jake Moody. For the time being, Drew Stevens has won the job as the kicker. Quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL in the preseason opener on Friday night. He's going to miss the rest of the preseason, but Dan Quinn said he's optimistic Marcus Mariota will be ready for the season opener. News across the National Football League. Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained groin in today's practice, but Aaron Glenn doesn't think it's a big deal. Cowboys are signing edge rusher Von Miller after spending last year here in the nation's capital, and free agent running back Najee Harris is visiting with the Giants today. Baseball, the Nationals were swept in New York by the Mets. Day off today, then they'll begin a 3-game series in Texas against the Rangers starting tomorrow night. For over 65 years, Ted Britt is at the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Early on, I thought just in the run game, it felt, like they were, moving yards after contact. Didn't love how, their pass rush to, affect Willis into that space. So although we started slowly, I thought we picked up, steam after that. But as far as the first drive goes to, take it all the way down the field, because kicking off, I think they might have muffed, the catch to go, and then to have a long drive, it's like, damn. So I wanted to find out their resilience and fight, and so to see them come back and get stops after that, I was pleased. But I just thought we needed to start, a little more aggressively, not from a play calling standpoint, just like how we play.
The Commanders did not play their starters almost at all against the Dolphins, but the first group out there, which only played a series, allowed a 14-play, 93-yard marathon march. Miami's ones against Washington's twos, but some of those twos are going to play football.
This is the point I'm going to make over and over and over again. I'm glad the game went the way it did. It looked like they had more juice and more energy than the previous preseason. But guys that are going to be part of the rotation, so I don't want to hear, they didn't play their starters. Many of those guys are going to be counted upon to contribute substantially this year, and they got mushed. Walk down the field against the team that might score 20 points this whole season.
You could tell Quinn was not particularly happy about it. What did you make of Sonny Styles? He got that one drive with Leo Chanel next to him at linebacker. I watched every play that he had, kind of from an all-22 angle. He ended up in on 2 tackles as a combination tackle, and he also had a physical play where he kind of threw a dude over top of the pile at one point after the whistle, which I liked seeing him mix it up a little bit on, I think, his third play from scrimmage. But nothing exciting, nothing that looks like, oh, there's your top 10 pick flying around doing anything. I wasn't discouraged. I wasn't bothered. You could see some of the speed occasionally as he turned on the afterburners to run around. But they had him in coverage a lot, too. And that's one thing I will point out. This was the most vanilla, basic B defense that you could ever run.
Right.
Like, I watched Minnesota and the Giants, and they dialed up a pressure from the nickel where it's like, they killed Jackson Dart. And I'm like, that's diabolical in the second quarter
August,
of a preseason game. Washington never ran a blitz. They never ran a pressure. They never simulated anything. They lined up with a 3-4, and they just played react to the play football. And so you're not going to look great in that situation, but I would have liked to have seen at least like one flash play from Styles.
Yeah, when you turn into the Vegas Summer League and you're going, what do they have in this A.J. DeBonsa kid? Crosses a dude up, the hesitation, powers right by a guy, reverse layup, then does something similar and dunks it on 17 people's heads, has a, thread the needle pass to a cutter. You go, yep, close the notebook. I saw the thing. I didn't see it. Not mad at anybody, because to your point, it wasn't set up for that. I know Styles has a lot more tricks in the bag, but and no one's going to hear this part. They're going to hear this and blow this up. If that's it, then you don't draft that guy at 7. Then it's a plug and play, middle round, middle linebacker. You don't care. There's no point in drafting him there if that's all it's going to be. I don't think for a second that's all it's going to be. You know what I mean? Like, to me, he has too much, and there's too many cool things you can do with him than to say, okay, buddy, stay on the inside right shoulder of Johnny Newton and react to the football and flow and make a tackle 7 yards down the field. That's not exciting. That's boring. I'm not mad at anybody. It's preseason game number 1. But I wished I could have seen more. That's all.
Yeah, there's nothing to judge. Like, to me, it's irresponsible to, if you have a take, you're doing it wrong, in a sense, if that makes sense. What you can do is react to the plays, which is, Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot asked of him. There's nothing he could do here. There wasn't a flash moment. But there was not a negative play in there either.
Not at all.
There wasn't anything like he did incorrectly. It was just you were out there for, I think, of the 14 plays, I don't know if he was out there for all 14 or a dozen or whatever it was. And you were just kind of getting cardio, essentially, for much of that time. Also, the defensive tackles, the defensive line in front of he and Chanel were getting their doors blown off.
Yeah.
By and large. Let's go. Game balls and gassers. We'll hit the phones on this in a second at 800-636-1067 if you want to jump in. Robert Henry Jr., 12 carries, 75 yards, and a touchdown. He could scoot. And by the way, they were having him return kicks. They were having him return punts. So they obviously knew what they were getting into going into that game.
Wanted to see him with a ball in his hands.
They're trying to see, is this someone that we could force onto the team on special teams?
Congratulations, Johnny Newton, on your in-game position switch. He wanted to move to an off-ball linebacker. He did that by getting his ass knocked back by Miami's starting offensive line. What a terrible showing for a guy that's in a make-it year. Again, he had that one good game that time, and that's not his strong suit, but it's got to be stronger than that, dude. You can't just get mushed in the run game.
I thought the wide receiver room, as I expected based on practices, had a really, really good day. Jacoby Jones had the, I'll use quotes here, but drop, where he actually had the ball ripped out by a really good defensive play. But he ran a few good routes, had 2 catches for 33 yards. Jalen Lane's catch on the Hartman throw on the inbreaker with the guy wrapped around him, he didn't make that catch last year in traffic. I mean, that was a good-looking play by Jalen Lane, who I think is on the team for punt return duties anyway. Yankoff had 2 catches for 24 on 3 targets, 1 in traffic. De'Ami Brown caught the beautiful 22-yard corner route where Mariota got hurt. He was wide open on the dig route for the Hartman interception. The kid Jaden Bradley, who I love, I've been talking about.
He's intriguing.
From UNLV, 6'4", almost blocked 2 punts, caught 2 passes, showed his size. Traylon Burks only caught 1 for 16, but he fought through interference to do it. He was open on another play where one of the quarterbacks didn't hit him correctly. Williams only caught the 1 ball for 16 yards, but I thought he was shifty and kind of did some of the stuff he's done in practice. You saw Van Jefferson route somebody up on an inbreaker, make a falling catch. Good to see Sinnott get involved for a catch for 11 yards. The only guy in this game that was targeted that did not catch a pass was Luke McCaffrey. And so when everyone else around you that's competing makes plays and you don't, that's not ideal. But I thought overall, the receiving room has had a really, really good summer without Stephon Diggs' addition, and now he pushes everybody down, and somebody good's going to get cut. I thought they carried that over to the game.
You touched on it, but the Grant Paulson Cole Turner Memorial Tight End Award this year goes to Colson Yankoff. He looks at the receiving part, yes, and preseason you can get fooled by that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Here's where I was excited. Blocking. Not his A thing. He is not a 267-pound Brian Kozlowski type dude, right? But this is a dude that I thought handled himself pretty well in that regard. Again, not going to blow you away with it. As long as you're serviceable, even slightly positive, and hopefully his matchups are you're going to block nickel cornerbacks, maybe the occasional undersized speed linebacker or safety. You can handle that. I think you can play. He had a couple nice blocks that I noticed on some runs.
Cornerbacks on special teams. Antonio Hamilton who was also really good at corner, by the way, had a couple nice plays. I noticed Fred Davis II make a huge play on special teams. There was another, Darius Rush made a huge play on special teams. Like Larry Izzo can coach
Yes,
teams.
he can.
I mean, they can cover, but guy after guy after guy from the corner position kept flashing and showing up and making tackles and flying around from their position on the sideline there as gunners. That was cool to see. I thought just in general, the corners did a pretty good job. And after that first drive, by the way, the valve was turned off. The Dolphins didn't score another point. So in the secondary, they did well.
You touched on the secondary in general. I'll do one in particular. I thought Antonio Hamilton was all over the field.
Beast.
He was really good. Pass defend, had a TFL. I think he had a number of tackles as well in the secondary. You don't always love having that happen because it means somebody escaped the backfield maybe or there's some yak. But I thought that guy really stood out just in terms of flying around. You're going to give up catches in this league. It's built for passes to be caught. But what do you do about it in sort of as a corollary? And I thought he was good.
Let's go to JP in DC. Game balls and gassers on Grant and Danny. JP, how are you?
So when you move it,
are you there?
No, I moved it in.
Where did he move it to?
AD. Oh, you just running the GPS. Yeah.
Oh, AD. JP, are you there?
Yeah, I know.
I know.
You don't know.
I'm sorry.
You don't know that you're on the phone, though.
Hey, Grant. No, it should be JT. I'm sorry, but
Oh, hey.
maybe he might have just made the wrong name, but it should be JT. But listen, guys, great to talk to you guys for the new year. My gasser, I think the front seven, that first drive, and Danny, you talked about it, that some of those guys will be counted on for this coming year. And so remember now, last year we were decimated by injuries, and a lot of second and third string guys played. And so we know what that movie looks like. I didn't like the fact that I'm seeing the same thing again from a lot of the second stringers in the first drive. Now, my game ball, and you guys touched on it, but no one's talking about the key, my big game key player, number 55, Coward.
He was awesome, JP. So I did a full breakdown on YouTube after the game, and this was my game ball. This is the number one standout. He wrecked the game in the second half. His name's Byron Cowart. He's older. He's 30 years old. He's been around the block. He debuted with the Patriots way back in 2019. He's pretty well traveled. And frankly, if you're 30 and you've been around for several years, you should dominate the fourth quarter, the third quarter of a preseason game. But he actually got some early run in the first half as well. This guy was really, really good. I thought actually Ricky Barber, the D tackle who wears number 50, was also really good early in the game as a pass rusher in the first half as well. But yeah, Byron Cowart probably helped his cause to make the team more than any other player did on Friday night. I'm glad. That's a smart observation that somebody pointed him out because he was excellent. Like, took the game over in the second half kind of good.
Which you got to do. If you're going to try to, in a numbers game where the climb is uphill, you've got to do stuff like that in order to make the club.
But his point on the backups, I think, is actually really good too, because Dan Quinn's harped on this and talked about this throughout training camp. They give the twos a lot more reps this year in camp than they did last year. They have basically said they're focusing more on their depth than he has in his past as a coach because of last year, because of how seemingly ill-prepared they were when they had those injuries.
Well, but even without injuries, it's still a rotational position. Studs play 64% of snaps. You're going to be out there for double-digit plays every week.
Sure, but what I'm saying is you can't have it both ways where, like, yes, injuries are going to happen, but you can't just throw your hands up when they do. And so you can't sit here after that game, and say, oh, well, it's the twos out there. Yeah, the twos are going to play a bunch. That's what happens over 17 games in 18 weeks. Now, typically it's not 11 of them against 11 starters from the Dolphins, so I'll give them a little bit of a pass. I'll grade them on a curve a little bit. But as you said, Johnny Newton, Ricky Barber played last season.
Yeah.
Sonny Styles was out there. He's going to play. He's a starter. Leo Chanel was out there. He's going to play a lot. There were plenty of guys. Joshua Joseph, so I actually was impressed by and liked. But he's going to be your third edge, playing 30, 40 snaps maybe, depending on how things go against Philadelphia. So this notion that it was just a bunch of dudes down the roster when they got pushed down the field by a bad Dolphins team is not completely true. 800-636-1067, Game Balls and Gassers. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Three wide receivers to the bottom of your screen. It's Henry again trying to find some room around the outside. Robert Henry Jr. Touchdown Commanders.
Good to hear old friend Dan Hellie on the call of Commanders football in the preseason.
I loved that broadcast. I know I'm biased because we work with Brian Mitchell, but I thought those guys did a really good job. Him and Rigo and Hellie with the exact right tone of here are the plays, but here's also a little bit of shtick from entertainment in between and summarizing roster battles and different things. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, Hellraiser's a pro, dude. It was awesome to have him back in the booth. He did Tennessee Titans games in the preseason for many years. But it was an entertaining game. The Commanders end up winning 20-7. If you would have asked me without the box score in front of me and given me $100 if I got the score right, I don't even think I would have remembered it. But that's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. They gave up the touchdown on the opening drive. They made the tweak of going down the depth chart. And then when it was even, like 2s against 2s, 3s against 3s, as we saw in the practice that I was at, they're going to dominate the Dolphins because the Dolphins just aren't very good.
Right.
But the question is, who stood out? Who gets your game ball? Who gets your gasser? 800-636-1067. Should also point out from a game ball standpoint, 3 interceptions for the Commanders. Now, again, bad quarterback play is involved in some of this, but Ale Cajo making an athletic play at linebacker, their linebackers can run, dude.
Yes, that is a change from a couple years ago.
You think about Sonny Styles, Leo Chanel, Ale Cajo's athletic, but Kane Medrano should have had a pick 6, undercut a ball. Jordan McGee can fly.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him a couple times sprinting across the screen to go get in on the action. Like, they can absolutely get after it at the second level, which is exciting after a year ago. They were old and slow at that position. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kev? How are you?
Hey, guys. Happy Monday. So you already went over my game ball and gasser with Henry and Newton, but there's 2 more things I want to talk about. From a game ball perspective, because he had to have it, I'm going to give it to Quan Martin, because I'm not a big fan of Quan Martin, and I'm not saying he had an all-pro performance, but he, unlike Johnny Newton, he stepped up when he had to, and we'll see where it goes from here. Maybe get some confidence back and starts playing. On the gasser side, tell me what you think. Is it just me, but when you think of roster construction, you know, our defensive brain trust with Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, I mean, our defense is layered properly depth-wise. But when I look at our interior O-line, and let's just look at quarterback, I'm not so sure. I mean, you got Jaden last year experiencing multiple injuries. Okay, he's a frail guy. Mariota now, 3 consecutive preseasons, banged up. Yet you go into the season with Sam Hartman still on the roster when, as you said earlier, Grant, everybody knows he's not an NFL quarterback. Shouldn't we have done more to have a second string or someone who compete or played second string if, in fact, Mariota got hurt, or if Jaden got hurt and Mariota became a long-term starter? I don't understand what we've done at quarterback. It's one thing to draft a rookie out of Rutgers and have a developmental guy, but you know what? I'm sorry. What are we going to do the next 2 weeks if Marcus not practicing?
It's a great point.
Yeah, it's a good point, Kev.
No, you're right about this. You're totally right. Kaliak Manis in the 7th round replaces what you had in Hartman the last couple of years. When you keep Hartman around and you just have 2 of those guys, what are we really doing? I think is a very fair question. And when you lose Mariota, you don't have anyone other than Daniels that can play in an NFL game. Period.
Right.
You told me as much when you didn't play Hartman at the end of last year.
Yeah, you can't tell me otherwise. I saw it.
I think the moment you didn't play Hartman, he's now just an assistant quarterback's coach if he wants to be around or whatever. Very odd to me that they kind of move forward here without another veteran. Now, if you want to say, well, we got Daniels and Mariota and nobody else really gets that many reps, which is true. That's kind of how the practices go. Fine. But as soon as Mariota goes down, you probably should bring someone in. They're saying, yeah, we think he's going to be back, so we don't need to bring anybody in. So you think they're going to everyone's going to get the work they need in the competition between Burks and Jefferson and Diami and Luke, and it's not going to be hindered by having Hartman get them the football for the next 2 weeks in practice? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Let's go to Vic in Accokeek. What's up, Vic?
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
So my game ball goes to the entire offensive line that played to the latter second quarter on through the rest of the game. They were mauling people. They were fast off the football, good leverage. They were violent. They created opportunities for those backs, I think Jared Allen and I forget the other brother's name, to really get down the field and move the chains. And obviously for one of them to score the 22-yard run. My gassers go to Liel Chanel and Sonny Styles. They played well in coverage. They took away routes instinctively with their eyes. You had a lot of smash routes and routes that were flooding one area, and they took away those well. But we got to increase our linebacker literacy. We got to read better. And there were several plays and windows where they should have flowed faster from center to guard to tackle. I talk about this all the time. And I'm going to tell you something, Grant, that you may pick up on this. I know you watch a lot of football. Arvell Reese looked almost the same as Sonny Styles did with the Giants.
I saw that.
The reading is lacking. And this is something I picked up on. But I know they're young, and I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I definitely think all these things are coachable. But in addition to that, with the D-line getting pushed around, jumping out of gas, not having gap integrity, you can see when a good player or players that are supposed to be good, when they can look bad when the fits don't happen.
It's a good call. Thanks.
Thank you, buddy.
So Logan made a point on Take Command. We did a full hour-long breakdown of the tape of the preseason game if you guys want to check it out when we're done today at some point. But he basically said, watching Sonny Styles, he saw a guy that was technically perfect in trying to do everything that, like, so there's nothing a coach can critique him on after. Hat placement here, you're in the right gap, like playing way slower almost. And essentially, like, I am going to put Hat in right place.
Right.
I am going, and he's like, just go play football. And I think you saw that. He mentioned Arvell Reese. I thought it was the same thing with him. That's not uncommon, by the way.
You see that a lot. You're trying to please the coaching staff, et cetera. Yeah.
First preseason action. And again, it wasn't like he was bad. It was just like you didn't see the athletic plays. Well, that's because you're not being an athlete. You're not out there just shooting from the hip and letting it go. You're not letting it all hang out. You were kind of thinking a lot. And I think you saw some of that. I also think he mentioned Chanel in there too, who's not doing that because he's a veteran. But the line of scrimmage was lost so badly.
Yes.
That, I mean, you were just getting gashed. I mean, it was really a rough go for that defensive front.
I don't know. Whatever word you want to use. They got mushed.
Yes.
That's what it was. They got sunned, mushed, whatever you want to call it. It mixes, you can't evaluate anything else.
I want to get into Marcus Mariota's injury and what it means for how much Jaden Daniels is going to play in the preseason. Because I think this could be now used as an excuse for them to not play Daniels against the Lions. And there's a chance we don't see Daniels at all in the preseason, which I think would be a gigantic mistake. That's next on G&D.
We're optimistic that for the regular season at the start that he'll be ready at that time. And at this time, no, we don't anticipate anybody else coming in. So it'll allow more reps, over the next couple weeks with Sam and Ethan in that spot.
That's Dan Quinn. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. In 1 hour at 4 o'clock, we're going to give away the first of 5 4-packs this week. Every day at 4 p.m., the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. We've got your tickets on G&D.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I want to get to the Daniels-Detroit situation. Is he going to play or won't he, and how does Mariota affect that? Coming up in 2 minutes, so the clock is set for 120 seconds. But very quickly, so C.J. Abrams went 0 for 10 this weekend after being told he's going to move from shortstop to second base. The move is not officially happening just yet, but they're saying as the year goes on, you're going to see him at second more now, and it's imminent, and that's going to be happening in the days ahead. He's going to be at second base routinely. They're moving his position because the quiet part out loud is defensively, he's just bad at shortstop, and he can't really play there. And so they're making the analytical play. But the timing is very, very strange. They took over. It seemed like they didn't want to move him off short because of trade value, you would think.
Initially, I thought that was the reason.
Maybe at the deadline, you're going to move him, and if you're trading a second baseman, you get less than if you're trading a shortstop. I talked to some people this weekend that said, doesn't really matter if you play second or short. If you're hitting 35 home runs with a 900 OPS in the middle infield, you're worth a whole lot, and teams are going to give up a ton to get you. But if that's why they hadn't moved him throughout the season before the trade deadline, it shouldn't really be different now because they are still likely to at least shop him, if not trade him this offseason. So the timing is very, very odd. What I was told is they want him to have time at second base for the rest of this year going into the offseason to know exactly what he needs to work on. And so if he plays there a bunch, then he goes into the offseason.
Then you got some film,
and
so to speak?
he basically goes, okay, these are the things that I need to do differently to get good at this position. That's their logic.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just take all emotion and human, feelings out of it. This was the correct baseball move when the first time everyone checked in, here's your locker, here's your hotel room key in spring training. This was the right baseball move.
When Paul Taboni got the job as the president of baseball ops,
yes,
he came over here 5 days after his introductory press conference. He sat in that chair.
Right over there.
And I asked him, are you moving C.J. Abrams to second base? And he said, no, we don't have any plans to do that. He's going to be a shortstop. We're going to see if we can fix him. He didn't use that word. I'm using that word. It has been known for anyone who's been around the block the last couple of years that eventually he was going to move positions.
Yes, this has been and was and will continue to be the right baseball decision. Now you enter back into it. Emotion, ego, long-term plans, designs. I don't know what I don't know here. That's what's so fascinating about it is what conversations were had, what accord was reached, if any. Was this dictated? This is what we're doing. Cry about it? Or is it, hey, can we come to an understanding? Who knows what the future holds on this? But the timing, again, is fascinating, and what's next is more fascinating to me.
Based on what I can gather, and I've talked to several people around the Nats and this move, let's say, I don't think that C.J. Abrams is excited about the move. I don't think he wants to move to second base. This is not his idea, obviously. It feels to me a lot more like this is you're going to play second than oh, cool, I get to play second. And I don't think that the initial conversation where it eventually ended with him going, whatever's best for the team, there's a difference between me leaving CK's office going, whatever's best for the team. And whatever's best for the team, I don't think it was that.
Oh, there's a difference in the tone. Right. Yeah.
I think it's more the first one.
Whatever's best for the team.
So when this initially happened, I thought, well, maybe this actually makes it more likely that you get an extension done with C.J. Abrams this offseason. Because now you can pay him like a second baseman. If he's willing to go to second base and he views himself more through that light, then maybe you can offer him 8 years and $28 million and pay him as the highest paid second baseman of all time. I don't think that's what happened. In fact, I think it is now, this is my opinion based on speculation, but I'll say some informed speculation. I think it is harder to get an extension done with him after moving him, in my opinion. Now, maybe I've got a bad read on this, or I haven't talked to the right person yet, or I'll get more intel this offseason. But my confidence that they're trading C.J. Abrams went up a little bit with the move to second and with him standing at his locker over the weekend at Citi Field going, I'm a shortstop. That's what he told the media.
Yeah.
I think of myself as a shortstop.
The time to get an extension done is when the love affair is at its height, right? That's the proposal time. We love you. I love you guys too. Everybody's in love. This is so perfect. Delivering that kind of news, that didn't sound like, given his comments and everything that surrounds it, with everybody's at their highest point in love right now. So it said, my view of it, again, I haven't talked to anybody, but my view of it was they kind of went, this is the best baseball decision. We're going to make that. Meaning, there may not be a great, long, beautiful future here where you retire a national.
I just don't get why you wouldn't have done it a month ago when the games mattered the most. That's the weird part to me.
Yeah, because again, it's been the right baseball call for so many months. So many.
You were playing for the wild card.
Uh-huh.
You were playing in games that mattered, and you would think that plus defense from Nasim Nunez would have helped you. One other note, Seaver King at the AAA level hit a home run yesterday, I believe his 14th of the minor league season. He is hitting over 400 over the last 10 games he's played in. He's hot. He was playing shortstop. He had been playing some second. Yesterday he was playing short. So I think you could see him sooner rather than later down the stretch, hopefully this year in the middle infield. And you will see some Nasim Nunez, who's an elite defender at short as well. All of our baseball coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, back to the Commanders' quarterback situation. So this Dan Quinn talking about Jaden Daniels in the preseason. He was asked, will the injury of Mariota change how you're going to operate with Daniels? What I wanted him to say was, no, of course it's not. We weren't going to play him for 4 quarters, but he's got to get some reps in a new offense that he's never run before with Stephon Diggs, who's been here for 3 hours. We'd like him to play in a game. That's not a crazy ask. This was Dan Quinn when he was asked about that yesterday.
Yeah, I definitely thinking, that was like a question on the top of my head, and I was staying in the block this week really before we get into the preparation for that as far as the game goes. So not right now, it doesn't, Nikki. I recognize the question for sure, but right now we're kind of going into like these 2 days as still like a training camp mode. That'll be like Tuesday and Wednesday and big padded stuff. So as far as like how much and starters and what we do, some of it will depend on what I'm seeing on Tuesday and Wednesday. So we got a bunch of situations that I'm trying to work through, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, some goal line stuff. So this is kind of like our most heightened training camp block coming up. So I'm excited to see that, but we haven't got in terms of like planning of the game yet of that part.
Jaden Daniels needs to play against the Lions. He threw 0 passes in the preseason last year. And as the year went on, even the guys that loved that he didn't play in the preseason for whatever dumb reason that they loved that he didn't play in the preseason kind of acknowledged maybe he should have done something in the preseason. Because it was symbiotic of, I think, symbolic is the word I'm looking for, of them kind of thinking they'd arrived a little bit.
That was the film.
Off the NFC Championship game, Daniels playing like an MVP. Why would we get any reps with the young quarterback who's in his second year who could benefit from going out there and slinging it around with these dudes, by the way, because McLaurin had barely been back, that maybe he could get a little work with. They chose not to. If he doesn't play at all this preseason, to quote Dan Quinn, I think you'll have missed it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Play football. The way to get ready to play football is to play football. That's not even my own take. I've now mastered this take. I've stolen this. But that was said to me on these airwaves by Herm Edwards one time.
You play football. Football players play football, guys.
They do.
They do.
Not around here in August, but typically they do.
So here's my big but. No, here's my slight pushback. If I felt like training camp, joint practices, if they were just pedal to the metal, and it's like, you know what, man, we understand we're not on easy street. We're not coasting here like we did last year, frankly. If there was an acknowledgement that, last year was too easy and it was weird, we're already banged up in July and August and Terry wasn't here and the whole thing was weird, we have gone full, again, pedaled the floor and done, these guys have done everything they could possibly do every single day to be ready. I'm going to say, you know what, we're going to preserve the health of Jaden Daniels, not give him a ton of preseason reps, if at all, etc. They've been off since Friday. They did the days off, the amount of time they're not playing football and not practicing. So somebody at some point has to do something football related So now he's got to play for me. Like, had they been back at it on Sunday and today, and everything you heard was, my God, these guys are, really getting after it, instead of kind of the normal Camp Quinn, I could maybe see, well, okay, you've earned it because you guys have gone hard and gotten the reps and gotten the time on the grass and worked at it. They haven't. Play him. Now he's got to play, as far as I'm concerned.
It's not even that complicated for me, honestly. Josh Allen played the other day. Like, why is this group above it? The Rams, for a couple years, everyone always points to, they're like, well, Sean McVay, man, he doesn't like playing guys. He would sit guys the entire camp. I'm not the Rams. They're one of the best teams in the conference every single season. If they're healthy, if Matt Stafford shows up and plays football, they're playing in an NFC championship game probably. Like, that's kind of where we're at. That's not what I am. I got to worry about myself. And there's someone out there that will say something to the effect of, look, it's just not, juice isn't worth the squeeze. It's not worth the risk. I don't think for the Commanders, it's as much about thinking he's going to get hurt or fearing he's going to get hurt. You could be ultra protective. Isolate and insulate him in the pocket if that's the best way to do it. Keep in extra protectors at tight end. Maybe move the pocket with bootlegs and get him moving in a way that keeps him away from the pass rush, where he can run out of bounds or slide or really protect himself and dictate whether or not he gets hit. I just can't believe that a year later we're back to a possibility where he may not, like last time he played in the preseason, he just so happened to drop back and run for a touchdown. I don't remember who that was against at home. The Bengals or something?
Second game, yeah.
He rushed for a touchdown, and that was his one drop back, and he never threw a pass. But there is this momentum now that, well, Mariota's hurt, so you can't play him against the Lions. Why? Workshop that for me. What is the logic on Mariota's injury affecting Jaden Daniels?
Meaning you have no answer in week one if Daniels gets banged up.
They've already said, with both their words and actions, that they're pretty sure, they're confident, they know that Mariota's back for week one as it is. By the way, if Daniels is hurt anyway, it's Marcus Mariota's the savior. He's the godsend.
No, but the theory is, and again, I'm workshopping.
I'm asking for it.
The theory is that we think Mariota's going to be back, but if he's not out for week one and would be fine by week two, that's okay as long as we have Jaden Daniels.
Okay. So then Jimmy Garoppolo's your starter, and it's the same thing as Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, which we've done before.
They would just sign him the Sunday, a week from yesterday, after the Lions game, in this hypothetical where Daniels got hurt and he's out a month and he may not be back for week one. And now you've got a month to get another scrub backup ready to play in week one. And it's not that different.
Right. I guess the trying to work back from it. So we're not sure that Mariota is going to be back. We think. So we don't have to go sign someone else and have this awkward deal.
I'll just say really quickly, if they weren't sure, they'd be signing a quarterback today. They're sure.
Fair enough.
I think this is a very minor MCL.
Yeah, so we that's how we view it, but he's not going to be able to practice. And we need Daniels on the field for practices when we get our twice a week practice in. Like it's a rec team.
So that I can buy.
Yeah, like they're doing like a community flag football league. Maybe that's it. I don't know. It is puzzling to me how one affects the other.
How much have we talked about the hitting the ground, sprinting, the first 3 weeks of the season, the toughest part of the schedule?
I think we've talked about it. I don't know that they have.
You don't want your quarterback to get any reps. Not one. You got a new starting left tackle and a potential. I guess Allegretti's coming back, so you'll have the entire offensive line intact. You don't want him to work behind those guys for a play. Now, I was at the joint practice on Wednesday. I was out there, watched it. They got a lot of good work in against a really crappy Dolphins first-team defense and terrible team, right? They actually have a couple good players on their defensive front. If you don't want to play him in the first preseason game because of that joint practice, Danny, watch me. Cool. Thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
The third week against the Baltimore Ravens, a pretty good team that might go to the playoffs.
Okay.
Let's schedule that practice so that we get work in. Let's go out there and work our asses off for 2 hours and 27 minutes. Let's give Jaden 800 reps, and let's, while he's wearing a penny and can't be touched, get him the work he needs. And guess what? You're not going to play him that week, and I'm going to go like this. Are the Lions here this week?
Yes.
No, they're not.
Oh.
For a joint practice?
Oh, they're not.
No.
They're
not.
I missed that.
Yeah. You missed that.
I got it wrong.
part.
I jumped to conclusion. I thought I was lead. I thought you were leading me, and I was like, yeah, they are. Oh, for the game.
You're going to Detroit, this weekend.
Damn it.
And there's no joint practices.
Mm-mm.
See that little field out there?
Yep.
between those white lines, you go out there and you play football. Do you want to know why? Because you're a football player. And what do football players do? Danny?
I thought Herman was going to say it.
No,
Herman
play
saying-
football.
Yeah, that's it. Herman.
Football players play football, guys.
Coach Herman got it.
Football players play football. This is not some tough guy talk. I don't need him to play 4 quarters. I don't want him to play 12 quarters in the preseason. Play football. It's always a different excuse. It's always a different reason. Last year, you didn't need it. It backfired. Play football. I'm asking you to do it one time against the Detroit Lions.
For just a little bit.
For like 2 drives. If that's too much to ask, I don't want to hear one excuse when you lose in week 1. I don't want to hear one peep when they're 0-2. I just don't understand. I just don't get it. Sure you do. Remember the fat guy that was telling you that everyone needed to play against the Lions? Play football. Play football. One time for 2 series. Play football. Back to you.
Again, I would say better safe than sorry because of the season-altering preseason injuries that have happened in Washington history. If the report from every person that's out there every day was, my God, the intensity. My God, that you have to pull these guys off each other. My goodness, they have to put the brakes on these dudes. There's no off days. The veterans are getting after it. Dan Quinn has really learned his lesson from previous years, knowing that they've gotten off to these slow starts and there is a buzzsaw to start the season. He's apologetic to some of the vets, but they ain't no vet days off. We're not doing this thing where a guy practices for 1 day that can't be bothered to come to the field for 3 more, and the only thing you're doing the week of a game is one walkthrough, and now they're off for 3 days. If this was I promise you they're getting the work in to the highest degree, knowing what's coming down the pike and knowing that, to me, that was the bigger issue last year than playing a guy for a series or 2 in a preseason game was NFC champs. We're going to walk. We'll just throw the uniforms out on the field and walk right back to it. We've arrived. We're great. That arrogance, that feeling that kind of oozed off of them, translated into the preseason, translated into their offseason work, translated into training camp, and then they walked into the regular season and got their ass kicked a whole bunch. If that energy felt so profoundly different and like it was chasing them like that big ball in Indiana Jones, the stone when he replaces the idol, if that terrifying feeling of we can't do anything like we did last year because that's a dire emergency, and anybody that advocates doing anything like we did last year when everybody probably deserved to lose their jobs, we can't do anything like that, so we're going to have the opposite approach. It's not the opposite approach. You've left it so that you have to play starters in the preseason. Does that make sense? I'd love for you to have earned it, but you haven't.
You got somewhere we got to get working.
Somebody's got to do it, man. Someone's got to go to the facility and try.
The chat is popping me. The YouTube chat on 106.7 The Fan. A bunch of people in just all caps are saying play football. Let's put that on a t-shirt. Football players play football.
Play football.
What do they do?
You play football.
They play football.
Football players play football, guys.
Hello.
Just once. It's just it's so funny. Like I'm begging and pleading for the most minute ask. It's like my wife being like, I'm sorry. She's been at home with the kids all day.
Yeah.
Like she's made the dinner. She's done everything. And she like comes up to me at the end of the night as I'm like sitting on my laptop and she's like, can you take the trash out, please? It's like the most minute. And I'm like, oh, sorry.
Sure, no problem.
Babe. Yeah, whatever you need. Sure. I'm not asking you to play 3 games. I would never, ever, ever ask you to play a series in 3 games of the preseason. That would be outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to ask you to play 2 because, man, would that be crazy. A series in 2 games in August in 2026? No way, Jose. Not me. I'm not a crazy person. Just 1. In the game sandwiched between the weeks, where you've got those joint practices that are the secret sauce to getting you ready for the season, okay? The last year went off the rails because the Ravens turned you down for 2 hours. So you didn't get those 2 hours with the Ravens, so you were feeling it for 11 weeks thereafter. No problem. But in that one little sandwich week, that little meat and cheese week with the Lions,
That little salami right there.
that little provolone and roast beef, tell you what we're going to do. We're going to play football on Saturday night. And I'm not asking for a half. I don't even need it to be a quarter. But I need you out there for a couple series playing football. And the deal is, like, yes, could Sam Cosmi or somebody important have an injury? We just saw it with Marcus Mariota. The response is always like, see, it shouldn't have happened. Now what? Now what do you say to that? And to that I say, I'm one of these guys that feels like it would have happened maybe inevitably anyway. Like Jeremiah Love, as an example, got hurt. Did you see this?
Over the weekend, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he had 14 carries, or he got a lot of work. Probably more than I would have given.
More than I would have given him.
Absolutely. But my take on that is, sometimes, like depending on what the injury is, maybe it would have happened 14 snaps in 2 games from now, or in week 1 on his 14th snap or whatever. You got to play. So whatever happens, happens. But my point is, if you don't put the work in, nothing matters anyway. I've just seen it too many times.
Yeah.
And this year especially, I need you to be operating at 98% in week 1. You don't get to ease into this thing. If you're easing into this thing, you're 0-3 and it's curtains. Now, I don't think they're going to be 0-3 because I trust them to do this right. I think that last year was a wake-up call. But I kind of had the rumblings and the spidey senses. My Tom Holland instinct told me that they were going to play their starters against the Lions and that Jaden would get some work. Now, listening to that answer from Dan Quinn after the Mariota injury,
we built on a trap door. We may or may not use it.
I think they might backtrack that a little bit and use this as the out to go, actually, no. Which, by the way, now there's so many decisions to make. It's 4 quarters, it's 8 quarters and 2 games of Hartman and Ethan Kaliakmanis. That's the decision-making process, is how those 2 guys get the ball to those receivers. That's not good enough for me.
Nor I. But
I want to hear from people on this. 800-636-1067. Do you think Jaden Daniels will play against the Lions? I have thought all along he was going to, and now I'm kind of 50-50 skeptical. Should he play against the Lions? Probably not a surprise to you guys. I think he should.
You're on record saying he should?
Yeah, I think he should play.
This is Grant Paulson saying that?
I think he should play football. We'll get Danny's answer. We'll hear from you guys next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. $30 million. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo, with a $100,000 entry. Enter Nevada, play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders have released kicker Jake Moody, seeming like Drew Stevens could be the opening day kicker and has won the job. Quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL in the preseason opener against the Dolphins Friday night. He's going to miss the rest of the preseason, but Dan Quinn said he's optimistic Marcus Mariota will be ready for the regular season. Other news across the NFL, Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained groin, although head coach Aaron Glenn doesn't think it's going to be a big deal. The Cowboys are signing edge rusher Von Miller, and free agent running back Najee Harris is visiting with the Giants today. In the NBA, the association has found no evidence that Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money to Kawhi Leonard to circumvent the salary cap. And in baseball, the Nationals have the day off today after getting swept by the Mets. They'll take on the Rangers for the start of a 3-game series tomorrow night. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, to text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. All of our training camp coverage on The Fan today and throughout camp has been brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Certainly sounds like Dan Quinn could be having second thoughts about the original blueprint, and it seemed like was being laid out that Jaden Daniels would play against the Detroit Lions. Here was the question he was asked about whether or not the Mariota injury is going to impact the decision on Daniels' playing time. Game is this weekend on Saturday night in Detroit.
Yeah, I definitely thinking, that was like a question on the top of my head, and I was staying in the block this week really before we get into the preparation for that as far as the game goes. So not right now, it doesn't, Nikki. I recognize the question for sure, but right now we're kind of going into like these 2 days as still like a training camp mode. That'll be like Tuesday and Wednesday and big padded stuff. So as far as like how much and starters and what we do, some of it will depend on what I'm seeing on Tuesday and Wednesday. So we got a bunch of situations that I'm trying to work through, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, some goal line stuff. So this is kind of like our most heightened training camp block coming up. So I'm excited to see that, but we haven't got in terms of like planning of the game yet of that part.
I guess it's possible. I've got to throw this out here as a possibility. Maybe Quinn is not going to change anything, and he's just doing the thing where he's kicking his answer down the road because he's guarded about the playing time this far out from the game, which in and of itself doesn't make sense, but he never really said last week how much guys were going to play at all, if you remember. He was asked, I don't know what it was, the last Wednesday practice or something. He's like, yeah, we'll get to that closer to game time, and that was his last media availability, so they never really got to it. This could be that, I guess, where maybe they are going to play Jaden Daniels for a quarter and still get him the same amount of work, and he just doesn't want to acknowledge that yet. And there's nothing to be frustrated about until they do it.
It's like the walks like a duck, talks like a duck thing. Kind of here. We've seen some of these signs before. It's kind of, I don't want to say put words in your mouth, but that's kind of the point here. This is now setting the groundwork for a reversal of maybe a previous decision or a feeling, et cetera. I still think Daniels is going to play in this preseason game. Not much. Won't be a ton, but I think it'll be a series. And if they have a nice drive, maybe that'll be it. If they go 3 and out or they get one first down and punt, maybe it'll be a second series. Just doesn't feel like he's going to be in there a lot, but I do think he's going to play in this Detroit game. I don't know why I feel that way, but I just do.
A series is better than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you that. But a series doesn't seem to do a ton. This guy has not played. Jaden Daniels' last game was that Vikings game. Wasn't that at the very beginning of December, or was it even before that? I feel like it was in the month of December. But he basically missed the entire 4 or 5 weeks of the regular season, if you remember, after the shutdown. So you're talking about almost, 10 months? I mean, this is not coming off of the NFC Championship game in late January.
Yeah, December 7th was the day.
This is December 7th that you last played, over 8 months ago. Like, get into the flow of game reps. You can't really simulate that in a practice, on a practice field. I'm sorry, you just can't. I love the joint practices. I do think they're more valuable in preparing for the season in a lot of ways than a preseason game. But for a guy that has not played in that long, it's important to just get back out onto the field and run around a little bit and break a sweat. Sid's in Bristow on G&D. What's up, Sid?
Guys, listen up.
Guys.
Hey, man, listen, I have a serious comment, very frustrating and anger comment, and I wanted to scream just like you, Grant, and then I have a funny thing I want to ask Danny real quick at the end. Look, this is getting ridiculous, okay? These guys are pretending like they got some kind of secret weapon, and they're going to use the season, just like you were alluding to, Grant, as a, they're going to make an excuse like, it's only third game, we're getting ready. No. The preseason is what it's for, okay? Stop acting like you got some secret weapon or something. And Dan Quinn, I don't care how nice guy he is, this is all for job security, in my opinion, okay? When they're protecting him, they're not thinking about the team, in my opinion. This is like Dan Quinn is going to be, not trying to be funny or anything, but like DQ is going to be DQ, disqualified if he doesn't start. I mean, this is just ridiculous. I'm just so upset that, we hear this in and out. I don't know what it is with our team. No matter what the coach is, they always act like we're the smartest one in the league. And, that's my anger take. But Danny Routier, I wanted to see if you could do just for calm me down, Doug Williams, when he said what we are, and I can do a Craig Melvin, and you can tell me if I do good or not, please. I think you guys should have a segment in your show where people call in and do some impersonation, and Danny be the judge. I don't know what you want to call that segment. Just like you have winning off the field and B. Mitch has me anything. I think there should be a segment for Danny one of these times.
So you want to do the Craig Melvin laugh? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Danny can do Doug Williams.
You have to do.
I'll just do kind of generic. So we are the Commanders. So there's your pitch whistle on Craig Melvin. All right, ready? We are the Commanders. Yep.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That plays.
Sid.
Yeah, that would pass as Craig Melvin.
I think Sid done a nice job there. I'm going to give that probably a B+ grade on the. As far as Craig Melvin impressions go,
right? If you're
one of the better Craig Melvin impressions.
If you would like to hear a Craig Melvin laugh, that's what it sounds like in that moment. That's I'm just filling some space here.
He also had the exact cadence because you have to push out the second ha harder than the first.
Yeah, the second ha goes up
and more powerful, I think too.
Yep.
Can I hear it?
The first ha just sets the stage for the ha.
People forget how uncomfortable everything about that was.
Respectfully, I don't think they do. I think they remember very well.
And live television, local TV especially, but live television in general, like morning show TV, it's very much generally uncomfortable because it's not natural and nobody's really, like, that's not authentically how you talk or laugh or whatever. But the folding chairs and just years in the making, this announcement.
They were so excited about it.
That's
in the making. Part that drives me crazy. They thought they did such a good job.
The best part was
Jason going, Doug, what is it?
If you go back weeks before that, we were taking calls on how they're going to do it, and we talked about, is it going to be on, a massive stage in front of thousands of people and fireworks, and is it going to be like in the sky in a drone show? I mean, we were just rolling out all kinds of crazy ideas that we're just spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of their money to do this. And what it turned out was they're going to go on a national TV show that most Commanders fans don't know about, care about, or watch. And they were just going to, in folding chairs, have John Allen, who was like, a long tenured player, but he's been gone for years and is kind of out of sight, out of mind. No disrespect to the Stonebridge Bulldog. And Doug Williams sitting there going, we're the Commanders. I mean, it was just, if you picked the worst possible way to break the news of the terrible name,
I think that'd be it.
You would pick that.
I think that would be it. That's the number one.
But make sure it's a crappy folding chair. Not like just a good chair. It was like a director's chair.
From like
one of those fabric
like
chairs.
On a student art film. Director's chair.
So bad.
The worst.
What is the new team name?
Doug, what is it?
Doug, what is it?
We are the Commanders.
The Jason Wright, Doug, what is it part? I think we sleep on how irritating that is.
Oh, he didn't want to be the one to say it.
Doug, what is it?
Because that audio clip is Doug's to wear forever now. Poor guy.
Doug.
I mean, they had to wrap Doug in that.
Poor Doug.
What? I mean, his legacy is quite literally being the first African-American quarterback in history to win a Super Bowl. He's got a hugely important legacy to live. And you're you're putting that on him?
For everybody under 40, it's like him saying we are the Commanders.
Jason Wright should have worn that.
Agreed.
You're the one that should say Commanders out loud for the first time.
Doug, what is it?
Doug, what is it?
And then immediately after that, I'm sure they started spewing all of their, the terms and the reason we're and the color's the same, even though we know the color's not the same.
It's the burgundy of lies.
Remember the patch came out and initially the years were wrong.
You know the worst part of the patch situation were the people that defended it.
There were a lot of.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Look, I mean, they're the same people that have the avatars right now. I could point them out. Like, these people, nothing's ever been wrong. So whether it's a third down decision by Dan Quinn or it's an incompletion by a quarterback or a patch that has the wrong year, if the team says it, if they want you to jump, they'll say how high.
The patch had the wrong years, man.
They're like, oh, yeah, that happens all the time. Technically, it was January 92. They won the Super Bowl in January 92. Don't you understand? Like, but no team has ever claimed the championship.
We got a
year.
pretty common parlance. It takes one quick Google. I mean, it's literally an intern with the quickest Google.
How about, did you see that we got some of the old lyrics back in the fight song?
Yeah, what's going on there?
Braves on the Warpath.
What happened
was
there?
Back. Well, I think
did they re-record it with the Barbershop Quartet?
I don't think they brought those guys back. No. What's going on is, correctly and understandably, they are basically pushing up on the line as much as they can over and over. Like every now and then, they're like the dog in the yard that gets zapped with the fence, But they're going to keep getting as
Where's
close
my
as
line?
they can.
How far out can I pee?
All right, well, in 2020, here was the line. Line's not there anymore. It's a little further. So where is it now in 22? Now what about 24? And in the meantime, they're coming up with all these stories about King Leonidas and the 300 and the Spartans.
The Spears,
the
man.
narrow passageway. And who was the little guy that tricked them, that made them go the wrong way for their slaughter?
What was that dude's name?
He's like, they're waiting for you, whoever that little hunchback guy was.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
He's somehow involved in
They couldn't raise the shield high enough, so it got better.
Right, but he's in the backstory of the Commander's lore now, that guy.
Like, that guy punted for us.
The whole thing is just so wacky.
The hunchback guy's Jake Moody.
But I love it. Go Mark Klaus.
Yeah.
Who gave us flavored Oreos, by the way, before he was here.
Go Klaus,
I love
go.
that guy. Everything about him. Go ownership. Just keep making weird stuff up about the background until we get to have as much of the old stuff back as possible. Whatever you got to say, whatever you got to do, whoever we got, like we're the like on the screen videos are going to be like they're in a castle slamming javelins and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, now those are Braves. They're brave soldiers.
Brave guys, Spears.
Brave guys. And they're on a warpath. They're just on a path.
Right. To war.
War in the not literal sense, but like the football sense.
It's not modern in terms of the war. Like, there's no GPS. There's no, like, night vision. But we got spears. Warrior spears. Paths. War. Right?
Leaders on a mission.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
What is that?
That's what they wanted us to sing.
That's not the song.
Yes, it is. They go, here are your two options. These guys singing like this.
Leaders on a mission.
But the team
Leaders on a mission.
The team didn't put that out.
They did. And they asked us.
Have I gotten this
You've
out of my
forgotten
mind?
all of it. You don't hate it enough. This is why I won't even say it.
No.
They asked people to fight for our commanders. I won't do any. I'm doing nothing for you. You do it for me.
For our commanders.
You fight for me. I'm the schlub who paid the ticket price. You're the gladiator in the arena. I'm just here in my seat trying not to get yelled at by an Eagles fan. I'm not fighting for you. You fight for me.
Stop real quick. What are you playing? What is that?
So when they first did the rebrand, they released like, hey, this is what our new fight song is going to be.
But not this clip.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
It
Not
was this
these
barbershop.
old 64-year-old white guys outside of a 1948 diner.
100%. We spent. I'm positive we spent 3 days on this.
Days.
I hope we spent 10. I mean, if we only spent 3, we did it wrong. I don't
moved
remember
on.
that at all.
Listen, there are too many of us who will never forget. Yes.
This clip
Yes.
is the worst thing I've ever heard.
on a mission.
You're damn right. It's the worst thing ever.
Leaders on a mission?
Like, here are the 2 lyrical options for the new Commander's fight song, you guys. And everyone's like, no, we're singing the old thing.
How did everyone not get fired the second that got played?
Thank you.
The second that got played, anyone involved in that song should have been fired. How did that not happen?
Fight for our commanders.
Because they were busy patting themselves on the back for all their activations. They thought they crushed it. And they probably still think they do. That Chach that's with like the San Diego Fire or whatever the stupid soccer team's name is. He was like, led one of the great brand activations of all time.
And then it actually ended up being like that more like soulful, sultry version that ended up releasing once they actually started playing games.
That's
and everybody's
the one
mad
I
about
remember.
that. Right?
I don't remember whatever this is. This I think I'm getting pranked right now.
No.
I'm getting
Leaders on a mission.
That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
It is.
Did they just have 4 guys come into Jason Wright's office and record that on a laptop?
They did.
Why would they have done that?
Because they were so insulated. They go, this is it. This is how we'll get this rebrand going.
We need to get Jason Wright on the show and play that for him and be like, come on. You weren't serious.
Well, you just do me a favor and say sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Could you just start off by just saying sorry?
You don't get to hang up until you admit that whatever else, if you want to claim the colors are still the same, do whatever you want to do.
Leaders on a mission.
This particular song, this one I'm going to need you to come clean on.
They sound like old school Looney Tunes Martin the Martian singing.
It's the worst thing I've ever heard.
Sure is.
It sounds like if you got 4 guys together and said, come up with something that we can get made fun of for. That's what it sounds like.
It sound corny as possible. Go.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, our double play is next.
Fight for our Commanders.
Time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Double play sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years. FH Fur set the standard for premium comfort. Celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter for free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, air conditioning, electrical, absolutely the best. Remember, in a little over 10 minutes at 4 o'clock, the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. We got tickets for you. A 4-pack for somebody. You can win those at 4 ahead of the Blitz right here on the Fan.
GB, really sad double play. Hayden Panettiere passed away over the weekend. Only 36 years old. Just the circumstances around it, still information coming out. Apparently the report was a cardiac arrest in place. I don't want to delve too into things in terms of speculating. I don't know. But it's just unfathomably sad that she was, only 36 years old when she passed away. But it just kind of marks the time. She was a kid in one of your favorite movies, Remember the Titans. She played the daughter who, sort of was football crazed and came around, welcoming and stuff. But you could speak to that.
An amazing character. So Coach Yost's daughter, of course, the Titans at T.C. Williams High School integrated football club in the early 70s, I think 72. And Yost was the incumbent defensive coordinator. Boone comes in. I think he'd come from North Carolina or something and came up and taken over as the head coach. Herman Boone, he had a daughter as well. His daughter's into dolls and all the normal stuff. But Hayden Panettiere played the daughter of the defensive coordinator who was, didn't have a mother. She was with her dad all the time. And so she was obsessed with football. So she's sitting there watching the tape with Herman Boone, telling him why the left side of the veer is not working and needing to get to this tackle or this guard and coach him up a little bit. Unbelievable character. Some of the great iconic scenes in that movie where this kid actress, Hayden Panettiere, just crushing it.
Just kind of stole it. I mean, she got a real big break on Guiding Light. Was on there for, I think almost 45, 50 episodes, something like that. But that was her, mainstream film role. And then, of course, went on to star in Heroes on NBC, which I know you didn't watch, but it was actually a huge phenomenon before Lost was like kind of a major thing. That was one of those serial TV shows that you almost had to tune in for, again, before the rise of streaming. She was really, really good in that. I Love You, Beth Cooper, went on to kind of have another sort of livelihood in kind of what's the thing I'm looking for? In Nashville, I think was the name of the show, where she had a starring role.
To me, Heroes in Nashville were her biggest projects as an adult. She was obviously in a lot of good movies as well. She made a lot of money and I think got a lot of notoriety out of those roles.
Did well, but it's spoken about some of her issues, demons and stuff she was battling, but just really hard to believe that at 36 years old she is gone. Just that is crazy. It is sad. Leaves behind a kid with one of the Klitschko brothers, former boxing champion. And
did she really?
Yeah.
And Vitaly or his brother?
I actually honestly cannot remember which.
No kidding.
But yeah,
so it's Vitaly Klitschko and Vladimir Klitschko.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vitaly probably had the better pro boxing career. I had no idea she had a kid with a Klitschko brother.
She did, yeah. But now, again, gone at 36 years old under, kind of scary circumstances, but the whole thing is just really, really sad. Like, I can't, that's one of those you just can't believe. That doesn't even sound real at 36 that she's gone.
She was in a movie where she was like an ice skater with the actress who was from Eurotrip, the sister in that movie.
Michelle Trachtenberg.
Who's also
passed
away.
Yeah.
And so I was seeing a clip going around of those two in that movie where they're like ice skaters together, and they're both in their, I don't know if they're in their teens or probably early 20s. But the fact that they're both gone, and neither of them would have been 40 years old at that point, is preposterous. That's just devastating.
Indeed.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate or think too much about it now. We'll wait and get details. But 36 years old, that shouldn't happen. And thinking about her family, obviously, as you said, leaving behind a kid makes it that much more tragic.
It's just so impossible.
Growing up without a mother, so that's awful. But yeah, I got a lot of joy, like so many people, out of a lot of the things she did. She was super talented, like a really, really good actress who was wasn't she a singer as well? Didn't she get involved in the music industry at one point, I feel like, early on in her career? She kind of did a crossover thing, maybe?
Entirely possible. That's out of my purview.
I just think she was like dabbling into a lot of different fields. But yeah, gone way, way, way too soon.
Yeah, well put. It's just so scary and sad.
Beltway Blitz is next on G&D. We got those tickets, the Freedom 250 Grand Prix on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. In the NFL, the Commanders are releasing kicker Jake Moody. Drew Stevens seemingly has won the job for now. Quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL. He's going to miss the rest of the preseason. But Dan Quinn said he's optimistic that Mariota will be ready for the season opener. News across the NFL. Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained groin. The Cowboys are signing edge rusher Von Miller, and free agent running back Najee Harris is visiting with the Giants today. In the NBA, the association has found no evidence that Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money to Kawhi Leonard to circumvent the salary cap. And in baseball, the Nationals were swept over the weekend in New York. Against the Mets, they'll have a day off today, then they begin a 3-game series with the Rangers in Texas tomorrow night. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and lemonade or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
All week long, right here at 4 ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away Freedom 250 Grand Prix tickets. Caller number 10. You're up as we welcome you back on Grant and Danny. You're the winner. Congrats. That's 4 tickets, Freedom 250 Grand Prix. IndyCar is zooming into history with the first ever race around the National Mall, August 22nd and 23rd this weekend. Get race ready with all the information you need to know. Freedom250gp.com. Grant and Danny on The Fan. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We're covering the gridiron and everything you care about. Let's start off on the diamond. Mark Zuckerman covers the Nats for the Nats Journal. Of course, check out his Substack. Does a really, really great job covering the team and has for many years. Mark, how frustrated do you think C.J. Abrams is with the decision to move off of short?
I think he's pretty frustrated that it happened right now, guys. This didn't come as a total shock. We've been talking about it how many times this year on the air, and you can even go back to the time from when he was traded here 4 years ago. There was always this question of, is he actually a shortstop long term or not? So he had to know that. But he's in the middle of his best season in the big leagues, and yes, that's a product of his offense and not his defense. But I've just got to think that being told this right now with a couple months to go, less than 2 months to go, after seeing them trade away Garcia and Griffin and James Wood get hurt, and the season has kind of gone downhill, I just figure this was a conversation to have in the off season as opposed to right now. I'm not sure that it makes that much difference to play the last 6 weeks of the season at a new position. So I do think he was surprised by it, the timing of it. And it just, you never know what's going on inside a guy's head, but just the way he was speaking, the way he looked as we were talking to him the other day in New York, he definitely did not seem to be as on board with it happening right now as maybe it was conveyed by the team.
Why did they do it now?
Well, the argument would be this is still about trying to see what they can be in the future. And yes, there is some upgrade the rest of this year with Nunez at short and Abrams at second, but obviously you're 7.5 games out now. This isn't about trying to win a few more games this year. I think it's about trying to find out, how does he look at second base? Does it make him a much better defensive player? And then where does that set them up for next year? You could also be more cynical and say that this is them actually trying to set the stage to renew some trade discussions over the winter. We talked all summer. Other teams did not view him as a shortstop and weren't going to offer him a shortstop package of prospects. Well, if they see that he's better at second base, does that help sweeten any potential offers they might look at this winter? I think you could make that argument. That's part of it as well. Again, this is something they had to do eventually. Seaver King could be on the way soon. Eventually, Eli Willits. I think they would say, go ahead and do it now. Give him 6 weeks to get comfortable with the position, and then that sets us up better going into next year.
So this is a similar question to what's just been asked, but just you could see sort of Grant and I are just stuck on this. We kind of can't get over it. This was the right baseball call when they got together in February and then in March. And then like week 1 of the season would have been a great day to do this in terms of what's best for the team. do you think there's some kind of decision about his future that maybe was tied into it at this point? Or is it just, hey, we just realized this is the best thing to do, or maybe he's not fixable at short or whatever? Just what do you think went into it?
Yeah, so the answer why they didn't do it going into the season, and this was also asked of Blake Butera the other day, was, and he's not wrong to say this, he said, look, they were all brand new. They'd heard, the reputation, but they said, let's see how he does. Let's see with our own eyes. Let's see how our coaches do with him. Because if we can make him into a better shortstop, well, he's more valuable to all of us as that. And at the time, I'm not sure they knew for sure what Nasim Nunez was either, having not seen him in person. So that would be their argument for not doing it before the season. And I get that. They made one switch with Garcia moving from second to first. This would have been a really dramatic one to do at the time. And I think they, over the last 4.5 months, saw what Abrams is. They've worked with him, and they came to the conclusion that they probably knew in the back of their minds eventually they were going to have to confront that he's not a shortstop long term, and they know what's in the pipeline coming up. So all of those things make sense. But again, why on August 15th or whatever are you doing that? Why not just wait until October to make that announcement?
Mark, it does feel like this makes an extension a lot harder.
I think so, yes. Now, I know there were people who, when the news first came out, their reaction was, oh, this is great. This means that they're going to get him to an extension soon. So hang on a second. It decreases the amount of dollars that he's likely to get. The best shortstops in baseball average $30 to $35 million a year. The best second baseman in baseball average $20 to $25 million a year. So if you're the Nationals, sure, it makes them a lot more affordable. But if you're C.J. Abrams, are you more motivated to sign a deal now for, after a move that arguably costs him $100 million in the long run? No, I don't think it helps in that regard at all. When you really just take a step back from it all, I think what this move kind of reiterates is that while they love what he's done for them this year, and he certainly could be still a part of this in the short term, they are kind of publicly saying they don't view him as part of the long-term plan around here. And by that, I mean after he becomes a free agent in 2 years. I don't think they make this move so that they can then sign him to a long-term extension as a second baseman.
All right, so not keeping him around, I could be okay with in a world where it's not based on being unwilling to pay him. That was convoluted, so I'll say it differently. Like when Foster Griffin as a trade chip came up, my point was I need to know that they're willing and can pay him for a couple of years and they just don't want to, and then I'm okay with it. And similarly, with C.J. Abrams, 30-homer middle infielders don't grow on trees. This guy's a superstar. He's got a 900 OPS. Now, maybe this isn't every year, but he's an excellent player who will be an excellent player who's just going into his prime. He's like 25, 26 years old. So are they not interested in keeping him around because of something behind the scenes or because of a baseball reason? Or are they not interested in keeping him around because ownership's not going to let them do an extension that starts with a 2?
I can't answer that last part. I think we've all been waiting for quite a while now to see if ownership is willing to do anything along those lines. Again, whether that's Abrams or someone else, that's the underlying question confronting the entire organization in a lot of ways. I do think there are baseball reasons behind it. And as we just discussed, maybe they all along said, hey, great hitter, but we're not really sure defensively where he fits in. They know they've got, if there's one thing this organization has, it's young shortstops and middle infielders who should be on the stage here in the next year or two, just in time to take over for someone like him. So I think there's logic behind all of that just from a pure baseball standpoint. I feel like this is a conversation that we've had a generation ago with previous players that were here and going to be free agents. Well, you don't sign this guy, but maybe this means you do this or that. If all of this leads to Abrams departing and a middle infielder of Eli Willits and Seaver King in a couple of years and James Wood signing a mega extension to stay here, then you say, yes, it all makes sense. If, however, it's just one in a series of moves that ultimately they're not keeping anybody among their star players in the long run, that's a larger problem that speaks to ownership.
Mark, you didn't laugh. When you say a joke, you're supposed to laugh. After you said James Wood signing an extension, you didn't laugh.
That was
after
so funny.
That was the funniest joke you've made all day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why are they 11-27 in the division? I have to sneak that in.
That's a great question because I can understand where they are right now. This is not the same team that they were a few weeks back. So they are depleted, and I get that. But earlier in the year, they were losing games that they should not have lost to teams like the Marlins and the Mets, and even that series against the Phillies back home when they blew every game late. So I think the bullpen is part of it. I think probably a little bit of feeling of pressure maybe in some of these games more than others. And more recently, it's just this is a diminished roster now. This is not the same team that they had before. But, yeah, it's pretty frustrating. I mean, the Mets, I understand they've played a little better lately, but you look at the lineup and the pitching staff they just faced this weekend in Flushing, that's not the New York Mets. That's not the team that it was supposed to be this year. There is no reason that team should overwhelm the Nationals the way they did and sweep that series.
Mark, you're the best. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Thank you, guys.
We'll catch up soon. Let's talk football. Eric Edholm of Yahoo Sports joins us on G&D's Beltway Blitz. Eric, it seems like the momentum is obviously to not play much in the preseason, but are there teams that use it a little more than other clubs? I did see Josh Allen playing this week. How many clubs were playing starting quarterbacks that are franchise QBs?
Well, I was going to say the Arizona Cardinals did it with Jeremiah Love, right? That's certainly a decision that may backfire. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was watching that Bills game, and they got a couple series, and Josh Allen took a couple hits. I mean, he was playing like it was, week 18 at New England or something, right? I mean, it was Josh Allen knows one speed, right? So that may convince Joe Brady that he's got to either dial it way back or probably give him a baseball cap for the other two games. So, yeah, I mean, every team's treating it differently. Some, give the second preseason game as kind of the warm-up. That's when the starters get their reps. But then again, you hear Todd Monken, Browns coach, say that if we see enough in these joint practices this week, maybe we forego giving our starters any more reps. And I think that's become a trend around the league as more and more teams try to get these joint practices. They see how it goes, see how the week progresses, and then decide, do we play the starters in this next game?
Are the Giants receivers going to be okay come season time? It's a lot of beat up guys. It's a lot of, last video I saw of Malik Neighbors, he looked like me after playing pickleball, just not moving around so hot. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think that's obviously the guy they're most worried about right now. It's good that Malachi Fields, the rookie from Notre Dame, has played well. I made a high point catch in the end zone this weekend. I think he's going to be a part of their plans. They have Darius Slayton still, who's been, it seems like the guy's been there for a decade. Hasn't quite been that long, but, Mr. Reliable and, Calvin Austin, a couple other guys. But, really until they figure out what's going on with Neighbors, and they've always had, the North Star's always been week one. They felt pretty good about that. But to your point, we haven't seen him move around all that well yet. We haven't seen him in action. They want to get Jackson Dart and him working together, obviously, but haven't been able to do it. So, yeah, that's a big concern. I mean, especially for a team that I think, if everything goes right, they have a lot of things, a lot of intriguing qualities about them, especially defensively. If Dart can build on what he did last year, if Cam Scatterbo can have a big season, but he's been banged up too. He's coming off injury. You're kind of holding your breath a little bit at this point.
Eric Edholm of Yahoo Sports. How about Ty Simpson's preseason debut? I'm not taking a lot out of it in the grand scheme of his career, but damn if he didn't look sharp. 21 of 25 for a $190 and 2. Sean McVay not as frowny faced on the sideline as he was after they drafted him.
That's right. Yeah, I think it's fair to wonder whether that was McVay's first choice with that selection. Obviously, they were, they're a team that a lot of people feel like, if not, even with Seattle possibly ahead of them as far as Super Bowl contenders go this year. Simpson's going to get his chance at some point. You figured he would get a lot of preseason run, right? I mean, they have Stetson Bennett, who's been there for a few years now, and they know what he can do. And he's been among the preseason pass attempt leaders the last several years. You've seen him play almost entire games in the preseason before. But this was Simpson's opportunity, that first rollout. Clearly it was a play that he had run in practice and run effectively, and the kind of thing they want to see more from him. He's an athletic kid. And when you keep the pocket clean, we saw in the first half of the year with Alabama last year, he can make some hellacious throws. He's a talented thrower. And so for all the people questioning whether he should have been a first-round pick, there were little indications of why they made that move. This is probably Matthew Stafford's last year, and you want to see as much out of Simpson now in the preseason, knowing that, unless Stafford goes down, we may not see this guy. It was a good start, but obviously there were some other things that needed to be cleaned up. Almost got hit and hurt in the last play of the half there, but he did a lot in a short amount of time. In fact, just to get into scoring range in that last drive with like 20 seconds left was pretty impressive. So good start for a guy who was considered probably the most controversial first-round pick last year.
Eric, how do you see the NFC North?
Yeah, I mean, great division, I think, top to bottom. I think anyone saying that the Bears are the new champs, look, I mean, they're going to have three strong contenders breathing down their neck. I mean, Minnesota's defense alone, I think, makes them competitive. If Kyler Murray can elevate the offense, all the better. Green Bay is kind of lying in the weeds. They're a team that it's easy to forget about them until they're, 11-6 and vying for the playoffs. So I don't think they're going anywhere. In Detroit, the analytics suggest they should have been better than 9-8 last year. Obviously, the late collapse didn't make the postseason, but even with some setbacks that they've had this offseason and this preseason, I'd be hard-pressed to see them not competing in some way. I think they're going to be right up there with the Bears. And, I think for Chicago, it's if Caleb Williams can somehow improve all over last year, I think Ben Johnson is not shooting over his skis by saying he wants to go for the highest scoring offense ever, because they waited so long in so many games last year to put points on the board that really, if they can start well in games this year, that goal may be achievable. But defensively, can they hold up like they did a year ago? That's my biggest question.
Go read Eric's work at Yahoo, including some thoughts on the Browns quarterback battle, Malik Willis, and how he performed against Washington here at Northwest Stadium, and Tua Tagovailoa and the Falcons. Eric, good work as always. Thank you, buddy.
All right, we'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, you got it. There's Eric Edholm on our Beltway Blitz. Let's talk local football. Chris Russell, who is a show correspondent for us here on Grant and Danny, occasionally out in Ashburn, a Grant and Danny correspondent covering the Commanders. He is our official Commanders beat reporter this year. We are hiring him to be out in Ashburn as often as possible.
Which is great, man. Congrats.
Thanks, guys. I mean, it's better than being in the alleyway and maybe buried in a 6 feet pile of snow.
It's not important how you got here. You're here.
Yeah, that's true.
You know Don't worry about the past.
I finally climbed that mountain.
Rini, did you hear about Jamin Davis's preseason game?
No.
8 tackles and 2 sacks the other night for the Steelers.
Whoa. I didn't even know where Jamin Davis was.
I wouldn't have been able to pull where he went.
Oh, my goodness.
Wherever he went, he went there fast.
He's like been on 16 teams since he left here.
One of the real standouts in the NFL this week.
Yeah. and I heard he's participating in the Grand Prix thing this week.
F-250?
There you go.
You're making a joke about how he likes to drive fast.
Yeah, I am, indeed.
This is why we hired him as our beat reporter.
That's how you get the gig.
Don't you guys understand? So you've been a beat reporter covering the Redskins for The Fan, for 980, and now for the Grant and Danny radio program.
I mean, there's no place I'd rather be than right here, right now.
Except in Ashburn.
Well,
70 hours a week.
Trying to translate Dan Quinn pressers.
Except on Loudoun County Parkway when they kicked me off the facility.
Have you ever screamed, "I cover the Redskins," and stormed out of the media room?
Maybe I have. Maybe I have once.
Rini, old buddy, old pal, who were you impressed by the other night?
Impressed by. I would say the defense as a whole after that first drive, creating the 3 takeaways and really 4 because they had a 4th down stop. I know it was against the Dolphins backups. So you have to take everything in context, grain of salt, whatever. But for a team that has had literally a religious aversion to creating takeaways, 27 in 34 regular season games to create 3 absolute takeaways in essentially 4 guys, I don't know what it shows, but it showed me something that they haven't shown me in 2 years. That being said, I thought, as the game went along, individual guys stood out. I wasn't as down on Sonny Styles as everyone else was. Maybe I'm missing something, but I wasn't. From an offensive perspective, I thought Ethan Kaliakmanis was better than I was expecting. I thought Sam Hartman was exactly what I was expecting. I think the running backs were very good. The fact that, Katron Allen didn't have a monster offensive performance, but didn't have negative carries, was something that was important to me. I don't know how long that lasts, but something that was, hard to do and something that was important to me. And I thought Antonio Williams, even though he didn't wow anybody with his catch prowess, I thought he had one really nice block that I know I talked about, earlier today on a third down.
What are they going to do playing time wise for Daniels and the starters come Lions game in the wake of this Mariota injury?
I think if they play, and that's a big if for me at this point. I would run them out there for the entire first half.
No, I got you. But was it an if before Mariota got hurt, do you think?
I think how much was in because you remember last year they didn't play the preseason opener in Foxborough after the joint practice, but they played on that Monday night against Cincinnati, no joint practice, but Daniels only played the 4 snaps. Remember when he had that crazy twisting touchdown and he didn't throw a pass? So I don't think they were going to play a lot.
Wait, but getting back to the point, do you think they should play?
Well, absolutely. As I said, they would play the entire first half because timing, rhythm, quarterbacks need to get hit. They need to know that they can get hit.
What do football players do?
They play preseason football. They play tackle football.
They play
football.
Football players
play football.
They play football.
Yes. You and I are on the same. There's no mistake in here. I mean, I am as old school, but you know a lot of people in the league. You talk to more people than I do. People that I've talked to in years past, people that I talk to now, they are all scared to death. And I think, guys, I think I've maybe kind of stumbled upon something here. You tell me. I think it's not just they're scared to death of guys getting injured, because guys are dropping like flies in practices, Commanders. Just to use an example, I think they're scared of veteran mutiny. I think they're scared of veterans, established veterans, saying, what the bleep do we got to play in these stupid, meaningless games for?
I think there's something to that, especially when you're everybody's favorite buddy, like Quinn is.
Yeah.
I do think that's the thing.
Did either of you guys know that Pat McAfee has an album out?
I heard about it. I have not heard it. Yeah.
Danny?
I'm aware of the information. Is that the question? Yeah.
Have you heard the song?
No.
Should we do a little Junkies hit or hurt thing?
We certainly can. It'll be the first time my ears have laid hearing on it. I've never had less interest in anything, I'll tell you that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's all I got. I was just asking if you guys had heard
okay.
it.
Yeah.
Have you? Is that why?
I heard it. It sounds like a guy that doesn't do music trying to do music.
Huh.
Yeah.
The last I heard of Pat McAfee was when Adam Vinatieri said something about his onions and Pat McAfee holding them and doing better than his wife or whatever. Other than that, I haven't paid attention.
How long ago was that?
Like a week ago. At the
it was last week?
Hall of Fame induction.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Rini, thank you. And we're very excited to be welcoming you onto the Grant and Danny team.
Boys, can I replace Austin Eckler Tuesdays at 5?
We're going to keep you at 4:10.
Oh, okay.
Out of respect.
Okay.
Once a week, something like that.
I can't wear the number. I can't be at.
We can't do it at 5.
Okay.
Out of respect. This year, we don't do anything at 5.
You guys are just boycotting the whole show.
No, I'm just saying out of respect.
We're going to do a moment of silence every day right at 5.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, though.
It is, but we don't say that.
Not here.
We say 4:59 plus 1.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Speaking of which, our pal Jaden Daniels got beat up online. Pretty good. Yeah. We'll get into that next on The Fan.
Kicker news for the Commanders today. They're releasing Jake Moody. Drew Stevens has won the job for now for the Commanders. Quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL in the preseason opener on Friday against the Dolphins. He's going to miss the rest of the preseason, but Dan Quinn says he's optimistic Mariota will be ready for the season opener September 13th against the Eagles. News across the National Football League. Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained groin in today's practice, but head coach Aaron Glenn, quote, doesn't think it's a big deal. The Cowboys are signing edge rusher Von Miller after spending last season here with the Burgundy and Gold, and free agent running back Najee Harris is visiting with the Giants today. In the NBA, the association has found no evidence that Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money to Kawhi Leonard to circumvent the salary cap. And in baseball, the Nationals were swept over the weekend by the Mets in New York. Day off today, they continue their three-city road trip with their second series taken on the Rangers in Texas. That'll start tomorrow night with Jackson Kent getting the start for the Nationals. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're with you until 6:30 this evening, 2 hours from now. Remember, every day this week, we've got your chance on the show to win tickets to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix right here on The Fan. We're giving those away at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Let's talk Commanders, though. Our training camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. So last week, the big story was Jaden Daniels sending a cease and desist letter via his attorney to LSU, and then the fallout therein, which was that a lot of fans in Baton Rouge were upset. He's at odds now with the program that he helped to win a Heisman for.
And he's getting memed 6 ways from Sunday.
So that's where I wanted to go with this. I am stunned by the reaction being as massive as it was. The internet's one of those things where when something becomes mainstream, everyone just piles on. So I don't think there's actual legitimate animus toward Jaden Daniels outside of LSU fandom, probably. I do think it's a terrible look. We talked about the optics and how embarrassing and small and petty it all was. And when you do something like that, you're going to get called out for it.
Yep.
I kind of thought that would be the end of it. But Danny, you're hard-pressed right now to find a Major League Baseball team that didn't try to post about it this weekend in some, I'll use air quotes, witty way about the number 5, whether it's the score or runs batted in for a player in a game. Minor league baseball teams all over the country were doing this. There were basically non-NFL level, like football teams in different
Columbia
places.
University did it. I mean,
Definitely. Yeah. Colleges. It was crazy. I mean, everyone was getting their shots in on Jaden Daniels in a way that I did not anticipate.
Yeah, people are talking about he's getting high 4s at practice, out of respect. And I mean, it is run rampant and wild because here's the thing. It's the perfect storm for internet fodder because it's not making fun of an actual crime with an actual victim, right? Because when something happens and someone does something stupid, you get the, actually, there were people that were hurt by this, and then the fun is ruined.
Nobody's hurt.
No one's hurt. And this is just a whiny, petulant temper tantrum that's being called out as such. And the idea is that no one can have access to the number 5 at any time. And it's delightful, quite frankly. These are harmless, simple little ones, but it's like the lowest hanging fruit possible.
The initial response I had to a lot of them, while I'm obviously going to take a little issue and be defensive because it's my quarterback on my team in my city or whatever, was this is funny. This is like really witty and good. Now, everyone making the same joke after 3 or 4 days where the score is 5-3 or you hit a 2-run home run and we won't tell you the score because of our love for Jaden Daniels. I mean, it was the same thing over and over and over again. So by the end of Sunday, it kind of had gotten old to me and stale. But I actually think just generally, if you could separate yourself a little bit, take off your burgundy and gold glasses, set them aside. Like, again, this is a harmless thing. This is pretty unserious. That was pretty funny.
Yeah,
like
StubHub's
the memes
like,
were good.
Yeah, StubHub's like we can no longer offer tickets of groups of 5, either 4 or 6. I mean, like businesses are getting in on it.
Lots of them.
Because it's
by the hundreds.
low-hanging fruit.
But that is indicative to me of just how foolish and silly this all was.
Precisely.
A completely unforced error.
A cell phone.
Self-own.
Not a cell phone that
Right.
you use to call somebody. A self-owned.
I thought you were talking about like going to the Verizon store and buying a
it's
phone.
a cell phone.
No, it clearly was. My question is, do you think a lesson was learned here?
No.
You don't?
I don't.
I've heard people say, like today, Kevin Sheehan said of the Kevin Sheehan show. Basically, I think it's his opinion. I hope I'm not putting words in his mouth inaccurately. But what I gathered was he thinks Jaden Daniels learned a lot of this stuff like when we did, essentially. Or that he just was like uninvolved largely. And to that, I would say, do I think it is his idea? Do I think he's the aggressor? Do I think he's the main party, the main person here that is trying to get number 5 retired? Probably not. I don't think that's him. I don't think he cares that much about it. But I also don't think he's just a complete bystander in all of this. He's a grown-up. He's in his mid-20s. And if he didn't care that much about it, he never would have been on the phone with Lane Kiffin about it, which we know happened based on the people we've talked to.
Right.
If he didn't care that much about it, then I think you probably say, let's not send a cease and desist, or let's not get lawyers involved, or let's just handle this behind the scenes like everyone else has ever that's been in this situation. My point is not, did he learn a lesson other than maybe in terms of the trust you're putting in your team, your camp, your agent, the people in your ear, but did they learn a lesson? Because when people say, oh, move on, this isn't important, Jaden Daniels had so little to do with this. First of all, we don't really know. But second of all, I'll assume like you do, because it's so out of character and it's so unlike everything else that he's done, that he probably was not the ringleader here. Okay, true. But this is relevant from a sheer judgment standpoint if the people around you think this way. Is this the only time? Did they learn their lesson, or are we going to have to worry about other things, whether it's contract negotiations or other storylines or some other time when they're upset with something that happens in the building? Like, that is important to me.
And it should be. And again, it's the tone, or the underlying point here is you're not doing enough to honor us from Daniels' camp. Years removed, when there are so many bigger fish to fry now in the NFL. Please lead us to championships. Please be healthy for 17 games. Please do so much here, right now. Washington, D.C., so much to do. And the camp is basically going, you guys didn't applaud for us enough and aren't doing enough to make sure that we're revered and this and that and the other thing, when the program will go on with or without you, and they need to win a bunch of games. Otherwise, coaches get fired and people lose jobs and everything else. So to me, it's not, I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry I got caught, which to me is not a lesson learned. And it is instructive. Now, again, who knows what happens going forward? Let's say it's contract time, to your point. And because the first offer isn't exactly as it should be, that's now, we're deeply disrespected. We're profoundly upset, or we're sad over this. And now emotions are entering into negotiation that it still could be in good faith. Right. So I'm not saying that's going to happen or it isn't, but I'm just trying to offer a kind of a straw man example. The point here always was, at the core of this was a grievance, whether you think it's big, small, or something in between. That's fine. We were told by someone that we now know, by the way, based on reporting, didn't have the authority to withhold that number forever. Because that didn't happen, here are now a bunch of levers that I can pull that have nothing to do with that, and a giant tantrum. So people rightly are making fun of that. People rightly are going, that's a petulant tantrum that children do. That's what 8-year-olds do. Again, the analogy I used last week, I'll use it again. My 8-year-old was upset at his older brother, so he said, it's something that has nothing to do with it. You can no longer use my Nintendo Switch. Jaden Daniels is withholding his Nintendo Switch to LSU. This is not what we should be involved in. Whether he was the person, the mastermind behind it, we know he's involved somewhat, to your point about he spoke on the phone, which is one action too many in my view in this whole thing, to Lane Kiffin. But they're asking for the Heisman back, et cetera. This is not a, oh man, I've learned my lesson, I won't be doing that again. This is we can't believe everyone's reaction to how right we are. We're correct. We started this. This is his business enterprise. This is his brand. Whether he's the person pulling the strings for the decision or not, they're representing him.
Of course.
It's part of his, under his house.
That's what I'm asking is, does this lead to him thinking differently or making some type of change or operating differently? Putting myself in his shoes, which, by the way, those are cool shoes because now I'm so fast and athletic and have a great arm and arm talent. I can win football games.
Process the hell out of defenses.
I got clowned so badly over these few days. I went from one of the most universally beloved, no one has one negative word to say about me, athletes. We always talk about him wearing the cool kids jacket. Like, no one has ever said a negative word about Jaden Daniels nationally. He was just a dude that everybody likes. To being the butt of a joke for days on end. And even if it's fleeting and for a very short moment in the short term, I did brand damage with this stupid decision that I got nothing out of. I did destruction to my image based on listening to other people, if most of us are right about how this happened. My trust would be frayed. I would go, well, you were so wrong about this. If doing the thing that you said we should do led to this, is this someone I need to be trusting? Is this how I should be operating in the future? Do I need to make a change to my team, to marketing, to my attorney? Whoever says I need to send this letter. And that's, I guess, my big question is, do we think an adjustment should be made or will be made? And where are we in the way of a lesson learned here? Also, were you surprised at all by how much he got clowned on for a guy that is universally beloved? And maybe that's just the state of the internet. Everyone piles on. It's harmless. You don't think much of it. You fire off your tweet, and you're on to the next if you're the Orioles or the Reds or the Pirates or every
whatever
other
the next meme is
of
you're
the
doing,
hundreds of teams that got in on this. 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls next. Remember, Eric Flack in about 20 minutes with some news on how much PSLs could cost at RFK 2.0. He has some details on that. Get ready to save up. G&D on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the show as always. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to talk about RFK 2.0. Did I see a image somewhere that the stadium is completely down to ground level now? Like there's nothing left over there? That's kind of sad. There was no like ceremony or nothing to kind of say goodbye in any way. I know it was over many, many months. So
Sure.
You wanted to get over there and look at it, I guess you could have. But they really didn't do anything to like have Joe Theismann or Dexter Manley hit a button and detonate it or something. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, there's not much ceremony. The ceremony, I guess, was before where they were like, okay, bye. And then everyone left, and then it's slowly been torn down to your
But
point.
isn't there normally, am I missing something? I would think maybe it's just because it was so irrelevant and just decrepit for so many years.
You mean that dynamite moment where everybody stands clear enough and someone hits a button and it
Literally,
implodes?
yeah. Or maybe there was no dynamite moment, so it's just destruction. But after the announcement, you get a couple people over there with cameras to show like Joe Theismann doing some like, shovel and, pushing a button to knock over a wall or something. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Just seemed unceremonious, but it took long enough.
But that's the word, is it's unceremonious. There's no pageantry behind it. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, it's totally gone. Do you know that?
But we'll talk about 2.0 and PSLs with Eric Flack, who covers that story for Channel 9. Right now, though, we're discussing the weekend of Jaden Daniels being knocked around like a piñata on the internet. And I can't believe how many companies were having their fun with him as a dude that's so likable. And like you would think to me, when a guy like Jaden Daniels puts his foot in his mouth, and I don't even think he did it, his team does, whatever, screws up, however you want to say this played out, because it was a terrible decision and it never should have happened. I kind of feel like people would have just been like, I like that dude, I'm going to give him a pass. There was no giving him a pass. And maybe that's just the state of the internet.
Partly.
Everyone wanted to get their jokes off. Or was it just such an egregiously foolish thing to do that people had to take their swipe?
It's the second one. It's absurd. Again, it is so insulated.
Which part? That like the number 5 is mine?
Yeah, the whole thing is this is out of character. That's the point. Everyone loves Jaden Daniels. I do. I'm so excited for this season and him. I think he's great. I think he's a wonderful dude. This set of actions from him, his camp, his mom, whoever you want to blame, I don't care. It's with the Daniels brand on it. So the Daniels brand of actions are petulant tantrums. It's childlike, and that's what's so crazy about it. So yes, it's lampoonable. If I don't know, you can name that guy. If Antonio Brown did something crazy and stupid, and it's the next on the list, and no one's having the meme about it. This is the golden boy that's a star that turned into one of the great seasons we've ever seen for a rookie a couple of years ago. Last year was off the rails, but is wearing the cool kids jacket, and he's awesome. Does something so crazy and out of character, it's lampoonable, and that's what it is.
He doesn't speak again until mid to late week. I'm guessing maybe, let's see, Wednesday might be the day that he speaks out in Ashburn, so I'm sure he'll be asked about it. So it just continues to give oxygen to this thing that hasn't gone away just because it's literally everywhere you look online today. I mean, I saw another Lou Bega meme about Mumbo number 5.
Mumbo number 4 now, thank you.
Exactly. Like anything with the number 5, people are using to make their zings. And most of them are now unfunny because it's been played out. But I guess he's going to talk about it. He's not going to answer anything, though, right? I mean, he's just going to no-sell it. He'll say, I'm letting other people handle that. I'm focusing on the Lions, I would think, right? There's no chance he actually goes into feeling slighted or talks about how they did one thing with Joe Burrow and one thing with him.
You wouldn't think, because, again, that's a dead-end road. And you also, would
There's
assume,
no way for him to look good at all.
Right. Any mention of it, it's like, well, here's why I made this decision or whatever. Because it's, again, he's the initial ground of here's my grievance is I believe I was betrayed or I was lied to by somebody. And again, the reporting that we've received from a couple of our guests last week was the person that made these promises to both Burrow and to Jaden Daniels did not have the authority to do that.
Right. It's just a guy saying words.
But the player, from their perspective, goes, this is LSU telling me this. So when people go, they told me, it's like LSU's this one single organism sharing a hive mind. And it's not. It's living, breathing human beings. It's ADs and SIDs and assistant ADs and coaches and boosters and everyone under the sun. But an authority figure told these guys that this was the case, and it turns out they didn't have the authority to do that. So from his perspective, hey, this wasn't what I was
I
told.
was slighted.
Or whatever.
I was lied to.
This ain't right. What's going on?
But that's always been my point all along has been, yes, someone told him, I'm sure, that his number wasn't going to be
Yeah,
worn,
he didn't make that up.
and he was lied to. And I mean, that's kind of been my point all along. Like, you got slapped in the face and you hit someone in the head with a baseball bat. That's my issue. Is you come back with a cease and desist and wage war on a school over something that isn't worth it. If they slapped you in the face, you could slap them in the face back. That's the behind the scenes, scrapping over whatever you can, or telling them you're not coming back to stand on the sidelines, or if you don't want them to post your imaging on the video when they post in the third quarter all the LSU players in the NFL in their little 90-second montage, then maybe one fan notices, hey, it's weird. Why isn't Jaden Daniels in this video? And then someone starts doing some digging. But that's the opposite of leaking something to ESPN with a bunch of comments from your family spokesperson.
The statement is the whole story. It's the beginning, middle, the end of it. We're mad. We're aggrieved. So now this is happening. Do you remember when Jack Black punts Baxter off the bridge in Anchorman? Yeah. Now this is happening. That's what this is. It is. They gave away the game. If this was simply a business thing, protecting the brand, protecting the business. Hey, we don't like how you're using the our name, image, and likeness. That's uncomfortable. Now, that's not the most fun thing in the world, and you'd kind of maybe roll your eyes for a second at someone's brand or their business being overly litigious. But again, if your face was, you didn't like the depiction and it was cartoonish, and they were selling like Jaden Daniels broken elbow koozies because of you go, hey, I don't love that. That's not really great. If that's all it was, this is a footnote. Again, it's no one can wear number 5, and that's it. I'm mad, and they told you that. They told you, and they thought that statement would land like a soft feather, and instead, it was the loudest fart in the history of church.
Yeah, the only reason I care has so little to do with number 5 and LSU, and it has everything to do with the business operation around him.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the guy that will be responsible for winning all the Super Bowls here for years and years to come. Because if it goes well, and if what I think's going to happen happens, he's going to play well, and he's going to get the contract to make all of the hundreds of millions, and he's going to be here kind of in perpetuity over the next 7 to 10 years, hopefully. So you want him to be basically have people around him that are doing good business and making smart decisions and that aren't making mountains out of molehills and aren't doing things to create distractions on August 12th ahead of preseason games. And so I'm just hoping that there's a little bit of a lesson from his standpoint where he goes, I'm too smart. I'm too sharp. My image is too good. It's been crafted too well. And by the way, I was raised in this way where he's a good, smart, decent person.
Yes.
I don't want to be the butt of a bunch of jokes because of some petty fight I'm getting into with the school. So tell you what, that's a big strike from whoever's in your ear. You get one more of those, and then we're moving on to somebody else.
Yeah, now we're on probation now in terms of that, right? I mean, again, this is small time stuff. This is not a crime. Nobody's hurt.
No.
Everything's going to be okay.
And by the way, it will not affect football at all.
100%.
There's not one incompletion or one touchdown or interception. Like, this is a 0 when it comes to football. But where people are like, talk about the football game. Did they complete the pass? You're missing the point. You are missing that this is not just a robot that shows up and for 3 hours between 1 and 4 plays football and then freezes and goes back into a closet where they put the robot until the next Sunday at 1 o'clock. This is a human being. Sports are about people. And this is a window into the type of decision-making happening around that person who is going to be the face of this Fortune 500 company that we all care a lot about for an extended period of time. So, yeah, this matters for sure. By the way, there's a negotiation that probably is going to start with that same team in that same camp. That's really, really angry.
In the not too distant future,
with his last team that he was with because they don't like him enough or they didn't put his number in the rafters.
You got to honor me harder, dude.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's talk to Eric Flack. How much is it going to cost season ticket holders to have a PSL at the new stadium? Oh boy, that's next.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, news for the Commanders, they're releasing kicker Jake Moody, so Drew Stevens has the job for now. Quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL in the preseason opener. He's going to miss the rest of the preseason, but Dan Quinn said he is optimistic that Marcus Mariota will be ready for the season opener. News across the NFL, Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained groin. Aaron Glenn said that he doesn't think it's a big deal, so hopefully he doesn't miss much time. Cowboys are signing edge rusher Von Miller after he wore the burgundy and gold last season, and free agent running back Najee Harris is visiting with the Giants today. Baseball, Nationals were swept over the weekend by the Mets. Day off today, then they'll begin a 3-game series in Texas against the Rangers. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Show's exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kandori & Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, we find our pal Eric Flack, who's the award-winning reporter from Channel 9, covering news in the DMV and often out in Ashburn, covering Commanders-related and stadium-related things. Eric, it's good to have you back on the show. How are you?
Always a pleasure. I'm doing good. It's going to melt outside, but other than that, I'm fine. I'm inside talking to you guys today.
Yeah, it's disgusting. So you had a bunch of reporting over the weekend. Channel 9, I know, had the preseason game, and I saw you kind of teasing the report at halftime. But you've done a bunch of digging into the PSLs and kind of what lies ahead. What are season ticket holders in for here?
Well, they're in for huge PSL fees if they want to get season tickets to the new stadium. There's going to be a lot of pomp and circumstance surrounding the sale. It's really an entirely new experience that Commanders fans are going to be in for. You know, stadiums have had personal seat licenses or PSLs dating back, more than a decade now. Every new stadium kind of comes with this idea of you have to buy a license for the right to buy your seat. Now, Commanders fans have not had that. Obviously, people remember the old RFK. There was a waiting list because those tickets were so in demand. But there was never a fee to actually buy the seat. And of course, the same is true as Northwest. You just buy a seat. With the newer stadiums, you have to pay a fee, a licensing fee to buy season tickets. And these fees are outrageous. I just don't know any other word to say it. We don't know what the Commanders are going to charge. We do know that most of the seats in the new stadium, the Commander Stadium, are going to have PSLs. We know what they're charging in Nashville, which is the most recent PSL to be going on sale right now. And in Nashville, you're talking about, in the club section, anywhere from $20,000 to as high as $75,000 per seat in that club section. And if you're even on a lower bowl, you're talking about $10,000, $12,000, $13,000 per seat. So just an outrageous amount of money that is just part of the process. Last thing I'll say is, when I say use the word outrageous, I'm not being critical of the team. This is the way it goes. But the numbers are eye-popping for what fans have to endure.
So just for little nuts and bolts here, what is a PSL? What does it get you? Because most fans or a lot of people hear that and go, well, I'm not doing that. And I think, which is understandable, right? But what does that entitle you to?
Okay, let's talk about how the sausage is made. Again, it's called a personal seat license. It entitles you to the right to buy season tickets. What beyond that is kind of different from stadium to stadium. you presumably have the right to gain access with that seat or any seat to other big events that happen at the stadium. So if you're talking about, like we're talking about WrestleMania coming to the Commanders' new stadium, that's been mentioned over and over again. Presumably, you would have access to, if not that seat, seats to WrestleMania before the general public. Concerts, Final Fours, same sort of concept. But again, the exact terms are different from stadium to stadium and PSL to PSL. One thing that I know is not included in the PSL is access to Super Bowl tickets, because Super Bowl tickets are controlled by the NFL, and so that's not going to be included in your PSL. Beyond that, that's about it. And here's the kicker: if you ever decide that it's a one-time fee, so you paid at the front. If you ever decide that you can't afford season tickets or you don't want the season tickets anymore, then you lose the license to the seat, and somebody else can buy it. So if you ever stop buying the season tickets, the PSL that you've paid this huge amount of money up front for goes away.
I wonder if this is just baked in and fans are just saying, okay, new stadium, this is part of it, no problem, or what this really does in terms of the person that's had tickets for 60 years. Maybe I'm showing my salary here. How could anyone afford this? I don't understand how like an average person, a family, could afford this.
So a couple things on that, Grant. Since our story aired, we've had a lot of people kind of like comment on social media, and there have been fans who at least have publicly said, you know, we've had tickets for 60 years. This will end that. Conversely, and I talked to some fans in Buffalo because they just opened a new stadium, and Buffalo is also getting PSLs for the first time, and that's a blue-collar town, right? And I talked to a fan there, and he said, you know, a lot of people have been priced out, but nobody likes it, but we just kind of see it as almost like taxes now. It's just part of the deal. I mean, it's Cleveland, another blue-collar town, just this week is launching this big immersive experience to sell their PSLs. And there's like all this glitz and glamour that comes with like bringing people in to like kind of give them the hard pitch for the PSLs. People I talked to in Nashville called it like a timeshare sale. But they're getting PSLs. So when you ask how can people afford this, in Nashville, those club seats, the ones that were $20,000 to $75,000 per seat, they sold out in 3.5 months, which was 2.5 times faster than the Titans had expected. So, you know, they do, in fairness, I should like signpost, all the teams, and I'm sure the Commanders will do the same, work to keep, like, especially upper deck PSLs, much more like manageable. So like anywhere from like $3,000 to $5,000. And there's always going to be like a couple of seats that they reserve that don't have PSLs, if for no other reason, so they can say, you know, we still reserve some that don't have PSLs. But, you know, fans get priced out, and corporations do come in and buy these things. There's an entire marketplace now, like a StubHub for PSLs, where you try and resell the PSL when you move or don't want it anymore, just so you can recoup some of your investment. So it's just an entirely new way, and they have payment plans and stuff like that. So it's an entirely new way that NFL teams have just capitalized on the product.
Eric Flack with us here on G&D. Now, so let me preface this by saying no one should feel sorry for the billionaires. They'll be just fine. But I think a lot of people have a misnomer when they hear what somebody's worth, Eric. They just think Josh Harris and Mitch Rails and Mark Ein and whoever else, you know, just have a Scrooge McDuck money bin and just billions in cash. They just go swimming in it whenever they feel like it, and they can just throw money at stuff. This is all tied up. And I've theorized this for a while. I haven't talked to anybody. I can't prove anything otherwise. But when you spend $6 billion, you get capital calls going for that, plus to buy the football team. Another couple of billion plus to build this stadium. Cash is at a premium. And I saw our guy Andrew Brandt over the weekend on the Ross Tucker's podcast. They were talking about something else, but here was his quote. He said he talked to a friend of mine in D.C. that was asked to be part of the Commanders group, and he called me. He said, I got this prospectus. They want $200 million, and it looks like all I get out of that is some good tickets and maybe a parking pass. And they were talking about kind of something else. But I think this is the point here is I kind of always knew this was coming, but when rubber meets the road, and I swear there's a question in here. When the rubber meets the road, I knew it was going to be a lot, and yeah, there's going to be some sticker shock, but I think this group needs cash, and I don't think that's crazy. It just sort of seems to me to be we were always headed in this general direction. Tag, you're it.
Oh, Danny, well, transparent. They're being transparent about it, and the city of D.C. has said that the number that they have put out there is somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 billion. That's going to be generated. That don't quote me on that figure. The PSL money is going to the stadium. So when the private equity, when we talk about the largest private investment in Washington D.C. history is being made by Josh Harris and Rails and Ein and company. Part of the investment that they're making is they're taking that big pot of money from the PSLs and then just using it to build the stadium. So it is literally a way to start, fundraising for their stadium, and it's a financial model that has been in use now for all the NFL stadiums, and Washington is going to be no different.
I mean, are you of the belief, and I'm kind of asking you to editorialize here, like, do you see it as it's normal, it's business? I totally get that, and I think it was to be expected. This is not news to me. If there's a new stadium built, PSLs are going to be involved, and they're massive. Do you think it's wrong? Do you think like it shouldn't be? That's not how it should be done? Like, what's your take on that?
No, I mean, I think that we want our cake and we want to eat it too. We want the beautiful new stadium, and but we don't. We want to still pay Northwest Stadium prices.
Yeah. Well, the other thing though is too. I'll say this. Like, I think about this not to get into, I agree with everybody listening about every political thing that they think. But, like, it's always annoyed me, Eric, that I pay all this taxes and then I pay, like, car tax, like the big bulk money that I pay for my property tax on my car. And I'm like, wait, I've already paid for it. Don't I pay for the stuff already? I'm already paying taxes on all this stuff. And there is this feeling of, like, well, when you build a stadium and there's public money going into it, now I'm also helping to pay for the stadium again here. Now, I guess that would be a D.C. resident, which is different. As a Virginia resident, let's say, I guess I'm not footing the bill on the taxes on the front end. But is that relevant, do you feel like?
No, I mean, I absolutely do. It all depends on, yes, but it kind of goes back to the debate, Grant, about whether or not public money should have been involved in the stadium in the first place. And the answer was, well, this is the way it's done. Every stadium is built with public money. But the people who were against it said, well, that's not fair. That's not cool. That's not a justification to actually use tax dollars to build a stadium just because everybody else does it. But everybody else does it under the theory that it's, going to benefit the overall economy. And so that's just the way things are done. PSLs are the same way now. PSLs have just become an accepted part of not just the way ownership in every NFL city builds a new stadium and helps fundraise for a new stadium. It's also just an accepted way of, the experience now for fans. I think the team is feeling fairly confident that they're not going to have a problem selling the PSLs. I think that right now they're deciding, how they're going to price the PSLs. Mm-hmm. And knowing the sort of money that you have in Washington, D.C., I mean, Nashville has money, but D.C. has like lobbyist like inside the Beltway money. And I think the team is going to feel pretty good about their ability, especially when you talk about the type of suites and mini suites and capital clubs and the various luxury levels that we've already found in federal filings. I think they feel pretty good about their ability to charge pretty exorbitant prices. The only hope for, I think, the regular fan is if the team finds a way to almost tax the rich and price those top end tiers so high that they can almost, amortize the rest of the PSLs as a way to kind of, keep the stadium more accessible to fans, because they know that there's going to be a criticism that, that and a fair one, that this is not for the everyday fan anymore. And they're going to have a thin, a tight needle to thread to kind of close that gap.
Eric, forgive my ignorance, but the PSL only guarantees your ability to buy season tickets, right? Let's say, hypothetically, because I agree with you, I think they'll get the money.
You own the seat.
Yeah, but let's say they don't have a complete and total sellout of all the PSLs. Are the remaining season tickets then up for grabs? So in other words, I could take my chances if I was a season ticket holder, potentially, right?
You could. And there's theories, and like a lot of the people in Nashville I talked to, like, because Nashville, the club section was like pretty reasonable. They had PSLs there, even in the old stadium, but it was like a couple grand for the club section. Then these like normal people come into their meetings for the new stadium, and they're like, all right, the PSL on your comparable seat in the new stadium is going to be $20,000, and they're like, these are like, no, they're like choking on their laughter. They're like, no, I've got to buy my wife a new truck. I'm not going to give you $20,000 per seat. But they end up asking, hey, can I circle back when your upper deck goes on sale and get a PSL up there? And that's what they ended up doing. Like getting a PSL in like lesser seats, so to speak, but like something they can actually afford. So, I think that the PSL in general, and so circling back to your question, that stadium is a year away, and they only have a handful of PSLs left. They have like some in the end zone that are like $12,000, $12 to $13,000. Behind the goalpost is $10,000, and they have a few in the upper deck that are like $3,500, and that's all they have left. So like, yeah, and those are kind of like you can hop on the website now and buy them whenever. So presumably, if you get to all the way next year, then yeah, those seats would kind of just be sold on a case by case basis.
Can you go? Sorry, Eric, we're up against it. Could you go into some of the luxury items that you saw with those blueprints and the different plans and some of the features, those things that are going to be in this new stadium?
Yeah, what we know from the blueprints is that there's going to be a Capital Club, there's going to be a club just traditional level. There's going to be an owner's level, which is going to be down by the field. And there's going to be a pocket suite level, which is also going to be field level. Pocket
sounds like the Viking Stadium. We went to the Viking Stadium, Eric, and it's the same builders. And they had the same kind of deal where it's like the owner, like 4 different levels of clubs, basically.
Yeah.
Exactly. The Browns their stadium is going to be like 30% premium seats. I don't think the Commanders know how much of the stadium is going to be premium seats, but it's going to be a lot. And what we know is, and they're still, and the other part of your question, Danny, is they're still designing the inside of the stadium. And so like, is there going to be additional premium levels? Like, are there going to be like, the Vegas type, are those pocket suites going to be actually on the field, Vegas style? Some of those details we still don't know.
So you alluded to this a little bit, but someone asked me in the chat here on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube watch. He says, can you ask about PSL secondary market? What do you know about how that plays out?
I mean, the one of the next stories I'm going to work on is this idea of does a PSL have a depreciating value? And if so, to what extent? And I think the answer overall is yes. There are examples of PSLs having an appreciating value. For instance, the Bills, their new stadium, rabid fan base, PSL is a little bit more reasonable than in a DC or a Nashville. They sold out every single PSL, and now those are like for sale on this secondary market at a markup. So there's just like a StubHub for PSLs, but like the Falcons have PSLs. The SoFi has PSLs. The Ravens have had PSLs, and the Ravens are another example of PSLs that were an appreciating value at their height of their ticket frenzy. Panthers, Bears, Bengals, Browns, Cowboys, Texas. I'm reading off this website. Raiders, Rams, Vikings, Giants, Jets, Eagles, Steelers, 49ers, Seahawks, and Titans. All are on this PSL website. So, this is a pervasive thing. And, if you can play the long game with this stadium, chances are that if the Commanders aren't going to Super Bowls every year, then maybe the PSL prices come down. Or you just, work it into whatever you're going to try and get on the secondary market if you don't need season tickets.
Eric, awesome as always with us, buddy. Great reporting, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys. See
Yeah,
ya.
insightful, good information. Love having Eric on to get the real on what's going on with the stadium. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's talk actual football next. Some burning Commanders questions coming out of preseason game 1.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you've been putting off selling your home because maybe it needs work, you got to hear this. I've been telling you for years about Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home Team with Keller Williams. And a WJFK listener named Kevin finally gave them a call. He figured he'd have to spend months fixing up his house before selling it. Well, turns out he did not. The team showed him every single option, including selling his home completely as is. No repairs, no updates, no painting, nothing. Hassle-free. Even better, before Kevin's home ever hit the market, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds' Power Home Team already promoted it across more than 1,200 channels and connected with over 16,000 active buyers. 5 days later, Kevin had a contract, signed, sealed, delivered for $10,000 over asking. So if you've been thinking about selling but keep putting it off because your house needs work, make the call that I've been telling you about. Sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. It's the winning strategy to sell your home. Call 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by Cop Defense Properties. In the NFL, the Commanders have released kicker Jake Moody. Drew Stevens has won the job for now. Quarterback Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL. He'll miss the rest of the preseason. Dan Quinn said he's optimistic, though, that Marcus will be ready for the season opener. News across the National Football League. Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained groin. The Cowboys are signing edge rusher Von Miller after spending last season with the Commanders. And free agent running back Najee Harris is visiting with the Giants today. In the NBA, the association has found no evidence that Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money to Kawhi Leonard to circumvent the salary cap. And in baseball, the Nationals have the day off today after they were swept in Queens over the weekend by the Mets. They'll take on the Rangers for 3 in Texas starting tomorrow night. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services. Competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits apply today at coptcopt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
They say it's in the blood.
3rd and goal,
K-Tron
Allen.
That is the one thing that I think they brought him here for. I think so.
On this Monday, the 17th of August, Commanders idle back to work with a morning practice tomorrow. They're in Detroit taking on the Lions. Preseason game 2 should be the closest we get to a dress rehearsal this Saturday night. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Let's spin you around the Commanders locker room with some burning questions coming out of preseason week 1. And to ask us the tough questions, we've got Toby Altizer from our production team.
All right, question number 1. The Baklava bomber, Athan Kaliakmanis, outperformed Sam Hartman. Do you think that the team is going to keep a third quarterback?
I do not. Well, I think they will, and I wouldn't. So I'm going to say yes, especially now with the Mariota injury. I'm going to say yes. They do keep Kaliakmanis as the number 3, Hartman on practice squad, all 4 in the building. What I would do is keep 2, Daniels, Mariota, keep a third, Kaliakmanis, on the practice squad, and then I would tell Hartman, if you want to hang out, you can be the assistant quarterback's coach. But I think they'll have 3 on the active 53-man, and I think they'll have 4 in the building.
Yeah, stole my thunder on that one. I think it's going to be, remember, the end of spring training roster for baseball isn't the final roster. There's going to be some weird ups and downs because of how the first couple of weeks go. Same with this. Nothing's finalized yet. I think because of the Mariota injury, they'll quote-unquote keep 3 on the active roster, but then I think Kaliakmanis is destined for the old practice squad.
Question number 2. Katron Allen and Robert Henry both played really well in the preseason opener. Do you think there is a route for both of them to be on the initial 53-man roster? I
do, and that's with Jeremy McNichols' injury, right? That's kind of the key there. I think he would be a guy that, I don't call him a roster lock because you never know with these sorts of things, but I think Allen is good to go. So it's Bill, Rachaad White, and Katron Allen. I think you could, you might have seen McNichols there as the 4th guy, especially because of what he does on teams, and Henry to the practice squad. Now with McNichols maybe more uncertain, that could be your 4th guy ahead of Reynolds and Jerome Ford.
Yeah, there is a gleam, man. There's a gleam. They just signed Craig Reynolds today, which is weird, by the way. Worked out for them. They're signing him, obviously, because, as you said, McNichols is out for a few weeks, so you have another veteran kind of in camp, but he's very familiar with Blau, was in Detroit when Blau was in Detroit. I think that's a little bit strange after the way the kids just played. There is certainly a path, Tobes, but I'm going to say no, they don't both make it as of right now. I think I want to keep an extra receiver, 7. I definitely want to keep 4 tight ends. The way that things went in the secondary with corners and safeties playing okay, I might want to be an extra player deep there. You've got O-line injuries at center already and at left tackle. So I was originally thinking 8. Now I'm thinking 9 O-linemen. So I'm going to have to trim somewhere. I'm going to keep 3 running backs. You're probably not going to cut Katron Allen after drafting him in the 6th round, even though Henry's better. But I think you'll be able to get Henry to the practice squad. So I'll say Bill, White, Allen in. If you kept a 4th, it'd be Henry. But I think as of right now, you put him on the P squad. Everyone always says, oh, you can't get him on the practice squad. And then you just get him on the practice squad.
Trey Amos missed the end of last season with an injury and then missed the off-season program, came back to practice for a brief stint, and is now going to miss more time. He will not be back this week. Are we running into a Trey Amos issue?
For me, yes. I mean, he can't get on and stay on the field. 10 games last year, you referenced the history. I don't have to run back through it, but he had just gotten back and got hurt again. And this isn't like one of those weaker, 2-week things. It sounds like we're going to run up to 3 weeks at this point because he's already missed well over a week and a half, and it sounds like it's still a couple weeks away from him returning. We already were told Nick Allegretti and John Bates will be back on the practice field tomorrow, and Amos won't be. So, yeah, this is definitely a thing. He's got to prove to me, if we're talking about Jaden Daniels as like not durable and is he ever going to be able to stay on the field after one fluky season, Amos is running into just as many little issues. So I think he's a good player, but he's got to prove he can stay on the grass.
See, this is absolutely a Trey Amos issue until it's not. I mean, it's not necessarily fair because each one of these incidents or different things, could have its own unique story and it could be fluky. But when I'm coming off a major injury that cost me last year, that broken leg, I don't think that's like you're an injury prone guy. To me, I always think of those soft tissue injuries where someone kind of goes down in a heap. Every time they start to sprint, it's a groin or it's a hamstring or it's a quad or something like that. But where it was fibula, now it's ankle. It's always something. Until he plays football, I'm not counting on him to play football. It's my Curtis Samuel corollary. I don't want to hear the idea of him. I need to see him play the game. So, yeah, we're at an issue at this point. And, again, I feel bad for the kid, but here we are.
The expectation was that Jaden Daniels would get some work in against Detroit after not playing in the preseason opener. But with Marcus Mariota set to miss the rest of the preseason, is he going to still play in the game in Detroit?
I think he still will. I don't have a great reason for that, by the way, because I'm with you. I heard Dan Quinn's sort of meandering Quinn speak, and it sounded like he was kind of setting the stage for maybe a trap door or a rug pull where they ultimately didn't play Daniels. I just can't believe calmer heads wouldn't prevail and look back to how terrible last year was and how they acted as if, and make sure they go, hey, everything here is new. We know the kid's great, but he needs some time on the grass with some starters. Even if it's a series or two, I still feel like he's going to play.
I hope I have a bad read on this, but I'm nervous. I have a feeling he's not going to go Saturday now. And if he does, I think it's going to be super, super short cameo.
Very limited.
Series, basically. Whereas it would have been a quarter, maybe a quarter and change. So I think he either doesn't go or barely plays, and I'm going to be annoyed by it. They should not use Mariota as the excuse.
Sonny Styles had a quiet first series in his NFL debut. How'd you feel about his first action?
I felt fine. He was not noticeably flashing or showing off any obvious top 10 traits. Everyone who's tried to make it out like it was a disappointing showing is doing way too much. He was a football player, kind of reading and reacting in the most vanilla defense that's ever vanillaed. I mean, it was 3-4, line up, react, play ball. He's reacting to play action. They're getting gashed downhill from the D-tackle spot. He showed physicality. That was the one thing I noticed on his third play. He kind of threw a dude over top of a pile onto the ground, threw him out the club, which I liked. But it was fine. It was. I think if someone has a strong take in either direction, they're really trying too hard.
So I use the A.J. Debonsa comp, and I'll keep using it. If we're in January and Debonsa's shooting 10% from three like he did in Summer League, I'll go, hey, I'm not that excited about this anymore. I'm a little bit underwhelmed. I'm a little bit annoyed if that's the case. If this is it from Sonny Styles, and again, I'm not impugning the kid, just bear with me. If that's all if we're still doing this in December, where he's just kind of playing the middle linebacker spot, and he reads and reacts and makes a tackle, I can get some fifth round Freddie to do that. I can get McGee to do that, or I can get anybody on the roster to do that. But to me, it's not exciting anymore. Right? That's my point, is I want to see more. That's not a Styles' fault. I think he was doing exactly what he was asked to do. I just want to see the excitement and the reason he was drafted in the top 10 overall and is supposed to be a huge difference maker. He didn't get to make much of a difference this past game with only a couple series in there. So that's not his fault. So the people that are trying to, as you said, to make a referendum about it, I think are doing too much, but I do wish I got to see more.
We got more burning questions coming up in just a few on Grant and Danny, plus a national who has caught the attention of the fan base over the last few days. You're listening to The Fan.